A phalanx of martial Saint Dharma forms, each standing over 1,000 meters tall, loomed before him like ancient, wrathful gods, staring down at his small figure with cold, judgmental eyes. One of the giants boomed in a voice that shook the atmosphere. I refuse to believe a mere 8th-rank martial artist can possess the stamina to defeat the collective will of every martial saint on this planet. He then issued a desperate command to his comrades, urging them to disregard the catastrophic cost to their remaining lifespans and devour their energy crystals in unison to artificially ascend their power to its absolute, final limit. You dare to look down on us? Then die in the shadows of our fury. The martial saints rushed toward Lu Sheng as one, abandoning their massive Dharma forms to concentrate every drop of their spiritual essence directly into their physical fists. In a blurred instant, the group was upon Lu Sheng, each delivering a fierce, desperate attack that landed with the force of a tectonic shift. A terrifying cocktail of madness, blind anger, and a flicker of desperate joy played across the faces of the martial saints as they finally felt their strikes connecting with their target. Lu Sheng was caught in a relentless hurricane of violence, getting beat down continuously by the coordinated assault of the martial saints. The air around him was a blur of fists and feet, each strike designed to pulverize bone and liquefy internal organs, as the masters poured their very souls into the destruction of the youth who had dared to mock them. More than a dozen heavy, 9th-rank level blows rained down on him in rapid succession, causing Lu Sheng's eternal undying body to emit sharp, sizzling sounds. The friction and pressure were so immense that the air around his skin began to ionize, as if his physical vessel was finally beginning to struggle under the sheer, unyielding burden of the world's collective might. Under the unstoppable, concentrated force of a combined punch, Lu Sheng was pummeled straight down toward the earth like a falling meteor. Boom! The ground beneath the impact site shook with the violence of a magnitude 9 earthquake, shattering into a massive, gaping crater that swallowed his body whole. The crash unleashed a devastating shockwave that flattened every structure and tree for miles, while shrapnel-like debris rained down from the sky, and the roar of the explosion echoed like a continuous roll of thunder. As the thick, suffocating dust slowly began to settle over the wasteland of the crater, it revealed not a broken corpse, but Lu Sheng's face, twisted into a dark, smug smirk that radiated a chilling confidence. Boom! Lu Sheng's 1.9-meter martial body suddenly erupted with an intense, surging heat wave, a thermal blast so powerful it sent the surrounding martial arts Dharma projections reeling several meters away. At this precise moment, the star chart within Lu Sheng's consciousness began to shine with a blinding, celestial intensity, and intricate golden patterns began to bloom across the surface of his skin. The dormant power within all 278 of his undying cells was fully activated at once, igniting the sacred flames of divinity within his very marrow. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Sheng unleashed a relentless flurry of punches and kicks, each move an embodiment of peak martial saint techniques exploding from his limbs. A raging, primordial inferno burned within his chest, its heat and potency growing exponentially with every surge of his blood. Deep inside Lu Sheng's mind, the purple star human figure began to vibrate with a high-frequency hum, emitting a mysterious and ancient radiance. Streams of pure mental energy surged forth, eager to merge with his flesh, blood, and bones. In that trance-like state, Lu Sheng seemed to see the physical form of a divine path slowly manifesting before his eyes, while the sound of clashing armaments rumbled in his ears like a cosmic orchestra. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, the air around his knuckles distorting from the pressure, and let out a sharp, cold grunt of satisfaction. This is it, exactly this. This is the precise level of pressure I required. Yes, this is the baptism I have sought since the very beginning. Within the depths of Lu Sheng's body, the internal star chart pulsed with a frantic, rhythmic light, and the undying cells flickered erratically as they approached a point of total metamorphosis. Lu Sheng's eyes blazed with an extreme, almost frightening intensity as he felt the flame in his chest surging beyond his control. In the theater of his mind, The radiant purple star human figure generated an ever-increasing torrent of mental power, merging seamlessly into his martial body to initiate a miraculous transformation. Lu Sheng took a long, deep breath and flexed both hands with a display of immense, ground-shaking power. Boom! Two massive orbs of pure, condensed light manifested in the palms of his hands, and simultaneously, the concentrated flame within his chest detonated in a harmonious explosion of spiritual energy. What in the name of God is happening? The surrounding martial saints were paralyzed, their faces contorted with utter horror as they witnessed the phenomenon. Before they could even attempt a defense, each of them was sent flying through the air by a wave of absolute, colossal force that felt as if the world itself were pushing them away. An unprecedented and cataclysmic power erupted into colossal, invisible ripples, spreading outward with Lu Sheng as the epicenter. Boom! These terrifying ripples swept through everything in their path, annihilating matter and energy alike before finally settling. The surrounding chaotic aura of the world was scattered like mere trash, an invisible wind sweeping across tens of thousands of miles, raising massive layers of ripples on the surface of the distant sea. When the atmosphere finally settled into an eerie calm, only Lu Sheng's solitary figure remained, standing motionless in midair between the sea and the sky. His hands were spread wide and his eyes were tightly shut, as if he were completely immersed in a profound, mystical trance that transcended the physical world. In the midst of that haunting silence, Lu Sheng suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. His gaze was crystal clear, yet infinitely deep, containing a brilliance that seemed to bring an even greater illumination to the surrounding land, as if two new suns had dawned in the sky. "I have finally achieved the breakthrough," Lu Sheng whispered, his voice carrying clearly despite the distance. He glanced around at the devastation with a calm, detached expression, stating a simple fact of existence. He opened his mouth and declared to the world, "I am now utterly invincible within the mortal realm." Above and below him, only the mournful sound of the wind and the crashing sea waves remained. As white clouds drifted lazily across the horizon, Lu Sheng stood silently, the undisputed source of light and the center of the universe. He looked down from his lofty position, his composed gaze scrutinizing every broken martial saint from all directions. His posture was that of a deity, for Lu Sheng had truly become the mortal realm's god. The surviving martial saints felt a torrent of cold sweat pour down their backs at the sight of him. This vicious, overwhelming aura. Could it be that he has already broken through to the 9th rank? He could already suppress all of us at the 8th rank. One whispered through chattering teeth. If he is now 9th rank, wouldn't he be able to massacre us like mere ants? He is no longer human. He is a monster. We must run. Now, or we will stay here forever. The members of the dragon squad looked up at him with reverence and awe. At this moment, the most accurate phrase to describe the godlike, colossal figure before them simultaneously popped into everyone's mind. They were witnessing the emergence of the real god of the mortal realm, the absolute limit of humanity, characterized by absolute light, absolute heat, and absolute power. If there was a highest peak to be scaled in this world, it surely bore the name of the young man hovering above them. Lu Sheng is our true god of war, the veterans of the Dragon Squad on Heavenly Saint Island muttered, feeling as though they were watching an epic of mythic proportions unfold before their very eyes. In a singular, transcendent instant, everyone present seemed to hear the faint, echoing sound of massive cosmic gears turning through the void. It was the audible trajectory of history being altered. The very fabric of the world's destiny was being silently and irrevocably rewritten. Not far from the center of the devastation, the female martial Saint Lin Zhengyue also sensed the gravity of this monumental shift, her senses reeling from the sheer weight of the aura Lu Sheng was emitting. This power, it is truly beyond any human description, she mused to herself, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Just a moment ago, I didn't even dare to consume the energy crystals, preferring to grind away in the darkness of the underworld dungeon. Now, I have a crushing feeling that I am fundamentally not even in the same league as him. We are different species entirely. She felt a profound sense of witnessing history in its rawest form, seeing an epic unfold live before her eyes. This planet has already changed so much in just one day, she realized. A brand new era is dawning, and its light is blinding. There was no longer any doubt in her mind. The undisputed dominator of this new era stood before them, and his name was Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's expression remained entirely unfazed. He was not ecstatic, merely observant. His path to the 9th rank had been forced open, and the melding and evolution between his mental power and his martial body had finally commenced, but he knew with absolute certainty that this was merely the beginning of his journey. The young man casually looked down at the assembled 9th rank martial artists from his vantage point above. These 300 years of martial arts development are still utterly pathetic, he thought. Even with their numbers reaching 20 and their bodies reinforced by the forced consumption of energy crystals, they were still unable to undergo a true evolution of the self. There were far too many incompetent ones among them, a mixed bag of true masters and false legends. There are just too many of you, he sighed, and yet none of you could provide me with real, life-threatening pressure. In this battle, I even had to actively hold back a significant portion of my true power just so I wouldn't accidentally one-shot every single one of you. Deep within his body, the 278 undying cells still hadn't fully ignited the flame of divinity. He hadn't yet entered the martial god state, nor had he even touched his ultimate trump card, the level 11 martial art, Wu Yuan Fa. The distance to reach his peak research state remained vast. Lu Sheng felt somewhat stagnant, stuck in a halfway state of progression without having faced a real, tangible sense of mortal threat. Lu Sheng let out a heavy sigh of utter disappointment. I can clearly feel it now, he mused. Even if these martial saints were to sacrifice everything and go all out against me, these trash simply do not possess the capacity to kill me. Back when I had only 22 immortal cells, I could already withstand a blow from a 10th rank powerhouse. Now that I possess nearly 300 immortal cells, the idea of being killed by a 9th rank is a damn joke. I feel as though I am only halfway to a true 9th rank breakthrough now, he considered. I still haven't fully achieved the perfect, seamless fusion between my martial body and my mental power. If only there were an opponent who could bring me a true life or death struggle. That would be the pinnacle, he thought. Then my martial body and mental energy would merge at an exponential rate. It's even possible the transformation could be completed in a single, decisive moment. It seemed that his only remaining hope for such a challenge lay with the incoming Lan Shun. Lu Sheng secretly hoped that his current self could entrust his future growth to the upcoming Lan Shun, praying that the Lan Shun would be able to create enough pressure to push him further, since these martial saints gathered here were simply too weak. They were pathetic beyond the reach of words. The Lan Shun is a tier 10 powerhouse, he reminded himself. I pray you don't dare to disappoint me. Lu Sheng casually descended, his feet touching down gently on the surface of Holy Isle. The crowd at the center of the island scattered like frightened birds, retreating nonstop to avoid his path. Lu Sheng walked back to his previous position and gently stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! The earth cracked open with a sharp report, and a fountain of energy crystals erupted like a diamond geyser from the fissure. Are you implying that Lu Sheng had hidden all those crystals on his person this whole time? One onlooker whispered in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous, another retorted. He isn't some fat giant. Where could he possibly stash nearly 500 kilograms of crystals? It must be a high-level mental trick, a sophisticated sleight of hand. Lu Sheng casually wrapped the erupting crystals in his mental power, causing them to hover around him before he approached the elite, immortal badasses of the Dragon Division, a small, genuine smile finally spreading across his face. How about I head back to the Dragon Country with you all later today? The immortal badasses of the Dragon Division were flushed deep red, so hyped and overcome with emotion that they found themselves unable to utter a single coherent word in response. This was beyond their wildest dreams. Originally, the Dragon Division had simply hoped to cultivate a single 9th rank martial saint. They never could have imagined that after more than 200 years of fruitless searching, the heavens were holding back the ultimate weapon just for them. Now, it felt as though the universe was granting them a mega jackpot, the peak of human potential personified. It was a feeling of sweet, Overwhelming relief after decades of suffering and searching. I'll contact headquarters to send a Generation 1 transport immediately. One of them managed to choke out. One of the Dragon Division's leaders quickly pulled out his secure phone, his fingers trembling as he started dialing the emergency frequency. Soon enough, the distant roar of a specialized Dragon Division jet echoed from the horizon, cutting through the sea mist. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes, tracking the jet's approach, when suddenly a voice called out to him. Easterner. Lu Xing glanced back over his shoulder. A middle-aged man with striking silver hair, handsome features, and a slightly grim expression, Cumberland, was shouting toward him. I acknowledge the sheer scale of your strength, Lu Xing, but be warned. Taking all of the energy crystals for yourself will bring about your own demise, and perhaps even the total destruction of this entire planet. Think carefully about the consequences of your greed, Cumberland added. Lu Xing gave Cumberland a casual, almost disinterested glance, a sharp smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to depart. Tell your superior to come find me himself if he has a grievance. Relax, Cumberland. You won't be implicated in what comes next. It seemed highly probable. Cumberland's features froze into a mask of paralyzed disbelief, his jaw hanging open as he struggled to process the sheer audacity of the young man's statement. He looked as if he were on the verge of shouting a final protest, but the words withered in his throat, and he ultimately swallowed his objections along with his wounded pride. Cumberland's face scrunched up with a sour intensity, resembling the puckered features of a frustrated primate as he lamented the chaotic turn of events. What in the name of the heavens does that monster actually want? He hissed, his voice trembling with a cocktail of suppressed rage and genuine terror at the power he had just witnessed. That is Lan Xun, the guide from beyond. He whispered into the wind, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Does he truly believe he can challenge such an existence? It is fundamentally impossible. Around him, the gathered powerhouses on Holy Isle stood in a heavy, collective silence, their gazes glued to Lu Xing's retreating back with a mixture of dread and profound respect. To the spectators, it felt as though they were witnessing the departure of a living god, a being whose current level of attainment was utterly unprecedented in the recorded history of Blue Star. They watched with bated breath, wondering if such a transcendental figure would ever grace the world again. Those who had known Lu Xing previously were even more profoundly speechless. They felt trapped in a vivid, impossible dream, half expecting to wake up and find that none of this divine display had actually occurred. The sleek, black jet of the military division descended rapidly, its engines roaring as it touched down on the scorched sands of Holy Isle. Lu Xing began his steady, measured walk toward the waiting aircraft, his presence commanding the atmosphere. The elite members of the Dragon Division, including the most seasoned and battle-hardened, immortal badasses, fell into formation behind him, moving like a phalanx of devoted bodyguards. Just as Lu Xing reached the boarding ramp and prepared to leave the battlefield behind, a sharp, feminine voice suddenly pierced through the lingering silence. Wait, please wait. Lu Xing paused mid-step, his silhouette framed by the setting sun. He stood motionless for a contemplative moment before finally turning back to address the interruption. Standing several yards away was a stunning young woman with cascading blonde hair, her fingers clutching the fabric of her elegant skirt as she hurried across the uneven terrain toward him. Fiona's allure was undeniable, her figure casting a striking image against the backdrop of the rugged island, her breath coming in shallow gasps from the exertion. Fiona came to a sudden halt about 10 meters away from Lu Xing, the salt-heavy sea breeze whipping her long tresses around her face. She took a deep, shuddering breath to steady her racing heart, mustering every ounce of her courage to shout across the distance. "Mysterious Easterner," she cried out, her voice filled with a desperate curiosity. "You are leaving, and yet you still haven't told me your true name." Lu Xing remained silent for a long beat, his eyes unreadable. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played across his lips, softening his sharp features. The young man casually slipped his hands into his pockets and resumed his walk toward the jet, his voice carrying clearly over the wind as he replied, "It truly doesn't matter. Forget about me, Fiona. Some shadows aren't meant to be chased. Besides," he added, his tone final and cool, I already have a fiancé waiting for me." With that definitive statement, Lu Sheng turned his back on the girl and boarded the jet without another glance. His powerful figure gradually vanished into the shadows of the cabin, leaving Fiona standing alone on the shore. One by one, the high-ranking members of the Dragon Division followed him onto the craft. The heavy hatch hissed shut with a mechanical finality, and the jet slowly taxied before roaring into the sky. Fiona stood barefoot upon the shifting sands, her eyes fixed on the dwindling silhouette of the black jet as it merged into the distant seam of sea and sky, her face a canvas of profound sadness and unfulfilled longing. Soon, the aircraft had vanished completely beyond the horizon, leaving her in a world that felt suddenly empty. The composure she had fought so hard to maintain finally crumbled. Two crystalline streams of tears escaped her beautiful eyes, tracing paths down her cheeks as she realized the man who had reshaped her world was gone forever. Like he said, "It's best if you simply forget he ever existed," a voice said softly. Fiona hadn't even noticed Cumberland approaching. He stood beside her now, his hand resting gently on her shoulder in a rare show of empathy. A complex, weary expression crossed his aged face as he offered his consolation. "You and a man like that. It was a path that was never destined to converge." Fiona remained there, stunned and motionless for a long time, the weight of his words sinking in. After a long silence, her distressed expression suddenly smoothed over into a mask of eerie calm, and a new, resolute light began to shine in her eyes. She reached up with a steady hand to tuck a stray strand of blonde hair behind her ear, her voice now firm and serious. "I understand now. I know exactly what my path must be from this point forward." With that cryptic declaration, Fiona turned on her heel and walked away, her stride purposeful. Cumberland called out after her, but she didn't look back. He let out a soft, resigned sigh as he watched her go. Then, the weight of the day's failures returned to him, and his face began to darken with a grim, brooding intensity. A Western martial saint, his armor cracked and his spirit weary, walked up to Cumberland and spoke in a low, urgent whisper. "Cumberland, the situation is dire. Every single energy crystal from this conference has been seized by that boy. What is our move? We cannot simply allow this to stand." "Humph," Cumberland replied with a cold, sharp edge to his voice, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the empty sky. "What else is there for us to do in the face of such overwhelming power? We have no choice but to wait for the guide, Lan Shun, to descend upon this world," he continued, a cruel smirk beginning to form. "We will let this so-called peak human learn the agonizing price of breaking the established rules of the cosmos. No one defies the order without consequence." The martial saints surrounding him nodded in somber agreement. As they thought of the entity known as the guide, a deep, instinctive reverence flickered in their eyes. "Yes, you're right," they blurted out excitedly, their hope rekindled. "Lan Shun will surely restore the balance and teach that ignorant Easterner a lesson in humility." Just the mental image of Lu Sheng's defeat was enough to make the Western martial saints feel a surge of vicarious vengeance. One of the saints even looked toward the heavens with a fanatical glint in his eye. "The guide is invincible, a being beyond the reach of mortal struggle. He will descend as the ultimate arbiter. Indeed, he will provide us the justice we deserve," Cumberland added, his heart filling with a dark hope. "Easterner, your day of reckoning is fast approaching. You may be strong, but you will never escape the crushing palm of Lan Shun." Meanwhile, in the Eastern Military District, far removed from the tension of the islands, a much warmer scene was unfolding within the walled zone of the head's villa. A peaceful domesticity filled the large living room as evening approached. Zheng Yufan, Lu Hai, and young Lu Qinghe were all gathered around the kitchen table, their sleeves rolled up and aprons tied snugly. They were a flurry of activity, focused on the age-old tradition of preparing a family feast. "Hee, let's make the best dumplings yet," Lu Hai chuckled, admiring the texture of the dough. "This batch is perfect. It's going to be very eye-catching." The table was cluttered with cutting boards, rolling pins, piles of flour, and bowls of meticulously seasoned meat filling. As the family laughed and worked, the elegant Dong Qingxue moved gracefully between them, bringing fresh tea to the table. "Everyone is working so hard," she noted with a smile. Lu Hai and his wife beamed at her, welcoming their future daughter-in-law warmly. "Ah, little Qingxue is here," Zheng Yufan exclaimed, while Lu Qinghe chimed in happily. "Thank you, Sister Qingxue. You're the best." After working for nearly an hour, Lu Qinghe paused to let out a long, sleepy yawn, her shoulders sagging slightly. "Mom, if you really wanted dumplings, we could have just had the head chef prepare them. Why do we have to do all this ourselves? We're nowhere near as fast as a professional," she complained playfully. "What do you know about the heart of a home?" Lu Hai replied, taking a momentary break to puff on his cigarette. "It doesn't matter how talented a professional chef is. They can never replicate the specific taste of your mother's cooking. Her skills are unmatched because they come from love." Lu Qinghe could only roll her eyes, momentarily speechless at her father's unabashed sweet talk. Zheng Yufan's face flushed a deep crimson instantly. "Aya, don't exaggerate so much in front of the children. I just haven't been in the kitchen for a while and wanted to practice. I wouldn't want my skills to get rusty for when our son finally returns. I want everything to be perfect for him." Lu Hai, however, continued to pour honey into her ears. "I'm only speaking the truth, my dear. My wife is #1 in the world." Privately, he thought to himself, "I've got to keep the compliments flowing, or I'll find myself sleeping in the doghouse tonight." Lu Qinghe felt like she was sweating bullets just watching her parents' sugary, lovey-dovey display. It gave her the creeps, yet she couldn't help but smile. Yeah, I get it. Big brother is the most important person in this house, so we all have to suffer through the flower and the romance." She had to ask the question that was on everyone's mind. Lu Qinghe turned to Dong Qingxue, who had been listening silently with a gentle expression, and asked softly, "Sister Qingxue, when do you think my brother will actually be back? He's been gone for over a year now, and the house feels so quiet without him. What could possibly be taking so long?" Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan chimed in, their expressions turning wistful as they let out synchronized sighs. "Yes, what kind of mission could possibly require such a long absence? We miss him terribly." Dong Qingxue turned to stare out the window at the twilight sky, her heart equally laden with anxiety. She didn't know how to answer them, as she was haunted by the same unanswered questions herself. Just as the atmosphere in the room began to turn somber, the sharp, rhythmic ringing of her smartphone broke the silence. Dong Qingxue quickly checked the notification, her eyes becoming glued to the screen as she read the message. Her breath hitched in her throat, and she let out a sharp, audible gasp that drew everyone's attention. Without a single word of explanation, she bolted toward the door, leaving the Lu family in a state of utter confusion. Lu Qinghe dropped her rolling pin and called after her. "Sister Qingxue, what happened? What's wrong?" Zheng Yufan watched as Dong Qingxue disappeared out the door, her heart racing. Such strange behavior was uncharacteristic of the usually composed girl. Did the military district suddenly give her an emergency mission? Zheng Yufan wondered aloud. She stopped what she was doing, wiped her flour-covered hands on her apron, and rushed toward the entrance. "I'll go see what's happening." Zheng Yufan cared deeply for Dong Qingxue. The girl was beautiful, came from a prestigious family, and possessed a bright future, yet she remained a tough cookie with a surprisingly soft heart. After living together for a year, Zheng Yufan already viewed her as her true daughter-in-law. Seeing her so agitated, she instinctively chased after her, with Lu Hai and Lu Qinghe dropping everything to follow close behind. By the time they reached the exterior, Dong Qingxue's beautiful eyes were already brimming with tears, her composure completely shattered by the news she had received. The family hurried to the villa's entrance and were met with an astounding sight. A large crowd of high-ranking military officers stood there, all in their crisp Dragon Division uniforms, the sheer number of medals and commendations on their chests and shoulders making for a blinding display of authority. Yet, these normally stern soldiers were standing ramrod straight, their faces flushed with a mixture of raw excitement and profound awe as they looked toward the center of the gathering. The Lu family's eyes finally landed on the person they were all honoring, and they froze in their tracks. It was a handsome young man, standing over 6 feet tall, looking incredibly youthful, barely over 20. He possessed a magnificent, perfectly honed physique and refined features that radiated an ultimate masculine charm. Though he was dressed in simple, unassuming clothes, he exuded an aura so powerful he seemed to be the very center of the universe, unique, unmatched, and utterly dominant. The young man stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Dong Qingxue as he said softly, "I'm back." Dong Qingxue didn't hesitate. She sprinted toward Lu Sheng with everything she had. After such an agonizingly long separation, the man she loved had finally reappeared before her like a miracle. She broke down completely, unable to stop herself from rushing forward and throwing her arms around his familiar, powerful frame, burying her face into the warmth of his chest. She could feel every steady beat of his heart and the rhythm of his breath, sensations she had feared she might never feel again. Her voice trembled, choked with a year's worth of pent-up emotion and the dull pain of waiting. "I waited for you. I waited for so long," she whispered. Lu Sheng's voice was like a warm balm as he held her close. "Qingxue, I know it has been hard on you, taking care of my family in my absence. Thank you." Noticing the rest of the Lu family standing there in shock, the young man looked over Dong Qingxue's shoulder, a bright, genuine smile illuminating his face. "Dad, Mom, Qinghe, I'm finally home." Lu Hai's eyes sparkled with pride and relief. "This brat, he actually did it," he muttered, his voice thick. Zheng Yufin's eyes welled up with tears of joy, her lips trembling as she repeated like a mantra, "It's good you're back. It's so good you're finally home." As for Lu Qinghe, she was already sprinting toward them with unbridled excitement. "Brother, why were you gone for so long? I hope you brought me an amazing gift from wherever you were," her voice ringing out clearly like a lark's song. The entire family then moved back inside the warmth of the villa. Lu Sheng immediately joined the dumpling-making squad, reclaiming his place at the table for a long-overdue family reunion dinner. "Come on," he laughed, picking up a piece of dough. "Let's finish making these dumplings together." As Lu Sheng listened to the happy chatter of his family, a look of quiet, steely determination settled on his face. He knew that for his peerless blade to remain sharp, it occasionally needed the quiet sanctuary of its sheath. Later that night, the house finally settled into a peaceful quiet. Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue decided to take a slow stroll through the lush, moonlit gardens of the villa in the general's district. It was the month of May, and the evening air was beginning to carry the first hints of summer warmth. Lu Sheng looked at the vibrant greenery surrounding them and naturally reached out to take Dong Qingxue's hand in his. "I remember when we first met," he mused softly. "The air felt just like this." Dong Qingxue hummed a soft, melodic agreement, her presence exuding elegance and a newfound gentleness. Since Lu Sheng's strength had been constantly breaking through its limits, his physique had become almost perfectly proportioned, making him stand nearly a full head taller than her. The former instructor, Dong Qingxue, once known for being exceptionally tall, proud, and fiercely independent, now seemed remarkably docile and content as she walked beside the person Lu Sheng had become. The young man gently tightened his grip on Dong Qingxue's waist, pulling her slightly closer. "Take my parents back to Bai City for a few days," he instructed, his voice soft yet carrying a firm weight. "I need to handle a few outstanding matters here, and then I will come to join you. We should probably start making some definitive decisions about our future together." Dong Qingxue nodded, a rare and beautiful blush creeping across her cheeks in the moonlight. Lu Sheng had never seen Dong Qingxue look so genuinely girlish and vulnerable. He was momentarily stunned by her beauty and couldn't help himself. He leaned down and pulled her into a tender, lingering kiss. Dong Qingxue trembled slightly at the touch, but she didn't resist, reflexively closing her eyes as they shared the moment. Only those who have experienced such a kiss know how soft the petals of a heart can be. Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters, a massive conference room was filled to capacity. Almost every general in the district was present, seated in hushed anticipation. The room was dimly lit, and a high-resolution video was playing on the massive central screen. The footage was short, lasting only about 10 minutes, and as it drew to a close, the lights flickered back on. The room was revealed to be filled with the ecstatic, almost manic faces of the high-ranking officers. That was absolutely magnificent. Truly top-tier martial dominance. The old marshal of the Central Military Region stood up to address the room, his voice loud and clear, carrying an increasing force that demanded attention. "Everyone," he began, "today is a day that our military must etch into its soul. Our 200-year-old wish has finally been fulfilled. We have finally welcomed a true god of war into our ranks. Moreover, our military god possesses strength that surpasses every martial saint on this planet. The old marshal's words were impassioned and resonant. Many of those seated below him were already vibrating with excitement, their chests puffed out and their expressions filled with an indescribable, soaring joy. As he had said, this day would be recorded as a turning point in history. To claim the strongest martial artist on the planet as one of their own was an honor beyond measure. The old marshal continued, his gaze sweeping the room. Beyond this immense honor, there is a practical matter of extreme importance. Our god of war, Liu Sheng, has personally instructed me to begin the process of popularizing a specific body refinement technique throughout the entirety of the military. He wants every soldier, from the lowest recruit to the highest general, to study this, he declared. The crowd below was stunned into a sudden, heavy silence, their expressions turning deathly serious as they leaned forward in their seats. What? They whispered in hushed tones. The god of war himself is advocating a new body refinement technique? What kind of miraculous power does it hold? The digital essence contained within the encrypted chip was instantly projected onto the colossal main display, flickering to life with a low hum. A shimmering, 3D humanoid silhouette materialized in the center of the screen, its form composed of glowing sapphire data streams as it began to execute a series of movements that appeared deceptively simple on the surface, yet possessed an underlying, rhythmic intricacy that suggested a profound mastery over the very physics of the human body. The seasoned veterans of the elite Dragon Division watched the projection with expressions of severe, unblinking intensity, their eyes tracking every micro-adjustment of the figure's posture with predatory focus. As the demonstration progressed through its increasingly complex cycles, the initial skepticism on the faces of these powerhouses gradually dissolved, replaced by a haunting sense of shock and profound awe that seemed to drain the color from their battle-hardened features. This collective sense of wonder grew with an exponential ferocity, eventually swelling into a massive tidal wave of raw emotion that swept through every corner of the high-ceilinged conference chamber. As the final frame of the video faded into darkness, a chaotic symphony of whispers and heated discussion erupted, every face in the room illuminated by a strange, newfound light of realization and the dawning of a new hope. This is beyond any expectations we could have possibly harbored, one commander exclaimed, his voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and sheer disbelief. Though none had yet personally tested the regimen, the presence of these Grandmaster-level powerhouses allowed them to intuitively grasp the miraculous inspiration behind it. Through mere observation and mental simulation, they could feel the dormant potential within their own marrow beginning to stir. Another voice, crackling with a hyped intensity, joined the fray, rising above the din. It's not simply a clever refinement of what we already know. It feels as though it fundamentally deconstructs our existing understanding of martial arts, acting as a skeleton key that unlocks the door to an entirely new, unexplored world of physical possibility and evolution. The heartfelt joy that permeated the room at that moment even eclipsed the monumental news of the Dragon Division birthing a peerless human supreme bone. Their very souls were trembling under the weight of this revelation, sensing instinctively that the ceiling of human potential had just been shattered and rebuilt at a previously unreachable height. Observing the reverent and admiring reactions of his subordinates, the marshal of the Central Military Region slowly stroked his chin, nodding with a somber gravity that matched the significance of the hour. It appears you have all perceived the truth of it. Indeed, this body-refining technique may present itself with a facade of simplicity, but its practical application is exquisitely, almost terrifyingly, flawless in its design. The marshal's subsequent words served to push the collective emotional state of the room to an absolute, feverish peak. Based on the exhaustive preliminary data gathered from our initial trial groups, the effectiveness of this regimen is calculated to be at least 100 times more potent than the 24 universal body refining exercises currently standardized by the Martial Artists Association. Imagine it, a 100-fold increase in the rate of unlocking a soldier's latent physical potential. Boom. The massive conference room felt as though it had been struck by an atmospheric explosion of pure realization. Nothing in the world of martial power is more undeniably convincing than cold, empirical data, and the fact that this new technique surpassed current global standards by such a massive margin left everyone breathless. It was a sharp, unrelenting blade cleaving open a brand new era of martial evolution, a treasure of such magnitude that it defied any conventional attempt at valuation. A high-ranking officer, unable to restrain the torrent of his own excitement, surged to his feet and let out a triumphant roar that echoed against the metal walls. A martial arts treasure beyond measure. Surely, the heavens themselves are blessing our dragon nation. Only a transcendent being standing at the very zenith of martial comprehension, like Lu Sheng, could possess the cosmic foresight required to conceptualize such a magnificent art. The Dragon Division powerhouses gathered here had previously glimpsed only a mere fraction of Lu Sheng's true, unbridled strength, and their understanding had been largely shaped by dry data points and whispered rumors. Before today, they had felt terror, shock, and awe at the raw power he displayed on the battlefield. However, witnessing this new, epic-making body-refining technique transformed that fear into a profound, bone-deep reverence. They began to admire Lu Sheng with a sincerity that bordered on religious devotion, revering him from the deepest depths of their hearts as the true god of martial arts. Suddenly, amidst the chorus of praise, a single hand shot upward, cutting through the atmosphere of celebration. "Hold on a moment." Someone spoke up with a voice tinged with hesitation and deep-seated concern. "If this technique is indeed as world-altering as we believe, are we truly prepared to make it accessible to the entire military rank and file? Its strategic value is beyond comprehension." The speaker continued, his brow furrowed with the weight of potential consequences. "Once we disseminate this to the entire army, the likelihood of it leaking to external forces becomes almost certain over time. At that point, the advantage we've gained might be neutralized." He trailed off as the aged marshal of the Central Military Region looked at him with a complex, inscrutable expression, preparing to address the concern. "What you are seeing is the true, unfiltered heart of a martial saint," the marshal began, his voice echoing with a quiet, undeniable authority. "A man with a will as vast and uncompromising as the stars themselves, with entire galaxies swirling within his gaze. How could a man of that caliber be bothered by such trivial, parochial concerns?" Lu Sheng has already made his intent clear. This is a technique meant to benefit the entire planet, to raise the floor of human capability. The questioner listened to this and could only let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh, shaking his head in shame. "So it is true. I have lived over 100 years in this world, yet I have lived in vain." Lu Sheng possesses a heart that embraces the entirety of the universe, with cosmic depth in his eyes. It is not merely his martial prowess that is beyond us, but his very vision and spirit that far eclipse my own. Throughout the heavy silence of the conference room, many of the gathered veterans shared that same sense of humbled realization. A deep, resonant sense of respect began to swell within their chests, moving beyond mere professional admiration into the territory of genuine, heartfelt devotion to the path Lu Sheng had forged for the nation. The old marshal presiding over the historic meeting allowed a small, knowing smile to grace his lips, his eyes radiating an unparalleled brilliance that seemed to peer directly into the very future of the Dragon Nation. "Listen to me, everyone," he said, his voice dropping to a low, powerful register that commanded total silence. "We should all consider ourselves among the most fortunate souls to ever walk the earth, for we are standing on the precipice of a new era, one being literally shaped and created by the very hands of our Dragon Division's god of war." As if moved by a singular, unseen force of will, the numerous veterans of the Dragon Division stood up in unison, the scraping of their chairs eclipsed by the collective weight of their resolve. Their voices rose in a unified salute that resonated with enough power to shake the spacious room to its foundations, a promise of loyalty to the new era. Simultaneously, within the confines of a bustling army outpost in the Eastern Military Region, the public training hall was filled with the rhythmic sounds of heavy exertion. There, a tall, slender young man with skin bronzed by the sun, Lu Qiming, was pushing his body to the absolute limit with a silent, focused intensity that set him apart from the other recruits. He was currently balanced on a single finger, performing push-ups with a mechanical precision as he counted his repetitions under his breath. 3,548. 3,549. While these appeared to be fundamental strength exercises, the sheer duration and grueling intensity of his regimen were wildly exaggerated, far beyond the physical standards of a normal soldier in the Eastern military. He was sweating buckets, his military fatigues completely saturated and clinging to his frame like a second skin. He looked as though he had just been hauled out of a deep pond, yet he seemed entirely oblivious to the exhaustion, his eyes remaining as sharp and resolute as whetted steel. Lu Qiming mechanically repeated the movements like an ascetic monk climbing a mountain while carrying a massive boulder, constantly forcing himself to take one more agonizing step forward. At that very moment, the heavy silence of his concentration was shattered as someone came charging into the training room, their voice high and frantic with news. Lu Qiming, you won't believe it. Stop training for a second. The newcomer was a young man with wire-rimmed glasses, his face flushed with a mixture of excitement and pure joy. Lu Qiming remained unfazed, continuing his rhythmic cadence until he reached exactly the 4,000th repetition. Only then did he stop, his breath steady despite the effort, and asked with his usual stoicism, "What is it?" "It's news. Incredible news, Qiming," the other replied, practically vibrating with energy. "Extremely good news, something that changes everything for us. It's massive." The young man with glasses took a moment to savor the drama, a wide grin stretching across his face. "I have two distinct pieces of incredible news to share. Which one do you want to hear first?" Lu Qiming pretended to ponder the choice for a second before nodding for the first. The glasses-wearing soldier revealed, "The first is that our military has officially birthed a new military god, a martial saint-level powerhouse. The fourth ninth-rank martial saint in the entire history of the Dragon Nation." Lu Qiming was visibly shaken by this revelation, his composure cracking as he quickly pressed for details. "Who is it? Who is this new martial saint? Do you know his identity?" The young man with glasses shook his head, his excitement tempered by the mystery. "The identity hasn't been formally announced yet, but there's heavy speculation that it might be one of the 6 great generals. Some even dared to suggest it was General Lu Sheng of our own Eastern military region. But after Lu Sheng vanished in Xinhai a year ago, there hasn't been a single word, so I find that hard to believe. Besides, General Lu Sheng is still just a teenager. No matter how monstrous his talent, reaching the 9th rank at that age is simply beyond reality." A fierce, momentary light flickered in Lu Qiming's eyes, a spark of hope and excitement that he quickly suppressed. "Perhaps you're right. Everyone is making those guesses. What about the second piece of news?" "The second one is even more practical. The military is popularizing a brand new body refining technique, allegedly created by the military god himself. It's said to have hundreds of times the efficiency of the exercises we've been using until now." The young man with glasses hoisted a small USB drive into the air as if it were a holy relic, his voice thick with excitement. "Many people in the war zones who have started practicing this new body refining technique have reported breaking through their martial bottlenecks on the very same day. Their strength is skyrocketing in real time. And look, I managed to secure a copy. I have it right here on this drive. Everything is saved right here. Why are we still standing around? Let's get to the specialized martial arts training hall immediately. Move, move, move." Ha ha. The two of them immediately bolted out of the public training room, their footsteps echoing as they raced toward the advanced facilities with the frantic energy of gold prospectors seeking a fortune. Watching from a concealed vantage point as Lu Qiming and his friend disappeared around the corner, Lu Sheng stood in silence, his presence entirely undetectable. He watched the back of the young man with a slight, knowing curve to his lips. Standing beside him was a general who was currently providing a low-voiced, respectful report on the current situation. "That boy, Lu Qiming. He is exceptionally hardworking. His current foundation is on the verge of reaching the 2nd-level martial artist threshold, and his performance metrics are quite outstanding among the recruits of his cohort. As per your specific instructions, he has been kept away from any assignments with a high-risk factor. Lu Sheng listened to the report, a thoughtful expression crossing his refined features as he pondered the young man's progress. In terms of resource allocation, you should subtly ensure he receives a bit more support, but do so with enough discretion that he doesn't suspect any favoritism or special treatment. Understood, General. The officer replied with a respectful nod. Lu Sheng watched the space where Lu Qiming's figure had vanished for a moment longer before slowly retracting his gaze. Let's move on, Lu Sheng thought as he began to walk with a rhythmic, measured stride. Strengthening the martial foundation of the middle and lower ranks is a necessity. After all, when these ordinary soldiers are forced to face the tides of the otherworld beasts, having just a sliver of extra self-preservation power can mean the difference between survival and death. Sometime later, the silence of a nearby training hall was shattered by a shout of pure, unadulterated joy. Ha! I did it! I've finally broken through to level 3. This body-refining technique from the God of War is truly, undeniably incredible. My previous cultivation was like child's play compared to this. The God of War is invincible. With a being like him leading our military, we're a force to be reckoned with. From this day forward, none of us ever have to feel inferior or cower when we encounter those arrogant disciples of the martial saints again. We have our own protector now. Amidst the rising tide of cheers and praises directed at his name, Lu Sheng seemed to sense it all through some intangible, spiritual connection. It was a magical, ethereal feeling that seemed to bestow upon him a form of divine power, reminiscent of the tales of ancient gods who drew strength from the faith of the people in myths and legends. In a moment of quiet introspection, Lu Sheng wondered, is this what it feels like to enjoy the incense and veneration of 10,000 people? Is this how one achieves eternal existence? It reminded him of the concepts from the novels he had read in his previous life, the idea of gaining divine power from the collective belief of followers. It truly imparted a profound sense of nascent divinity. I seem to have awakened a new level of talent through this unique connection, he mused, testing the energy within his meridians. A divine power focused on the concept of flesh and blood rebirth, a refinement that goes beyond mere physical healing. No, my goal shouldn't be to simply become a god to be worshipped, but to become a living symbol of the martial path itself. I must become martial arts personified. When that happens, all those who cultivate the martial path throughout the universe will naturally become part of my legacy, and I theirs. High upon the desolate slopes of Spirit Peak Mountain, where the clouds lingered like ghostly shrouds, a tall, ancient tower stood firm against the elements. Its summit was devoid of doors or windows, open to the relentless mountain winds and the distant, mournful echoes of temple bells that rang out across the valley below. Tan Zhongyu, clad in a pristine white marshal's robe that fluttered in the freezing breeze, sat cross-legged within the open-air chamber of the tower. His eyelids were heavy and drooping, his gaze fixed on nothingness as he remained immersed in a deep, brooding silence that seemed to age him with every passing second. During that catastrophic clash at the World Grandmaster Tournament, Tan Zhongyu had sustained grievous injuries. However, the true damage was not found in his physical form, which had largely healed. Rather, it lay deep within his heart. A jagged, ugly crack had formed in his martial arts will, a psychological wound delivered to him by the sheer, overwhelming brilliance of Lu Sheng. Tan Zhongyu mumbled to himself, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind. My path and his are fundamentally different. Otherwise, our ways would never have diverged so violently in the first place. He paused, his expression pained. However, what I never could have anticipated was that a boy who was once a mere level 7, a youth who seemed so insignificant, could now defeat me with such effortless ease. The world is truly a cruel, unpredictable place. My Tao heart, it is covered in these wretched cracks. The impact of that previous battle had been far too profound to ignore. It wasn't simply the humiliation of losing a duel to Lu Sheng that ate at him from the inside. It was the negation of his entire existence. The loss represented something far more existential. It meant his entire philosophy and life's work had been proven inferior to Lu Sheng's path. This kind of assault on one's martial ideals is the most terrifying fate a master can face, as it effectively negates everything Tan Zhongyu has defended and believed in for over a century. If he fails to stabilize his mind soon, eliminate this creeping self-doubt, and repair the fissures in his will, the consequences could be catastrophic. A permanent decline in his strength and cultivation is a very real, looming threat. Tan Zhongyu was currently exerting every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy, desperately trying to knit together the cracks in his martial arts will and restore his shattered confidence. Yet the image of Lu Sheng's fist continued to haunt his meditation. But even if you are currently stronger than I am, it does not inherently mean your path is the absolute truth, he hissed, his eyes snapping open. Lu Sheng is barely over 20 years old, yet he has already ascended to this invincible realm. I refuse to believe he achieved this through natural means. He must be utilizing some kind of forbidden cheat or external power. What was it you said to me back then? That if you ever became a martial saint, you would shatter the holy towers, destroy the monopolies on martial inheritance, and spread knowledge to the entire world. Tan Zhongyu's speech became increasingly rapid and frantic as he grasped for a foothold of self-righteousness to anchor his soul. Ha! Utterly ridiculous. At that moment, the cracks in his martial arts will began to close slightly, fueled by his cynicism. Lu Sheng, do you really expect me to believe you would generously and selflessly contribute the sum of your life's knowledge to the masses? Can a man truly give away everything he has earned? No. It's nothing but a grand, empty boast of youth. He is merely stronger than me at this moment, which is why the world perceives him as correct. But if I can somehow find a way to become stronger than him one day, then my path, the path of the elite, will be validated as the only correct path in the eyes of the heavens. Tan Zhongyu tightened his grip, his knuckles whitening as an incomparably fierce and sharp blade light erupted from the depths of his eyes. This concentrated brilliance was so potent it seemed to physically sever the fabric of the void, leaving behind a jagged, ephemeral trail of absolute darkness in the air. The agonizing crack that had formed within Tan Zhongyu's martial arts will vanish instantly, replaced by a radiant, crystalline light that suggested he was on the precipice of ascending to a higher, more profound realm of existence. It is only a matter of a few short months now, he mused, his voice laced with a cold, predatory anticipation. He thought of how Lu Sheng had boldly plundered the world's energy resources, a crime of such magnitude that the heavens themselves would demand a price. Once the guide finally descends from the higher planes, Lu Sheng will undoubtedly meet a swift and inescapable end. At this precise moment, Tan Zhongyu felt a grim, 100% certainty that Lu Sheng was effectively a dead man walking. Just as he was basking in this certainty, a panicked subordinate burst into the inner sanctum to deliver an urgent report. My lord, Lu Sheng has made a significant and unprecedented new progress, the messenger gasped. Tan Zhongyu's focus snapped toward him, his aura flaring dangerously. Speak plainly, he commanded. The subordinate immediately relayed the news. Lu Sheng is currently popularizing a revolutionary new body refining technique throughout the military, and the initial results are nothing short of miraculous. Tan Zhongyu was visibly startled, his composure momentarily fracturing as he exclaimed, What? What did you just say? The subordinate, trembling under his master's gaze, continued the report. Lu Sheng has done the unthinkable. He has made the core of his personal martial arts public knowledge for all to see. He has decreed that anyone with the will to learn can master this new body refining technique. A deep trace of skepticism and doubt flickered across Tan Zhongyu's face as he reached out to open the accompanying holographic file. The projection hummed to life, revealing a three-dimensional figure that began to meticulously demonstrate a sequence of steady, fluid body refining movements. However, as each movement unfolded with perfect, divine geometry, Tan Zhongyu's eyes widened, transitioning from simple surprise to a state of profound, soul-shaking shock. Within the sanctuary of his mind, the sword-shaped martial arts wheel that had so recently emitted a hopeful, glittering light began to dim rapidly, and jagged cracks started to spiderweb across its virtual blade. Tan Zhongyu slowly raised his head, his consciousness trapped in a loop, repeating the holographic movements as a voice echoed through his psyche. I will step upon the highest tower. By the time the demonstration concluded, Tan Zhongyu had fallen into a state of utter psychological disarray, a cocktail of panic, confusion, and raw terror. Lu Sheng is truly willing to share the sum of his life's knowledge. He actually did it. How could he contribute everything he has painstakingly learned? His internal monologue spiraled, voices shifting from thunderous roars to mosquito-like whispers, repeating like a mournful, demonic mantra until a final, clear cracking sound signaled the total shattering of his will. His head drooped low, his spirit exhausted and helpless, as he let out a long, bitter sigh of defeat. At that moment, the weight of the revelation became too much for his physical form to bear. Tan Zhongyu's legs gave way, and he slumped forward, kneeling upon the cold stone floor in a posture of total submission. Such a heart! How can such a spirit be described with mere words? It is truly amazing. Suddenly, a series of booms echoed across the landscape as the tall, ancient tower atop the lonely peak began to shatter and collapse into ruin. Rubble tumbled down the mountainside, the roar of falling stone alarming countless birds into flight. The golden blade of his spirit shattered into 1,000 fragments. Tan Zhongyu's mental fortress had completely disintegrated, leaving his breath hitched painfully in his throat. As the bitter truth of his comprehensive defeat invaded every corner of his mind, Tan Zhongyu muttered in a voice thick with disbelief, "I have lost. I have truly lost." Immediately after, a primal, hoarse roar burst from his lungs, carrying the weight of all the helplessness and bitterness that comes with admitting the vast, unbridgeable chasm between himself and his opponent. I have lost far too much ground to him. I am no longer in the same world. Meanwhile, inside the secluded sanctuary of Zhao Ji's private courtyard, the night was draped in the silver light of a clear moon and the caress of a gentle, cooling breeze. A youth, appearing no older than 16 or 17, sat cross-legged upon the ground, his eyes clamped shut and his face set in a solemn, meditative mask. The silence was broken by the sharp creak of the courtyard's small wooden door swinging open, followed by the steady sound of a figure approaching with measured, deliberate steps. The person arriving was none other than the woman widely considered to be the most beautiful and formidable martial saint of the Dragon Country, Lin Zhengyue. The youth, Zhao Ji, immediately snapped his eyes open, gaze clear, yet carrying an ancient, heavy sense of life's many vicissitudes. "Why have you returned so soon?" he asked, his voice betraying a flicker of surprise as he studied her. "Is the guide envoy already here ahead of schedule?" Lin Zhengyue reached up to remove her delicate silken veil, her expression unreadable as she shook her head slowly. "No, the guide envoy has not yet made his arrival on this plane." "Then what is the purpose of your return?" Zhao Ji's brow furrowed, a snap of irritation rising in his chest before he recalled his current situation. His tone softened instantly into a gentle inquiry. "The soul-nourishing elixir has not yet been exchanged. What could possibly bring you back now?" Lin Zhengyue replied with a calm, almost detached certainty. "My presence here has nothing to do with those material things. I have returned primarily because there is someone here who has requested an audience with you." The youth's frown deepened into a look of suspicion. "Someone wants to see me? Has Tan Zhongyu finally come to watch me make a pathetic fool of myself in my current state?" "Lin Zhengyue, we had a formal agreement that you would protect my person with all your might after accepting my energy essence. Tell me truly, why is Tan Zhongyu seeking me out now?" Lin Zhengyue shook her head with a firm, repetitive motion. "I never suggested it was him. It is not Tan Zhongyu who desires to see you, but someone else entirely, someone you happen to be very familiar with, though perhaps in a different light." The youth's eyes narrowed as he looked even more puzzled. "Someone I am familiar with? Who on earth could it be? Stop beating around the bush and speak his name already." Lin Zhengyue stepped to the side, bowing her head slightly in a gesture of profound respect as she ushered the visitor in. She spoke softly to the youth. "It is the master of the limitless underworld. The sixth saint, Lord Sixth, has arrived to see you." The sixth saint, Lu Sheng, strolled into the courtyard with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an aura of effortless dominance. Lu Xing even allowed a mocking smirk to play across his lips as he glanced at the youth's humble surroundings. Who is this I see, farming potatoes in such a quiet corner? Oh, it's just me. Surprise, surprise, you old bastard. The moment Zhao Ji's eyes landed on this figure, his pupils contracted with violent intensity. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably as the shock hit him. He staggered backward, his legs turning to jelly as he stammered. Why you? It's you? The sixth saint. Zhao Ji had lived for nearly 2 centuries and had encountered countless legends, but no one had left an impression as deep and visceral as this man, largely because the sixth saint had once come within a hair's breadth of beating him to death. Zhao Ji stared in horror, a realization dawning on him as he turned a frantic gaze toward Lin Zhengyue. Lin Zhengyue, what? What did you just call him? My ears must be deceiving me. Her response was clipped and precise. I called him the master of the limitless underworld, the sixth saint. Lord Sixth. Lin Zhengyue's expression remained perfectly composed, devoid of any pity. You handed over all your resources to me, and I will ensure they are returned to you eventually. But you must understand, in the presence of Lord Sixth, I cannot even ensure my own protection, let alone offer any to you. A mental buzz echoed in Zhao Ji's ears as if 100 thunderbolts had detonated simultaneously in his skull, leaving him dizzy and causing his weakened body to sway unsteadily. The master of the limitless underworld, Lord Sixth, Lin Zhengyue, a dignified and powerful martial saint, was actually addressing the sixth saint with the honorific of Lord. His mind began to race with a frantic, paralyzing fear. How many individuals on the entire surface of this planet were qualified to have a martial saint address them with such submissive respect? None. Absolutely no one. Only a guide envoy who had reached the legendary level C could force the world's most arrogant masters to bow their heads and call them Lord. Could it truly be? Have you already ascended to level C? Zhao Ji thought grimly, his mind a chaotic mess of horror. While I was hiding away in seclusion to heal my wounds, what in the name of the gods did this man do? What has happened to the world outside? A cold, poisonous terror began to crawl up his spine like a snake. Meanwhile, Lu Xing calmly examined Zhao Ji's current, pathetic state with a clinical eye. He noted the weak martial body, currently possessing the strength of a mere 6th-grade martial artist, and the fact that his martial Dao soul was still plagued by serious, unhealed injuries. Zhao Ji exuded an aura of fragility from the inside out. Thus, Lu Shang's sudden appearance had practically pushed him to the brink of a total mental breakdown. Had it been any other saint, the fear might have been manageable, but the memory of Lu Shang was too potent. Lu Shang, however, was far too disinterested to waste time on idle chatter with the broken man. He took a single, deliberate step forward, and the ambient light in the courtyard seemed to dim instantly as his aura expanded. Though the sun was still high in the afternoon sky, the air within these walls suddenly felt like the deep, oppressive dusk of a dying day. I will offer you exactly 2 choices, Lu Sheng said, his voice flat and terrifyingly calm. You can choose to live, or you can choose to die right here. I. Zhao Ji's expression shifted with frantic speed as he scanned his surroundings, his mind desperately searching for a loophole or a way to ensure his survival. Lu Sheng did not grant him the luxury of time, continuing coldly, if you are unable to provide an answer for yourself, then I shall be more than happy to make the choice on your behalf. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng vanished from his spot and reappeared directly in front of Zhao Ji, his presence suffocatingly close. Before Zhao Ji could even register a reaction or raise a hand in defense, Lu Sheng lightly pressed a seemingly nonchalant fist against the center of the old man's forehead. Zhao Ji's eyes widened in a final flash of awareness. The light within his pupils dimmed with startling speed, and his eyelids fluttered shut as his body lost all tension, falling backward toward the earth like a puppet with its strings cut. Lin Zhengyue walked over to inspect Zhao Ji's prone form. His entire body had become as rigid and stiff as a stone statue. She turned to Lu Sheng with a complex, unreadable expression and whispered, "Thank you, Lord Sixth, for showing mercy and sparing his life." At this moment, the frozen, statue-like form of Zhao Ji appeared almost comical in its extremity. His face was ghostly pale, drained of all blood by extreme panic. His eyes were bulging wide beneath his lids, his mouth was agape, and his tongue was slightly protruding. A few seconds later, his consciousness began to sink into a deep, artificially induced dream state. There is no need for your gratitude. Lu Sheng turned away, walking toward the exit while shaking his head with a cold indifference. Whether he lives or dies in the physical sense makes very little difference to the world now. Lu Sheng's precise strike had just erased nearly a century of Zhao Ji's actual memories, replacing them with a carefully fabricated tapestry of new experiences. This psychological surgery was the equivalent of Lu Sheng forcefully carving out a significant portion of Zhao Ji's martial Dao soul. Zhao Ji's very essence was now fundamentally flawed, ensuring he would never be able to return to his former peak in this lifetime. Even the prospect of breaking through to the rank of Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster would now be an uphill battle of near impossible proportions. Lu Sheng allowed a small smile to touch his lips as he added, "Sometimes, killing a man is not nearly as effective as reforming him into something useful. It is far more meaningful to have him spend his remaining years doing something that actually benefits humanity and this world." Reflecting on the complex repair and restructuring of Zhao Ji's martial spirit, Lu Sheng couldn't help but let out an internal sigh, his face twisting into an awkward, self-deprecating expression. "I truly am becoming more like a martial ancestor or an ancient saint every day. My strategic structure is becoming unfathomable even to myself. This heart, this vision, it is truly becoming terrifying." Lu Sheng then signaled for Lin Zhengyue to depart. "Go now? He will awaken shortly. Do not be here to disturb his transition." "Oh, understood." Lin Zhengyue was clearly confused by the mercy shown, but she obeyed quickly and vanished. Lu Sheng exited the courtyard, and approximately 5 minutes of heavy silence passed. Suddenly, the humorous, panicked expression on Zhao Ji's face began to fade away as his eyes fluttered and then snapped open with a new, sharp clarity. His entire being seemed to reset, his posture returning to a state of natural, fluid normalcy as he sat up. He scrambled to his feet with an explosive, manic energy and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I am alive. I have actually survived." Zhao Ji clenched his fists with trembling excitement, letting out a series of booming, hysterical laughs. "The heavens have not forsaken me yet." He felt as though he had been reborn, granted a second lease on life. However, following his wild laughter, a look of sudden, bone-deep grief and excruciating pain washed over his features. For streams of hot tears began to race down his cheeks as he gritted his teeth so hard they threatened to shatter, let out a mournful roar. "Mom, Dad, Suzu, everyone died so horribly, so tragically." Zhao Ji alternated between weeping and laughing as his eyes slowly refocused with a terrifying new purpose. He shouted to the empty courtyard, "No, I cannot stay here. I have to go back. I want revenge. Those bastards who slaughtered my entire family. They will pay for their crimes in blood." In the depths of Zhao Ji's eyes, the twin flames of unquenchable revenge blazed with a fierce, manic light. Then, he began to calmly and methodically ponder his situation. "But how can I possibly return to my original world from this place?" A moment later, his expression shifted dramatically from utter confusion to shock, then finally to a state of wild, wide-eyed ecstasy. A system? A glowing system notification had materialized in the air before his eyes. "I actually possess a system." The mission text stated with clinical coldness, "Goal: kill 10 million mutated beasts. Completion of this mission will summon the descent of the martial ancestor and grant you the full weight of the martial ancestor's legacy." The martial ancestor? Could he be the supreme being who saved me and brought me to this world? It must be him. Who else could have the power to help me reincarnate and be reborn? As the prospect of the martial ancestor's descent and legacy sank in, Zhao Ji's excitement reached a fever pitch. In other words, as long as I complete this mission, the system confirmed, I will have a genuine chance to return home. Revenge will be mine, and I might even be able to bring Mom, Dad, and Suzu back from the dead. 10 million mutated beasts. Zhao Ji's gaze became as hard as iron as he gritted his teeth, a resolve born of desperation taking hold. If I wish to obtain the martial ancestor's legacy, then I must be prepared to endure any level of suffering. It is just 10 million beasts. I will slaughter them all, sooner or later. I am heading to the front lines now. My blade thirsts for the blood of those mutated abominations. Zhao Ji's voice was a ragged edge of desperation and newfound, manic resolve. He felt a burning need to slaughter the mutated beasts, to wash away the stains of his past failures in a tide of gore. I will reverse the wheel of fate in this life. Like a madman possessed by a singular, violent epiphany, Zhao Ji spurred himself forward, his figure blurring as he sprinted out of the courtyard and vanished into the distance in a matter of seconds. This sudden, frenzied departure left Lin Zhengyue, who had been observing from the concealment of the shadows, utterly flabbergasted. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief as she processed the scene, her head turning slowly, almost mechanically, to look at Lu Sheng standing beside her. For a long, silent moment, she found herself completely devoid of the vocabulary necessary to describe the absurdity she had just witnessed. Finally, Lin Zhengyue managed to find her voice, muttering in a daze. "Lord Lu, how on earth did you manage to manipulate him like that?" The youth remained expressionless, his gaze cold. "It is hardly a feat worth mentioning," he replied dismissively. "I am simply ensuring that even trash is put to its maximum utility." A faint, predatory smirk tugged at the corners of Lu Sheng's mouth as he contemplated the simplicity of his craft. It was a subtle manipulation of the psyche, a delicate exercise in will simulation. Having absorbed a chaotic deluge of fragmented memories within the shifting sands of the dreamscape, he had simply harvested the most useful shards, rewoven them into a cohesive narrative, and forcibly implanted them into the limited confines of Zhao Ji's consciousness. In that instant, the man formerly known as Zhao Ji had been completely dismantled and reconstructed into a reborn protagonist. As for the elaborate system and the high-stakes missions that now governed his every thought, they were nothing more than spontaneous improvisations. Whimsical fictions Lu Sheng had conjured on the spot to direct Zhao Ji's newfound fervor toward a productive end. Lu Sheng felt a deep sense of aesthetic satisfaction with his handiwork. It was akin to the feeling of throwing a perfectly executed punch during boxing practice, or the sudden, soaring inspiration of a celestial steed galloping across the heavens, a divine spark that left a lingering, pleasant resonance in the soul. From this moment forward, the self-proclaimed extreme martial Saint Zhao Ji would devote every waking second of his existence to the crusade against mutated beasts for the sake of human civilization. The sheer irony of it was almost touching. Lin Zhengyue, standing close enough to sense the chilling efficiency of his mind, felt a cold sweat prickle her skin. She nodded slowly, her voice trembling slightly. "Then he is truly fortunate to have found such a final purpose under your guidance." Lu Sheng and Lin Zhengyue began to walk toward the inner sanctum of the estate. Ever mindful of the hierarchy established by his overwhelming power, Lin Zhengyue consciously maintained a position half a step behind Lu Sheng, her posture one of absolute deference and calculated respect. The duo navigated through several winding corridors, the air thick with the scent of ancient wood and incense. As they rounded a corner, they became aware of a lingering presence. Someone was watching them from a distance, their gaze fixed upon the young lord with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Lin Zhengyue's sharp eyes immediately identified the observer, and she didn't hesitate to bark out a sharp reprimand. "Lin Wanwan, what are you doing standing there staring like a mindless fool? Get back to your quarters this instant." Her voice echoed through the hall, carrying the weight of maternal authority and a hint of suppressed anxiety. Startled by her mother's harsh tone, Lin Wanwan turned tail and fled like a frightened fawn. Lu Sheng's gaze followed her for a moment, a spark of recognition lighting his eyes. "Ah, I recall Dong Qingxue mentioning her before." He noted the girl's natural innocence. Her mind seemed as clear and transparent as a polished crystal, possessing a childlike purity that was rare in this brutal world. Lu Sheng found himself harboring a surprisingly favorable impression of her, his eyes lingering on the spot where she had vanished. Lin Zhengyue was quick to notice the lingering direction of Lu Sheng's gaze, and her heart gave a sudden, hopeful flutter. Seizing what she perceived as a golden opportunity, She softened her voice, her words honeyed and suggestive. Lord Lu, do you perhaps find yourself interested in my little girl? If she has caught your eye, I would be more than willing to accept an arrangement on Wanwan's behalf. The proposition caught Lu Sheng entirely off guard, and for a moment, the composed youth looked genuinely flustered, a light sheen of sweat appearing on his brow. He waved his hands dismissively, his voice hurried. You must be joking, transcendent martial saint. Surely you jest. I already have a fiancé. It is not as you imagine. Lin Zhengyue, however, remained undeterred, a knowing smile playing on her lips. In the early eras of the martial path, it was perfectly commonplace for men of distinction to take multiple wives and concubines. In this age of crisis, it is even more vital. Lord Lu is a celestial prodigy, the very pinnacle of human potential. For you to sire many children would be a contribution of paramount importance to the future of the Azure Dragon Star. Lu Sheng could only shake his head with a wry, bitter smile, realizing the futility of arguing logic against her ambitions. Let us drop the subject. I truly have no interest in little girls. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyue's mind began to race with new, more daring possibilities. He isn't interested in young girls? Does that imply his tastes lean toward those with more maturity and experience? Her demeanor shifted instantly, becoming fluid, gentle, and overtly alluring. She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. Then, if the young are not to your liking, what about me, my lord? The sheer boldness of the question caused a fresh spray of sweat to erupt from Lu Sheng's forehead like a pressurized fountain. Lin Jingyue drew even closer, her floral scent clouding his senses as she murmured into his ear, My husband departed this world many years ago, and I have lived a solitary life ever since. To serve a man of your stature, my lord, it is certainly not out of the question. Lu Sheng's mind went blank for a heartbeat as a single, panicked thought echoed through his skull. What the hell? A widow scenario? He cleared his throat loudly, trying to reclaim his composure. Cough. Transcendent martial saint, I must ask you to maintain some self-respect. I am not the kind of person who indulges in such arrangements. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Jingyue's features at his rejection, but she was a woman of vast experience. The beautiful martial saint smoothly pivoted the conversation, her expression shifting back to one of professional charm. She let out a soft, melodic laugh. Hee, very well. It seems Lord Lu is as disciplined in his personal life as he is in his martial arts. So, regarding the matter at hand, do you truly intend to keep the energy crystal rather than returning it? Lu Sheng's expression hardened, his handsome features setting into a mask of cold, uncompromising authority. He fixed her with a piercing stare, looking every bit the indomitable warrior. What of it? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. Is it forbidden for me to keep what I have claimed? The sheer intensity of Lu Sheng's gaze caused Lin Jingyue's pulse to quicken with genuine anxiety. She swallowed hard before replying. Lord Lu, you must understand. If you refuse to surrender that energy crystal, you may find yourself in incredibly deep trouble. The consequences could be catastrophic. Lin Jingyue continued, her voice tight with mounting dread. The guide is not a mere local power. He originates from the depths of space, sent by a high-level martial civilization. Even if we were at the same cultivation level, we natives of the Azure Dragon Star are simply no match for their advanced techniques and resources. Furthermore, the guide has already reached the terrifying height of rank M, Lord Lu. Though your power is undeniably overpowered by our standards, you must weigh this decision very carefully. Intrigued by her warnings, Lu Sheng leaned back, his curiosity piqued. It seems you possess a wealth of knowledge regarding this guide and the civilization that backs him. Tell me everything you know, transcendent martial saint. Do not leave out a single detail. A small, fleeting sense of pride warmed Lin Jingyue's chest at being able to provide information he lacked. It is not that I am a scholar, she admitted, but when one lives as long as I have, one tends to overhear things that others might miss. With a practiced motion, Lin Jingyue reached out and tapped a sequence onto a nearby control panel. A large, high-definition holographic screen shimmered into existence before them, casting a cool blue light across the room. She hesitated for a brief moment, organizing her thoughts, before speaking in a measured tone. The Azure Dragon Star is categorized as a Tier 1 resource planet within the jurisdictional boundaries of the Heavenly Serpent Star system. And the guide. He is an emissary dispatched from a formidable star battlefield, a place where the stakes of war reach cosmic proportions. Lu Sheng frowned, the unfamiliar terminology swirling in his mind. Tier 1 resource planet? Star battlefield? Is this the standard nomenclature used by advanced martial civilizations to classify celestial bodies? Lin Jinghua nodded. Yes, it is a system based entirely on a planet's inherent attributes and strategic value. For instance, the Azure Dragon Star is classified as Tier 1 because it produces energy crystals, a spacefaring resource, but the yields are not significant enough to warrant a higher tier. As for star battlefields, they are sectors located on the front lines of the beast invasions, characterized by constant, high-intensity warfare, much like the garrison zones that guard the dungeons on our own world. Beyond those, she continued, the universe contains garden planets, which boast breathtaking scenery and natural wonders, but lack significant resources or advanced civilizations. There are also habitation planets, suited for general population growth, and even garbage planets, which serve as the final resting place for the industrial waste of the cosmos. It is a vast, cold hierarchy. Regardless of the category, every planet is assigned a numerical level. The higher the level, the more valuable the planet is deemed, and the more protection, or exploitation, it receives from the ruling powers. Lu Sheng absorbed this information, his mind drawing parallels with the world he knew. It sounds remarkably like the social stratification of the Azure Dragon Star, he thought. It seems that in the vastness of the universe, wherever there are sentient beings, the fundamental dynamics of power and greed remain the same. Lu Sheng looked at her with renewed interest. You seem remarkably well-informed, transcendent martial saint. Are you perhaps a displaced space aristocrat from some distant civilization, stranded here on our backwater world? Lin Jinghua let out a genuine laugh at the suggestion. Lord Lu, you have a vivid imagination. I know these things only because the guide was quite vocal about them during his visits. But I am surprised. How is it that you know of terms like space aristocrats? Lu Sheng gave a small, self-deprecating shrug. TCH, I suppose I've spent too much time reading web novels. It wasn't hard to make an educated guess. Lin Jinghua's smile faded, replaced by an expression of grim gravity. According to the guide, any planet, no matter how peaceful, has the potential to degenerate into a star battlefield. Once a beast invasion crosses a certain threshold of severity, the planet is reclassified. Our Azure Dragon Star currently shows immense potential to become such a war zone. The solemnity on Lin Jinghua's face was palpable as she spoke those words. She paused, looking visibly hesitant, as if the next truth was too heavy to carry. Oh, how can I even put this into words that make sense? Every 10 years, the guide's arrival serves a dual purpose. Beyond the mere collection of our meager resources, he performs a critical evaluation. He monitors the rate of the beast invasion, measuring the decay of our world's defenses. Lu Sheng blinked, the scale of the threat finally coming into focus. In other words, the threat of the beast invasion isn't just our local problem. It's a plague affecting the entire universe. Lin Jinghua sighed. I cannot speak for the whole universe, but it is certainly the reality for the Heavenly Serpent Star system. Countless civilizations are struggling desperately to find a solution. And make no mistake, there are many civilizations out there. Martial civilization is merely one of the more aggressive and powerful branches. There are others, such as... Her voice trailed off, her mind hitting a wall. She looked like a broken record, unable to articulate the concepts that lay beyond her provincial understanding. Finally, she managed to finish. There is more out there than we can possibly imagine. After their lengthy exchange of information, Lu Sheng fell into a deep, pensive silence. Lin Jinghua's revelations had confirmed his darkest suspicions. The battlefield was infinitely larger than his small world. Knowing that the Azure Dragon Star was just one small piece on a cosmic chessboard actually served to alleviate some of his inner turmoil. If the sky falls, there will be giants out there to hold it up, he realized. He no longer felt the crushing weight of having to be the sole savior of humanity. While he still believed that with great power comes great responsibility, He felt he could now narrow his focus. He would protect his own piece of land, slowly disseminate his martial arts to strengthen the people of the Azure Dragon Star, and let the cosmic powers worry about the universe. That alone would be a merit beyond measure. Lin Zhengyue broke his silence, her voice tinged with a mix of warning and resignation. In short, the guide believes it is only a matter of time before the Azure Dragon Star becomes a true star battlefield. However, that transition may take centuries. Not even rank M experts like him might live to see that day. When it happens, the air will be unbreathable for humans. But as I said, that is a problem for a very distant future. She managed a small, forced smile, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. At the very least, we of this generation will surely be able to live out the remainder of our lives in relative peace. As those words left her mouth, the immortal cell nestled between Lu Sheng's eyebrows gave a sudden, violent throb. A cold wave of intuition washed over him, causing his heart to constrict with an involuntary sense of impending doom. Lu Sheng's face instantly darkened, and he snapped at her with uncharacteristic sharpness. Silence. Spouting such flags is an absolute taboo. Lin Zhengyue stared at him, startled by his sudden outburst. Lu Sheng didn't explain his agitation. He took a deep breath, calmed his racing heart, and asked in a low voice, "Let us change the subject. Have you truly never entertained the thought of leaving the Azure Dragon Star behind?" "You are right to ask," she replied with a sigh. "With a talent and strength as monstrous as yours, Lord Lu, you have every right to seek a life among the stars. But for me? No, I have no such ambitions. I simply wish to see a house full of grandchildren and live out my days in quiet harmony. The path of martial arts is too long, too arduous. While I aim for higher realms, I am honest enough with myself to know it is a dream, not a destination. I am well aware that breaking through to the level of a martial saint was my absolute limit. I have spent more than half my life gambling with death for the sake of power. I believe I have earned the right to spend my remaining years doing what I actually enjoy." Lin Zhengyue let out a long, weary sigh before looking at Lu Sheng with genuine concern. "Lord Lu, if you truly intend to leave this planet, you cannot afford to make an enemy of the guide. Whether it is the secret to advancing beyond rank 10 or the physical means to traverse the void, both are held exclusively in his hands. Our local technology is simply incapable of producing vessels that can survive the vacuum of space." Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with calculation. He knew she was right. Escaping the gravity of the Azure Dragon Star wasn't just a matter of martial prowess. Without the necessary technological infrastructure, even the strongest warrior was grounded. He doubted even a rank 9 martial saint could survive the radiation and cold of deep space with their physical body alone. Lu Sheng nodded curtly. "Rest assured, I am mindful of the stakes." Lin Zhengyue seemed relieved. "Good. Then let me share more about their technology, the appearance of the guide's species, the streamlined shape of the star vessels they arrive in. Much of what we consider high-tech, the alien marrow fluids, the hyperdense cold weapons, the psychic resonant gear, it was all bestowed upon us by them." She continued to ramble, the conversation flowing freely now that the initial tension had broken. Then, with the suddenness of a lightning strike, Lin Zhengyue dropped a conversational bombshell. She circled back to the topic of marriage, suggesting with a straight face that he take Lin Wanwan as a concubine. "Truly, Lord Lu, I beg of you to reconsider Wanwan. She is a rare treasure." Or, she added with a playful, yet dangerously sharp glint in her eye, "perhaps you should reconsider my previous offer?" Lu Sheng chose to play deaf, his face turning a bright shade of crimson. He began sweating profusely, scratching the back of his neck and stammering. Where were we? I believe we were discussing spacefaring vessels." Internally, Lu Sheng was performing a massive facepalm. If Dong Qingxue ever finds out about this, he pondered the hypothetical. If she actually said yes, would I really have the heart to refuse? He tried to bolster his own ego. "I am a man of principle. One wife. But then again, I truly hate to see a woman in tears. Perhaps it would be more merciful to just accept them all." He tried to sound like a tough, decisive protagonist in his mind, but it ended in a defeated sigh. "No, I must stick to the policy. It just sucks that my excellence has to cause so much heartbreak." I suppose the only solution is to hold them all in my arms at once. After several hours of navigating Lin Jingyue's relentless conversational minefields and absorbing fragments of cosmic lore, the martial saint finally extended an invitation for dinner. The entire inner circle gathered for the meal. Lin Wanwan was there, looking bashful, alongside Dong Xingyi and the various other geniuses Lu Sheng had thoroughly humbled during the World Grandmaster Tournament. Dong Xingyi, in particular, looked like he was suffering from a permanent facial cramp as he tried to force a polite smile in Lu Sheng's presence. As the veil of night descended over the estate, Lu Sheng finally retreated to his private quarters. The air was still, but his mind was a whirlwind of new information and cosmic possibilities. Seeking clarity and strength, he closed his eyes and dived deep into the familiar, cold embrace of his consciousness. Lu Sheng retreated into the ethereal depths of the dreamscape, his consciousness diving through layers of archived data to unearth any scrap of intelligence regarding the cosmic theater. With a focused surge of mental will, he frantically summoned the system's holographic interface, his eyes scanning the flickering runes for a truth that had eluded him. The search results were frustratingly hollow. The database contained absolutely no information regarding the vast reaches of outer space. Lu Sheng had hoped to cross-reference Lin Jingyue's celestial gossip with the dreamscape's ancient repositories, but he found nothing but a digital void. Every lead proved to be a dead end, leaving the veracity of her claims unverified and leaving his curiosity burning. His progress remained stagnant, firmly locked at authority level 10 without any sign of a breakthrough. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a slow nod accompanying his realization of the system's harsh requirements. To ascend to the elusive level 11, he would either have to manifest the power of a true level 9 martial saint or find a way to utterly crush a level 10 entity in single combat. While staring intently at the user interface, Lu Sheng found himself fixated on the latest set of system update notes. The projected path of his life had been recalibrated. He was now expected to survive 3 full force strikes from a level 10 guide without succumbing to death, and then achieve a level 9 breakthrough within a tight 3-year window. It was a sobering reminder that, despite his meteoric rise, a vast chasm still separated him from the power of the guide. At the very least, I can guarantee that I won't be easily killed, Lu Sheng murmured, a predatory smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He felt no trace of fear. Instead, a dark excitement bubbled within him. This was exactly the kind of overwhelming pressure he craved, the sort of near-death adversity that would eventually forge his spirit into that of a goddamn monster. He exhaled slowly, steadying his internal rhythms as he prepared to see what the future held. Let us see what the tapestry of fate has woven for the next chapter of this journey, he whispered to the shimmering air. He swiped his hand across the interface to scroll further down, but the confident smirk vanished instantly. His eyes locked onto the glowing text, the color draining from his face as his body froze mid-motion. Lu Sheng stood there, completely dumbfounded, staring at the screen with the stunned, wide-eyed look of a deer caught in the blinding glare of a predator's headlights. The interface flashed a catastrophic bombshell that threatened to shatter his resolve. The cold, mechanical text predicted his demise. Next year, subject killed in action during the total destruction of the Azure Dragon Star. He was destined to fall at the age of 28, a revelation that left him reeling with a sense of what the actual hell. The thought of dying again was bad enough, but the notion of the entire Azure Dragon Star being wiped out as if by a cosmic snap of fingers was incomprehensible. Lu Sheng began spamming his profile page with frantic intensity, mashing the virtual controls like a desperate gamer, but the Grim Reaper's biography remained stubbornly unchanged. After a long moment of stunned silence, Lu Sheng finally forced himself to accept this grim reality. He began to analyze the data. The dreamscape had synthesized this ending based on every scrap of information it had consumed. If it projected this outcome, it meant the system had detected a threat or a variable that Lu Sheng was currently blind to, a missing piece of a deadly puzzle. What could possibly cause such a cataclysm? His brain roared into overdrive. To nuke an entire planet into oblivion was a feat of power that defied logic. Even a breakthrough to the pinnacle of a level 9 martial saint wouldn't be enough to stop it. Even a level 10 powerhouse lacked the destructive capacity to erase a world so completely. The culprit had to be an entity of level 11, or perhaps something even more transcendent. Lu Xing speculated that this existential threat was either an invader from the deepest reaches of outer space or a nightmare that had finally crawled its way out of the spatial rifts. He immediately recalled that nameless, Lovecraftian shadow he had encountered within the rift, the most terrifying existence he had ever witnessed. In the presence of that thing, he felt like a mere insect staring at a mountain. If such a rift monster was the cause, wiping out the Azure Dragon Star would be mere child's play. While dimensional walls usually kept such freaks at bay, nothing in the universe was absolute. Between the rift and the looming space threat, Lu Xing broke into a cold sweat, realizing he couldn't even find a starting clue to prevent the apocalypse. The frustration boiled over, and with a sudden roar of rage, Lu Xing kicked the ground with all his might. The impact was cataclysmic. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from his foot, tearing through the landscape for miles and shattering the very foundations of the virtual terrain for a 10-kilometer stretch. The earth beneath him collapsed and sank into a jagged crater as Lu Xing exhaled deeply, forcing his heart rate to slow. A complex mixture of emotions brewed within him. He was the sole bearer of this doomsday clock, thrust back into the role of a savior just as he thought he could rest. If he failed to act, everyone he loved would become stardust in just 8 years. He clutched his head, screaming into the void. This is absolute bullshit. He couldn't help but direct some of his fury toward Lin Zhengyue. If she hadn't jinxed the planet with her optimistic talk, perhaps this wouldn't feel so personal. Only the night before, Lin Zhengyue had confidently proclaimed that their world would remain peaceful for many lifetimes. Yet here he was, staring at a prophecy of total annihilation scheduled for the very next night in the grand scheme of time. The irony was as bitter as gall. While he blamed her cursed tongue for the bad omen, a flicker of hope remained. He still had 8 years until he reached the fatal age of 28. He had already climbed from the depths of obscurity to his current height in just 2 years. Having 8 more years to prepare for doomsday was a lifetime in the eyes of a genius. The coming years would be a descent into hellish training, but by the time the enemy arrived, he might just be strong enough to one-shot the invisible threat. He briefly considered a tactical retreat as a final contingency. If the enemy proved truly invincible, could he simply flee? If he couldn't save the planet, his priority would be to yeet his family and friends off the Azure Dragon Star before the end. He had no intention of throwing his life away in a suicidal stand if there was a way to escape. However, that was strictly a worst-case scenario. A second later, his resolve hardened once more. He wasn't a saint by any definition, but he also wasn't the kind of scumbag who could comfortably peace out and leave billions of innocent souls to be vaporized while he watched from a distance. Damn it all, Lu Xing growled, taking a deep, steadying breath. His eyes sharpened, turning as hard as flint. The path forward was clear. He had to get stronger, and he had to do it at a pace that defied the laws of nature. He had to become powerful enough to seize fate by the throat and change the future. 7 days later, standing at the grand entrance of the Lu family villa, the morning sun cast long shadows across the pavement. "Mom, Dad, we're heading out now," Lu Xing called out, his voice echoing against the stone walls. Lu Xing and Dong Qingxue stood by the gate, flanked by a small mountain of luggage. They waved goodbye to the gathered family, looking like any other young couple embarking on a journey, despite the celestial power Lu Xing carried in his veins. Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan stood together as a devoted couple, with Lu Qinghe fidgeting beside them, all of them present to see the pair off on their significant trip. "You kids are already heading out again after staying for only a few days?" Zheng Yufan complained, her face radiating a mother's pure reluctance to see her son leave. Lu Hai gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Honey, they are off to visit Qingshue's family this time. She is a wonderful girl, and it is high time they settled their affairs with her parents." He watched Lu Xing's retreating figure with a quiet, unspeakable joy, his eyes shining with the pride of a father watching his son finally mature and prepare to start a life of his own. As they moved away from the villa, Dong Qingxue and Lu Xing walked hand in hand, their fingers interlaced in a display of quiet, incredible affection that spoke volumes of their bond. Dong Qingxue tilted her head, looking at Lu Sheng with a curious spark in her eyes. Be honest with me, she asked softly. Are you feeling nervous about this meeting, or perhaps a little stressed? Lu Sheng squeezed her hand reassuringly and let out a light-hearted laugh. Not at all. Honestly, you should be asking your father that question. I'd be willing to bet he's the one who is absolutely freaking out right now. At that very moment, within the refined atmosphere of the Dong family estate, the household was in a state of quiet chaos. Dong Qingxue's father, Dong Patian, was attempting to maintain his composure by sipping a cup of coffee while perusing the morning newspaper. Suddenly, the distinguished elder spat the entire mouthful across the table, coughing and roaring. What the actual hell? This is just dry powder. I completely forgot to add the water, he grumbled, wiping his chin. Dong Qingxue's mother witnessed the blunder and immediately turned to scold him. What on earth is wrong with you? You're trying to drink concentrated coffee grounds before you've even boiled the kettle. Are you even fully awake yet? Or has your brain turned to mush? You are far too old to be this careless, she continued, huffing as she brought over a pot of steaming hot water and carefully poured it into his cup to dissolve the dry remains. The old man offered a wry, strained smile, shaking his head in embarrassment. Ugh, I am supposed to be a dignified rank 7 grandmaster, for heaven's sake. I suppose I'm just far too nervous. It's the thought of that legendary big shot arriving at our doorstep that has my entire body feeling stiff and tense. Dong Qingxue's mother paused, her tone softening as she retorted, Is the situation truly that grave? He's just our future son-in-law coming for a visit, isn't he? You're starting to make me feel incredibly nervous now as well. Dong Patian immediately scoffed, looking at his wife with an expression of disbelief. What do you know of such matters, woman? Do you even realize what kind of figure he has become? He is the god of the dragon division. He has obliterated saints with his bare hands and reached the absolute pinnacle of human evolution. Any single one of his titles is a divine halo sufficient to make a person's heart pound in their chest, let alone all of them concentrated within one young man. The mother nodded slowly and sat down beside him, her expression turning complicated. Hearing you list it all like that, it makes me feel quite jittery too. Tell me, how could such an overpowered figure take a genuine liking to our daughter? For the past 2 days, I've felt like I'm floating on air, constantly worried that I'm just living inside a beautiful dream. Dong Patian felt both amused and helpless. If his wife felt like she was dreaming, he felt as though his entire reality had been rewritten by a god. A figure of Lu Sheng's caliber hadn't graced the martial arts world in over 3 centuries, and it was likely that another 300 years would pass before anyone stood as his equal. The most staggering point was his age. He was barely over 20. To call him a genius felt like an insult to his terrifying potential. That such a globally dominant figure had eyes only for his daughter was a miracle. Ever since the news broke, Dong Patian had to violently circulate his qi and blood dozens of times a day just to anchor his consciousness to the real world, fearing he might wake up from a dream at any moment. Before I turned 70, I always believed my 2 sons were my greatest pride, he mused. Who would have ever guessed that my crowning achievement in this life was actually fathering my 3rd daughter, Dong Qingxue? Dong Patian sighed, his voice filled with an endless sense of wonder and disbelief. The elegant woman beside him beamed with a happy, radiant smile. It must be the blessing of the Dong family ancestors from 10 generations ago, manifesting to grant us this luck. Besides, our daughter clearly takes after my side of the family. Dong Patian lamented internally but kept his mouth shut. He knew better than to suggest that if she were truly like her mother, the family would be in trouble. Just then, a sharp chime echoed as a notification popped up on his smartphone. Qingxue and the guest will arrive at the Dalian Mountain Airport in exactly 3 minutes. Dong Qingxue's mother gasped in surprise. They're almost here already? That's incredibly fast. Dong Potion's expression shifted to one of sheer shock as he scrambled to his feet and rushed toward the door. I need to do a final check to ensure everything is perfectly arranged. We must go down to the arrival gate immediately and tell the staff downstairs they are not to treat him as a mere son-in-law. They are to worship him like a living ancestor. The beautiful woman suddenly paused, a frown marring her features. The Qin family and the Wang family also received word of his arrival. They are currently en route to the Dalian Mountain Airport as well. Do you think that's appropriate? Perhaps we should tell them to turn back and give us privacy? Dong Patian shook his head, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. Both families reached out to me beforehand to show respect. We have been close for generations, and by both custom and reason, they should be present to welcome a figure of his stature. His wife nodded quickly. In that case, let me change into a more formal outfit and I will join you immediately. Meanwhile, at the Dalian Mountain Airport, an immense and disciplined crowd had already gathered, filling the terminal with a palpable sense of anticipation. The massive private transport plane descended gracefully through the clouds, and below, rows of officials and soldiers stood in perfectly straight lines, their faces set in expressions of solemn gravity. The engines wound down as the plane came to a complete stop. The hatch opened, and Lu Sheng emerged, firmly holding Dong Qingshue's hand as they stepped out onto the boarding stairs. Waiting for them was a phalanx of high-ranking military officers, their uniforms crisp and their posture impeccable. They gazed at Lu Sheng with a fervent, almost religious reverence before snapping into a crisp salute. We respectfully await your commands, Grandmaster. The ceremonial motorcade is prepared and standing by. Please, provide us with your instructions. They knew exactly who they were welcoming. Not just a hero, but the living god of the Dragon Division. Lu Sheng's vast spiritual energy rippled outward, granting him a clear view of the massive formation waiting outside the airport gates. Holy crap, he thought, momentarily stunned. There was a motorcade of luxury sedans flanked by heavy military vehicles and even armored tanks. He saw an honor guard composed of thousands of elite, heavily armed soldiers. Lu Sheng couldn't help but frown slightly. Are they planning to clear the entire city's roads just for me? In the early days of his martial arts journey, he had looked up to the legendary powerhouses with a sense of awe, admiring how the world would bend to clear a path for them wherever they walked. He had once thought such grand displays were majestic and cool as hell. But as his own strength reached the heavens and his status soared, he found himself increasingly conflicted by this kind of overwhelming grandeur. He realized that the more one stood at the absolute center of a worshipping crowd, the more one lost the simple, unburdened joys of an ordinary human being. Dong Qingxue leaned in, sensing his hesitation, and whispered, "Should we just bypass the ceremony and walk over ourselves?" The young man nodded happily, a look of relief washing over his face. "Yes, let's do that. I know you've never been one for these over-the-top commotions." Lu Sheng, balancing the heavy luggage with effortless, one-handed strength while cradling his wife protectively with his other arm, let out a calm, nonchalant breath. "It's time for us to take our leave. There is nothing left for us here," he remarked, his voice steady and serene despite the immense weight he carried. In a sudden, jarring blur of motion that defied the laws of physics, the pair vanished into thin air. They left behind a group of high-ranking, battle-hardened generals who stood frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of raw shock and utter bewilderment at the empty space where the couple had been just a second before. The entire squad was left in a state of collective paralysis, their jaws hanging open and eyes bulging with disbelief at the impossible feat. Where the hell did they go? Did they just evaporate? One of them managed to stammer out, his voice cracking. "Holy crap, that's impossible. Am I losing my mind, or was that actually a high-level movement technique?" Another whispered, rubbing his eyes as if to clear a hallucination. They had already vanished from the immediate vicinity entirely. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away, Lu Sheng had already materialized by the roadside and was calmly flagging down a passing taxi as if nothing had happened. Inside the vehicle, Dong Qingxue leaned forward and spoke to the taxi driver with a soft, melodic tone that carried an air of refined grace. "Driver, please take us to the Green Lake Villa located at the base of Daling Mountain," she requested gently, her eyes reflecting the passing city lights. The driver, a middle-aged man with a naturally cheerful and talkative disposition, adjusted his cap and nodded enthusiastically. "You got it, folks. Just sit back, buckle your seatbelts, and I'll have you there before you can finish a conversation," he replied, shifting the car into gear. As they navigated through the traffic, the taxi driver couldn't help but steals several curious glances at the two passengers through his rearview mirror. Pardon my intrusion, but are you two some kind of celebrity couple from the entertainment industry? You both look like you stepped straight off a movie set. It's not just the looks. It's that incredible, commanding aura you both have, he continued, shaking his head in genuine wonder. I've been driving this cab for decades, and I've never seen anyone quite like you. You two are definitely top-tier elites, truly a match made in heaven, like a golden couple from the old legends. He spoke of them as a perfect match, his words dripping with sincere flattery and admiration. Hearing the driver's unabashed praise, Lu Sheng felt a swell of light-hearted pride and responded with a warm, genuine smile. You're far too kind, sir. We're just ordinary people traveling home, he joked. Lu Sheng couldn't suppress a light chuckle as he turned to Dong Qingxue with a mischievous glint in his eye. Qingxue, remind me to give this driver an extra 100 RMB tip for his keen eye and honesty. He's a good man. Dong Qingxue playfully pinched his palm in response, her lips curling into a reluctant but beautiful smile. Ever since Lu Sheng's ascent within the Dragon Brigade, his status had skyrocketed like a rocket, making such mundane experiences as taking a taxi a rare and nostalgic occurrence. Re-experiencing the simple, rhythmic hum of a taxi ride felt surprisingly refreshing and new to him. He didn't find the driver's constant chatter annoying at all. Instead, he took the initiative to engage in the conversation with genuine interest. During the journey, Lu Sheng felt a rhythmic surge of qi circulating through his heart, matching his joyful mood and leading to a faint, instinctive realization of a natural breathing technique. Beside him, Dong Qingxue remained silent, content to listen to his light-hearted banter while occasionally smiling at his enthusiasm. Half an hour later, the taxi pulled up near their destination. The driver slowed down and parked quite a distance from the main entrance, staring at the fleet of armored luxury vehicles gathered ahead. Good heavens, is there some legendary big shot visiting today? This is an incredible display of power. Are you too sure you can even get in? There's a security perimeter everywhere. It looks like a restricted private fortress. Lu Sheng settled the fare with a generous addition and stepped out of the car with a knowing, confident smirk on his face. Don't you worry about us, driver. We've got our own ways of getting in. We'll just find a gap and sneak through, he said with a playful wink. The taxi driver laughed, assuming the young man was merely joking around. Haha. Well, just make sure you don't get caught by those serious-looking guards. Good luck to the both of you. In his heart, however, he sensed their extraordinary vibe and suspected they might be young masters and ladies from a powerful family who truly could bypass the rules. The Green Lake Villa at the foot of Daling Mountain served as the prestigious private residence of the Dong family. At this moment, the area surrounding the villa was swarming with people, crowded like a disturbed ant hill. Among them were numerous martial artist bodyguards with sharp, piercing gazes patrolling the grounds. Even a complete novice could tell that these massive, high-level preparations were all intended to welcome the arrival of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue stepped out of the vehicle and gazed at the overwhelming spectacle from a safe distance. The young man let out a sharp whistle of genuine surprise. Damn, there are way too many people here. Is this some kind of mistake? All this fanfare just to meet my father-in-law? It looks like we really have no choice but to sneak in quietly through the side. After scanning the bustling crowd with a quick, practiced gaze, Dong Qingxue and Lu Sheng immediately identified a familiar silhouette standing near the perimeter. Look over there near the gate, she whispered. That's Qin Xiaojun. Hey, look at him. Let's go over and give him a surprise greeting, Lu Sheng suggested with a grin. At that moment, Qin Xiaojun was leaning against a stone pillar, absent-mindedly puffing away at a cigarette. When he heard footsteps and turned his head, his eyes widened in absolute shock. He was so caught off guard by their sudden appearance that he actually lost his footing, stumbling backward and nearly falling flat on his rear in a state of total, wide-eyed alarm. It's really you two. What are you doing here? He gasped. Lu Sheng, enjoying the confusion, decided to playfully bully his old friend. Hey, watch your tone. Shouldn't you be saluting when you see a general? Stand at attention, keep your mouth shut, and show some respect, he joked. Qin Xiaojun's face darkened instantly as he shouted back in mock fury. Lu Sheng, you're really pushing it. Don't you dare forget who played matchmaker and helped you win over Dong Qingxue. Have you no shame? Lu Sheng laughed, stepping forward to extend his hand in a friendly gesture. Can't you take a joke? It's been a long time, Instructor Qin. Qin Xiaojun froze for a second, a strange, knowing light flickering in his eyes before he solemnly shook Lu Sheng's hand. Haha, it really has been a while. So, tell me the truth, Lu Sheng. Did you two rush back here because you caught wind of the big news circulating through the upper echelons of the capital? Lu Sheng tilted his head, looking genuinely perplexed and bewildered. Big news. I have no idea what you're talking about. What's going on that has everyone so worked up today? Qin Xiaojun leaned in close to reveal the latest gossip. You two are seriously out of the loop. Everyone is talking about the new god of war from the Dragon Brigade. He's been traveling the globe, absolutely crushing martial saints left and right. People are saying he's surpassed every known master. And that new body refinement technique being pushed in the military? That's his masterpiece. It's completely revolutionary and groundbreaking. Dong Qingxue's face mirrored the shock, her curiosity clearly piqued by the description. Is this man truly as invincible as the rumors suggest? To defeat all the global martial saints is an unthinkable feat, Lu Sheng. Have you ever crossed paths with him? I only knew you defeated the extreme Dao martial saint. Lu Sheng started breaking into a cold sweat. He hadn't fully disclosed the extent of his achievements to his wife yet. It wasn't just Qin Xiaojun who was in the dark. Even Dong Qingxue didn't realize that her husband was the very monster they were discussing. While many knew of the Dragon Brigade's new god, very few knew his civilian identity. Dong Qingxue simply assumed Lu Sheng's high status was due to his immense talent being fostered by the brigade. Lu Sheng had intended to come clean during this visit, but the situation was becoming increasingly awkward. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he pouted slightly, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the military to keep my identity so tightly under wraps. I was worried about too much publicity, but seeing the crowd at the Dong family's gate, it seems they already know who's coming. I was planning to tell Qingxue last. I just hope she won't be furious that she was the last one in the world to find out the truth. Qin Xiaojun continued to pepper Lu Sheng with questions. By the way, what actually happened during that last all-military region drill? Why was all information about it suppressed? They even slapped a top-secret classification on the whole event. Come on, give me the details. Technically, you're a martial saint-level powerhouse now, only a step behind that big shot, so you must know something. Dong Qingxue interjected, crossing her arms and looking at Lu Sheng. You just said yourself that it's top secret, so why are you prying? Besides, Lu Sheng hasn't even told me the details of that drill yet. Lu Sheng's internal panic increased, the sweat now pouring down his face as he tried to remain inconspicuous. Hey, I wasn't the one who asked. He's the one digging. Lu Sheng squeaked out. Dong Qingxue's gaze turned sharp and furious. Are you really trying to deflect the blame? You've got some nerve keeping secrets. Lu Sheng felt a literal chill run down his spine. He didn't dare utter another word. Qin Xiaojun urged them along impatiently. Let's head inside where we can talk more freely. I heard that legendary big shot is expected to arrive here any moment. I honestly thought you two came back specifically for his visit, but it seems you're more clueless than I am. Dong Qingxue looked thoughtful and curious. Why would such a powerful figure come to our Dong family residence specifically? Qin Xiaojun raised a single finger, speaking with absolute conviction. Word on the street is that he's here to choose a concubine. And it's not just the Dong family. After this, he's scheduled to visit my Qin family and then the Wang family. He's apparently visiting dozens of influential families across the capital province to take his pick of the best candidates. Think about it, Qin Xiaojun continued. The more powerful a master is, the more precious and potent their genetic legacy becomes. Their offspring are guaranteed to have monstrous martial arts talent. Lu Sheng, hearing this absurd and embarrassing rumor about himself, almost choked and figuratively spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in sheer indignation. The young man's eyes grew cold as he quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, his mind racing with curses. Who the hell was spreading this absolute garbage? It sounded like the plot of some trashy, 47-hour-long epic about a degenerate demon lord looking for a harem. This is straight-up fire. You've got to show some love to the storytellers in the comments for that drama. Someone might have joked, But Lu Sheng's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated disbelief. He stared at Qin Xiaojun with an expression that screamed, "Where the hell did you even hear such a thing?" Qin Xiaojun remained as cool as a cucumber, completely unfazed by Lu Sheng's reaction. What's the big deal? A martial saint choosing a consort is a tradition as old as time. Even the extreme martial saints have done it multiple times in the past to ensure their lineage continues. Qin Xiaojun kept rattling off facts like he was an expert on the subject. Our dragon division finally produced a god-tier character. If they don't find at least 17 or 18 high-quality partners to produce a small army of kids, the old geysers running the division will probably have a collective heart attack and rage quit. Qin Xiaojun slung an arm around Lu Sheng's shoulders, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Plus, I heard our new god of war is actually quite young. You know what that means for a man? Hormones are raging. 17 or 18 women probably won't even be enough to keep him satisfied. Qin Xiaojun held up a finger, continuing his ridiculous clowning. Based on my years of experience and looking at the scale of this recruitment, I'd say he's planning to marry at least. Lu Sheng froze entirely, a giant, what the hell, flashing in neon letters across his brain. Qin Xiaojun declared with supreme confidence, the god of war is going to need at least 100 wives as a bare minimum. He's got to reach that number to secure the future of the military. There's absolutely no doubt about it in my mind. It's a numbers game. Lu Sheng's expression darkened until it resembled the deepest parts of the abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a sharp, echoing punch directly to the top of Qin Xiaojun's head. Are you really standing here spreading these baseless, idiotic rumors? Do you take pride in peddling fake news? He seethed. Qin Xiaojun, clutching his throbbing head and wincing in pain, retorted indignantly, "Hey, what's your problem? How is this a rumor? It's logical. You just wouldn't understand the complexities of high-level martial politics even if I explained it to you." Qin Xiaojun waved a hand dismissively, but then a sudden thought seemed to strike him. He propped his chin up with his hand and turned to look at Dong Qingxue with a sudden, localized seriousness that felt out of place. He leaned toward Lu Sheng and whispered urgently, "Listen, when the god of war actually descends later, you absolutely must find a way to freeze Dong Qingxue or hide her. I mean it, if she catches his eye, it's game over for you. It ain't going to be pretty." Dong Qingxue's expression shifted instantly, her eyes filling with visible anxiety as she processed the conversation. She instinctively moved a little closer to Lu Sheng, her hand reaching out to grasp his sleeve as if seeking protection from the unknown threat. Hearing all this nonsense, the young Lu Sheng could do nothing but let out a long, heavy sigh of utter resignation. The irony of being warned about himself was almost too much to bear in silence. The three of them continued their casual conversation as they prepared to enter the villa, but they were interrupted when a large group of people suddenly stormed out of the front doors. The man in the lead spotted Qin Xiaojun and let out a boisterous greeting. "Xiaojun, you've finally arrived." The three turned to see a man in a sharp suit marching toward them. He appeared to be in his early 40s, with a broad-shouldered, robust physique like a bear. He bore a striking resemblance to Qin Xiaojun, a standard handsome dude. Behind him followed several younger individuals with extraordinary looks and vibes. Qin Xiaojun immediately began breaking out in a fresh cold sweat. "Oh, crap," he muttered under his breath. "It's my big brother. And he's got that total pain-in-the-ass entourage following right behind him. I should have stayed home today." The robust man approached the trio, his sharp eyes sweeping over Lu Sheng before settling intently on Dong Qingxue. A warm smile broke across his rugged face. "Ah, Qingxue, the last time I saw you, you were just a fresh graduate from the university. You've grown so much I almost didn't recognize you." Dong Qingxue was clearly familiar with this person, offering a polite and respectful nod in return. "It has indeed been a long time." "Hello, Qin Xiaoyang," she replied, acknowledging the elder Qin brother with her usual graceful and composed poise. "It has been far too long, hasn't it?" Qin Xiaojun interjected, his voice hurried as he performed the necessary social maneuvers. He gestured toward the composed young man at his side. "Brother, let me introduce you properly. This is Lu Sheng, a distinguished general of the Eastern Military Region and, more importantly, Qingxue's partner. Lu Sheng, this is my eldest brother, Qin Xiaoyang. The moment the word general left his brother's lips, Qin Xiaoyang's eyes flickered with a sharp, calculated light. He scrutinized the youth before him, marveling at how someone so young could have ascended to such a prestigious rank. Setting aside his reservations, he proactively extended his hand to Lu Sheng, offering a firm, respectful grip. "It is an honor. I am Qin Xiaoyang," he stated with practiced composure. However, the diplomatic moment was shattered as a blond young man from his entourage aggressively shoved his way forward. His face was a mask of dark, urgent resentment as he barked out a challenge. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Qingshua's boyfriend? You're claiming this brat is her partner?" The blond youth, Wang Yao, stepped into Lu Sheng's personal space, his lips curling into a derisive, predatory sneer. He looked Lu Sheng up and down with blatant contempt. "Just look at you. Do you really think you're worthy of her?" Dong Qingshua's eyes narrowed as she recognized the intruder. The air around her chilled as she identified the source of the commotion, a ghost from her past that she had hoped would remain buried. Wang Yao stared with intense, burning eyes at Lu Sheng for several tense seconds before snapping his gaze back to Dong Qingxue. His voice was thick with wounded pride as he demanded, "Qingxue, tell me the truth. Since when did you decide you needed a boyfriend like this?" Dong Qingxue's response was ice-cold and utterly devoid of emotion. "And why? Exactly. Is that any of your concern?" she asked, her voice like a razor. Wang Yao let out a hollow, miserable laugh that quickly devolved into a low, guttural growl. "What's it to me? I have spent 25 years of my life devoted to you, and you have the audacity to say it's none of my business. Wang Yao, have you finally lost your mind? You're acting like a literal psychopath," Qin Xiaojun interjected, stepping forward to shield his friends. "You like Qingxue? So what? She doesn't give a damn about you. I have zero patience for pathetic simps like you who drown in their own self-pity. She has never reciprocated your feelings, yet you act as though she owes you her entire life. What kind of twisted logic is that?" Qin Xiaojun continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "Did your brain completely rot during those 2 decades you spent living abroad? You've lost touch with reality. Are you calling me stupid, Qin Xiaojun?" Wang Yao's eyes were ablaze with a murderous fury as he fixed a lethal glare on the other man. "Are you looking for a fight?" Qin Xiaojun merely sneered, nonplussed, as he began to slowly roll up his sleeves with casual arrogance. "Hey, if you're offering, let's go. I'd love to see what elite skills you actually picked up across the ocean." "That is enough," Qin Xiaoyang shouted, stepping into the volatile space between them. A sudden, overwhelming Grandmaster aura erupted from him like a physical weight, instantly crushing the rising tension and silencing the crowd. "Both of you, shut your mouths this instant. We are in public." Qin Xiaoyang's expression was as cold as a winter morning. He turned toward Lu Sheng, cupping his hands in a traditional gesture of respect and bowing his head slightly, a significant acknowledgement of rank and power. "General Lu, I must ask for your forgiveness regarding this unseemly display," he said formally. Then, turning to his sister-in-law's contemporary, he added, "Qingxue, please, take General Lu inside the villa immediately." As they turned to leave, Qin Xiaoyang physically barred the path of a boiling Wang Yao. Dong Qingxue nodded curtly, taking Lu Sheng's hand in hers to lead him away from the drama. "Lu Sheng, let's go. There's no point in wasting words here," she said. Behind them, Wang Yao's face contorted into a hideous mask of rage, his teeth grinding so fiercely it sounded like cracking stone. Suddenly, a flash of malicious inspiration crossed his features. "A general. He thinks a title makes him special? I am the favored disciple of the Rose Sword Saint of the Eagle Kingdom. My senior brothers are peak 8th-level grandmasters recognized globally. Just you wait. You'll regret crossing me." Wang Yao spat before turning on his heel and scurrying away with frantic urgency. Qin Xiaojun, recognizing the look of a man about to do something incredibly reckless, felt a surge of cold sweat prickle his brow. He yelled out after the retreating figure, his voice laced with genuine concern for the idiot's life. "Damn it!" Qin Xiaojun clutched his head in exasperation, his worry not for Lu Sheng, but for the impending doom Wang Yao was inviting. This absolute moron must be fresh off the boat. He has no clue that Lu Sheng single-handedly crushed Marshal Saint Shi. He's probably running off to find backup to save face. But if he drags our families into a conflict with the god of war, none of us can survive that heat. Qin Xiaoyang quickly composed himself, once again clasping his hands and bowing deeply toward the younger man. My sincerest apologies, General Liu. I had no intention of letting things escalate to this level of disrespect. I truly wasn't expecting such a confrontation, he added, his voice low. Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingxue looked grim, their hands already moving to usher Lu Sheng away, but he remained rooted to the spot. A look of profound helplessness and regret crossed Lu Sheng's face as he sighed softly. Perhaps I should have opted for a grander entrance after all. If I had, this corny, predictable drama never would have unfolded. I think I finally understand the true purpose of flexing one's power. It's the only way to keep the arrogant noobs at bay. The group surrounding Lu Sheng stared at him blankly, their faces unreadable and their minds racing to process his cryptic words. Dong Qingxue, her curiosity burning through her usual reserve, looked up at him and asked, "Flexing? Lu Sheng, what on earth are you talking about?" "Flexing?" she repeated, the words sounding foreign and strange coming from the usually humble and reserved man she loved. Suddenly, a raucous shout echoed across the courtyard. "There! That's him!" Wang Yao had returned, flanked by a new group of individuals. He pointed a trembling, accusatory finger at Lu Sheng from a distance, his teeth gritted in a snarl. "That's the bastard who thinks he can steal my woman and get away with it." Several hulking, muscular men stepped forward alongside Wang Yao. They moved with the practiced arrogance of high-level martial artists, cracking their necks and puffing out their expansive chests. "Let's see who the hell thinks they're tough enough to bully our brother," they shouted obnoxiously, their voices booming with unearned confidence. However, the moment the lead men laid eyes on Lu Sheng's calm, unimpressed face, they froze mid-stride. Their aggressive postures evaporated instantly, replaced by a collective, strangled gasp. "Wait, huh? Is that?" The blue-eyed martial artists from the Eagle Kingdom stared at Lu Sheng, the color draining from their faces until they were as pale as sheets. A visible jolt of terror ran through their bodies, and their limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads as they recognized the legendary figure before them, the monster who had dominated the World Grandmaster Tournament. Without a second thought, the foreigners collapsed to their knees in unison, burying their faces in their hands as if they were unworthy to gaze upon him. "Holy God, we had no idea it was you. Please, we beg for your mercy. Forgive our ignorance." Holy God, Wang Yao, who had led them there, was spiraling into a state of frantic confusion. He looked at his kneeling protectors, totally clueless. "What? Senior brothers, what are you doing? Stand up and crush him." But the foreigners ignored him, repeatedly banging their foreheads against the hard ground, not daring to even steal a glance upward. Lu Sheng stood there with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, looking effortlessly superior, a true OP existence. He let out a small, resigned breath and declared, "All right, the farce ends here. I'm revealing my hand. There's no longer any reason for me to hold back." With a slow, deliberate movement, Lu Sheng pointed a single finger toward the vast expanse of the sky. In that moment, a mysterious, ancient aura began to emanate from his form, rippling through the air like a physical wave. This aura began as a heavy, mountain-like pressure that rapidly surged upward, defying gravity as it scaled the heights of the atmosphere. "What is this? What is happening?" Wang Yao stammered, his body paralyzed by a primal terror just by witnessing the manifestation. Qin Xiaoyang and Dong Qingxue, standing in the immediate shadow of Lu Sheng, initially tried to maintain their composure, but their expressions quickly dissolved into awe. They were drawn into the center of the sudden, torrential aura, turning their heads to witness the impossible. Qin Xiaoyang's voice was a mere whisper of shock. A Dharma image? No, he corrected himself. It's a physical avatar condensed purely from Lu Sheng's unfathomable qi and blood. Lu Sheng's Dharma image continued its meteoric growth, towering over the villa. 10 meters, then 100 meters, then a staggering 1,000 meters. As his essence reached the 1-kilometer mark, the sheer weight of his presence made the very earth tremble. The atmosphere became heavy, serious, and solemn as every person present felt the divine pressure. When Lu Sheng's aura reached 2,000 meters, Qin Xiaoyang's eyes flickered with madness. Is the damn height still increasing? This is impossible. And then, it happened. When Lu Sheng's aura broke through 3,000 meters, then 5,000, the shock on the spectators' faces turned into pure, unadulterated disbelief. By the time it shattered the 10,000-meter mark, their expressions were masks of horror. The aura continued its relentless climb, 20,000, 30,000 meters, soaring as if it intended to touch the stars themselves. The space around Lu Sheng turned into an absolute vacuum, and the sheer displacement of air blew Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojuan's group back several paces. Below, the terrified foreigners raised their hands in a desperate, frantic salute to the living god. Those gathered at the entrance of the great forest mountain villa trembled with primal fear as they looked toward the source of the disturbance. They raised their heads and saw an invisible, conceptual mountain piercing through the layers of the heavens. The sky above Great Forest Mountain was suddenly scrubbed clean, appearing as blue and clear as polished jade as every cloud was violently pushed away. Lu Sheng stood there casually, yet he was a spear piercing the celestial firmament, all the light of the world converging upon him. He was the absolute center of existence. Even the heavens themselves seemed unable to suppress his brilliance. Dong Qingxue's parents watched from the terrace, paralyzed by shock. This is the absolute pinnacle of human evolution. Dong Qingxue's parents stood completely dumbfounded, the realization hitting them like a physical blow. It's him, that great man we heard of, the god of war himself. He has actually arrived. Qin Xiaojuan's entire body was racked with tremors as he stared at his friend. Lu Sheng, you are actually the god of war? Dong Qingxue simply couldn't believe her eyes, her mind failing to bridge the gap between the man she knew and the titan before her. How could this be possible? She whispered. High above, the young Lu Sheng began to slowly descend, landing softly on the ground directly in front of Qingxue. The young man reached out, his expression softening instantly as he gently took Dong Qingxue's trembling hand into his own. Lu Sheng spoke with a voice that was sincere, slow, and filled with a quiet gravity. Actually, I've wanted to share this truth with you for a very long time. However, there never seemed to be a suitable opportunity, and truthfully, I was terrified that you wouldn't be able to accept the reality of who I've become. To put it simply, your boyfriend is the god of war. Dong Qingxue remained petrified, her spirit caught in a daze as the world around them blurred. In the background of this legendary tale, remember to support the ongoing saga by following the 47-hour super awesome Old Devilhead series to aid your narrator sister's journey. The link to Little Sister Ling's content is pinned in the comments for those who seek more. Moments later, the heavy silence was broken as both Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue's attention was drawn toward the villa's main entrance. Several powerful figures suddenly burst out from the Green Lake Villa. These were all formidable men in their prime, masters and grandmasters radiating intense, disciplined auras, the heads of the most influential families in the region. The moment they spotted Lu Sheng, their faces were illuminated with a frenzied, desperate excitement. Without a single word of hesitation, they rushed forward, stopping exactly 8 meters away to perform a deep, respectful bow. Dong Xingyi, Qin Hao, and Wang Huatong greet the god of war. Dong Xingyi, a man with a distinctive round face, stepped forward and proclaimed, God of war, your presence in my Dong family home brings an eternal glory to this humble household. The entire entrance of Green Lake Villa erupted into a chaotic symphony of whispers and shouts. The crowd was paralyzed with shock, their hearts racing with a mix of disbelief and religious-like fervor. It was truly the god of war of the Dragon Legion. They had heard the title whispered in hallowed breaths until their ears were weary, but to actually see him here was another matter entirely. Many had come to the Dong family hoping for a mere glimpse of his shadow, only to find themselves standing in his direct presence. Lu Sheng was younger and infinitely more powerful than any of them had dared to imagine. Dong Qingxue, Qin Xiaojun, and Qin Xiaoyang stood frozen, staring at Lu Sheng as if he were a phantom returned from the void. Lu Sheng is the god of war. We thought he was just a talented general. They were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape and voices lost. But the most profound shock belonged to Dong Qingxue. She stared at Lu Sheng through a haze of confusion before turning to Dong Xingyi. Dad, is Lu Sheng? Is he really the god of war? Good heavens! The young Lu Sheng immediately rushed forward to support his future father-in-law, preventing him from maintaining such a lowly posture. Father-in-law, there is truly no need for such formality. Please, let us move this conversation inside. Dong Xingyi beamed with pride, agreeing instantly. Yes, of course. Whatever you wish. The two older patriarchs, Qin Hao and Wang Huatong, watched with palpable saltiness and envy. Damn it all, they thought. Old Dong has somehow secured a son-in-law who rides the dragons of heaven. His family is about to transcend into a completely different realm of power. Once the inner circle had vanished into the villa, the crowd remaining outside exploded into a deafening roar of conversation. Was that truly the global martial god of war? He looked so incredibly young. That woman at his side must be the legendary daughter of the Dong family. From this day forward, the Dong family is effectively untouchable. Among the crowd, the voices of ambitious women in their 40s and 50s began to rise in a fever pitch. That girl doesn't even look like a peerless immortal. If she was able to capture the god of war's heart, then surely someone with my maturity and grace has a chance. Move aside. I'm going to use every Qin family connection I have to get an introduction. You think you can just cut in line? If the Dong family's daughter is the standard, then my own daughter is practically a goddess by comparison. She definitely has a shot. These words acted like a spark in a powder keg, awakening the latent ambitions of everyone present. The noble young ladies in the courtyard snapped out of their trances and charged toward the villa entrance like a pack of unleashed tigresses and leopards, completely abandoning their refined, ladylike manners. Get out of my way. The god of war belongs to me. He's mine. In the midst of the scramble, a middle-aged woman with a particularly unfortunate and haggard face swaggered forward with unearned confidence. Despite her unsightly appearance, she used her bulk to forcefully squeeze through the throng of beauties. The others watched in horror and confusion, but she simply ignored them. What if the god of war has a unique taste for experience? God of war, my lord, I am coming for you. The young girl caught in her wake was left speechless. Are you for real, auntie? You're actually joining this circus? The haggard woman shot an angry, defiant look over her shoulder. How will I ever know the outcome if I don't take the leap? You can never truly predict the eccentric tastes of a world-class big shot. My time is now. Following the initial storm of chaotic excitement, the grand entrance of the villa gradually settled into a tense, expectant silence. Most of the high-ranking guests, numbering nearly 80 souls, had already vanished into the depths of the estate, leaving only Qin Shaojun, Qin Shaoyang, and a devastated Wang Yao standing in the courtyard. Qin Shaojun's mind was still reeling, his reality fracturing as he struggled to reconcile the image of his casual friend with the titan of legend. What in the world, Lu Sheng? I knew you were a prodigy, but a general? And now the war god himself? How deep does your shadow really go? For a long, suspended moment, Qin Shaojun remained rooted to the spot, his consciousness adrift in the wake of such an unprecedented revelation. When he finally snapped back to reality, recovering from the psychic blow of the shock, his eyes sparkled with an almost manic glee. Lu Sheng, you absolute monster. You always did have a flair for the dramatic, didn't you? He let out a boisterous, unrestrained laugh that echoed off the villa walls, his face beaming with a pride so immense he felt as if he might take flight. You lucky little brat, Qin Shaoyang muttered, his voice thick with a mixture of disbelief and genuine envy. He stood there for several minutes, grappling with the weight of the situation before finally finding his voice. I have no words. To think you are actually best friends with the living legend of the Dragon Brigade. Your luck is truly off the charts. Qin Shaojun merely grinned, delivering a playful, heavy-handed slap to his elder brother's shoulder. Don't look so sour, bro. Since I'm in the inner circle now, you can rest easy. I'll make sure to cover for you from here on out. Turning his attention back to the shivering figure nearby, Qin Shaojun swaggered over to Wang Yao, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated mockery as he performed a dramatic, sarcastic gesture of greeting. Wang Yao, I really must apologize. I realize now how much I underestimated your bravery. Wang Yao, paralyzed by the gravity of his mistake, looked up with wide, uncomprehending eyes, his mind too fractured to grasp the biting irony in Qin Xiaojuan's tone. I mean it, Qin Xiaojun continued, giving him a slow, deliberate thumbs up. To have the sheer, unmitigated gall to try and snatch the woman of the war god, and then to actually hire goons to beat him up? That takes a special kind of stupidity. You've earned my respect as the most legendary, suicidal man in the entire dragon country. At those words, the last of the color drained from Wang Yao's face, leaving him a ghastly shade of gray. A violent tremor took hold of his limbs as the true scale of his impending doom finally registered. In a desperate, frantic motion, Wang Yao spun around, his eyes searching the perimeter for his senior brothers, the elite martial saint disciples who were supposed to be his impenetrable shield. But he found only the whistling wind and an empty courtyard where they once stood. The realization of his isolation hit him like a physical blow, leaving him stuttering in a state of pathetic, helpless misery. But Lu Sheng, he couldn't be. Qin Xiaojun stepped closer, his voice low and cold as he cut through the stuttering. Don't bother looking for them, kid. Your so-called solid backers saw which way the wind was blowing and vanished before you could even blink. Honestly, if you value your skin, I'd suggest staying far away from the Eagle Kingdom for the rest of your life. If you show your face there, your former martial arts master will likely carve a permanent reminder of this disgrace onto your backside before kicking you all the way back here. The final thread of Wang Yao's composure snapped, and he collapsed onto the pavement like a puppet with its strings cut, his soul seemingly departing his body in the face of his absolute ruin. I'm beyond dead, he whispered to the empty air. 3 days later, far out at sea aboard a sleek, private yacht cutting through the sapphire waves, the young Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue lay side by side. They were bathed in the golden radiance of the sun, their minds drifting through the complex web of their shared future while they contemplated the path they had walked to reach this moment of peace. Lu Sheng lay back, his hands behind his head as he stared at the passing clouds. My future father-in-law is a peak level 8 martial arts grandmaster, a man of immense standing and pride. Meanwhile, on paper, my family is as ordinary as it gets. No ancient lineage, no vast fortune, and no political shadow. How was I ever supposed to convince a man like Dong Xingyi to hand over his precious daughter without a second thought? The young man paused, a faint, arrogant smirk playing on his lips as he answered his own philosophical dilemma with the unwavering confidence of a supreme predator. The only logical answer, of course, was to become a martial god. Beside him, Dong Qingxue let out a soft, melodic laugh, though her eyes held a playful reprimand. All right, that's enough of that. Don't get too ahead of yourself, Mr. War God. And I haven't forgotten that you kept your true identity a secret from me this entire time. Lu Sheng reached for a glass of chilled soda, the ice clinking against the glass as he prepared to savor the refreshing drink. That wasn't intentional, he replied smoothly. It was more of a circumstantial oversight. Truly, it has been an eternity since I've allowed myself to simply breathe and relax like this, Lu Sheng remarked, his body loosening as he gazed out at the infinite horizon. The wide, blue sea breeze swept across the deck, tugging at his hair and carrying away the lingering tension of his recent battles. The rhythmic sound of the waves provided a soothing backdrop to his rare moment of leisure, bringing him a profound sense of inner quiet. I should find a way to bring my parents out here to experience this peace, he mused aloud. Dong Qingxue turned to him, her expression thoughtful and supportive. If you wish, I can arrange for a private transport to pick them up and bring them here immediately. Lu Sheng considered it for a moment, his eyes fixed on the vast, sparkling expanse of the ocean, before slowly shaking his head. No, let's do it next time when things are more settled. My schedule is far tighter than it appears, and the time I have remaining for this stage of my growth is dwindling, he added, his voice dropping an octave as his focus shifted. With a subtle movement of his mind, Lu Sheng extended his spiritual perception across the water, sensing the hidden currents below. There, it was exactly where he expected. In that precise instant, an unmanned, secondary yacht that had been trailing them came to a dead stop, bobbing gently in the center of the deep sea. The vessel had halted directly above a specific coordinate that Lu Sheng had been tracking, a localized anomaly where a faint but unmistakable stream of dark, abyssal aura was perpetually hemorrhaging into the surrounding waters. Lu Sheng rose and quickly changed into a set of functional, casual clothes, slinging a heavy backpack over his shoulders. He turned to Dong Qingxue with a serious, focused gaze. The coordinates are locked. From this point forward, I need you to return to this exact location once every 7 days to check in on my progress and facilitate our communication. Dong Qingxue nodded, her eyes reflecting a brief flicker of concern that she quickly masked with a resolute smile. She stepped forward, her hand sliding up to gently encircle Lu Sheng's neck as she pulled him into a soft, lingering kiss. Just promise me you'll be careful. I'll be right here, waiting for your return from the depths. Lu Sheng offered a quiet, affirmative hum in response, his expression softening for just a fleeting second. Without another word, he turned and vaulted over the railing, his body cutting into the dark water with a clean, practiced dive. As the last of the surface ripples faded into the vast blue of the sea, Dong Qingxue remained at the edge, her gaze lingering on the spot where the man she loved had disappeared into the lightless world below the waves. Far beneath the surface, Lu Sheng's body became a plummeting weight, sinking deeper and deeper through the increasingly cold and pressurized layers of the ocean. 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. With terrifying speed, he descended until his feet finally touched the silt-covered floor of the Blue Star's deepest trench. Under normal circumstances, the seabed of this planet only reaches depths of 10 to 20,000 meters. Anything beyond that is typically reserved for the unnatural geometry of the Haiyuan dungeons. This time, however, Lu Sheng was here for pure, unadulterated cultivation, choosing the crushing weight of the natural abyss over the chaotic environment of a dungeon to temper his spirit. I've already issued orders to the Dragon Division to ramp up their surveillance of the major global mining sites, he thought, his mind crystal clear even under the immense pressure. I can only hope they find some concrete evidence of the impending cataclysm before it's too late. Ever since he had witnessed the fragmented visions of the apocalypse in the dreamscape, a heavy, unspoken dread had taken root in his soul. To the world, he appeared calm, but internally, the weight of a dying civilization pressed down on his heart every single day. With a mere 8 years remaining on the clock before the ultimate apocalypse descends, his options were painfully limited at this stage. Even if he were to pinpoint the exact origin of the disaster tomorrow, he realized with a bitter clarity that he currently lacked the overwhelming power required to physically halt the destruction of an entire world. Regardless of what fate has in store, I will meet it head-on, he resolved, his martial will hardening into a diamond-sharp edge. The variables of the crisis don't matter as much as my own capacity. As long as I am strong enough to shatter the heavens, I can handle any crisis with ease. With a grunt of effort against the crushing weight of the water, the young man set down the heavy backpack, which was filled to the brim with high-purity energy crystals, essential fuel for the arduous journey of transcendence he was about to undertake. Lu Sheng's eyes burned with a fierce, unwavering determination as he assumed a cross-legged meditative posture. There, at the bottom of a 20,000-meter abyss where the light of the sun had never reached, he prepared to begin his solitary vigil in the dark. The reinforced backpack he had carried was almost immediately crushed by the astronomical hydrostatic pressure of the seabed, the fabric tearing away to reveal a glittering hoard of diamond-like energy crystals that shimmered even in the absolute darkness of the trench. Reaching out with a hand that felt as heavy as lead under the weight of the ocean, Lu Sheng casually snatched a thumb-sized crystal from the pile. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the concentrated energy source into his mouth. The dense, powerful muscles of his digestive system easily pulverized the crystal, and an unimaginable torrent of raw, celestial energy erupted within his core. Deep inside Lu Sheng's martial body, the intricate star map began to glow with a faint, ethereal light, absorbing the influx of power to nourish his evolving immortal cells. Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, a brilliant golden radiance erupting from his pupils that cut through the murky depths like high-powered searchlights. The seabed of the blue star has reached its natural limit. Only here, under the maximum physical strain the world can provide, can I truly temper my martial body, my spiritual essence, and my martial will to their ultimate extremes. I will wait here, growing stronger in the dark, until that Lord Guide finally arrives. When that day comes, I will use the arrival of the Level 10 Guide as the ultimate catalyst, the final hammer blow of pressure needed to shatter my limits and force a breakthrough into the 9th level Martial Saint realm in one fell swoop. He was banking everything on a single, decisive push to transcend the mortal coil and step into the realm of the true 9th level Martial Saints. From that day forward, a rhythm was established. Lu Sheng would rise from the lightless depths once every 7 days to meet Dong Qingxue, maintaining his tenuous connection to his family and the Dragon Division. The rest of his time was spent in grueling, relentless cultivation, his strength expanding by leaps and bounds as he absorbed the energy crystals. Occasionally, gigantic and grotesque deep-sea monsters were drawn to the pulsating energy radiating from the trench. But before these beasts could approach, Lu Sheng would simply close his eyes, and the golden light would vanish, replaced by a killing intent so cold the water seemed to freeze. He continued to consume energy crystals, watching as the count of immortal cells in his body increased daily. Though the World Grandmaster Tournament hadn't provided the final spark he sought, it had given him mastery over 278 immortal cells. Now, those cells were proliferating naturally, and his strength skyrocketed as if he were back in hibernation on Garen Island, his body constantly straining against the boundary of the true 8th level limit. As the raw power within him surged like a rising tide, Lu Sheng spent his silent hours contemplating the nature of his existence, wondering what magnificent and terrifying form his true martial arts Dharma image would eventually take when it manifested. Time flowed on like an unstoppable river, and 3 months vanished in the blink of an eye. In the Saint Country, across the vast and shimmering expanse of the Golden Desert, the heat was unbearable. In the early eras of martial history, this region was feared as the death zone, over 20 million square kilometers of impassable, sun-scorched wasteland. Deep within this no-man's land, a group of high-level martial saints stood in silent anticipation, waiting to welcome the arrival of the celestial visitor. More than 1,000 elite men and women were gathered in the dunes, each one radiating a localized aura of unparalleled power. These were the true rulers of various nations, led by a middle-aged man who possessed the natural, commanding charisma of a sovereign, Cumberland. Alongside him stood 13 other martial saint powerhouses from the World Martial Arts Association and the Western Martial Arts Alliance. They were all gathered in this desolate, forgotten corner of the world, their expressions etched with a profound, almost religious gravity. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. He has arrived. In an instant, every single martial saint dropped to their knees, prostrating themselves against the burning sand. Shortly after the announcement, a sleek, dark blue spacecraft began its silent descent from the heavens, eventually coming to a hover just dozens of meters above the desert floor. It operated with a terrifying grace, possessing neither sound nor inertia, as if the fundamental laws of gravity on the blue star were merely suggestions to its advanced technology. A triangular hatch slid open at the base of the vessel, emitting a blindingly pure white light that spilled onto the sand. "We welcome the arrival of the Lord Guide," the martial saints shouted in a single, thunderous unison. As the light intensified, a tall, imposing silhouette began to resolve within the gateway. A young man, standing well over 2 meters tall, stepped out of the light. He possessed a mane of brilliant, dark gold hair that shimmered like a halo, framing handsome features and eyes of a striking, light purple hue. He was clad in a form-fitting purple bodysuit crafted from a mysterious material that encased his near-perfect physique, shimmering with a golden luster in the sun. His eyes were unfathomably deep, holding the cold beauty of the Arctic lights and the endless depth of a summer twilight sky. He began to walk forward with a slow, measured gait. The moment he appeared, a wave of primal reverence and awe swept through Cumberland and the assembled crowd, visible in the way they trembled as they looked upon him. The guide, appearing surprisingly gentle, offered a small, practiced smile to the prostrate masses. It has been quite some time, hasn't it, everyone? As Cumberland looked up at the faint, shimmering halo hovering above the guide's head, he realized with excitement that the guide's technology and strength had evolved once again. With a casual snap of his fingers, the guide manifested dozens of silver-gray pillars of various sizes in the air, which settled into the sand before the crowd. Each pillar was etched with precise markings identifying the items contained within. Cumberland, the guide noted coolly, everything your organizations requested and exchanged for in the previous cycle is here. A surge of pure, unadulterated joy flickered in the eyes of the gathered elite. Cumberland bowed his head even lower, his voice trembling with gratitude as he addressed the celestial visitor. "We are eternally grateful for your benevolence, my lord. Thank you for your continued support." The guide's expression turned icy in an instant, his voice cutting like a blade. "Empty words of gratitude are of no use to me. If you truly wish to show your thanks, you will provide the practical results I require. Where are the energy crystals for this cycle? Bring them forth immediately. Do not make me repeat myself. I tire of having to urge you every single time we meet," he added, his tone becoming increasingly dangerous. As the man finished speaking, a visible wave of terror washed over Cumberland and the surrounding martial saints. Their hearts sank as they realized the gravity of their failure. Cumberland felt cold sweat soak his collar as he struggled to find the words. The energy crystals. "My lord, please understand, for this particular cycle, we were not able to prepare the full quota in time," he stammered, his head bowed so low it nearly touched the sand in his state of desperate apology. The moment the words left Cumberland's mouth, he felt an icy, lethal chill run down the length of his spine, the air around him suddenly feeling as if it had been drained of all warmth. The guide sensed something was wrong and stopped his actions, the gentle smile vanishing as his features hardened. The space around the spaceship became suffocatingly oppressive, the very atmosphere thickening into a viscous, glue-like substance that left Cumberland and the crowd gasping for air as if they were being crushed. "You dare tell me there are no energy crystals?" the guide roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the desert. His cold eyes seemed to contain a terrifying storm, promising total annihilation for those who had failed him. The guide's aura instantly exploded outward with such overwhelming force that even the world-renowned martial saints found it impossible to remain upright. They were pinned to the sand by a power so vast it defied explanation, their hearts filled with a paralyzing, existential dread. Cumberland's scalp tingled with the threat of death, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak through the crushing pressure. He crawled forward an inch, taking a shallow, ragged breath before kneeling to deliver his report. "Lord Lanshun, please listen. While we were unable to secure them in time, the actual energy crystal production across the controlled zones exceeded the last cycle by a solid 30%. The weight of the delivery was staggering, totaling well over 470 kilograms of high-purity energy crystals. Yet, as Cumberland uttered these figures, a bone-chilling dread surged down his spine, causing his entire frame to quiver uncontrollably with an instinctive terror. He hesitated for a prolonged, suffocating moment, the air thick with the unspoken weight of his failure. Lanshun ground his teeth together, the sharp sound grating in the heavy silence that followed. "But what? Speak clearly. What is the meaning of this hesitation?" The Lord Guide's brow furrowed into deep, menacing lines as his light purple eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Do not tell me your wretched group intended to keep a portion hidden away as some sort of misguided, pathetic surprise for me." Cumberland let out a hollow, bitter laugh, shaking his head with a look of utter, weary defeat. "My lord, it is not that we lack the will to surrender this bounty of energy crystals. The truth is far more dire. The entire batch was forcibly seized by another." With a grim expression, Cumberland turned and barked a cold command to his subordinates. "Present the visual evidence to the Lord Guide immediately. Let him witness the perpetrator with his own eyes." A massive holographic projection screen hummed into existence, descending from above to display a high-definition recording. Lanshun cast a casual, almost bored glance at the shimmering screen, but as the footage began to play, the mask of nonchalance on his face slowly dissolved into genuine interest. On the recorded expanse of a vast sea, he watched as a young man, radiating a presence as magnificent and blinding as the midday sun, engaged in a cataclysmic battle against a martial Tao Dharma avatar. This towering manifestation stood hundreds, perhaps even 1,000 meters tall, yet it was being systematically dismantled, shattered into 1,000 glowing shards by the youth's relentless, overwhelming assault. From the lips of the radiant youth on the screen came a declaration that vibrated with absolute, unshakable authority, echoing even through the digital speakers. In this realm, beneath the heavens and upon the earth, I stand alone. I am truly invincible among all mortals. If there is any higher power to challenge my claim, let this guide come and speak to me in person, the youth added with a cold, piercing smirk. The video flickered to an end, leaving the room in a stunned, heavy hush. Lan Chen's eyes ignited with a strange, predatory light, his face twisting into a look of genuine novelty and rare, dark appreciation for the audacity he had just witnessed. Remarkable. Simply remarkable, Lan Chen murmured, his voice laced with an unsettling, melodic delight. This is a truly magnificent surprise. Who could have possibly predicted that your stagnant little Tier 1 resource planet could actually nurture such a fascinating and potent martial arts talent? So, the boy wishes for my presence in person, does he? He asks for a meeting, and it would be impolite of me not to oblige such a rare request. Lan Chen's gaze snapped back to Cumberland, a sharp grin spreading across his face. Take me to this invincible youth at once. I wish to see the limits of his arrogance for myself. The celestial visitor grinned broadly, revealing his teeth in a display of predatory pleasure. How incredibly intriguing. It appears this tedious excursion won't be quite as boring as I had feared. In an instant, the deep blue spaceship that had previously vanished into the clouds reappeared with a low hum. A shimmering pillar of light descended, pulling Lan Chen and the high-ranking members of Cumberland's entourage into its belly. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of Dragon Country, Ten Zhongyu sat in a state of meditative repose. Clad in tattered martial robes and sporting a rugged dark green stubble, his entire being was layered in a fine coat of dust, as if he had become part of the very earth. Suddenly, Ten Zhongyu's internal focus shifted, his eyes snapping open as he broke away from his profound meditative state. He reached into the folds of his robe and produced a sleek, high-tech communication device. As he scanned the data flashing across the miniature screen, a strange, complex light flickered within his pupils. This immense, oppressive aura that has begun to saturate the world, there is no doubt. The Lord Guide has finally descended upon us. Tan Zhongyu's gaze turned cold and distant as he stared toward the horizon, muttering under his breath, Lu Sheng, you who proclaim yourself to be invincible among all mortals. I wonder, when you finally stand face to face with a true celestial being from the stars, will you find a way to survive, or will your legend end in blood and silence? Simultaneously, within the serene and high-class halls of the Transcendence Martial Arts Gym, Lian Su lay back in a state of relaxed elegance, her posture radiating the effortless grace of a master at rest. Resting her long, silky legs atop a cushioned ottoman, she turned her gaze toward Lin Wanwan with an air of playful curiosity. Tell me, Wanwan, has anyone managed to capture your heart yet? It wouldn't hurt for a girl your age to branch out and get to know some suitors. Is there anyone within the ranks of our own martial arts gym that you would even consider as a potential boyfriend? Lin Wanwan, who was diligently massaging Lian Su's legs, felt a sudden heat rise to her cheeks, her face turning a vivid shade of crimson. No, Mom, there's no one like that here, she stammered, her voice trailing off as her mind involuntarily drifted toward a specific, lingering memory of a certain young man. Besides, the young girl muttered, trying to divert the topic and hide her embarrassment, even just massaging your legs is an exhausting task for me. Your martial saint physique is so dense and powerful that my hands feel like they're working against solid, unbreakable marble. Noticing her daughter's momentary distraction and the faraway look in her eyes, Lian Su pressed further, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. What's the matter? Is there truly not a single young man in this entire prestigious gym who has managed to catch your eye? Lin Wanwan paused her movements for a moment, using the back of her hand to daintily wipe the beads of perspiration from her forehead. It isn't like that, Mom. It's just that I've grown up alongside everyone here since I was a small child. To me, they are all like brothers and sisters. They are simply family, and the thought of dating them is just strange. That is a fair point, Lien Su conceded, nodding slowly as she considered her daughter's sheltered life. But what about the world outside these walls? Have you considered anyone beyond our immediate circle? Lin Wanwan cast her gaze downward, her voice quiet. I haven't really ventured out much since I was little, Mom. I simply don't know anyone in the outside world well enough. Lien Su sat up straight, her expression becoming unexpectedly serious as she locked eyes with her daughter. Think carefully, then, of those few times you have actually ventured out into the public. Who among all the people you encountered left the deepest, most indelible impression on your soul? Lin Wanwan propped her chin in her hands, her exquisite, doll-like features softening into a look of deep, silent contemplation. She sifted through her limited memories of the world beyond the Transcendence Gym, searching for that one specific face that stood out from the rest of the mundane crowd. After a long and thoughtful silence, the girl finally voiced her conclusion, her voice barely a whisper. Naturally, the person who left the deepest mark on me would have to be Dong Qingshue's boyfriend, Lu Sheng. I remember before Qingxue was trapped within that terrifying subterranean cavern, everyone else had already abandoned the search and assumed she was lost. Lin Wanwan continued, her eyes shimmering with a quiet intensity. But Lu Sheng refused to give up. He risked his own life and future, diving into the jaws of death just to save her. If I am to ever find a boyfriend, I would want someone with that kind of unwavering devotion and courage. To the rest of the world, Lu Sheng was the monster who had single-handedly humiliated the martial saints at the Great Sect Assembly to prove his invincibility among mortals. Yet, in Lin Wanwan's heart, that feat of strength paled in comparison to the sheer devotion he had shown in rescuing Dong Qingxue from the darkness. Lien Su allowed a subtle, calculating smile to cross her face. She began to wonder if fate might be kind enough to allow Lin Wanwan to cross paths with Lu Sheng again, perhaps even weaving a new story of their own in the shadow of his growing legend. Suddenly, a sharp, huffing sound escaped Lien Su's lips as the silence of the room was shattered. The thin, high-tech communicator tucked into her pocket began to vibrate with violent urgency, its surface strobing with a series of crimson warning lights. I have to leave immediately. My return is uncertain, so do not bother waiting up or preparing any dinner for me tonight. Without another word of explanation, Lien Su vanished in a blur of superhuman speed, leaving Lin Wanwan hanging in a state of utter confusion. Wait, Mom. Where are you going? The girl called out, but her words met only the empty air. Lien Su was moving at a velocity that bordered on the supernatural, her mind racing even faster than her feet. The Lord Guide has finally touched down on this planet. The gears of fate have begun to turn toward a chaotic end. I truly hope Lu Sheng was wise enough to actually listen to my previous warnings, she thought, her anxiety mounting with every step she took. I must go and witness this confrontation for myself. The world is about to change, and Lu Sheng is at the very center of the storm. Meanwhile, deep within the chaotic heart of an A-rank dungeon battlefield, a strikingly handsome young warrior was amidst a whirlwind of violence, systematically dismantling the enemy with a lethal and practiced grace. He moved like a relentless engine of destruction amidst a vast horde of mutated beasts, his every strike claiming a life. The parched, cracked ground was rapidly being painted a deep, visceral crimson as he tore through the monsters with terrifying efficiency. The other battle-hardened warriors on the field had stopped their own fighting, standing in stunned, wide-mouthed silence as they watched the unparalleled display of martial prowess. Every fighter who witnessed the carnage couldn't help but feel a chilling sense of profound respect mixed with fear. This man was a combat-obsessed psycho, slaughtering high-level monsters with the cold, methodical focus of a debt collector reclaiming what was owed. Zhao Ji's eyes shone with a manic mixture of physical exhaustion and unadulterated glee. This god of war body-tempering technique is absolutely divine, he whispered to himself. With every cycle of circulation, I gain profound new insights and explosive surges in power. It is no wonder this was crafted by a truly transcendent big shot. After taking a ragged breath to steady his racing heart, Zhao Ji prepared to hurl himself back into the fray. But suddenly, he stopped, tilting his head back to stare at the distant sky with a look of dazed realization. Wait, I can feel it. The Lord Guide has finally arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, he snapped back to reality with a jarring intensity. He shook his head violently, trying to clear the fog. The guide? What in the world am I talking about? Damn these fragmented memories of a future that hasn't happened. They're starting to mess with my head again. Zhao Ji frowned, forcefully purging the lingering, nonsensical memories from his consciousness before charging back into the battlefield. With a low growl, he returned to the slaughter. He just needed to grind out 10 million more monsters so he could finally return to his own world and claim his prize. Only then would his long-awaited revenge finally be within his grasp. Meanwhile, news of the celestial visitor's arrival spread through the hidden channels of the world like an uncontrollable wildfire the very second his craft touched the earth. Every martial saint across the entire globe, even those who were not present in the desert, received the urgent notification at the exact same moment. The era of the celestial visitors had begun in earnest, and the world's elite were being summoned. Now, the eyes of the world were turning toward Dragon Country. On the gentle waves of the Ninghai Sea, a luxury yacht bobbed peacefully. Dong Qingxue sat at the bow in simple casual clothes. Though Lu Xing only surfaced once every 7 days, she spent the vast majority of her time here on the water. It was the only way she felt she could stay close to him, ensuring she would be there the very second he decided to return to the world of men. Suddenly, a profound sense of unease washed over Dong Qingxue, as if a massive, invisible dark cloud had spontaneously blotted out the afternoon sun. An intense, localized surge of cold anxiety gripped her heart, making her breath catch in her throat. "Tell me, young lady." A cold, resonant voice spoke from directly behind her, vibrating with a terrifying power that silenced the sound of the waves. "Do you happen to have any knowledge regarding the current location of the one named Lu Sheng?" Dong Qingxue spun around, her entire body breaking into a cold sweat as her spine chilled. Her deck was no longer empty. It was now occupied by a contingent of powerful warriors led by a tall, mysterious figure whose presence felt like a physical, suffocating weight upon the air. The man at the center of the group was radiating an aura of such absolute, pure terror that it threatened to crush her spirit. With a single terrified glance, she recognized a face from the news, Martial Saint Ten Zhongyu of Dragon Country. If a man of his stature was standing in the shadows, then the others present had to be martial saints as well. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a drum. There was someone else there, a central figure whom even the world-renowned martial saints addressed with a terrifying, subservient reverence. Why were these apex predators of the martial world gathered here? Had they come for Lu Sheng? She couldn't tell if they were friend or a deadly new foe. Lan Shun cast a dismissive glance toward Tan Zhongyu and asked in a conversational tone, "Where's the one called Zhao Ji? Why is he not here to receive me?" But before Tan Zhongyu could formulate an answer, Lan Shun laughed softly. "Ah, I remember now. He was utterly humiliated and wrecked by that invincible youth, wasn't he?" At that moment, Cumberland stepped forward, pointing a steady finger at Dong Qingxue on the yacht below. "My lord, this woman shares a very intimate bond with Lu Sheng. I am certain that a thorough interrogation will force her to lead us directly to his hidden location. Once we find him, we can finally reclaim those stolen energy crystals." Before Cumberland could even finish his sentence, Dong Qingxue's survival instincts took control. She bolted toward the railing with a burst of desperate speed so sudden that it caught the warriors off guard. "I have to get away," she thought frantically. "I can't let them get their hands on me." But just as Dong Qingxue was about to leap into the safety of the sea, the world around her seemed to solidify. Her body froze in mid-motion like a figure in a paused video, her muscles refusing to obey as her terror-stricken expression remained locked in place. I can't move," she realized in horror. A measly rank 6 practitioner truly believes she has the capacity to escape from our presence? How quaintly naive. Cumberland remarked, casually manipulating the fundamental forces of nature with a mere flick of his finger as he looked down upon Dong Qingxue with utter indifference. Cumberland. Suddenly, a voice as deep and frigid as the abyssal trenches of the ocean floor echoed across the heavens, vibrating with such power that Cumberland physically recoiled in surprise as the sea began to churn violently. "It appears I was far too lenient with you during our previous encounter," the voice remarked, its chilling resonance sending a violent shiver down Cumberland's spine. The paralyzing dread he thought he had long since buried came flooding back with the force of a tidal wave, drowning his composure in an instant. Cumberland, the formidable rank 9, martial saint, trembled as the familiar, icy cadence reached his ears. Recognizing the source instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief as a figure suddenly materialized in the void above, a majestic entity sculpted entirely from shimmering, translucent amethyst. Every detail of this amethyst form was unerringly precise. Every strand of hair, every rhythmic breath, and even the subtle wrinkles in its crystalline garments were rendered with lifelike perfection. It stood tall, possessing a flawless physical grace that seemed to mock the imperfections of the mortal world, like a divine masterpiece crafted by the heavens themselves. As Cumberland and the 20-odd rank 9 martial saints beheld this amethyst manifestation of Lu Sheng, their expressions contorted in shock. Cumberland clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white, muttering through gritted teeth, "That humanoid silhouette is unmistakably Lu Sheng, but it lacks the weight of a physical body. It is a hazy, ethereal illusion. I understand now. This is merely a spiritual projection of the sixth saint, Lu Sheng," he realized, his voice trembling with suppressed fear. The psychological trauma inflicted during the World Grandmaster Tournament was so profound that even with Lan Xun standing as their guardian, the mere sight of Lu Sheng's amethyst form triggered an instinctive, visceral dread in their hearts. High in the heavens, the amethyst figure flickered with a sudden, violent intensity, moving with a velocity that defied the fundamental laws of physics. Lu Sheng's crystalline avatar transformed into a blur of light and shadow, traversing the distance and appearing directly before Cumberland in the mere fraction of a heartbeat. The sixth saint's entire form vibrated, rapidly fading and reappearing like a television screen suffering from severe signal interference. By the time his image finally stabilized, his amethyst face was mere inches from Cumberland's, his presence acting as a spiritual anchor that locked the martial saint in place with a terrifying, suffocating power. An invisible pressure, saturated with a dreamy, light purple luminescence, suddenly erupted from the projection and cascaded across the vast expanse of the sky. It spread like a mystical, suffocating mist that engulfed both the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the energy condensed into a ferocious current that tore through the atmosphere, carving a long, shimmering wake across the surface of the darkened sea. Cumberland's face paled as he felt a boundless, inescapable force envelop his being, while countless motes of starlight gathered into a singular point of pressure. At that exact moment, the sixth saint's amethyst fist landed softly against Cumberland's chest. Boom! The impact was eerily silent, yet a dull, hollow thud reverberated within the very souls of the 20 martial saints watching. In a heartbeat, the protective universal power Cumberland had summoned was shattered into fragments, and the light he had gathered dissipated like a swarm of fireflies scattered by a gale. Cumberland remained physically stationary, but a translucent, spectral double of himself was violently ejected behind him, its features twisted in a mask of agony as its chest caved inward. This surreal scene of a soul being forcibly separated from its vessel caused the pupils of the surrounding martial saints to contract in sheer horror. Lu Sheng's amethyst punch had bypassed the physical world entirely to strike directly at Cumberland's martial soul. With a single, casual strike, Cumberland's very essence had been nearly knocked out of his body. Impossible, the spectators cried out in disbelief. A mere spiritual projection. And with one punch, he has sent Cumberland's martial soul flying into the void. Such an attack is equivalent to an immediate death sentence, they whispered, their voices thick with dread. The most formidable attribute of a rank 9 martial saint is their indestructible will and spirit. The martial soul is the fundamental rule that separates a mortal from a god. While a rank 8 grandmaster dies if their body is destroyed, a rank 9 can survive as long as their martial soul remains intact, much like a peerless martial saint. However, Lu Sheng's technique was a direct execution of the soul itself, a reality that chilled them to the bone. Because of the inherent tether between Cumberland's spirit and flesh, his martial soul was briefly pulled back, but before it could re-anchor, Lu Sheng unleashed a flurry of amethyst strikes upon his chest. No sound followed, and not a single thread of Cumberland's clothing was disturbed. Instead, the onlookers were haunted by Cumberland's blood-curdling screams as the spiritual blows mangled his metaphysical form, stretching the connection between his soul and body to the breaking point. Cumberland's face was a grotesque mask of torment as his spirit was treated like a common punching bag by the amethyst projection. His physical body stood motionless, but cracks began to spiderweb across his ethereal martial soul, threatening to shatter his very existence. Finally, a look of primal, absolute terror filled his eyes. He turned his gaze toward Lan Chun, his jaw working with agonizing slowness as he gasped out a desperate, silent plea. "Lord Guide, please, save me." Lan Chun watched the display with an air of detached amusement before slowly raising a single finger. With a graceful motion, he tapped the air toward Cumberland, and the fractured martial soul instantly snapped back into its physical vessel like a taut rubber band. Cumberland, who had looked like a hollow husk, gasped as he was suddenly restored to the living world, though his aura immediately plummeted, and he was propelled thousands of meters away by the residual force. The face that had once been filled with arrogance and carefree disregard was now a sickly, deathly pallor. Cumberland trembled violently, drenched in a thick coat of cold sweat, resembling a man who had narrowly survived a terminal illness only to be left a broken shadow of his former self. Cumberland's eyes darted around frantically, reflecting the desperate relief of a man who had stared into the abyss of non-existence and been pulled back at the final second. He breathed heavily, his lungs burning as he clutched his chest. "Phew, I'm back. I'm actually alive. The darkness almost had me." It was not just Cumberland who felt the weight of mortality. The remaining martial saints retreated further into the distance, their fear of the sixth saint, Lu Sheng, reaching terrifying new heights. They realized that against this soul-annihilating technique, their supposedly invincible rank 9 bodies were nothing more than fragile straw men. Lu Sheng's power has evolved beyond our comprehension. If he can assassinate the martial soul itself, then our divine bodies are nothing more than a cruel joke, they lamented. The amethyst projection of Lu Sheng shifted its focus, its gaze locking onto Lan Chun with predatory intensity. The agitation in its form settled into a terrifying calm as it stared down the mysterious visitor. Lan Chun returned the gaze, his eyes shining with genuine admiration. "It is no wonder the rank 9 martial saints of this world are treated like mere playthings in your presence," he remarked smoothly, his voice carrying over the waves. "Your strength is undeniably significant. I presume you are the one they call the guide." Lu Sheng replied through the amethyst projection. He began to flood the crystalline avatar with an even greater surge of spiritual energy, causing the amethyst to pulse with a dense, shimmering light. Though the physical changes were subtle, the qualitative density of the projection began to undergo a radical, celestial transformation. As the spiritual energy intensified within the figure, Lan Chen's confident smirk wavered slightly, and a flicker of genuine doubt appeared in his purple eyes as he reassessed the threat before him. The young Lu Sheng, manifesting his intent through the amethyst figure, clenched a crystalline fist. His eyes burned with a lethal, focused killing intent as he locked onto Lan Chen's position. "Let's see how you handle a direct confrontation," he declared, launching a devastating amethyst punch toward the Lord Guide. The amethyst fist of the sixth saint, carrying enough power to shatter a mountain range, was met by Lan Chen's open palm. With an effortless, fluid motion, the Lord Guide brought the cataclysmic attack to a gentle, jarring halt. Seizing the moment of contact, Lan Chen reached out with lightning speed and tapped the amethyst projection lightly directly between its eyebrows. The collision of the fist and the finger unleashed a titanic surge of power that manifested as a visible, shimmering ripple in the air. This atmospheric fluctuation radiated outward with the force of a sonic boom, causing the distant martial saints to tremble involuntarily. Their faces contorted in a new kind of horror as the wave washed over them, carrying an incomprehensible, ancient force that caused their very martial souls to vibrate with instability. The young Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, refusing to yield to the pressure. He unleashed a relentless, rapid-fire assault upon Lan Chun, his amethyst limbs moving in a blur of crystalline violence that tore at the fabric of space. Yet, every single strike, regardless of its speed or trajectory, was parried or blocked by Lan Chun with an annoying, effortless ease. The shockwaves generated by Lu Sheng's energy seemed to wash over the Lord Guide like water over stone, leaving him completely unharmed and utterly unbothered. Sensing the futility of the current exchange, Lu Sheng threw a final series of heavy, distracting punches. Using the momentum of the impact as a springboard, the amethyst figure retreated at high speed, putting several hundred meters of distance between himself and his opponent to reassess. However, before the projection could even stabilize its position, Lan Chen's fist materialized in the void directly in front of Lu Sheng's amethyst face, as if he had stepped through time itself to bridge the gap. The invisible weight of that punch struck with the force of a collapsing star, sending the amethyst projection of the sixth saint spiraling backward through the air in a trail of shimmering light. Lan Chen smiled warmly at the reeling figure, his tone relaxed and patronizing. "What is the matter? Is this truly the extent of your vaunted power? You should simply give up now and save us both the unnecessary trouble." Lu Sheng's amethyst expression remained stoic, his voice echoing with calm defiance. "Give up? Hardly. I was merely finishing my warm-up routine." Lan Chen's eyes widened slightly in surprise, his brow twitching at the sheer audacity. In the very next heartbeat, the environment around them began to undergo a violent, seismic shift. The previously calm sea surface below them began to churn and boil with an unnatural, terrifying energy. A colossal whirlpool formed, its depth reaching down into the lightless abyss, and from its center, a tall, imposing figure stepped out from the ocean floor. The true Lu Sheng rose into the air, ascending toward the battlefield like a god reclaiming his throne from the deep. As he emerged from the depths, the real Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, two beams of sharp, golden light piercing the gloom of the rising storm. He stared at the mysterious figure of Lan Chen, his voice cold and filled with dark recognition. "So it's you. You're the one who delivered that cowardly, lethal blow to Zhao Ji during our previous encounter." Crack. Lu Sheng slowly stretched his limbs, the sound of his internal skeletal structure and refined muscles moving like a complex piece of heavy machinery. With a casual wave of his hand, he released the energy binding Dong Qingxue. The yacht and its passenger were propelled away at incredible speed toward the distant horizon. "Qingxue, return to the shore immediately. This is no place for you now." Once she was safe, Lu Sheng turned his full attention toward Lan Chen. This man's aura was an exact match for the M-rank powerhouse who had wounded him in his previous memories. They were undoubtedly the same individual. Lu Sheng stared into Lan Chen's eyes, their gazes clashing in the void with the weight of two colliding worlds. "You've come for the energy crystals, haven't you?" Lan Chen nodded slowly, his expression neutral. "Precisely. Surrender 400 kilograms of energy crystals to me now, and I shall refrain from further hostility." Lan Chen spared a dismissive glance for the cowering martial saints before continuing his offer. "If you comply, you and your people can continue to reign as the supreme masters of this little planet. I have no interest in your petty planetary politics." The martial saints' expressions soured at these words, their faces turning an ugly shade of resentment. Lan Chen's blatant appreciation for Lu Sheng's strength was far beyond their expectations. He wasn't even planning to punish Lu Sheng for his defiance. They realized with sinking hearts that they would likely be forced to live in Lu Sheng's shadow forever if this deal was struck. However, Lu Sheng merely shook his head, a cold, dismissive smile touching his lips. "I've never been the type of person who can be persuaded to surrender by a few hollow promises and a bit of arrogant posturing." He raised a hand, pointing a finger directly at Lan Chen's face with an unsettlingly calm demeanor. I have a better proposal. Why don't you try to beat me to death? If you succeed, every single gram of the energy crystals will be yours by right of conquest. How does that sound to you? The martial saints stood paralyzed by the sheer insanity of the statement. Lu Sheng's tone was as natural as if he were discussing the daily weather, but to those listening, his words were a cataclysmic shock that sent waves of disbelief through their minds. Is this man truly insane? The thought echoed in everyone's head as they stared at Lu Sheng as if he were a raving lunatic. Lan Xun had been uncharacteristically accommodating, offering a generous concession of only 400 kilograms, hardly more than half of the total bounty, effectively giving Lu Sheng immense respect. Instead of accepting the lifeline, Lu Sheng had chosen to stomp all over the Lord Guide's dignity. Even Lan Xun was caught off guard by the blatant, disrespectful rejection. He blinked in confusion, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow as he tentatively asked, Are you truly certain you wish to proceed down this suicidal path? The young Lu Sheng ignored the question entirely, his hands remaining casually tucked into his pockets. Maintaining a posture of effortless, badass arrogance, he stepped off the sea surface and walked upward through the air, ascending until he stood at the exact same elevation as the Lord Guide. Lu Sheng looked Lan Xun up and down, his gaze full of biting sarcasm as he asked, Tell me, are you perhaps cultivating some kind of ladylike, effeminate path? Why else is your fighting style so agonizingly slow and hesitant, even when faced with a true opponent? Boom. This verbal assault was more devastating than a nuclear detonation. The spectators were utterly floored by the sheer lack of respect. Lan Xun stood there in stunned silence, his mind struggling to process whether he had actually been insulted so crudely by a mortal. He was a prestigious M-rank figure hailing from a high-level martial civilization, a powerhouse who commanded respect even on the vast interstellar battlefields. To the inhabitants of a low-level resource planet like this one, he was supposed to be an untouchable god. And yet, here he was, on a backwater first-level planet, being pointed at by a local inhabitant and questioned if he followed an effeminate, weak-willed path of martial arts. The insult was profound and unforgivable. You dare speak of my martial arts in such a way? Boom. The sound of a volcanic eruption echoed from within Lan Xun's body, and his entire demeanor underwent a terrifying metamorphosis, his polite mask shattering into 1,000 jagged pieces. The martial saints felt the temperature plummet, a primal chill seizing their hearts. He actually dared to call the Lord Guide a sissy, a godlike figure to us low-level beings. It's unthinkable. They watched in horror as the untouchable Lan Xun was reduced to a state of trembling, murderous rage by Lu Sheng's words. Lan Xun gritted his teeth, his voice a low, dangerous snarl that shook the very atmosphere. I am no sissy, he roared. The humble, approachable persona he had maintained was completely obliterated, replaced by a cold, murderous aura that felt like the freezing vacuum of space. An eerie, necrotic purple light began to coat Lan Xun's arm. Dark veins, resembling the pulsing blood vessels of a demon, bulged beneath his skin as a billowing black gas erupted from his pores. Though the gas was technically invisible to the naked eye, its presence was felt as a crushing, soul-heavy weight of pure, destructive power. In the void between them, massive slabs of ice began to spontaneously condense and fall, crashing into the sea to form a jagged landscape of icebergs. The clear sky was instantly swallowed by thick, roiling dark clouds as thunder boomed like the drums of war. Within a 1,000-kilometer radius, the ocean began to boil with giant, frothing bubbles, and countless deep-sea creatures floated to the surface, their lives extinguished by the mere pressure of Lan Xun's burgeoning wrath. A low, rhythmic rumble began to vibrate through the foundations of the atmosphere. Jagged veins of violet lightning tore through the obsidian sky, accompanied by violent thunderclaps that roared with a primal ferocity, as if the heavens themselves were intent on rending the very sea asunder. In the distance, tossed upon the churning waves, a humble fishing vessel looked like a mere splinter against the horizon. On its deck, 2 fishermen, paralyzed by an ancestral terror, collapsed to their knees. They pressed their foreheads against the salt-slicked wood, wailing in desperate, frantic supplication. The Sea Dragon King is enraged. The Sea Dragon King's wrath has descended upon us. Please, great king, calm your divine anger. The unfolding cataclysm was nothing short of a world-ending disaster. A spectacle so harrowing it forced even the seasoned martial saints to pale and tighten their defenses. Cumberland, his face contorted into a grimace of disbelief, muttered under his breath, "At our level, a master can resonate with the heavens and earth, but to manifest such a localized apocalypse with a mere thought is fundamentally impossible. This transcends the limitations of any planetary powerhouse. This is the terrifying authority of one who plunders the starry sky from the very surface of the ocean." Dong Qingxue had already been forcibly evacuated hundreds of kilometers away by the sheer pressure of the impending clash. She gazed back at the suffocating, pitch-black sky hanging over the horizon, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and longing as she called out, "Lu Sheng, please stay safe." Lan Che stood at the epicenter of the atmospheric upheaval, his presence alone causing the air to ripple with an invisible, crushing aura. His robes fluttered violently in the gale, and a layer of crystalline frost began to creep across his features, mirroring the coldness in his eyes. He was the eye of the storm, a living black hole devouring the surrounding light and hope. Like a primordial demon descending upon a fragile world, Lan Che projected an aura that surpassed the mortal realm entirely. Yet facing this deity-like pressure, Lu Sheng did not show even a flicker of hesitation or fear. On the contrary, Lu Sheng's eyes ignited with a fierce, predatory light. Every fiber of his being was rapidly accelerating into a state of extreme combat euphoria, his blood singing with the thrill of the hunt. "Is that truly the extent of your power?" Lu Sheng spoke slowly, his voice cutting through the roar of the storm as he continued to provoke Lan Che with calculated precision. "For a Lord Guide, you really are treading the path of a coward." Lan Che erupted into a deafening roar, his composure finally shattering under the weight of an insatiable, blinding fury. "You deserve nothing less than divine retribution," Lan Che bellowed. A colossal pillar of lightning suddenly arced down from the swirling vortex of dark clouds, illuminating the world in a flash of blinding white. In that split second, Lan Che's silhouette vanished from his position, and by the time he reappeared, he was already hovering mere inches from Lu Sheng's face. Not a single spectator could track the movement. This level of speed had completely bypassed the synaptic limits and nerve reaction thresholds of even a peak 9th-level martial saint. Lan Che lashed out, his finger piercing through the air like a localized singularity. Flickering coils of black lightning wrapped around his fingertip as it made light, almost delicate contact with Lu Sheng's chest. Crack! The sound was sickening as Lu Sheng's sternum caved inward. Lan Che's 2 fingers punched through the flesh and were withdrawn in a blur, leaving behind jagged, smoking indentations. The assault did not stop there. Lan Che transitioned into a relentless barrage of strikes. His fingers moved like pistons, and the marks on Lu Sheng's body multiplied with terrifying frequency. Lu Sheng appeared helpless, resembling a crude clay statue being systematically riddled with holes by a cruel sculptor. With a final, explosive thrust, Lan Che drove his finger toward Lu Sheng's forehead. Lu Sheng's head snapped back as his entire frame was overtaken by a monumental force, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. His body tore through the sound barrier, creating a succession of crisp sonic booms as he flew for several hundred meters before his momentum was abruptly, unnaturally halted. The martial saints watching from the periphery were frozen in a heavy, solemn silence, their hearts weighed down by a crushing sense of awe. This was it, the true, unfathomable strength of a powerhouse. Even those at the very pinnacle of the mortal realm were revealed to be utterly powerless against such a force, destined to be ground into a slurry of minced meat in the blink of an eye. "Do you see now?" Lan Che looked down at Lu Sheng with a gaze as cold as the void, his voice dripping with condescension. "Foolish native, by now the infinite distance between our existences should be painfully clear to you." Click. In the heavy silence that followed, a strange, metallic grinding sound caught the attention of every onlooker. The noise emanated directly from Lu Sheng's battered, charcoal-black body, which was currently venting thick plumes of acrid white smoke into the air. Lu Sheng casually tilted his neck, the joints popping with a series of sharp reports. His gaze drifted back to Lan Che, his expression settling into a mask of eerie calm as he spoke. Not bad at all. Actually, let me rephrase. That was quite impressive. You're finally starting to convince me that you aren't just some delicate sissy hiding behind a title. Despite the billowing smoke and the fact that his entire form was charred black as a piece of burnt coal, Lu Sheng stood tall, his presence unyielding against the backdrop of the storm. Truly not bad. I'm beginning to believe you aren't a total wimp after all. Boom. A sudden, intense radiance of deep purple light began to pulse from within Lu Sheng's frame, and the blackened, calcified shell covering the young man's skin began to spiderweb with glowing fissures. The last remnants of the carbonized shell fell away in scorched flakes, revealing Lu Sheng's original appearance, seemingly untouched by the previous devastation. The young man couldn't resist a smirk, his tone shifting back to that of a mocking smartass. Your massage technique is decent, I'll give you that, but the pressure was a bit too light for my taste. You'll need to try harder. As the final syllable left his lips, Lu Sheng's body suddenly erupted with power, as if 1,000 dormant volcanoes had simultaneously detonated within his marrow. Boom. A visible, physical ring of compressed light and heat expanded outward from his core, clearing the sky for miles. Despite the staggering difference in their perceived physical scale, Lu Sheng remained completely unfazed. His aura exploded with a violent, jagged energy, his eyes locking onto the towering Lan Che in a cold, silent challenge that defied the natural order. The young man tightened his fists, the knuckles whitening as he surged forward. His figure cut a majestic, unrestrained path through the air, radiating a domineering intent that seemed to physically weigh down the atmosphere. As he prepared to launch a strike from afar, Lu Sheng's voice boomed like a divine decree. Now, let me show you what real, soul-searing pain actually feels like. Lan Che was momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to process the sudden shift in momentum. He could only blurt out a confused, "What? How?" On Lu Sheng's nearly perfect 1.9-meter combat physique, faint but dazzling golden patterns began to silently manifest. They crawled outward from the centers of his heart and forehead like divine ivy. As he stood there in the heartbeat before the punch, Lu Sheng seemed to undergo a total metaphysical transformation, evolving from a mere mortal into a burgeoning god. Witness the true power of a native of this earth. A blinding light erupted from Lu Sheng's pupils, resembling two miniature, scorching suns spitting out raging solar flares. The light illuminated his face, which was now twisted into a ferocious, almost manic expression of combat lust. Deep within Lu Sheng's anatomy, 365 immortal cells surged with the intensity of divine fire. The complex star chart mapped within his soul was fully ignited in a fraction of a second, its celestial influence extending outward into the physical world. Stellar body growth was fully activated. Lu Sheng's eyes were brilliantly luminous, and his combat body was now completely encased in mysterious, breathtakingly beautiful runes. His entire being radiated unimaginable waves of energy, as if he were being perpetually reborn within an endless cocoon of golden light. HRGH. Lan Che's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his teeth clenching so hard they threatened to shatter under the sheer pressure of the aura Lu Sheng was now emitting. Beneath the suffocating darkness of the sky, Lu Sheng had become the new sun. An ultimate, blinding punch descended through the air, moving in perfect harmony with the world's underlying patterns and representing the fundamental laws of the moving universe. Boom. A miniature black hole flickered into existence at the point of impact, with countless threads of black lightning dancing around its event horizon. Lan Che was forced into a desperate, continuous retreat. Lu Sheng's fist roared through the vacuum, driving straight toward Lan Che's chest with the weight of a falling star. At the moment of contact, he unleashed a primal shout. Break! The shout resonated like a thunderclap in a clear sky, vibrating through the bones of everyone present. The fist, carrying a payload of terrifying, concentrated power, slammed into the center of Lan Che's chest. It created a dull, heavy explosion, the sound of thunder colliding with bedrock, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding space. The light from Lu Sheng's fist detonated outward, spreading like a supernova storm that consumed the darkness. The giant Lan Che was sent spiraling thousands of meters away, his trajectory leaving a long, burning streak of displaced atmosphere across the sky. Lan Che cried out in a state of utter, panicked shock. This is impossible. How can a mere native of this primitive planet possess such a refined and overwhelming power? But before Lan Che could even stabilize his flight, Lu Sheng reappeared before him like an inescapable deity. He spoke with a cheerful, almost light-hearted tone that belied the destruction he was causing. How does it feel to witness the burning of divine fire? With 365 immortal cells ignited, even I find this power difficult to restrain. I've been anticipating a fight like this for far too long. Do you know what the most agonizing thing in the world is? Lu Sheng continued to close the distance, his eyes locked onto Lan Che. It's being lonely at the peak, having no one capable of standing against you. He accelerated again, his presence a literal boom in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The tactical situation had completely and violently reversed. This time, the haughty Lan Che had been reduced to nothing more than a glorified punching bag. The young man unleashed a rhythmic series of continuous, devastating punches, laughing heartily with every strike. So refreshing. Haha, this is what I needed. No matter how profound a martial artist's skill may be, they eventually require a suitable target to test their limits. Lan Che retreated repeatedly under Lu Sheng's borderline insane barrage, able only to endure the onslaught in humiliated silence. Each of Lu Sheng's punches carried a tremendous, world-piercing power that felt like divine punishment falling from the heavens. The martial saints watching from below felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably, their heart rates spiking to over 500 beats per minute. Every one of them swallowed hard, feeling their scalps tingle with electricity while their souls turned cold with the realization of the gap between them. That is an entirely different level of existence. Cumberland stood with his mouth agape in pure horror. He is actually suppressing the Great Lord Guide. Lu Sheng didn't even utilize half of his true strength when he was dealing with us. He was playing with us. Even Tan Zhongyu had to voice his shock, his breath hitching. This magnitude of power has utterly surpassed the boundaries of our imagination. If even a single one of those punches landed on us, there would be no recovery, only instant, absolute death. Lan Che gritted his teeth, his face flushed with a mixture of pain and indignation. He roared out through the blood in his mouth. You dare to refer to me as a punching bag, you arrogant brat. Do not presume too much. Enough of this. Boom. At that moment, a sphere of intense, concentrated fire exploded around Lan Che's body, forcing a momentary separation. Lu Sheng took a few measured steps back, coming to a halt in the empty void. He watched Lan Che with a terrifyingly calm demeanor, his wrist rotating slowly as he shook out the tension, clearly preparing himself for the next phase of his assault. Lan Che was panting heavily, his previously pristine appearance now disheveled and worn. His eyes were wide as they fixed on Lu Sheng, his expression curdling into a mix of shock and dawning realization. You aren't level 10, nor are you level 9. You have only reached the peak of level 8. No, that can't be right. You possess a transcendent life form physique. Lan Che's words hit the air with the weight of a nuclear warhead. These words caused Lu Sheng to pause, his lips twitching in a moment of genuine puzzlement. Transcendent life form physique? Lu Sheng repeated the term, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the panting Lan Che before him, trying to parse the meaning. Boom. The revelation sent a shockwave of confusion through the gathered martial saints. Level 8? You're telling me Lu Sheng is only at the 8th level? A person who can make us tremble in fear, achieve unparalleled power through sheer will, and beat Marshal St. Cumberland until his soul nearly left his body. A man currently suppressing a level 10 guide is only at the 8th level. One Marshal Saint mumbled in a daze. No wonder he never manifested a martial arts Dharma form. I thought he was just looking down on us, but he literally hasn't reached the stage to form one yet. The others were numb, the phrase heaven-defying swirling in their minds. It was unimaginable that their small planet could birth such a monster. Lan Shui finally began to recover his composure, his eyes brightening with a sudden, greedy fervor, as if he had discovered a priceless, rare creature. A surge of unexpected joy filled his voice. That's it. That has to be it. You definitely possess a transcendent life form physique. Otherwise, how could a mere level 8 possess such terrifying, reality-warping strength? Haha. To think that a small, backwater resource planet could actually give birth to a treasure-level talent like you. Lu Sheng's curiosity was piqued, his eyes flickering. Explain it to me. What exactly is a transcendent life form constitution? Lan Shui took a breath, his tone shifting to one of academic awe. It represents a fundamental leap in the innate level of one's life. It is a complete sublimation of your genetic code, a super treasure bestowed upon an individual by the cosmos itself. Lu Sheng felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple, feeling somewhat speechless. WTF? He thought to himself. You might as well have said nothing at all. However, he vaguely guessed that Lan Shui was referring to the unique properties of his own eternal star body. It made sense. From the moment the eternal star body was forged, Lu Sheng's life level had far surpassed that of any ordinary martial artist. He had effectively entered an entirely different dimension of existence, and his immortal cells were constantly pulling this new baseline even higher into the heavens. It is no wonder you have achieved such staggering heights at such a tender age. Lan Shui chuckled, her voice resonating with an otherworldly amusement. With a constitution as profound as yours, you were never truly meant to be confined to the gravity of this backwater planet. Your destiny is written across the vast, infinite tapestry of the stars. The Lord Guide continued, a wide, knowing grin spreading across her face. Actually, I have decided upon a better proposal. I find I have no need for the energy crystals this time around. You may keep them as a gesture of my goodwill, provided you agree to one singular condition. You must depart from this world and come away with me. To where exactly? Lu Sheng inquired, his voice laced with a growing edge of unease. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere that felt fundamentally wrong, a cold realization dawning on him as he cursed the unexpected turn of events inwardly. Damn it all, he thought, his frustration mounting by the second. The Lord Guide's battle intent has completely evaporated. The very fire I worked so hard to stoke within her has been extinguished by this sudden change of heart. Don't you dare go pouring cold water on me now. His expression was one of genuine dismay, looking as though he might actually weep at the waste of such a perfectly good conflict. The destination is irrelevant compared to the necessity of your growth. Naturally, you must venture into a far vaster world, for the narrow confines of this planet will only serve to stifle your potential. It simply can no longer contain the magnitude of your power. Lan Shui's eyes gleamed with a predatory excitement as she smiled. Don't try to tell me a warrior like you hasn't spent countless nights dreaming of conquering the starry sky. Lu Sheng raised a sharp, silencing hand, signaling for Lan Shui to cease her rambling immediately. Cut the flowery crap and the recruitment pitch, he snapped, his patience wearing thin as the adrenaline of the fight began to cool. We can discuss the logistics of the universe and my future travels later, he continued, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned bone white. He looked up at Lan Shui with an expression of absolute, unwavering seriousness. Right now, in this singular moment, I don't want a ticket to the stars. I just want a goddamn fight that pushes me to my absolute limits. Is that truly all you desire from me? Lan Shui looked genuinely surprised, her features softening into a thoughtful, contemplative mask. She tilted her head, her eyes scanning his form with a renewed, analytical interest. Oh, I see. I understand the reality of your situation now. You are suffering from a severe deficiency of external pressure, aren't you? It makes perfect sense. A transcendent life form constitution is staggeringly profound, thousands of times more complex than that of an ordinary mortal. The higher you ascend, the more Herculean the task of breaking through becomes, requiring immense external force to stimulate your latent potential. This planet is but a stagnant pond. It lacks the pressure necessary for you to shatter the threshold of rank 9. Lan Shui nodded, her own aura beginning to condense as she felt a surge of professional curiosity. Lan Shui glanced toward Lu Sheng, extending two slender fingers in a beckoning gesture. Very well. If it is pressure you crave, I shall provide it in abundance. Consider the energy crystals a complimentary gift as well. However, mark my words. This means you now owe me twice over, and I fully expect you to repay that debt handsomely in the future. Oh, and before we proceed, do you truly remember my name? At that moment, Lan Xun, the Lord Guide, began to undergo a startling physical transformation. The heavy, concealing cloak and deep hood she wore began to dissolve like mist, shedding her previous, enigmatic guise. The heavy robes fell away to reveal a strikingly graceful woman beneath the armor of the guide. She began to walk toward Lu Sheng with a predatory elegance, her footsteps silent upon the displaced air. Lan Xun spoke softly, her voice now carrying a feminine lilt. I apologize for the wait. Let us begin this properly. Lu Sheng nodded slowly, tacitly agreeing to the two favors the Lord Guide had mentioned, but his eyes remained glued to Lan Xun's new form. He stood paralyzed for a moment, his face flushing a deep, embarrassed crimson, nearly as red as a ripe tomato. Wait, is this some kind of mental trap? He wondered frantically. The imposing figure of the Lord Guide had shifted into an undeniably beautiful woman. Lan Xun pointed a slender finger toward Lu Sheng, a satisfied, almost predatory smirk playing on her lips as she nodded in approval. Very good. Steel yourself and be careful. From this moment forward, I shall demonstrate the authentic, unbridled power of a true rank 10 powerhouse. Lu Sheng's eyes ignited with a brilliant, fierce light, a mixture of raw anticipation and savage excitement dancing between his brows. Finally, come on then. You have to go all out. Beat the absolute hell out of me. Lan Xun watched the unhinged excitement in his eyes and shook her head in disbelief. Are you truly insane? Does having a transcendent life-form physique mean your brain is wired differently than every other sentient being in the cosmos? Without further words, she reached out and gently pointed toward Lu Sheng. It was a seemingly ordinary, effortless gesture, yet it created visible, shimmering ripples in the air, much like a finger lightly disturbing the glassy surface of a perfectly still lake. Yet, beneath that deceptive surface of calm, Lu Sheng's honed instincts screamed a warning at him. He saw a terrifying, primordial force building within that simple motion, a power that surged far beyond anything his imagination had previously conceived. Incalculable amounts of the great forces of heaven and earth began to condense at the very tip of Lan Xun's finger. This was a technique fundamentally different from that of a standard rank 9 martial saint, who merely grasped at the surrounding energy to manifest a clumsy Dharma idol for a blunt force strike. This was something far more refined and deadly. Even as the fight began to escalate, Lu Sheng could feel his spiritual power and his physical martial body accelerating their fusion process. They were already nearly 1/3 merged, a feat that would usually require decades of arduous labor. He realized that a few more exchanges like this might allow them to fully coalesce, bringing him to the precipice of rank 9 and the formation of his own martial Tao imprint. Lu Sheng suddenly became aware of the strange, exhilarating metamorphosis occurring within his internal structure. He couldn't help but wonder at the sheer efficiency of the Lord Guide's attacks, questioning the nature of this rapid, forced evolution. Lan Xun had only tapped the air lightly, yet that single motion had instantly vacuumed a massive quantity of the world's natural forces into a single point. The sensation was worlds apart from the grab-and-slam style used by common martial saints. This was incredibly condensed, heavy, and carried the crushing weight of a collapsing star. The realm of comprehension and the level of technical skill displayed were 100 times higher than anything Lu Sheng had ever witnessed. This was the true inheritance of a powerhouse, the hidden truth of the higher ranks. The starlight within Lu Sheng's eyes surged with a wild, uncontrollable fervor, his expression becoming one of pure, unadulterated combat ecstasy. A wide, manic grin spread across Lu Sheng's face as he reveled in the mounting pressure. I love this. I absolutely love this kind of direct, head-on confrontation where every single nerve is screaming and everything is on the line. He knew that the true essence of martial arts was found only in the crucible of battle, and that a warrior's life must be one of endless struggle. Lu Sheng lived for this feeling. The sensation of invisible blades at his throat, the tingling of his scalp, and the roar of boiling blood in his ears. He spread his hands wide before slamming his 10 fingers together, the impact creating a sharp, metallic clang that echoed through the void. With a burst of speed, he charged directly at the Lord Guide. Lan Xun, caught up in the rising heat of the moment herself, let out a sharp, cold snort of amusement, bracing her stance to meet the young Lu Sheng in a violent collision of legendary wills. Lu Sheng was technically only at rank 8, meaning he lacked the established connection to the great Tao of heaven and earth to sustain his energy. However, he possessed the eternal star body and a brilliant star chart with 365 immortal cells ignited by divine fire. He had no need to borrow power from the universe. He was a solid, self-sustaining fortress. The golden light in his eyes receded into a faint, stoic gray as the two warriors immediately exchanged a blistering series of blows. It was a super intense, high-velocity battle, with both combatants constantly shifting positions and unleashing relentless attacks. A staccato barrage of explosions roared across the sea, sending invisible shockwaves through the air. These ripples, alternating between fast and slow frequencies, erupted in ever-expanding rings from the center of the conflict. This was no longer a skirmish. It was a duel between two authentic rank 10 powerhouses. Not even the rank 9 martial saints watching from the distance dared to draw closer to the epicenter. Their hearts were gripped by an even greater sense of awe and terror as they witnessed the sheer, unbridled might Lu Sheng was exerting against a superior foe. In a simultaneous move, both Lu Sheng and Lan Xun unleashed powerful palm strikes. Two colossal, spiraling streams of energy surged forward, clashing violently in midair with the force of two colliding galaxies, creating a vacuum in the center. A blinding, white-hot radiance erupted from the point of impact, instantly engulfing the surrounding space in an overwhelming torrent of light. The swirling energy seemed to possess a life of its own, threatening to devour everything in its path as it expanded outward. Lu Sheng's voice rang out in a shout of pure, unadulterated exhilaration that pierced through the light. Yes, this is the hype. I've never experienced a martial arts clash this satisfying in my entire life. Give me more. As a return gift for your massage, let me treat you to a taste of the ancient 5th season, a rank 11 martial arts fist technique. Lu Sheng fully unleashed the technique, and an unparalleled golden light burst from his pores. 10 blazing golden suns suddenly condensed in the air around him, orbiting his body at high speeds. They emitted a terrifying radiance and a scorching heat that seemed to incinerate the very fabric of heaven and earth. Standing at the center of these 10 dazzling suns, Lu Sheng appeared as magnificent and terrifying as a primordial deity from the oldest legends. Witnessing the manifestation of this move firsthand, Lan Xun was utterly struck with shock. Her eyes widened as she recognized the complexity and the origin of the art. This is impossible. This is a technique belonging to the 5th realm. Her shock quickly transformed into an intense, feverish excitement. She was mesmerized by Lu Sheng's latent power. The fact that a youth from a primitive world could possess such high-level martial arts achievements was staggering. Her mission to Blue Star had truly unearthed a treasure beyond all galactic calculation. She laughed aloud amidst the golden storm. Incredible! Even though Lu Sheng hasn't fully mastered this rank 11 martial arts legacy yet, the fraction he can control is still enough to unleash a power that borders on world-ending destruction. The sea for hundreds of kilometers around the battle had been completely transformed into a scene of hellish purgatory. The water boiled away into steam, the air screamed with the pressure of the suns, and the sky turned a bruised, angry purple. Simultaneously, back on the coast of Xinhai, Dong Qingxue watched in horror as heat waves began to materialize out of thin air. The very void itself seemed to be burning, warping into distorted, multicolored swirls that made the horizon look like a melting, psychedelic painting. Her heart clenched with an unbearable, suffocating worry for Lu Sheng's situation. The sheer scale of the energy she was sensing from the distance was far beyond anything a human body should be able to endure without disintegrating. Without a second thought for her own safety, Dong Qingxue resolved to rush toward the center of the storm. I can't just stay here and watch the world burn, she whispered, her voice firm despite her fear. I have to go to him, no matter what. Just as she prepared to leap forward into the sky, a firm, immovable hand suddenly clamped onto Dong Qingxue's collar, arresting her momentum and pulling her back to the ground. Dong Qingxue was shocked when she looked back, her eyes wide with defensive fury. It was a transcendent martial saint who had stopped her. Tan Zhongyu spoke with a stern, grim expression. Do you have a death wish, girl? Even we, the martial saints, wouldn't dare approach that battlefield right now. Are you trying to throw your life away for nothing? He demanded. Dong Qingxue, losing her usual cold composure, screamed at him. Let go of me. I don't care. I want to be with Lu Sheng, even if it means dying by his side in that light. Tan Zhongyu didn't immediately reply to her emotional outburst. Instead, he burst into a sudden, unexpected fit of laughter that left Dong Qingxue completely bewildered and frustrated. Her eyes flickered with confusion, but her resolve to move forward remained unshaken by his amusement. It was only then that Tan Zhongyu spoke a single sentence that caused the stubborn fire in her eyes to finally falter. I think I finally understand why a monster like Lu Sheng cares so much about a girl like you. Relax, child. Lu Sheng will be perfectly fine. He and the Lord Guide have already reached a mutual understanding. In fact, right now, she is actually assisting Lu Sheng in his breakthrough. Staying back and not disturbing the process is the greatest help you can possibly give him. The other martial saints began to emerge from the shadows behind them, their voices joining together in a somber, unified chorus of agreement. He's right, Dong Qingxue. You must stay your hand. Just as Tan Zhongyu said, Cumberland chimed in, his gaze fixed on the glowing, chaotic horizon. Lu Sheng has clearly received the formal acknowledgement of the Lord Guide. At this point, we are mere spectators to history. We can only wait here in the silence. We are waiting, he continued, for the true monarch of Blue Star to finally emerge from the flames of this trial and take his throne. Even with these reassurances from the highest-ranking martial artists on the planet, Dong Qingxue's heart remained heavy with an endless, gnawing worry. She continued to softly call out Lu Sheng's name as, in the distance, the Lord Guide's finger and Lu Sheng's fist finally collided with a final, cataclysmic force, emitting a light so dazzling it threatened to blind the world. Heaven and earth seemed to lose all color in the wake of the impact. The sea below cracked open to reveal the abyss, the sky above shattered into crystalline fragments, and the void itself was ripped into jagged tatters. Fountains of fire, geysers of boiling water, and shifting auroras of pure energy erupted everywhere. It was a scene beyond human description. The only thing one could say was, if the apocalypse required a single, definitive symbol, this would be it. The young Lu Sheng let out a visceral scream of unbridled, raw excitement, his voice echoing through the atmospheric turbulence. This is it. This sensation, it is absolutely magnificent. Enough. There is no need for further conflict. As the raging storm subsided, the blinding radiance dimmed, and the residual energy began to dissipate into the atmosphere, Lu Sheng tightened his fists, his body tensing for another explosive charge. However, Lan Shun raised a commanding hand, her gesture cutting through his battle lust. She spoke with a measured gravity. We must stop here. If we continue this exchange, the great Tao of heaven and earth, along with the fundamental cosmic energy of this entire sector, will collapse into irreversible chaos. This planet simply cannot withstand the strain of any more damage. A world of this ordinary grade is physically incapable of containing power that exceeds the monarch level without suffering catastrophic structural failure. Surely, you have no desire to see your home world reduced to a scorched husk for the sake of a spar. Lu Sheng gave a slow, deliberate nod as the predatory gray tint gradually receded from his pupils, signaling the deactivation of his martial god state. He realized that the combination of his fifth-level fist technique and the intricate 5 seasons art represented his current peak output. To push any further would require him to unleash his ultimate trump card, a strike capable of shattering the very void, a move so volatile that even he could not fully predict the collateral destruction. Lan Shun had proven herself to be a fair and honorable guide, There was no reason to turn this test into a desperate death match. Fine, he thought. It seems the limitations of Blue Star have finally been reached. During their clash, Lu Sheng's spiritual power and martial will had reached a staggering 99% fusion, balanced on a razor's edge of completion. With a moment of quiet, internal adjustment, he knew he could achieve perfection without needing any more external violence. Extending the fight now would be a pointless exercise in vanity. "You are truly an anomaly, the genuine article," Lanshan remarked, her eyes searching Lu Sheng's face with a complex mixture of professional respect and genuine awe. "An existence like yours belongs among the ancient stars and on the grandest battlefields of the cosmos. Tell me, have you reached a decision? When do you intend to depart this world and come with me?" Lanshan asked. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly as he considered the gravity of her question. "What is the cause for such sudden haste?" Lu Sheng asked. "The haste is for your own benefit," Lanshan countered smoothly. "Given your transcendent life-form physique, the threshold for breaking through on a planet with such low energy density is exponentially harder than average. If you remain here, you will stagnate. You won't even successfully reach the 9th level, let alone the true realms that lie beyond." Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned into silence by her assessment. Lanshan paused for a heartbeat, then reached into the air, pulling a sleek, metallic device from a shimmering rift in space. "Catch. If your heart still yearns to enjoy the simple life on this planet for a few more years, then by all means, indulge yourself. I will not force your hand. But take this with you." The young man snatched the flying object out of the air with practiced ease, turning it over in his hand to give it a brief, analytical inspection. "I will grant you ample time to settle your affairs. When you are truly prepared to leave your cradle, use that communicator to signal me. It possesses a stable range of 200 light-years, so I suggest you treat it with care, do not break it." "The signal propagation is actually that rapid?" Lu Sheng was quietly impressed by the sophisticated technology packed into the tiny device. Recalling how Lanshan had produced it from a void of nothingness, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Where did this originate? Are you using some form of advanced spatial storage tool?" Lanshan looked at him with a spark of surprise in her eyes. "So, you actually know of such things?" "Yes, in essence, that is what it is." Lanshan glanced down at the intricate band on her wrist and added with a smirk, "Don't get any grand ideas, kid. Your planet possesses a few primitive spatial relics from the old era as well. They are just incredibly outdated, clunky models compared to the standard equipment of the Galactic Federation." This revelation immediately brought to mind the inheritance of Zhao Ji that Tenjongyu had recently delivered to him, a small, mysterious suitcase he had yet to properly examine. His expression shifted as he gave a firm nod of understanding. "I see. I won't waste any more of your time then." Lanshan offered one final, stern warning before her departure. "Bear it in mind. You must contact me within the next 10 years, or the window of opportunity may close." Lanshan waved her hand casually toward the heavens, and a massive, deep purple starship, larger than half a dozen football fields, descended through the clouds, hovering majestically above her. A pillar of crystalline light erupted from the vessel's hull, enveloping her in its warmth. "You had better be at least a level 9 before you call," she teased. "And I should warn you, I won't be so generous with the energy crystals next time. I have a responsibility to report my findings to my superiors." Just as her form began to dematerialize into the ship, she added one last remark. "And don't forget, you currently owe me 3 favors." The boarding hatch hissed shut with a vacuum seal. A second later, the ship pierced the atmosphere with a silent, thunderous roar, vanishing into the void of space. Lu Sheng stood alone on the water, looking completely baffled. 3 favors? Where did the third one come from? Wasn't the agreement clearly for 2? He looked down at the matte black communicator in his palm and fell into a contemplative silence. Does this little toy really count as an entire favor in her eyes? That woman is an absolute bean counter. Yet she has the nerve to claim she isn't petty, Lu Sheng muttered with a mocking half-smile while fiddling with the device. To his surprise, the interface was remarkably intuitive, not much different from the smartphones used on Earth, which explained why Lanshan hadn't bothered to leave behind an instruction manual. He pressed a central button, and the screen glowed with a soft blue luminescence, projecting a high-definition 3D hologram of Lan Chun. The projection was so lifelike it was as if she were standing right there again. "Lu Sheng, what are you doing?" she asked, her holographic image looking startled. "Don't tell me you've changed your mind already? Do you want me to turn the ship around and pick you up right this instant?" Lu Sheng simply shook his head at the projection. "No, I was merely testing the hardware to see if it actually functioned as advertised." Lan Chun rolled her eyes. "If you drain the battery on nonsense, you'll be stranded on Blue Star for the next decade. However, feel free to ping me if you simply want to chat. I do get bored during long-haul flights." Lan Chun's expression soured playfully as she cut the transmission. Lu Sheng chuckled to himself, swiping through the UI to explore other features. Fearing he might actually deplete the energy cell, he shut the device down and tucked it securely away. Lu Sheng scanned the surrounding horizon. The battlefield was a scene of total environmental devastation. At the current rate of natural decay, the planet would take centuries to heal itself. And while that was a mere blink of an eye in geological terms, the lingering atmospheric chaos was a death sentence for any local ecology or nearby life forms. A heavy thought crossed his mind. Was the apocalyptic nightmare he had witnessed in the dream realm caused by a star-traveling powerhouse like the one he just fought? Or was it some mindless cosmic entity bent on planetary consumption? Either scenario led to the same end, but the power levels involved belonged to entirely different tiers of existence. While Lu Sheng remained lost in his grim contemplations, the local martial saints finally managed to bridge the distance and arrived at the scene. They finally caught up. Dong Qingxiu didn't wait for a greeting. She rushed forward and threw her arms around him, hugging him with a desperate, trembling strength. "Are you all right? Tell me you aren't hurt." Lu Sheng replied with a calm, reassuring tone. "Look at me, Qingxiu. I am perfectly fine, not a scratch on me." Lu Sheng then walked over to the exalted martial saint, Tan Zhongyu. "I saw what transpired earlier. Thank you for your intervention." His gratitude was genuine, as he had noticed her decisive action in stopping Dong Qingxiu from charging into the lethal energy storm. Tan Zhongyu bowed her head slightly and replied, "Lord Lu Sheng is far too kind. I only performed the duty that was necessary for the safety of all." After exchanging a few brief formalities with Tan Zhongyu, Lu Sheng turned his attention to the other gathered experts. "The battle is over. Begin cleaning up the residue and battlefield immediately. We need to stabilize the local energy grid and get things back to normal as quickly as possible." He pointed toward the massive, cratered ruins where he and Lan Chun had clashed. "Yes, sir." "Understood." Cumberland and the other high-ranking masters didn't dare to offer even a hint of an argument. Cumberland himself was breaking into a cold sweat. Just standing in the vicinity of Lu Sheng, he could still feel the terrifying, skin-crawling residue of the power that had been unleashed here. Dong Qingxiu looked up at him, her eyes still clouded with worry. "Lu Sheng, aren't you going to return to the city with me? We have much to discuss." Lu Sheng gave a slow, thoughtful nod, though his eyes remained fixed on the horizon. "I am standing at the very threshold of the 9th level. After that intense exchange with the guide, I've had a profound epiphany. I need to enter immediate seclusion to consolidate these gains and break through while the feeling is still fresh." A visible flash of disappointment crossed Dong Qingxiu's face, but she quickly masked it with a supportive smile. "I understand. I will follow your lead and handle things on the surface. Just, please stay safe during the breakthrough." "I will be fine, do not worry." Tan Zhongyu felt like an awkward third wheel while watching their intimate exchange, not daring to interrupt the moment. She tactfully turned away, pretending to be deeply engrossed in the distant, mangled scenery. Luckily for her, the conversation was brief. Lu Sheng turned back to her. "Actually, exalted Marshal Saint Tan, there is a specific and vital task I require you to handle for me," he said with sudden solemnity. "I find that I am only truly at ease in trusting a matter of this magnitude to someone of your integrity." Upon hearing this, Tan Zhongyu's expression became instantly grave, and she straightened her posture. "Grand Minister Lu, you need only give the word. Consider it done." Without a word, Lu Sheng raised his hand and casually pressed his index finger against Tan Zhongyu's forehead. Buzz! A faint vibration hummed through the air. Tan Zhongyu was both startled by the suddenness of Lu Sheng's technique and deeply curious about the nature of the information being shared. Before Tan Zhongyu could even process the contact, she felt a massive influx of data etching itself into her consciousness. It was a comprehensive map. Lu Sheng spoke calmly, his finger dropping away. This is a detailed distribution map of every energy crystal deposit on Blue Star, including the coordinates for the most hidden and mythical resource nodes. Tan Zhongyu's entire body trembled, and her face went pale with shock as she processed the mental images. What? Every single energy crystal vein and rare mineral deposit on the planet? This is beyond belief. I am tasking you, as a beyond martial saint, to make several additional excursions and do your absolute best to help me harvest as many energy crystals as possible. Rest assured, I would never ask you to work for nothing. You are authorized to retain a significant portion of the crystals as a personal reward. Lu Sheng explained that at his current level of cultivation, the mundane resources of Blue Star were no longer his primary concern. Since his departure from this world was imminent, it was better to release these hidden hordes to strengthen the planet's defenses rather than letting them sit idle. Lu Sheng even decided to release the distribution maps for Mithril, and Mythos Steel to the military high command. While energy crystals were a resource he would still require in his future cosmic travels, and thus needed to harvest a substantial amount now, the other minerals would serve as his parting gift to humanity. Tan Zhongyu bowed her head in a solemn, deep gesture, vowing not to fail the immense trust Grand Minister Lu had placed in her. Blue Star actually possesses such vast energy reserves. How did Lu Sheng discover them when even the interstellar guides were unaware? No, there is no need for such questions. Tan Zhongyu shook the thought away. If Lu Sheng was willing to entrust her with such a planetary secret, did that mean she had finally been accepted into his inner circle? The thought fueled her with a renewed sense of purpose. I shall depart immediately to begin the collection. Tan Zhongyu had lived for nearly 2 centuries, a pillar of strength for her people. Yet this was the first time she had felt such genuine happiness and excitement. To be deemed qualified as a confidant and trusted agent for an existence like Lu Sheng was the highest honor of her long life. She reflected on his choice and realized it made sense. Lu Sheng valued her upright and pure personality, and he likely couldn't find anyone more reliable to act on his behalf while he was occupied. Lu Sheng pondered his next steps. I am on the verge of leaving Blue Star behind. By releasing these resource maps, these veins of mithril, myth silver, and spirit steel, I can ensure that my departure leaves the planet's future secured. It is my final blessing for this world. Having concluded his business with the martial saints, Lu Sheng turned back to the woman waiting for him. Without another word, he leaned in and placed a soft, lingering kiss on Dong Qingshua's cheek. Go back to the city first and help manage the transition. Wait for my return, I won't be long. With that, Lu Sheng turned and plunged into the sea, his body cutting through the waves as he began to dive into the crushing depths. Dong Qingxue stood there, her face flushed a radiant red, watching the spot where he had disappeared. She felt a profound sense of awe as she thought to herself, Lu Sheng is truly transcending everything. He is becoming something beyond our comprehension. The abyssal depths, 20,000 meters below the surface, provided the perfect sanctuary for secluded cultivation. Down here, the world was silent, the pressure was immense, and the distractions of the surface were non-existent. Lu Sheng could even sense the rhythmic, tectonic heartbeat of the planet itself. He dove until he reached the very floor of the trench, finding a quiet spot to sit cross-legged in the darkness as he began to meticulously catalog the gains from his battle. Suddenly, a strange, luminous glow erupted from within Lu Sheng's chest. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a sharp light. He had discovered the final, elusive fusion point between his spiritual energy and his physical martial frame, a point that had been stimulated by the immense oceanic pressure. As he looked inward, he saw that his spirit and body had perfectly coalesced. His blood, flesh, and even his marrow were now suffused with a faint, ethereal purple light. When his internal star map ignited, this purple energy poured into the golden constellations, creating a new, royal hue. His raw power felt more than 3 times more potent than it had been just hours ago. The moment I truly break through to the 9th level, my strength will undergo a definitive qualitative transformation. The leap from 8 to 9 is not just a step. It is a fundamental evolution of being. Lu Sheng had built a foundation at level 8 that was nearly indestructible. Once the breakthrough was complete, the multiplicative effect would grant him strength that was hundreds, perhaps thousands of times greater than any typical practitioner of the same rank. The first phase was complete. His spiritual power and his physical martial body had finally achieved a state of absolute, seamless fusion. The next step was to weave his martial arts will into this new foundation, forging a unique and indelible martial arts imprint that belonged solely to him. He was but a single hair's breadth away from the 9th level, and a surge of productive anxiety filled his chest. Within his mind's eye, the great compass, now wreathed in roaring divine fire, began a slow, rhythmic rotation before merging into his physical form. This stage was naturally simpler than the spirit-body fusion, as he had been experimenting with this integration since his time as a grandmaster. His completed martial arts will, empowered by divine fire, expanded outward like a rising sun, melting into Lu Sheng's bones and sinews. He could hear the muffled roar of power exploding within him as his 3 treasures, essence, qi, and spirit, tempered themselves into a singular, unified whole. It was like the final stage of forging a legendary blade. The molten iron was white-hot and ready for the pour. All that remained was the mold, his martial arts imprint. The final blade would be his true martial arts Dharma form. My true self is about to manifest. My Dharma form will take the complete way as its core, with all other paths serving as its strength. Lu Sheng's eyes flared in the lightless abyss, glowing like 2 eternal, golden flames. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the gears of Lu Sheng's profound contemplation began to turn, the latent, primordial energy of heaven and earth within this localized oceanic sector was instantly galvanized. The sheer magnitude of his psychic resonance caused the entire deep-sea trench to vibrate with a rhythmic, tectonic intensity, as if the planet itself were acknowledging his presence. The disturbance generated violent, spiraling undercurrents that whipped through the abyss with the force of underwater cyclones. Sensing the onset of a power far beyond their comprehension, countless bioluminescent deep-sea creatures abandoned their territories, fleeing in frantic shoals toward the dark periphery to evade the crushing spiritual pressure. This cataclysmic shift in energy effortlessly pierced through the dense barriers of the pressurized seawater and surged toward the world above. Before long, the surface of the Ningyi Sea was overtaken by a terrifying phenomenon. A colossal, churning vortex with a radius of several hundred kilometers materialized suddenly. It appeared as though an unthinkable volume of water had been vacuumed out of the ocean's heart, causing the surrounding sea to flow backward into the gaping, watery maw with a thunderous roar. This magnificent and terrifying spectacle immediately seized the attention of the cleanup group stationed nearby. The gathered masters felt the very fabric of the world's natural law being tugged and triggered on a scale they had never before witnessed, causing the air to crackle with static and raw potential. The martial saints halted their labor as one, their faces pale and their expressions frozen in a state of absolute shock. Is this truly the manifestation of someone ascending to the 9th level? One of them whispered, his voice trembling as he gazed at the horizon-consuming whirlpool. It's impossible, a martial saint standing toward the rear countered, his eyes wide with disbelief. I have witnessed the breakthrough to the 9th level before, and I have achieved it myself. How could it possibly trigger the great power of heaven and earth on such a staggering scale? When I ascended, the phenomena were confined to a mere few hundred meters. This is something else entirely. Cumberland felt a sudden, icy chill cascade down his spine, settling in the marrow of his bones. He swallowed hard before replying in a hushed tone. But what if the one breaking through is that person? What if it is Lu Sheng? A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the group as they observed the increasingly severe anomalies tearing at the sky and sea. Finally, one of the seniors spoke with a deep, somber resonance. We should cease our speculation and focus on completing the task that person entrusted to us. We are simply not qualified to scrutinize or concern ourselves with the affairs of a monster like him. It's true, despite our titles, all of us martial saints are currently little more than glorified janitors in his presence. A voice added dryly, and the group nodded in grim, unified agreement. Without further delay, over 20 martial saints simultaneously mobilized, using their formidable powers to meticulously clean the debris and level the chaotic battlefield, 1 square meter at a time. Deep beneath the waves, the moment Lu Sheng's singular intent arose, he felt the manifestation begin to take form within his soul. It was a phantom sensation, a cosmic blueprint reaching out to grasp the fundamental laws of the world. His focused consciousness began to exert an irresistible influence over the grand trends of heaven and earth, attempting to outline the intricate patterns of his martial Tao imprint and the majestic form of his final Dharma idol. However, just as the structure began to solidify, the grand trend of heaven and earth suddenly buckled and collapsed under its own weight. It was as if the universe itself could not provide the framework necessary to sustain his vision. The gathered energy dissipated instantly, vanishing into the cold currents of the deep sea like mist before a gale. Lu Sheng's face, usually a mask of calm, revealed a rare flicker of genuine astonishment and frustration. "Huh? What is happening?" he muttered, his brow furrowing as he analyzed the failure. "Why did the formation collapse? Let me try again." He closed his eyes once more, visualizing the massive, ancient compass in his mind, once again agitating the ley lines for hundreds of kilometers around his position. Once again, the ancient heaven and earth trend flickered into existence for a brief second, only to shatter and dissipate into nothingness. Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, his mind racing. What exactly is the deal here? Why is the world rejecting the imprint? He failed again, and then again. Lu Sheng attempted to outline the martial Tao imprint 5 times in rapid succession, with each effort ending in an identical, abrupt failure, the creation and the collapse happening almost simultaneously in a jarring loop of spiritual static. Lu Sheng refused to yield, continuing his attempts with a stubborn intensity. It felt as if he were trying to put pen to paper to record a divine truth, but before he could even complete the first arc of a circle, the paper would tear, the pen tip would shatter, and the ink would splatter uselessly across the floor. "Why?" he roared internally, the pressure of his confusion causing the seawater to boil around him. "Why can I not solidify the form? Where is the fundamental flaw in my execution? What am I missing?" His eyebrows furrowed deeply as he entered a state of hyperanalysis. My martial Tao imprint and my Dharma idol are being outlined in perfect accordance with my martial Tao will. My all-encompassing Tao can clearly take shape within my mind. So why is the external world unable to manifest the Dharma idol? The question haunted him, echoing in the silent abyss. For the next several days, Lu Sheng remained motionless, a living statue at the bottom of the sea, constantly experimenting, theorizing, and deconstructing the nature of his own power. Sitting in the absolute stillness of the deep sea, Lu Sheng engaged in a relentless process of self-interrogation, questioning every facet of his cultivation. This period of intense, meditative isolation lasted for 6 grueling days, during which he did not move a single muscle. Having entered the 3rd level of the emptiness state, his cognitive functions were hundreds of times more vivid and efficient than those of an ordinary human. His mind was a supercomputer, processing millions of variables and simulations every second. He systematically rearranged everything he had ever learned, peeling back the layers of his techniques and tracing his power back to its primal origin. He scrutinized the foundation of his soul, looking for the discordant note in his symphony of strength. As the sun rose over the surface for the 7th time, Lu Sheng decided to try once more. Immediately, 20,000 meters of seawater began to churn violently, the massive whirlpool above expanding its radius to cover the horizon for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. A jagged bolt of psychic lightning flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes as the young man suddenly clenched his fist, a look of profound realization washing over his face. He felt a surge of joy. "I finally understand. I see the barrier now." The lines of the compass circle were appearing smoothly within my mental space, but my all-encompassing martial Tao has grown too vast, he realized. The number of individual DAOs I accommodate is constantly increasing and strengthening, meaning the original structure of a standard imprint can no longer bear the weight. I am at the absolute limit of what the current martial system can define. When I try to transform that will into a Dharma idol, the limit is shattered instantly, preventing the form from ever closing perfectly. It was a simple, yet devastating problem of scale. It was like trying to use a small ceramic plate to hold a mountain of apples. You could stack them carefully, but the moment you swapped the apples for massive watermelons, the original plate would inevitably collapse under the sheer volume and weight. If I truly wish to utilize the all-encompassing martial Dao to advance to level 9, I cannot rely on traditional methods, he reasoned. I must engineer a more stable, vast, and transcendent way to contain those individual Daos that are on the verge of evolving to the 9th level. In the end, it is a consequence of my own ambition, Lu Sheng mused. My foundation is still too shallow, and my accumulation, though vast, is insufficient for the scale of my goals. How could an unprecedented path be created so easily? My 3 myriad foundation techniques are all level 10 martial Daos, each perfected over eons by countless experts who stumbled and fell before reaching the truth. I am trying to leap past all of them in a single bound. Lu Sheng fell into a pensive silence, experiencing a deep, fleeting sense of confusion and existential weight. Previously, his journey had been supported by 3 major level 11 cultivation methods and a foundation built on countless level 7 through 10 Daos. It had been, in many ways, smooth sailing along a pre-paved road. But now, he was truly striking out into the unknown, attempting to create his own unique path. It was an unparalleled trajectory, aiming to surpass level 11 and head toward the untapped potentials of level 12, 13, and beyond. Faced with the infinite void of the unknown, he whispered to himself, "What should I do? How do I build the vessel for this power?" In his moment of uncertainty, Lu Sheng's thoughts turned naturally toward the mysterious dreamscape. But as he prepared to manifest his consciousness there, he discovered something unexpected, a subtle, harmonic resonance that made him grunt in surprise. Lu Sheng had already spent a significant amount of time submerged in the crushing darkness of the deep sea, his body perfectly adapted to the hostile environment. The young man looked around his dark, watery sanctuary, his attention suddenly captured by a sound that shouldn't exist in the abyss. He wondered with a start, what is that sound? Is it a waking dream? Or am I finally losing my grip on reality? He felt a distinct, ethereal voice calling out to him, beckoning him into a specific layer of the dreamscape. Clearly, I am all alone here, he thought, yet that voice is calling me by name. Could it be that my entire history of entering the dreamscape has been orchestrated by this singular entity? I have navigated its depths for so long now, he reasoned, calming his racing heart. If it meant to destroy me, it would have done so long ago. It likely won't harm me now. Might as well go and see the source of the call. The youth closed his eyes, centered his breathing, and allowed his consciousness to drift, quietly slipping past the veil and entering the deeper reaches of the dreamscape. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a completely unexpected scene unfolded before him. Instead of the usual ruins, Lu Sheng found himself in a clear, vast, and open space. Stretched out before his eyes was an infinite starry sky, deep and breathtakingly mysterious, yet it radiated an overwhelming sense of desolate solitude. "Where am I?" he asked, looking around the void. "Where is the familiar dreamscape base? Where is the evidence of the future's destruction? Why am I standing in the middle of the empty universe?" As Lu Sheng scanned the distant horizon of the cosmos, he seemingly caught sight of a small celestial body, a tiny planet or asteroid, drifting slowly toward his position. The youth watched with growing curiosity, his martial instincts on high alert even in this serene environment. What is that? A piece of the past, or a fragment of the future? As the asteroid drifted closer, Lu Sheng could see it clearly. It was a small, self-contained world, reminiscent of the asteroid from the story of the Little Prince. If only a small, comfortable house would appear before me now, Lu Sheng thought idly, his mind seeking stability in the void. The moment the thought left his mind, he turned his head and froze in shock. Not far from where his feet touched the asteroid's surface, a simple, ancient-looking wooden house stood silently under the starlight. This was not a mere illusion. He could feel its physical presence. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up with intrigue, and he rushed toward the structure, shouting, "Is anyone there?" As he approached, he saw a small, neatly kept yard surrounded by a fence, and the front gate stood slightly ajar. He gently pushed the gate open and walked in, his mental power extending like feelers. However, the moment his mental power touched the walls of the house, it was repelled by an inexplicable, soft force. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with caution, but his curiosity won out as he increased his pace. The house was built in a traditional Chinese style, crafted from weathered, ancient wood that smelled of cedar and thyme. Suddenly, a movement in the shadow of the porch caught Lu Sheng's attention, causing his heart to skip a beat. Without any sound or warning, 3 figures materialized in the yard directly in front of Lu Sheng, appearing as if they had always been there. They were sitting around a stone table, focused on a game of chess. The youth, now sweating profusely from the sheer pressure of their presence, wondered in alarm. Who are they? How did they appear here in an instant without a ripple in space? Could my entire journey through the dreamscape have been their doing all along? After deliberately making a move on the board, an old man with flowing golden hair looked up. His eyes seemed to contain the wisdom of entire civilizations as he spoke softly. "Ah, you've finally arrived. Come, child. Sit down and join us." Lu Sheng looked at the golden-haired elder, his body swaying slightly as he struggled to process the gravity of the encounter, his expression one of profound, speechless surprise. Without warning, a violent surge of invisible qi coalesced around Lu Sheng, acting with the irresistible force of a physical current that pulled him downward, forcing him onto a stone seat. He was left utterly stunned by the suddenness and precision of the maneuver, finding himself seated before his mind could even register the movement. "How? When did I even sit down?" Lu Sheng whispered, his eyes widening as he began to sense the overwhelmingly familiar aura permeating the air. It resonated perfectly with the natural breathing techniques constantly circulating within his own meridians. "Although I have never met you in the flesh, seniors, I recognize these signatures. Let me guess. You are Yang Yizhou, you are Wang He, and you are Duan Yifeng." As the names left Lu Sheng's lips, Duan Yifeng let out a soft, knowing chuckle that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the dreamscape. "Calm yourself, young man. Sit still and find your center. There is no need for such haste. Come, join us and test your wits in a game of chess." In the cold, vast vacuum of the starry sky, a dark blue spacecraft tore through the darkness at an incredible velocity, its engines leaving a faint, shimmering trail against the backdrop of distant galaxies. Inside the vessel, the interior was compact and utilitarian, filled with the hum of advanced machinery. Lan Shin sat reclined in a command chair saturated with high-tech sensors and field emitters. His eyes were glued to a holographic projection floating before him, watching the flickering data streams without so much as a blink. The screen replayed the cinematic clash between himself and Lu Sheng, reconstructed from the ship's surveillance arrays and Lan Shin's own neural memories. This was already the 5th time he had scrutinized the footage, and with every viewing, a new layer of realization dawned on him regarding Lu Sheng's 5th realm fist technique. "It truly is the pinnacle of the 5th realm," Lan Shin murmured, replaying the frame-by-frame movements of Lu Sheng's fist. "That boy hasn't just mastered a technique. He has touched the fundamental laws of the universe's operation. Based on this revelation alone, Lu Sheng has already earned the right to enter the elite heavenly chosen battlefield academy," Lan Shin reasoned, his voice hushed with awe. "And that is before even considering his status as a transcendent life form, which places him in a category of his own. The only remaining question is the exact classification and tier of his transcendent life form physique. Is it a common grade, or something far more ancient and terrifying?" Lan Shin's expression shifted, a flicker of professional curiosity crossing his features as he took a quick sip of water and began tapping rapidly at the virtual interface. Information began to cascade across the screen. Rank 8 versus Rank 10 encounters. Rank 9 versus Rank 10 cross-tire challenges. I recall a legend from the Yakumu Star sector where a rank 9 genius defeated a rank 10 opponent. That prodigy, Fal Arland, became a legend overnight and was immediately scouted by the Academy. During the subsequent aptitude testing, they discovered Arland possessed a 9-star, transcendent life form physique, Lan Shen noted, his eyes lighting up with mounting excitement. But Lu Sheng is even more absurd. He is accomplishing these feats at the 8th level. If a 9-star is transcendent, then what is he? God tier? Or perhaps even the legendary moon tier? Though such calculations were rarely linear, Lan Shen was increasingly certain that Lu Sheng's potential was astronomical. His physique surely ranks at the 9-star level or higher. It is very likely God tier. If he truly possesses God tier talent and has already begun to comprehend the laws of the 5th realm, then as long as he survives the journey, his ascension to level 11 is practically guaranteed. He might even have the latent capacity to challenge the level 12 threshold. Good heavens, how many level 12 titans even exist in this star sector? Each one is a terrifying entity whose very name can make entire star systems tremble in fear. I wouldn't even be worthy to look them in the eye. I've hit the jackpot. An absolute, once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. Lan Shen couldn't contain his joy, laughing aloud as his hands danced across the console in a celebratory rhythm. Who would have guessed that this routine mission would unearth such a formidable monster? He still owes me those 3 favors, which I can practically trade for 3 private resource planets in the future. Lan Shen was in a magnificent mood, already envisioning himself as a cosmic tycoon presiding over a personal planetary empire. Just as Lan Shen was indulging in his daydreams of wealth, a notification chimed, and a new face materialized on the virtual screen, interrupting his thoughts. Lan Shen. The guide's eyes brightened as he recognized the caller. Zoin, I have incredible news to share. You will never believe the treasure I discovered on this backwater resource star. However, the man on the screen, Zoin, showed no interest in pleasantries. His face was grim and etched with urgency. Lan Shen, save the stories for later. I have a critical query. Did you encounter any Star Path pirate vessels during your transit? Star Path pirates? Lan Shen's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of sharp concern. What are you implying? Are you telling me that a pirate fleet has breached the security of this star region? The figure on the screen gave a somber nod. It's worse than that. Several resource planets in the adjacent sector have already been decimated. Their mineral veins were stripped bare, and the local populations were rounded up like cattle to be sold off as slaves in the black markets. Those wretched Star Path scavengers. Lan Shen muttered, his face darkening. They are like locusts swarming through the void, leaving nothing but ruin and trampled worlds in their wake. It's not just a loss of resources. They leave the defense lines of the alien beast battlefield completely compromised. It takes decades to repair the mess they leave behind. I didn't detect any sign of them on my return vector, Lan Shen replied quickly, his mind racing. Who are we dealing with? What is their current strength and origin? Zoin replied, this group belongs to the Red Copper Star Path gang. They have been the most rampant and elusive criminal element in the AMU Star sector for nearly a century. The gang originally consisted of 12 core members, but 7 have been eliminated. Now, only the leader, Red Copper, and his 4 most loyal lieutenants remain at large. All 5 are confirmed to possess level 10 strength or higher. Red Copper himself is a peak level 10 powerhouse, incredibly lethal, and their projected trajectory is heading directly toward your current coordinates. Lan Shen felt a jolt of genuine terror at the news. Heading toward me? Are you certain? Oh no, that direction leads straight to Lu Sheng's home planet. Lan Shen gritted his teeth, cold sweat beginning to pour down his face like rain as he realized the impending catastrophe. At that very moment, in a desolate, pitch-black pocket of space, an extravagantly designed and heavily armed spacecraft shimmered into existence from the void. It moved with a slow, predatory grace, looking like a ferocious beast stalking through the stars, its hull emitting a faint, sinister glow as it approached a cluster of life-bearing planets. Inside the vessel's opulent command deck, 5 figures were seated around a luxurious dining table, casually enjoying a feast that seemed out of place in the vacuum of space. Among them sat a man who possessed the refined features of a space nobleman, yet his words were cold and bloodthirsty. I received word yesterday that the market price for common slaves has dropped by another 30%. Therefore, there is no value in retaining the ordinary humans we've gathered. Transporting them is a waste of our ship's fuel. Scorpion, go to the holding cells and select a few of the aesthetically pleasing ones to keep. Throw the rest into the trash incinerator. Understood. A woman with sharp, short-cropped hair sitting to the right of the red-eyed man gave a curt nod. She stood up without a word and began walking toward the slave deck to carry out the grim order. With her departure, only 3 men remained at the table. Though they differed in stature, each radiated a sinister, predatory aura that would make even the most savage wild beast turn away in fear. The star police of the AMU sector are closing in, a purple-haired man noted. This will be our final operation in this region. I want each of you to select a primary target, the leader said, gesturing toward the holographic simulations of the surrounding planets. We will perform one last grand robbery before we retire and return home. The 3 men leaned in, their eyes scanning the available worlds. One by one, they stood up to claim their prizes. I'll take this one, the first grunted, pointing to a lush green world. Then I'll handle this one, the second added. Finally, a one-eyed brute stared at a specific blue sphere and grinned. 28 for 62, the blue weeping star. What a beautiful name for a planet. It's perfectly suitable for my tastes. Meanwhile, deep within the dreamscape, on a mysterious asteroid bathed in a soft, internal glow, Lu Sheng stood within a small, quiet courtyard. He calmly observed the 3 legendary figures seated before him, his heart still hammering with a mixture of disbelief and profound astonishment. Wang He, Yang Yizhou, and Duan Yifeng were positioned around 3 sides of a stone go board, their focus seemingly absolute. Lu Sheng, feeling like an intruder in a divine realm, could only stammer out a humble confession. Playing Go? I'm afraid I have no knowledge of the game, seniors. Yang Yizhou looked up and offered a mysterious, encouraging smile, winking at Lu Sheng. It's quite all right. Just give it a try. You'll find the rules reveal themselves to you. He then extended his hand, offering Lu Sheng a polished Go stone that seemed to pulse with a spectral light. After the repeated, silent invitations from the masters, Lu Sheng finally reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold surface of the stone in Yang Yizhou's palm. The moment contact was made, the young Lu Sheng felt a jolt of pure energy shoot up his arm. He broke into a sudden, icy cold sweat, a pained grunt escaping his throat. The world around him underwent a violent, instantaneous transformation. Lu Sheng looked around in total bewilderment, his voice cracking with surprise. The courtyard, the lake, even the ancient trees, they have all vanished as if they never existed. In their place was a boundless, terrifying expanse of empty space. Has the space collapsed? He wondered. No, it's something deeper. I haven't left. I've simply entered a more profound layer of the world's reality. Lu Sheng stared intently into the void ahead, the physical and mental strain causing sweat to pour down his face like a torrential rainstorm. Before his eyes, he saw a blazing, radiant domain of pure light, densely packed with burning suns. The ghost stones from the table had been transformed into these celestial bodies. Countless suns, spanning the spectrum of size and heat, hung in the eastern sky, illuminating a starfield that stretched for millions of light years. It was a realm of eternal brilliance where darkness was simply an impossibility. Apart from the suns, Lu Sheng could find no other physical planets or moons. As Lu Sheng stared into the heart of the fires, he discovered that these suns were not empty. They were teeming with a specific form of life. Within each star was a massive bird with a shimmering golden body. These creatures were gargantuan, constructing magnificent, noble palaces in the center of the nuclear furnaces and consuming the very stars as their primary source of nourishment. He watched as these golden avian deities blotted out the cosmic horizon, occasionally swallowing entire nearby planets in a single, effortless gulp. The sheer scale of the vision provided a shock that vibrated through Lu Sheng's very soul. Lu Sheng watched the spectacle, lost in a trance of awe, his lips moving involuntarily as he whispered, A creature that consumes the sun. Is that the mythical three-legged golden crow? Wang He, seated to Lu Sheng's left, heard the whisper and finally raised his head to meet the youth's gaze. As Lu Sheng looked into the man's eyes, which were as masculine and domineering as the sun itself, he heard Wang He speak with a hint of genuine surprise. You actually recognize the three-legged golden crow? Impressive. It seems you are indeed qualified to occupy a seat at this table. Lu Sheng was taken aback, quickly pointing toward the celestial vista of suns below and asking, Senior Wang He, what kind of Go are you playing exactly? What is this realm? Wang He slowly released another sunstone into the brilliant star field, his eyes burning with an inner light that rivaled the cosmos. This game, he spoke, his voice vibrating with authority, is known as Enlightenment Go. This solar divine realm, populated by the fallen golden crows, is the manifestation of my Tao. I have aimed my sights straight for the level 15 pinnacle. The words hit Lu Sheng like a physical blow, his mind buzzing as he fell into a state of brief, cognitive emptiness. Level 15, he blurted out instinctively. But the records say you were level 11. How can there be a level 15? Wang He glanced at him with a calm, almost pitying gaze before letting out a hearty, booming laugh. It is truly as they say. You cannot explain the concept of ice to an insect that lives only for the summer. With a decisive click, Wang He placed another sun, and the solar divine realm gained yet another blazing star. Lu Sheng was stunned by the remark, but then a flash of inspiration struck his brain like a bolt of lightning. That's right. I know nothing of Wang He's true journey. My understanding of him is limited to the fragments found 10,000 years after base 1359 was decimated. But who actually confirmed that Wang He perished during those lost 10 millennia of martial history? No one. Lu Sheng realized his own bias. If he were to leave Blue Star now, and the planet was destroyed in 8 years, future historians would only know him as he was today. Invincible among humans, but still just a student of a level 10 guide. He had assumed the level 11 inheritance he found in the Fire Seed Vault was their ultimate limit, but he had failed to consider that they, too, had never stopped seeking the path to the level 12 realm and beyond. Lu Sheng had long believed their journey had stalled at the 11th level, a ceiling they would never shatter to reach the 12th. In truth, he was gravely mistaken. Wang He and his companions had not perished alongside the tragic fall of the Azure Planet. Instead, they remained relentless, pursuing the ultimate heights of martial arts until the very moment their life force flickered out. Lu Sheng realized he had viewed their legacy through the narrow lens of a fixed mindset, shackled by his own limited assumptions. It was only natural that such a flawed perspective would lead to a massive deviation in his understanding, a cognitive gap that could be explained through the simplest of analogies. Consider, for instance, the perception held by Lu Sheng's former high school classmates. To them, the image of Lu Sheng is frozen in time, back when he was a mere student named Deng Long, a talented youth who had just graduated and secured the top position in the National Student Martial Arts Competition. They see a boy on a podium, unaware of the terrifying reality that has unfolded since. Lu Sheng has already ascended to a realm of absolute invincibility among the human race, standing at the precipice of breaking through to the 9th level, a godlike stature they cannot even fathom. High above the ethereal board, a massive, weathered hand descended with the grace of a falling leaf. With a delicate flick of the fingers, it placed another multifaceted, 7-colored crystal planet into the shimmering expanse of this crystalline starfield, expanding the cosmic map with effortless precision. In that moment, Lu Sheng caught a clear glimpse of the entity behind that colossal hand. It belonged to a middle-aged man possessing a strikingly handsome and refined countenance. Most arresting were the man's eyes. They were more dazzling and transparent than the most exquisite, high-grade crystal found in the physical world, 10,000 times more radiant, as if they held the distilled light of a billion stars within their depths. The man did not lift his gaze from the intricate movements on the Go board, yet his voice carried a calm, resonant weight as he spoke. "This is my crystal divine realm," he began, his tone steady. "Like your own path, I have aimed straight for the 15th level of existence. However, look closely. You will find that my domain is significantly more robust and enduring than your solar divine realm." These provocative words caused Wang He, seated directly across from the stranger, to snap his head up with a fierce intensity. Wang He's eyes ignited with a brilliance akin to exploding starlight, and a sharp, cold smile touched his lips. "Umph. What arrogance gives you the courage to claim your crystal divine realm surpasses my solar divine realm? My great Tao was once lauded by the master of the Azure Star domain as a force unparalleled within the vast reaches of the universe. Do not think your baubles can outshine my sons." Duan Yifeng remained unmoved by the outburst, replying with a serene and unshakable confidence. "The accolades of the past are shared, then. My own Tao was also praised by the Azure Star domain master, described as an absolute defense and an unstoppable force that could not be broken by any soul in the cosmos." Starlight continued to flicker violently within Wang He's pupils, his expression twisted with a stubborn unwillingness to yield. After a tense moment, he forced himself to regain his composure, huffing coldly. "You old corpse, always so full of yourself. Humph. If you are so confident, why don't we put it to a definitive test?" Duan Yifeng matched his gaze and replied instantly. "Come then. I have never known fear in your presence. Who is afraid of whom?" The high-stakes atmosphere briefly dissolved into a petty squabble. "Last time, you were the one who pilfered the snacks I had hidden away, weren't you?" Wang He accused. Duan Yifeng countered. "And didn't you sneakily make off with my Longjing tea when I wasn't looking?" Following the brief bickering, the two masters fell into a profound, heavy silence. Their absolute focus returned to the Go board before them. Under their combined, soul-piercing gaze, the manifestations of their power surged to life. Thousands of three-legged golden crows erupted from the magnificent, blinding glory of the solar divine realm, their wings trailing solar flares. Simultaneously, an endless tide of crystalline life forms surged forth from the crystal divine realm. The two sides clashed in a catastrophic symphony. A fiery, incandescent flood of crimson golden crows collided violently with the sharp, unyielding edge of the seven-colored crystal army. In the heart of the void, they tore at each other with desperate ferocity. With every single breath Lu Sheng took, he witnessed the tragic fall of countless golden crows. As the golden crows fell, an equal number of crystal lives shattered into glittering dust and perished in the vacuum. Yet, within the depths of the solar and crystal divine realms, the cycle of creation was unending. New three-legged crows and crystal entities were born as quickly as they were destroyed. This was no mere skirmish. It was a titanic clash between two level 15 Daos, a primordial war between mythical avatars and legendary beings. The sheer scale of the battle left Lu Sheng speechless, his body frozen in place as he stood stunned. Everything unfolding before his eyes transcended the furthest reaches of his imagination, rendering his previous concepts of power utterly obsolete. He stood there, feeling like a small, insignificant child who had wandered by accident into the hallowed halls of a divine kingdom. Surrounded by bizarre sights and cosmic wonders that defied logic, Lu Sheng was left dazed and bewildered, his mind struggling to process the sheer majesty of the entities before him. Breaking the spell of silence, Yang Yizhou turned his gaze toward the young man. "Young man, why don't you try your hand at it?" he suggested warmly. Lu Sheng looked up, his face a mask of deep confusion and uncertainty. He saw Yang Yizhou smiling at him with an encouraging, paternal light in his eyes. Lu Sheng shook his head quickly, his voice tight with humility. "But I don't even know how to begin. And even if I understood the mechanics, I wouldn't dare to make a move in such company. To be honest, my understanding of martial arts feels like a toddler playing with wet clay when placed before such overwhelming, primordial powers," Lu Sheng admitted, his gaze dropping to the floor. "The gap between us is so vast that any effort on my part would be nothing more than a joke." Lu Sheng felt a profound sense of embarrassment at the thought of his skills being scrutinized by these masters. However, Yang Yizhou offered words of gentle encouragement. "No being is born with the knowledge of the universe, Lu Sheng. Every grandmaster who ever shook the heavens started as a fumbling novice. Give it a try. I have faith that you can perform well." He looked at the young man with the patient, soft gaze of a wise teacher who sees potential where the student sees only failure. Hesitating, Lu Sheng slowly extended his hand toward the shimmering void of the chessboard, his fingers trembling slightly. His mind was a whirlpool of doubt. But what exactly should I attempt to create? He wondered silently. How do I manifest something of substance in a place like this? Where do I even place the first step? I am completely without a clue, Lu Sheng lamented internally. My comprehensive martial Tao sounds impressive in theory, the idea of a river that embraces all tributaries. But in reality, it feels like a chaotic, jumbled mess. I have a smattering of everything, but I lack a singular, representative core. When I look at Wang He's majestic solar divine realm or Duan Yifeng's unbreakable crystal divine realm, I find myself paralyzed. I simply cannot make a move. He realized with a pang of clarity that being mediocre across every discipline meant having no specialized weapon to confront true masters. While his broad skill set was more than enough to overwhelm ordinary martial artists, standing against these genuine powerhouses made him feel exposed. He was a jack of all trades who was finally being forced to face his own lack of depth. In that moment of self-doubt, Yang Yizhou's voice resonated once more, cutting through Lu Sheng's internal fog. Young man, do not be so quick to underestimate your own journey. Think back. How did you begin when you first touched the path of martial arts? What was your very first step? Lu Sheng paused, reflecting on his origins. When I first started, I learned the basic 24-form national fitness exercise from my very first instructor. Then, like a bolt of lightning through a dark sky, Lu Sheng finally reacted. I understand now, he whispered, his eyes igniting with a new clarity. He instantly found a direction to pursue, a fundamental truth of learning, imitation. All great creation begins with the act of mimicking what came before. If I don't know the first step, and I don't know what to build, I will start by observing and imitating how these masters have shaped their worlds. Lu Sheng redirected his intense focus toward Wang He's solar divine realm, his gaze locking onto a specific row of incinerating stars. He stared with predatory focus at the suns, his mind working to peel back the layers and discern their intricate core structures. At this time, Wang He and Duan Yifeng were locked in a ferocious tactical struggle, their pieces blurring as they moved with blinding speed. No one paid any mind to what Lu Sheng was doing, allowing him to take advantage of Wang He's lapse in attention. With the stealth of a thief, Lu Sheng reached out and plucked a tiny, flickering star from the outermost edge of the solar divine realm. He held the miniature sun in his palm, examining its delicate heat, and even crushing a portion of it between his fingers to study the granular essence of its power. The theft did not go entirely unnoticed. Wang He spared a brief, sharp moment to whip his head around, his eyes narrowing as he glared directly at Lu Sheng. You. Wang He began, his voice a low growl of suspicion. Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly extinguished the small, glowing star in his hand, turning his face away with a look of feigned innocence. He pretended to be deeply interested in a distant corner of the void, muttering, I didn't do a thing. I'm just watching. Don't look at me with those suspicious eyes, Lu Sheng added, trying to sound nonchalant. Wang He snorted coldly, a dismissive sound, but he was far too preoccupied with the intense pressure of the game to bother reprimanding the boy. He turned back, refocusing his entire being on the board. Now possessing a physical reference for a star, Lu Sheng felt a deluge of ideas flood his consciousness. So, the fundamental architecture of a star is built like this. A look of pure, unadulterated joy spread across his face. He could feel his comprehension of the eternal star unbreaking art, surging to unprecedented levels. He knew that if he could return to reality and digest these profound insights, his eternal star unbreaking body would undergo a radical, world-shaking transformation. However, for the moment, Lu Sheng cast aside all thoughts of his physical body or the outside world. He was consumed by the challenge at hand. He settled his mind and began to focus his willpower, attempting to manifest and create a star of his very own from the raw energy of the void. Let's begin, he whispered to himself. Lu Sheng began to rub his hands together in the empty space before him, his movements deliberate and rhythmic. He lost all track of time as he fiddled with the invisible threads of power, molding the vacuum into something tangible. Finally, After what felt like an eternity of concentration, a tiny, microscopic spark of life was born. He had successfully manifested a star no larger than a sesame seed, resting precariously in the center of his palm. Its light was pale and flickering, possessing less than 1% of the radiance found in even the smallest of Wang He's solar entities, but it was real. Despite its humble size, Lu Sheng was overcome with a wave of intense excitement. This was his very first act of true creation, a genuine star, born from his own will. "I actually succeeded," he exclaimed internally. With a beaming smile, he raised his head, eager to show Yang Ezhou the fruit of his labor. Yang Ezhou gently stroked his long, golden beard, a warm smile crinkling the corners of his eyes as he nodded in approval. "Not bad at all, young man. Not bad. Do you see now? You have finally taken that difficult first step." Lu Sheng nodded vigorously, his happiness radiant. "That's right. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I wouldn't have dared without your words." As he spoke, a sudden, jarring flash of insight struck Lu Sheng's mind like a physical blow. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the elderly man before him, the pieces of a cosmic puzzle finally falling into place. "Senior, I think I finally know who you are," he stammered, his voice filled with awe. Yang Ezhou let out a soft, curious "oh" at this sudden proclamation. He tilted his head slightly, regarding Lu Sheng with an amused glint. "And who exactly do you think I am?" he asked, his voice calm and inviting. Lu Sheng's eyes were incredibly bright, filled with a strange mixture of reverence and certainty. His tone was unwavering as he spoke. "You are someone who can pinpoint the ultimate truth of a Tao with just a few simple words. You possess a hidden strength that feels as deep and boundless as a bottomless abyss, yet your aura is as calm as a still lake. You are the master of the Azure Star domain himself, are you not?" Lu Sheng concluded, his breath held in anticipation. Yang Ezhou continued to stroke his golden beard, letting out a hearty, booming chuckle that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the void. After his laughter subsided, he leaned in and gave Lu Sheng a playful wink, a mysterious expression dancing on his face. "A good guess, young man," he said softly. "But you have only guessed half of the truth." Hearing those cryptic words, Lu Sheng's brow furrowed in deep thought. He realized that Yang Ezhou himself was like the natural breathing technique he had created, infused with a dense, multi-layered meaning that made his true nature impossible to fully grasp. Recognizing that he wasn't yet capable of solving this riddle, Lu Sheng simply pushed the thought aside. For now, his singular desire was to play this celestial game. A heaven-sent opportunity for growth lay before him, and he would be a fool to let it slip through his fingers. He knew it would be the height of folly not to seize this moment with everything he had. Armed with the experience and the sensory insights gained from molding that first tiny celestial body, the process of creating a second star immediately became significantly smoother. Lu Sheng reached out again, channeling his newfound understanding to knead the void into shape once more. With surprising speed, Lu Sheng rubbed his hands together and birthed a second star. This one was markedly more perfect than the first, its spherical form more stable, and its light far more radiant. In terms of sheer brilliance, it was already approaching a one-to-one parity with the smallest suns in Wang He's territory. Emboldened by this success, Lu Sheng began to manifest a third, then a fourth, and finally a fifth star in rapid succession. He casually placed the stars he had created into the northern quadrant of his void starfield, watching as the oppressive darkness was pushed back by each new point of light. The process began to feel like a true act of divine creation. With every star that left his hands, Lu Sheng became more proficient, his fingers moving with instinctive grace as he gained a deeper, more intimate understanding of stellar architecture. This was an indescribable experience of heavenly creation. In the physical realm, there would be no possible way for Lu Sheng to crush a star, hold its essence in his palm to ponder its weight, or observe its violent, burning patterns from a few inches away. His comprehension of the star Tao was accelerating like a rocket breaking atmosphere. These profound insights quickly filled the shallow, empty gaps in his martial foundation, replacing them with a sense of rock-solid stability. The star chart I built before was laughably naive, he realized. I must rebuild everything. With this knowledge, its power could increase 100 or even 1,000 times. He felt like an elementary student who had suddenly been granted the comprehensive knowledge of a university scholar. Yet another star was birthed from Lu Sheng's hands, but this one was different. It far surpassed every previous attempt in both intensity and structural complexity. It was, without question, his most satisfied work of art to date. Lu Sheng held this new star delicately, his eyes filled with admiration. The internal structure was a masterpiece of balance, and the rhythm of its fierce, pulsating burn filled him with immense pride. He felt that in this specific aspect, he was now nearly on par with Wang He's own level of mastery. Suddenly, a strange, rhythmic fluctuation emanated from within the heart of that beautiful star, a vibration that felt undeniably like the pulse of life. Lu Sheng widened his eyes in curiosity and was stunned to see a tiny, moving form deep within the core. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound, like the breaking of a celestial eggshell, rang out through the silent void. Immediately following the sound, a miniature, three-legged golden crow burst forth from the very center of the star's core, its wings beating against the solar winds. This tiny three-legged golden crow was unexpectedly adorable. It began to fly around the outer edge of the star with incredible speed, greedily devouring the light and heat emitted by its parent sun. As it fed, its tiny body began to develop and strengthen with visible haste. The aura surrounding the three-legged golden crow grew increasingly stable and potent. The flickering flames that served as its feathers began to take on a more solid, regal golden hue. Lu Sheng watched in rapt wonder. "It's actually growing," he whispered. The crow suddenly veered off course, flying directly toward Lu Sheng before coming to rest gently on his shoulder. It let out a soft, melodic chi sound. The little creature leaned down, gently rubbing its small, warm head against Lu Sheng's hand in a display of pure, unfiltered affection. It was a moment of profound connection between the creator and the created. A wave of pure joy washed over Lu Sheng's heart. Subconsciously, he lifted his head, his eyes searching for Yang Yizhou, desperate to share this incredible achievement with the man who had encouraged him. "Look, Senior, look at this," Lu Sheng called out. Yang Yizhou smiled warmly, his gaze lingering on the small crow and the young man. "See," he said calmly, "isn't the path of martial arts much more interesting and profound than you had ever imagined?" Lu Sheng nodded fervently. "Yes, in fact, I almost accidentally called you teacher several times just now. To be honest, no one has ever guided me with such care and patience before," Lu Sheng admitted, his voice soft with emotion. "I've always been stumbling forward in the dark, groping for the path all on my own. When I faced impossible hurdles, I had no one to consult. When I achieved something great, I had no one to share the happiness with. But you, Senior Yang Yizhou, you give me the true feeling of having a teacher. It is a feeling that is surprisingly wonderful." Lu Sheng felt a rare, genuine sense of happiness blooming within him. Yang Yizhou pointed towards the western quadrant of the vast, ethereal void chessboard and spoke with a calm, encouraging tone. "Why limit your perspective to just one path? You should try your hand at the others." Lu Sheng's gaze followed the gesture, his eyes eventually settling upon the shimmering expanse of Duan Yifeng's crystal divine domain, which glittered with a cold, multifaceted brilliance that seemed to capture and refract the very essence of the void. A spark of curiosity ignited in Lu Sheng's eyes as he nodded in agreement. "You're right, Senior. To truly understand the breadth of martial arts, I must witness every facet of these divine realms." He gently uncurled his fingers, allowing the tiny, fluttering three-legged golden crow he had created to take flight and rejoin its solar origin. He then shifted his entire focus, reaching his hand out toward the crystalline depths of Duan Yifeng's meticulously crafted domain. Duan Yifeng sensed the young man's intent immediately and spared a brief, indifferent glance away from the intense game. With a casual flick of his wrist, as if granting a child permission to play with a shiny toy, he spoke. "Help yourself, boy. Take whatever captures your interest. It matters little to me what you learn from my stars." With the master's blessing, Lu Sheng didn't hesitate for a moment. He extended his arm further into the swirling mists of energy, his fingertips finally making contact with the outer boundary of Duan Yifeng's crystal divine domain. The sensation was startling. A crystalline chill that felt both impossibly sharp and remarkably smooth, vibrating with an ancient, structured power that felt fundamentally different from the warmth of the sun's. A wide, appreciative smile spread across Lu Sheng's face as he delved deeper into the starfield. He boldly and carefully selected a particularly breathtaking crystal star, one that pulsed with a rhythmic, prismatic light. He plucked it from the domain like a rare gem and held it close to his eyes, marveling at the geometric perfection and the nested layers of frozen energy within its translucent core. As he admired the crystal, Lu Sheng's mind began to piece together the complex hierarchy of the three figures before him. It was becoming increasingly clear that while Wang He and Duan Yifeng occupied a similar tier of power, Yang Yizhou stood on a more transcendent plane altogether. Both masters had spoken of a figure known as the Azure Starfield Master with profound reverence. Lu Sheng had initially assumed Yang Yizhou held that title, but the elder's previous remark, "You only guessed half right," hung in the air like an unsolved riddle. He pondered what the missing half of the truth could possibly be. Regardless of the specifics, it was undeniable that Yang Yizhou possessed a background far more extraordinary than the others. While Wang He and Duan Yifeng seemed like exceptional warriors who had climbed the martial peak through sheer grit, Yang Yizhou carried the weight of a true cosmic architect. It was the only logical explanation. After all, how could three legendary characters of level 15 or higher all originate from a single, insignificant planet like Planet Azure? It was far more likely that Wang He and Duan Yifeng had been mentored and elevated by a senior expert like him. At any rate, the ultimate truth is practically within my grasp now, Lu Sheng mused, deciding to stop straining his mind with endless, circular speculation. There is no need to exhaust my brain with guesswork. I will simply follow their lead, step by step, and let the answers reveal themselves when they are ready to be told. My priority is to absorb the power and knowledge that is currently within my reach. Meanwhile, on the distant surface of Planet Azure, far from the celestial dreamscape, the sun beat down on the Lion Kingdom. In a quiet, suburban training yard, two individuals were visible, a father and his young son. Their lineage was obvious in their shared features, the same distinctive, high-bridged noses and the glint of sunlight off their light blonde hair, marking them as natives of this northern realm. The boy, who appeared no older than 10, was focused intensely on performing a series of complex, rhythmic movements belonging to a rigorous body-tempering exercise. Beside him, his father stood as a vigilant coach, his voice filled with pride and encouragement. "Come on, son. Keep your form tight. Persevere through this set, and do it one more time. You're almost there. I can see success waving at you from the finish line." Bolstered by his father's unwavering support and the promise of progress, the boy pushed past the burning sensation in his small muscles. He channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into the exercise, his movements becoming a testament to his burgeoning discipline and the high hopes he carried for his future as a warrior. He ground his teeth together, the physical strain evident in the tension of his jaw as he painstakingly executed the final, most difficult movement of the sequence. Once the form was complete, the tension vanished instantly, and he collapsed onto the grass in a heap of tangled limbs, his lungs heaving as he lay there, utterly spent and gasping for air. The man stepped forward quickly, reaching down to grab the boy's hands and pull him upright. "Steady now, let me help you up. You mustn't lie down immediately after such intense exertion. It's bad for the recovery of your blood flow." As the boy stood, his fair face was slick with sweat and flushed from the effort, but despite his obvious fatigue, his eyes sparkled with a vibrant, joyful light of accomplishment. "Dad, it's incredible. These movements are so much more effective than anything we've tried before," the boy panted, his voice filled with wonder. "They're leagues beyond that old body-tempering exercise you gave me last year. With this, I'm certain I can pass the entrance exam for the Lu Sheng Martial Arts Elementary School next month." The father nodded slowly, a trace of solemn emotion in his voice. "Indeed. It's not just you. Even I feel a profound internal shift when I practice these forms. The efficiency far exceeds any version we've known." The boy used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead before continuing with wide-eyed curiosity. Dad, I heard a rumor that these movements actually originated from the Dragon Nation, from the legendary Lu Sheng himself. Is that really true, or is it just a story? His father nodded solemnly in confirmation. That's correct. This body tempering technique is officially called the Jun Shin technique, a masterpiece forged by the Night Watcher god of Longua. The Dragon Nation has already begun the process of comprehensively testing and deploying it on a massive scale. It is destined to completely phase out and replace the antiquated tempering methods we've relied on for generations. The boy's eyes widened even further at the implications of his father's words. Does that mean everyone in Longua gets to learn these secrets for free? The father's expression turned somewhat helpless as he sighed. Yes, they are fortunate. If people like us from the Lion Kingdom want to access it, we have to pay a steep price, and even then, we can't get the full version. Longua has only opened a few limited channels for external purchase. A look of fierce determination and excitement crossed the boy's delicate face. Dad, why don't we just move? Let's immigrate to Longua and become citizens there. That way, we can learn the entire technique without any restrictions or fees. Think of how strong we could become if we had the whole thing. A shadow of contemplation crossed the man's face as he weighed the suggestion. It's a bold idea, and certainly not a bad one. With the advent of the Junshin technique, Longwa's national strength is poised to skyrocket. It's highly likely they will become the undisputed #1 power on the planet. If we wait too long, getting a Longwa green card will become nearly impossible. Perhaps now truly is the best window of opportunity. Seeing the flicker of genuine interest in his father's eyes, the boy's excitement reached a fever pitch. He didn't care for geopolitics or international status. His desire was much simpler and more focused. He dreamed of mastering the full Junshin technique and becoming a powerful martial artist, a dream as pure and sharp as the very forms he was practicing in the yard. As the man stood lost in thought, the boy's attention was suddenly drawn upward by a strange shadow. He stared at the sky, his eyes widening to their limit as the color drained from his face. His excitement was instantly replaced by a paralyzing shock, his mouth hanging open in utter disbelief at the sight unfolding above. Dad, Dad, look up at the sky, the boy shouted, his voice cracking with urgency as he pointed a trembling finger toward the heavens. The father snapped out of his reverie and followed the boy's gaze. As he turned and looked up at the vast blue expanse, his entire body went rigid, his heart skipping a beat in sheer terror. High in the atmosphere, a massive, obsidian spaceship shaped like a jagged claw drifted lazily through the clouds. As they watched, four smaller craft detached from its underside and plummeted toward the surface. The vessel's design was ferocious and alien, a bizarre geometry that defied the aesthetic sensibilities of any nation on Earth. It pulsed with a cold, futuristic technological aura that made it clear this was not a product of human hands. The man stood frozen, watching a scene that should have been confined to science fiction movies. Unlike his father, the boy's fear was momentarily eclipsed by a surge of adrenaline and wonder. He began to jump up and down, pointing at the descending craft. So it's true. There really are aliens in the universe, Dad. All those science fiction movies weren't just stories. Look at them. They're actually here right now. The man opened his mouth to reply, but no words came out. He struggled to find any way to explain the gravity of the situation to his son. From his vantage point, he could see something much more terrifying than just a visit from another world. Because of the arrival of the massive spaceship, the horizon was no longer peaceful. In the direction of the distant city center, earth-shattering explosions had already begun to erupt, sending plumes of black smoke and debris rising into the air like funeral shrouds against the blue sky. Only a few moments prior, near the Evil Strike Fighter Squadron's position, 3 secondary ships had broken away from the mothership and accelerated toward the ground. These vessels were matte black, their hulls covered in wicked protrusions and strange sensors. Within one of these predatory craft sat the one-eyed brute, AG, his face illuminated by the cold glow of the cockpit monitors. AG was currently linked into a private communication channel with 2 other pilots through the internal network. "Hey, fatty, want to play a little game to pass the time during this raid?" he drawled. The man he addressed as Fatty, who was currently gulping down a synthetic beverage, grunted in response. AG, what kind of twisted plan are you cooking up this time? AG's lips curled into a predatory, jagged smile. Simple. Whoever moves the fastest and secures the largest harvest of inhabitants wins. The loser has to hand over 10% of their final earnings from this trip to the winner. It'll make the culling a lot more competitive, don't you think? A long-haired man on the third channel chimed in, his tone thoughtful. 10%? That's a significant stake. Given the population density of this planet, the total payout should be enough to purchase a low-level garden planet in the central systems. 1/10 of that is a very attractive number. I'm in, Fatty replied immediately, his greed clearly winning out over any caution. The long-haired pilot followed suit, his voice cold and clinical. I have no objections either. It'll make the hunt more interesting. Let's see who has the better eye for high-quality slaves. AG let out a harsh, rasping laugh. Then it's a deal. And don't even think about backing out later. I've recorded this entire conversation and will send it directly to Gray, the boss, if anyone tries to cheat me out of my winnings. Fatty gave a jagged grin. Yeah. Just make sure you aren't the one begging for mercy when the tallies are in. AG's fingers danced across the control panel, banking his ship into a steep dive toward a major population center. After several precise atmospheric jumps, a sprawling vista of the deep blue planet lay before him. He leaned back, exhaling a long breath. You know, from up here, this planet really is quite stunning. A real jewel floating in the dark. He watched the clouds drift over the continents with a mock sense of pity. It's truly a shame that such a beautiful world is inhabited by nothing more than lowly commoners from a bottom-tier, primitive civilization. Such a waste of a perfectly good environment. Are you ready to welcome the arrival of your new master, Lord Ag? Ha ha. His laughter was a discordant sound, filled with a casual, chilling cruelty. He rolled his head from side to side, his neck emitting a series of sharp, bone-deep cracks as he prepared himself for the slaughter. Without another word, he slammed the control stick forward. The black ship's engines flared with a sinister violet light as it accelerated toward the unsuspecting city below, a harbinger of doom slicing through the upper atmosphere at terminal velocity. In the city streets below, the daily rhythm of life continued, the inhabitants blissfully unaware of the shadow falling over them. A little girl skipped along the sidewalk, her hand clasped firmly in her mother's. Today was so much fun, Mommy. Nearby, a young man sat on a bench, wondering where to go next. Suddenly, from the belly of the overhead ship, a thick, incandescent red beam of energy erupted. The beam was a scythe of pure destruction. It swept across the metropolitan landscape with terrifying precision. High-rise buildings were sliced through like avocados under a laser knife, their structural skeletons melting into slag before the massive towers collapsed into the streets in a thunderous roar of dust and fire. Within seconds, the orderly city was transformed into a chaotic hellscape of screaming people and crumbling concrete. Panic spread like a virus as thousands fled in every direction, the reality of an end-of-the-world scenario finally sinking into their terrified minds as they ran for their lives. A churning sea of flame quickly followed the path of the beams, engulfing entire city blocks and turning the modern metropolis into a funeral pyre. The smell of burning ozone and vaporized stone filled the air as everything the residents knew was reduced to ash and rubble. The local martial artists, those who hadn't been vaporized in the initial strike, watched the carnage with a mixture of horror and bewilderment. What is happening? This isn't a weapon from any known nation, one cried out. A more perceptive warrior nearby gasped. Is it an alien invasion? Look at the ships. Realizing the futility of traditional combat against such overwhelming firepower, the senior martial artist began to bellow orders at the top of his lungs. Evacuate the civilians. Stop standing around and get people to the bunkers. Retreat immediately. The black spaceship continued to hover like a grim reaper above the burning city, its turrets tracking movement with cold, mechanical efficiency. It fired wildly into the crowds and infrastructure, ensuring that no pocket of resistance could form amidst the chaos. Suddenly, an invisible wave rippled through the air, and every screen in the city, billboards, phones, and televisions, flickered to life. The image of a burly, nearly 3-meter-tall giant appeared. The figure was a one-eyed monstrosity with a face carved from nightmares, radiating a crushing sense of physical oppression. His voice boomed through the burning streets. "Beloved residents of planet Azure, what a pleasure it is to meet you. My name is Akalai." He offered a bizarre, toothy smile that sent shivers through those watching. "I have a few simple things to tell you. From this moment forward, all of you belong to me. You are no longer citizens of this world. You are slaves of the fleet." Below, in the shadow of the hovering metal beast, the people who had survived the initial bombardment stood frozen in place. They were like statues of salt, their bodies stiff with a horror so profound it transcended screaming. Every person looked upward with eyes full of absolute dread. "We're finished. We're all dead," a man whimpered, his voice barely audible over the crackle of the fires. "I've heard stories of these marks before. They aren't just invaders. They're space pirate terrorists from the deep universe, and they never leave survivors." "What?" A piercing scream tore through the smoky air. An icy chill, sharp as a shard of glass, raced down the spines of everyone nearby, settling deep into their bone marrow. Waves of goosebumps erupted across their skin as a primal, suffocating fear took root in their hearts. At the same moment, safely tucked away within the layers of the dreamscape, the young man Lu Sheng remained blissfully unaware of the apocalypse. He was still focused intensely on his task, persistently rubbing his hands together to mold the energy of the void into the shape of his next celestial body. Clink! The sound was as clear as the strike of a diamond against fine crystal, a chime that signaled a miraculous rebirth. Within the heart of the newly formed, seven-colored crystal planet, the surface began to fracture, and a new form of crystalline life struggled to break free from its shell. This crystalline life form possessed a spherical, translucent body, a gracefully elongated neck that mimicked the serpentine elegance of a dragon, and a head adorned with iridescent, divine scales. Its entire anatomy was composed of exquisite crystal, shimmering with a refractive brilliance. Through the transparent skin, one could observe the vibrant, multicolored essence flowing through its veins, rhythmically powered by a crystalline heart that throbbed with undeniable vitality. The sight offered a kind of breathtaking, ethereal aesthetic that left the observer in awe. A true crystal dragon. Lu Sheng stared at this legendary creature, a being brought into existence entirely by the labor of his own hands, and felt a tidal wave of accomplishment swell within his soul. "How utterly fascinating," he whispered, unable to withhold his praise. "This isn't just a game. It's the divine play of a creator god." Haha, you could certainly look at it that way. But remember, this game is also a vital component of your cultivation journey, Yang Ijo added with a knowing, mischievous smile, his eyes sparkling with ancient wisdom. "Even this acts as cultivation?" Lu Sheng blinked in surprise, his voice filled with genuine inquiry. Yang Ijo nodded firmly. "Indeed. Every act of creation here is a lesson. I can already sense that my understanding of the Daos belonging to Senior Wang He and Senior Duan Yifeng has ascended to a level I never thought possible. Even though there are concepts far beyond my current reach due to the massive historical chasm between us, the foundation is being laid." Yang Ijo continued his explanation. "While you may not yet possess the capacity to fully comprehend the intricacies of their power, every movement you make in this game of creation is silently and subconsciously etching those truths into the very fibers of your being. When your level catches up and the time is finally ripe, these seeds of knowledge will bloom, becoming yours to command." Despite the explanation, Lu Sheng still felt a cloud of confusion hanging over him, and he subconsciously scratched his head in frustration. "Yeah, I hear you, but it's still incredibly baffling. It's like trying to read a book written in the language of the stars themselves, where the grammar is written in gravity and the words are made of light." In that moment, he was suddenly jarred by a violent surge of energy that rippled through the void like a physical wave. He turned to Yang Ijo, his voice laced with urgency. "This energy fluctuation, what is happening?" The old man, Yang Ijo, turned his gaze toward Wang He and let out a soft, emotional chuckle. "Oh my, it seems old Wang is finally getting serious. He's actually deploying that move." Lu Xing followed the elder's gaze and saw that the divine domain confrontation between Wang He and Duan Yifeng had escalated into a perilous, critical state. The casual exchange had vanished, replaced by a battle of absolute cosmic weight that threatened to tear the dreamscape apart at its seams. "Duan, take this," Wang He bellowed, his voice echoing through the stars. Within his solar divine domain, the myriad stars began to swell and expand at a terrifying rate. Their golden radiance shifted into a deep, menacing crimson, and the local temperature spiked to unimaginable heights. This cataclysmic energy was funneled directly into the three-legged golden crows. The avian heralds grew to monstrous proportions, their feathers trailing plumes of solar fire as they became more ferocious and lethal than ever before. Lu Sheng's eyes burned with the reflected light as he watched the spectacle. Those are red giants, condensed and forged from the raw power of the three-legged golden crows. It's staggering to think where this leads next. Will they collapse into supernovae, dense neutron stars, or perhaps even insatiable black holes? In this fleeting instant, Lu Sheng felt he had truly grasped a sliver of Wang He's Tao. He witnessed the seamless fusion of myth and physical law, a realm both tangible and illusory, as vibrant and hauntingly beautiful as a celestial nebula. Turning his attention to the other side of the board, Lu Sheng saw Duan Yifeng responding with a calm, effortless grace that spoke of eons of experience. "So you've decided to use this move, have you, kid?" Duan Yifeng remarked, his voice steady despite the encroaching solar storm that roared around him. "If you want to go head-to-head, then I shall oblige you with a taste of my own truth," Duan Yifeng declared. In response, his crystal divine domain underwent a radical, blinding transformation. The structures began to shift and hum with a high-pitched resonance that vibrated through the very fabric of the void. The countless crystalline life forms within the domain began to shed their physical hulls, dissolving into brilliant streams of seven-colored light. These individual threads of energy gathered into a titanic, prismatic tide, wave after crashing wave of raw, structured power surging forth to meet the encroaching, blistering heat of the solar divine domain. Lu Sheng's vision blurred as he struggled to process the sheer scale of the impact. Two pinnacle-level divine domains were now colliding with the force of colliding galaxies, tearing at the fabric of the dreamscape's reality and creating ripples in space-time that he could feel in his bones. The two masters had seemingly transcended their physical limitations entirely, merging their consciousness with the fundamental energy of the universe itself. They were utilizing their respective divine paths to touch the edge of true immortality, proving their existence through the manifestation of their Daos in this grand arena. "It's beyond shocking," Lu Xing thought, his mind racing to keep up with the overwhelming display of power. "This is a clash between two peak-level divine domains. Every time they trade blows, a torrent of insights and inspirations pours into my consciousness, threatening to overwhelm my senses with their sheer complexity and beauty." Brilliant, impossible images were reflected in the depths of Lu Sheng's pupils, changing faster than a kaleidoscope. Every passing second, he was the recipient of a massive, immeasurable amount of information, knowledge that would take a normal martial artist several lifetimes to even begin to catalog or understand. Lu Sheng found himself completely mesmerized, slipping into a profound, incomprehensible trance. While his conscious mind was tethered to the awe-inspiring battle before him, his physical form responded instinctively. His hands began to move with a speed that exceeded human perception, dancing through the void as if guided by the stars themselves. Row upon row of stars and crystalline planets were birthed from his fingertips, created with a casual ease he hadn't possessed moments ago. Lu Sheng's movements grew increasingly fluid and skilled, his creative process reaching a state of perfect flow. Without him even realizing it, the scale and complexity of the celestial bodies he was manifesting began to rapidly approach the level of the titans fighting beside him, as if his own domain was blossoming in the shadow of their war. This pocket of the void had transformed. It was no longer just a duel between two ancient masters. A third divine domain had emerged within this chessboard-like space, carved out by Lu Sheng's unconscious will and the staggering insights he was absorbing with every heartbeat. On the periphery of the board, Yang Ijo remained a silent, regal observer, watching the rapid evolution of the young man with a quiet, knowing gaze. He stood like a monolith amidst the swirling cosmic energies, untouched by the chaos. He watched Lu Sheng without blinking, his gentle eyes reflecting a mixture of profound joy and a deep, unspoken emotion. It was as if he were witnessing a long-awaited prophecy beginning to fulfill itself in the hands of this youth, a transformation that justified all the patience of the ages. Meanwhile, back on the surface of planet Azure, a cataclysmic boom echoed through the atmosphere, rattling windows and hearts alike. A searing, bright red ray of concentrated energy erupted from the belly of the black spaceship. It moved like a scythe held by the Grim Reaper, slicing through the air as the terrified crowds below screamed in a chorus of alarm. "Run! Get to cover now! The sky is falling!" The skyscrapers of the city, once proud symbols of human achievement, were mowed down like dry straw when the beams swept over them. Behind the beam's path, deep, charred ravines were gouged into the asphalt of the streets, smoking with the heat of an alien sun and stinking of melted stone. Suddenly, a powerful martial artist let out a primal, defiant roar that shook the surrounding air. His feet slammed into the pavement with enough force to create two massive craters, and his body launched into the sky like a ballistic missile, hurtling directly toward the hull of the invading black spaceship with suicidal bravery. As the figure ascended, a massive surge of elemental energy coalesced around him, which he used to shatter an incoming projectile with a single, devastating fist. This was a Grandmaster-level martial artist, a rare individual gifted with the talent to manipulate the very elements of the world. His presence radiated a terrifying, awe-inspiring strength that temporarily pushed back the encroaching dread. As the smoke and dust began to settle, the eyes of thousands of civilians turned skyward, their faces lighting up with a desperate, renewed hope. "It's him. Lanshan has arrived. The guardian god of our Lion Kingdom has come to save us from this nightmare." Lanshan, the chairman of the World Martial Arts Association and the undisputed leader of Western martial arts, has come. "We're saved. Lanshan will surely cast back these evil extraterrestrial invaders and protect planet Azure from destruction." Cheers erupted throughout the burning city, though the gravity of the situation remained dire and the sky remained black with ships. However, the silver-haired man they hailed as their savior did not share their jubilation. He stared intently at the black hull of the spaceship, his face etched with a grim, heavy solemnity. Lanshan's eyes swept over the smoking, bottomless ravines below, and his heart sank. The destructive power of this technology is so great that even I cannot risk a head-on collision. Fortunately, its tracking speed isn't absolute. It can be evaded if one is fast enough and focused. "That terrorist coward refuses to show his face," Lanshan mused, his mind racing through tactical possibilities. If he relies solely on the spaceship's automated systems to attack, it suggests that the pilot inside might not possess significant personal strength. I must force him out of that metal shell and face him on my terms. As the martial saint of the Lion Kingdom, a man revered as a living god, Lanshan was used to being the pinnacle of respect and worship. In this hour of existential crisis, he knew he had to lead by example. He barked orders to the other high-level martial artists nearby. "Focus. Evade the laser beams at all costs. We will coordinate our strikes to dismantle that ship's defenses and drag the pilot out." The gathered warriors responded with a singular, resolute roar of defiance. "Let's move. For our home," Lanshan commanded. His will was as sharp and cold as the sword gripped in his hand. As he moved, the blade transformed into a blur of pure light, drawing a massive amount of the ambient power of heaven and earth toward its tip. The point of his sword began to radiate a dazzling, blinding white light, as if a miniature planet had been inlaid into the very steel. Concentrating his entire being into a single point of impact, Lanshan rushed toward the underside of the vessel. He hit an invisible wall, the spaceship's energy shield. Lanshan's eyes narrowed like a hunting eagle's, and with a sudden, explosive motion that strained his every fiber, he thrust his glowing blade forward. The citizens below watched with bated breath as Lan Shen struck the alien craft. They whispered in admiration. That's it. That's his famous finishing move. There's nothing to fear now. Lan Shen will pierce through that thing in an instant and bring it crashing down. Bang! The tip of the sword collided with the invisible energy barrier, but it felt as though he had struck a wall of absolute, unbreakable diamond. An invisible ripple distorted the air, and despite his best efforts, the light at the tip of his sword failed to penetrate, slowly flickering and extinguishing as the shield effortlessly absorbed the blow. What? How can this be? Lan Shen's eyes flew wide in shock. He felt a chill of disbelief as he watched the invisible energy shield ripple back into a state of calm, perfect equilibrium. He had poured almost every ounce of his martial saint strength into that single attack, yet he hadn't even managed to put a scratch on the spaceship's outer hull. I can't break through. Even their automated defensive shield is beyond me. A crushing sense of failure began to take root in Lan Shen's heart. He had always believed that the height of martial arts could transcend any technology, yet here he was, powerless against the basic engineering of an advanced civilization. It felt as if his entire life's work was being mocked by a machine. Cold sweat began to bead on Lan Shen's forehead as he hung suspended in the air. His mind was a frantic mess of questions and burgeoning dread. What do I do now? If my strongest attack is useless, how can we possibly hope to survive this? Is the era of martial arts coming to an end? Ha ha ha. A burst of mocking, wild laughter suddenly thundered from the holographic screens still flickering in the sky. Lan Shen looked up to see a massive, light-constructed image of a one-eyed man. It was the laughter of a predator looking at prey. You don't even have the strength to tickle my protective shield, you primitive insect. Your divine power is nothing but a spark in a storm. Lan Shen looked down at the image of the man from his position in the air and spat back coldly, his voice laced with venom. So, the enlightened beings of advanced civilizations are just cowards who hide behind machines to bully others? You're hiding in that shield like a turtle with its head pulled into its shell. Do you even have the courage to face me as a man, or are you just a component of your own ship? The one-eyed villain, AG, glared through the screen with eyes like cold embers, his expression shifting into a contemptuous, jagged smile. He seemed amused by the fly buzzing around his ship, a giant contemplating a nuisance. Oh, so you truly wish for me to come out and play? You really want to see what lies behind the metal? AG asked, his voice dripping with malice. Lan Shen sneered in response, hiding his fear. What? Are you afraid of a primitive like me? Or is your suit too heavy for you to walk in? Internally, Lan Shen hoped his provocation would work. If he could force the pilot into a direct confrontation, there might still be a slim chance to end this nightmare. AG let out a sharp, sudden bark of laughter and stomped his foot within his cockpit, the sound echoing through the ship's speakers. Fine then. If you're so eager to die by my hand rather than my ship's, I shall grant your wish. Don't regret it when you see the truth. In an instant, the massive virtual projection above the city dissolved into nothingness. Lan Shen looked up and saw a hatch on the spine of the black spaceship hiss open, venting pressurized gas. His eyes lit up with a desperate hope, and he tightened his grip on his sword. It worked. I've baited the coward out of his metal fortress. Now, I just need one opening. Suddenly, a towering, massive figure blurred out from the hatch with a speed that defied physics. Before Lan Shen could even process the movement, a hand like a heavy industrial vice clamped onto his skull. AG, the villain, grinned into his face and whispered, "Guess how tall my Dharma body can grow, little bug? Do you think you've seen my limit?" Lan Shen's heart plummeted into his stomach. He's behind me. When did he? How can he be this fast? He felt a bone-deep chill as the energy of heaven and earth began to converge around AG with a violent, terrifying intensity. Points of energy ignited like miniature suns, and a super-invincible Dharma body suddenly erupted into existence. Its height surged instantly, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, and still it grew, reaching 5,000 meters in seconds, eclipsing the city. Finally, a gargantuan Dharma image standing over 8,000 meters tall loomed over the city like a god of destruction. It towered into the troposphere, as if it could pierce the very atmosphere by simply reaching out. Lan Shen stared up, his jaw dropping in a state of paralyzing, soul-crushing terror. His personal strength, it's even more terrifying than the spaceship itself. We never stood a chance. We were dead before they even landed. It's over. Everything is over. Seeing the sheer scale of AG's Dharma image with his own eyes threw Lan Shun into a state of total, frantic panic. His own martial arts manifestations, which he had once thought were grand and noble, seemed like pathetic toys before this venerable, world-striding titan that looked down on them with cosmic boredom. The massive Dharma image belonging to AG blazed with a furious, unholy fire, as if its goal was to incinerate the heavens and the earth alike until only ash remained. He looked down and sneered, his voice booming like a physical hammer that shattered windows for miles. Every word felt like a poisoned dagger aimed at the souls of those below. You pathetic insects, what pathetic trick will you try now? Will you pray to your small gods? Before Lan Shun could even draw breath to respond, a hand the size of a mountain range roared down from the clouds, blotting out the very sky. It descended with inevitable, gravity-well force, grasping Lan Shun entirely within its crushing, titan-sized palm. The martial saint could do nothing but struggle in helpless, silent agony as the light of the sun was blocked out and the world went dark. The battered form of Lan Shun, now a mere speck against the backdrop of an 8,000-meter martial arts Dharma image, hung suspended before a face that defined primordial malice. He found himself face-to-face with the one-eyed AG, the air between them crackling with an oppressive alien energy. The extraterrestrial fiend spoke with a voice like grinding glaciers, his tone dripping with icy contempt. Now that I have deigned to show myself, what more could you possibly hope to achieve, little insect? Did you truly believe your meager posturing would affect me? You are nothing more than a delusional mantis attempting to halt the inevitable advance of a war chariot. The one-eyed giant, AG, leaned in closer, his single eye widening as he bared his jagged teeth in a grin of pure, unadulterated cruelty. His voice boomed across the atmosphere, an ultimatum that shook the very foundations of the city. I shall offer you one final mercy. Within 72 hours, I demand that every martial artist of the 8th level and above on this wretched azure planet assemble here to prostrate themselves before me. Bring with you every scrap of precious resource this world possesses. If, at the conclusion of those 3 days, my satisfaction remains unfulfilled, I shall personally oversee the total incineration of this insignificant speck of dust. On the ground far below, the remaining martial saints stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the silhouette of Lan Shun as he was held captive. Their fists were clenched with such desperate intensity that their knuckles turned a ghostly white, and the sound of their teeth grinding together was the only noise in a heavy, suffocating silence. A volcano of fury bubbled within their chests, threatening to erupt, yet beneath that absolute, cosmic pressure, they felt only a pathetic and soul-crushing sense of helplessness. They were masters of their world, yet in the face of this star-born terror, they felt like children in a storm. A sudden, violent shockwave erupted as the voice of the 8,000-meter titan fractured the air itself, resonating like a series of furious thunderclaps. With a movement almost too swift for the human eye to track, AG's colossal hand closed around Lan Shun, lifting the martial saint high above the clouds like a trophy of war. Lan Shun's composed facade shattered instantly. His features contorted in agony as cold sweat poured from his brow like rain, his expression finally betraying the primal, gut-wrenching fear of a man facing the end. Then, an intensely horrifying, crushing force descended upon the trapped hero. Lan Shun's eyes seemed ready to bulge from their sockets, the whites becoming a frantic network of ruptured, bloodshot veins. Dark, viscous blood began to spill from the corners of his mouth, trailing down his chin and staining his martial robes a grisly crimson. A miserable, guttural scream that sounded barely human erupted from his parched throat as Lan Shun began to writhe madly within the Titan's grip, his body convulsing in a state of extreme physical torment and unspeakable, grinding agony. For AG's titanic Dharma image, the act of tightening his grip on the struggling Lan Shun was an exercise in utter indifference, performed with the same casual lack of concern one might feel when crushing a troublesome ant beneath a boot. To a cosmic predator of AG's caliber, The life and death of a planetary champion were not worth a single moment's focus. Lan Chen's existence was merely a brief flicker of resistance to be snuffed out for sport. AG threw back his massive head and roared with a maniacal, bone-chilling laughter that sounded like the very heavens were tearing apart. He stood as a true extraterrestrial demon god, a harbinger of extinction descending upon a primitive world. You, your pride, and this entire backwater planet shall meet the exact same miserable end. Ha ha! Below him, countless terrified citizens collapsed, prostrating themselves on the debris-strewn ground. They felt a colossal, suffocating shadow spreading across the city, obscuring the light of the sun and plunging their hearts into a bottomless pit of profound despair. The light of a guardian went out as Lan Chen was systematically broken in an instant. The shock ran through the surviving warriors like a physical strike. Their vanguard had fallen, and the symbol of their strength was gone. A collective realization whispered through the ranks. It was truly over. The Lion Kingdom, the bastion of Western martial arts, had been decapitated, and its future was being extinguished before their very eyes. Simultaneously, within the metaphysical expanse of the dreamscape, the titanic struggle between the two ancient masters on the Starfield chessboard was finally drawing to its inevitable conclusion. The divine domains of both Wang He and Duan Yifeng had been pushed to their absolute limits, their conflicting energies radiating a brilliance so intense that the void itself seemed to hum with the vibration of their level 15 mastery. The light on both sides had reached an incandescent peak, threatening to bleach the universe white. Yang Yizhou stood on the sidelines, calmly stroking his long beard as he watched the unfolding cosmic spectacle with an appreciative eye. It appears the ideological struggle between these two old level 15 experts is reaching its magnificent climax, he observed softly. Lu Sheng, standing beside him, could only let out a long, heavy sigh of awe. The sheer scale of the concepts being traded before him was enough to make his own previous understandings feel like the scribblings of a novice. The blinding radiance slowly began to pull back, and the intense, world-shaking pressure started to recede. Lu Sheng watched with a mixture of sadness and wonder as the magnificent structures of their divine domains, the burning suns and the intricate crystal lattices, began to flicker and dissipate into the ether, leaving behind only the quiet stillness of the void once more. Is this truly the end of the display? Lu Sheng wondered aloud, his mind still racing as he committed every nuance of the battle to his permanent memory. While he was lost in reflection, trying to decode the profound truths he had just witnessed, Wang He and Duan Yifeng abruptly ceased their hostilities. They descended back toward the surface of the metaphorical board and, with a synchronized movement, turned their heads to fix their silent, piercing gazes directly upon Lu Sheng. The faces of the two masters were now masks of absolute, eerie calm, devoid of any residual tension or the competitive fire they had displayed moments ago. It became apparent that the outcome of their duel was secondary. They had moved with a rehearsed precision that suggested this entire display had been a carefully choreographed lesson for their observer. Wang He was the first to speak, his voice steady and resonant. The performance has concluded, and we have shown you all we can. Now, the stage belongs to you, young man. Beside him, Duan Yifeng remained silent, his eyes locked onto Lu Sheng with an intensity that demanded action. Lu Sheng stood paralyzed, the weight of their expectations settling on his shoulders like a mountain. What? All of that? Was just for my benefit, he stammered, his heart hammering against his ribs. He instinctively turned his head toward Yang Yizhou and found the elder smiling warmly at him. Yang Yizhou gave him a slow, encouraging nod, a silent command for him to step forward and manifest his own destiny on the celestial board. Lu Sheng lapsed into a heavy silence, centering his breathing as he closed his eyes to visualize the path ahead. After a long moment of internal preparation, his hands began to move through the void with a newfound, fluid purpose. At this stage, the scale of the starfield Lu Sheng had begun to cultivate was already becoming quite vast. It was a chaotic tapestry littered with flickering stars and jagged crystal planets, fragments he had previously manifested while attempting to imitate the divine domains of Wang He and Duan Yifeng, all thrown together in a jumbled mess of half-formed ideas. Currently, this specific region of the starry sky was a theater of absolute discord. The three-legged golden crows and the crystalline life forms were locked in a cycle of mutual slaughter, their conflicting natures causing stars to go supernova and planets to shatter into dust. Lu Xing reached out with his spiritual will, intending to organize this chaotic mess. Initially, he followed the examples of his predecessors, trying to segregate the forces into distinct, warring factions. But mid-motion, his hands froze. Why must one side always conquer the other? He whispered to himself. Why can I not strive for a state where they exist in balance? The moment the thought of coexistence took root, he felt a surge of resonance from the void itself. He ceased his efforts to separate them, and instead, began to intentionally place the stars and crystal planets in proximity to one another. He watched as the golden crows and crystal dragons continued to clash, their numbers depleting rapidly, but he did not panic. He simply continued to create, replenishing the forces on both sides to ensure neither could gain a definitive advantage, maintaining a precarious, high-energy equilibrium. This delicate experiment in forced harmony continued for what felt like an eternity. Throughout the process, the three masters, Wang He, Duan Yifeng, and Yang Yizhou, watched Lu Sheng's every move with rapt attention. After Lu Sheng had replenished the dying stars and shattered planets countless times to keep the peace, Wang He finally broke the silence, his tone skeptical. Your ambition is admirable, but the execution is fundamentally flawed. My Tao and his are both inherently domineering and self-centered. They are absolute truths that cannot tolerate the presence of a rival. If our two paths are forced into the same space, the only possible outcome is the eventual total annihilation of one side. Duan Yifeng simply nodded, adding his agreement. He is right. Some things are not meant to blend. Is that truly the case? Is conflict the only possible state for such power? Lu Sheng's eyebrows furrowed into a deep V as he grappled with their criticism. However, the shadow of doubt on his face was fleeting, quickly replaced by a spark of sudden, sharp inspiration that smoothed the lines of his forehead. What both of you have stated is undeniably correct within the context of your own paths, Lu Sheng said, raising his head to meet Wang He's gaze with eyes that shone with a new, fierce determination. But perhaps the issue lies in the binary nature of the conflict. What if a third force were to intervene? What if I could manifest a gentle, neutralizing Tao that could act as a buffer and bridge between these two domineering powers, allowing them to cycle rather than collide? As the last word left his lips, Lu Xing didn't wait for a rebuttal. He dove back into the work, his fingers weaving through the ether with a speed and precision that surpassed his previous efforts. He was no longer just imitating. He was innovating. For a catalyst of harmony, water is perhaps the most versatile and suitable medium, Lu Xing mused. He focused his intent on the space between his index and middle fingers, visualizing the vastness of the deep, life-giving currents that had nurtured his own home. A soft, deep blue light began to blossom from his fingertips, radiating a tranquil energy that seemed to soothe the turbulent void. Slowly, a magnificent planet entirely composed of swirling, liquid water began to take shape within Lu Sheng's palm, rotating with a serene and rhythmic grace. This celestial body was a marvel of aqueous beauty. Over 90% of its surface was a deep, shimmering ocean, while the polar regions were capped with ancient, glowing glaciers of frozen light. To Lu Sheng, this was his most cherished creation, not because it was the strongest, but because it was born entirely from his own soul, without a single hint of imitation. It was a manifestation of his own agile inspiration and the quiet spirituality of his martial path. He released the azure planet, watching it drift gracefully into the center of the volatile starfield. Almost immediately upon its arrival, a profound vibration of life began to emanate from the planet's depths. A strange, haunting cry, partly a deep rumble and partly a childish, innocent chirp, echoed through the silence. Not long after, a small, sturdy turtle with an ornate, glowing shell began to crawl out from the very core of the planet, a xuanwu. A look of pure joy illuminated Lu Sheng's features. Gently, he reached out to touch the shell of the tiny creature, officially bestowing a name upon this magical, spontaneous creation. You shall be the progenitor of your kind, he whispered. You are the first Xuanwu born into this new starfield, the anchor of the great waters. The golden crows and the crystal dragons, sensing a new presence that lacked their inherent aggression, began to descend from their respective heights. They approached the azure planet with a strange, hesitant curiosity, circling the small Xuanwu as they observed it. This is the first time the three of you have shared the same space without drawing blood, Lu Xing noted. At that moment, Wang Yi spoke up again, his voice still tinged with cold skepticism. You are merely delaying the inevitable by diverting their attention with a novelty, Wang Yi argued. The laws of the universe are immutable. Water and fire are fundamentally incompatible forces. Once the initial curiosity fades, they will inevitably begin a new, even more violent round of conflict that will swallow your little turtle whole. True to his warning, the struggle between the solar and crystal forces had subsided, but the air remained thick with their inherent, conflicting pressures. The arrogant and fiercely competitive three-legged golden crows, driven by their burning instincts, were already starting to turn their predatory gazes toward the peaceful black tortoise residing on the azure planet. They sharpened their beaks of fire, preparing to aim the spearhead of their solar war at this new interloper. However, Lu Xing didn't seem troubled in the slightest. He waved a hand dismissively, his voice carrying a calm, almost playful confidence. There is no need for such impatience, seniors. In a growing universe, new contradictions are simply the catalysts that lead to the birth of new forces to resolve them. Behold, for a fourth power is even now preparing to join the battlefield. Wang He blinked, visibly stunned by the young man's audacity. A fourth force? You truly intend to keep adding variables to this mess? Wang He asked, bewildered. Beside him, Duan Yifeng was equally dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape as he watched Lu Sheng, who had already begun the next phase of his creation. Lu Sheng's hands were moving in a complex, rhythmic tandem now, his expression settled into a mask of serene focus. There was an indescribable, regal confidence radiating from between his brows. In this moment, Lu Sheng had completely transformed himself. He was no longer a mere student of martial arts, but a primordial creator, freely displaying his boundless talent and inspiration upon the vast canvas of the star chessboard. That which falls to the earth shall be the wood of life, and that which soars in the sky shall be the phoenix of rebirth, Lu Xing chanted. He manifested a world of vibrant, emerald energy, the Fanglan star, a planet covered in colossal, ancient forests that breathed out the essence of growth and vitality. And to balance the wood, there must be the sharpness of metal, he continued with a hearty laugh. Come forth, the white tiger. It has to be the white tiger to guard the western gates. With a roar that shook the void, a magnificent beast of silver and steel manifested, its eyes glowing with a protective ferocity. Immediately following the arrival of the white tiger, the volatile atmosphere between the three-legged golden crows and the Xuanwu began to noticeably ease. The jagged tension that had threatened to ignite the starfield was replaced by a more complex, structured energy. A strange social hierarchy began to form. The three-legged golden crows found themselves naturally drawn to the fierce, radiant energy of the white tiger, while the white tiger took a protective, almost playful interest in the stoic black tortoise. They began to move in a somewhat harmonious cycle. However, as the four forces began to align, the crystal dragons remained on the outskirts, appearing somewhat lonely and disconnected within their shimmering domain. Lu Xing turned his gaze toward the solitary crystal dragon life forms, who hovered in isolation around their prismatic planet. A new idea blossomed in his mind. Of course, I haven't forgotten about you, he said softly. It wouldn't be a complete world if you were left out of the circle. We should find a companion that shares your sturdiness and resolve. Immediately afterward, Lu Sheng began to mold a sphere of earth-colored energy. A dense, ochre-hued planet began to form within his hands, a massive, solid world where rock was the only constant, from its deep mantle to its towering, jagged surface. Within the shadows of its deepest mountain ranges, majestic and heavy divine life forms began to stir, hatching from the very stone. Lu Xing watched them crawl out with a satisfied smile. The final piece of the puzzle, the Qilin of the earth. As the number of Earth spheres and their Qilin guardians increased, Lu Sheng systematically bolstered them into a formidable force. In an instant, his vision had coalesced into a reality he had predicted. The natural affinity between the rigid, structural nature of the crystalline life and the deep, foundational essence of the Earth Qilin was immediate and absolute. They reached out to one another instinctively. Crystal dragons began to visit the mountain world frequently, while the Earth Qilin could be seen trotting happily behind the golden crows like loyal companions. Watching the scene, Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of a massive, earth-shaking beast following a sunbird. Wow, I must admit, this particular Qilin feels a bit, well, its behavior is almost comically despicable in its eagerness to please. Shaking off the humor, Lu Sheng straightened his posture and spoke with a voice of absolute authority. Behold, seniors, a perfect, self-sustaining cycle has been born from the chaos. Lu Sheng gazed out at the brilliant, multicolored starfield he had engineered, a riot of diverse energies and life forms coexisting in a complex web. A profound sense of satisfaction filled him, and he let out a triumphant, resonant laugh. This starfield has finally achieved a state of true, dynamic harmony. The five forces now restrain one another to prevent excess, yet promote one another to ensure growth. The era of senseless strife is gone. What do you think of this path? Wang He and Duan Yifeng remained utterly silent, both men wearing complex, unreadable expressions as they struggled to process the sheer audacity of what they were seeing. After a long, weighted silence, Duan Yifeng was the first to find his voice, though it was strained. Even if you have created this balance, so what? A human's spiritual strength and lifespan are finite. How can you possibly hope to simultaneously cultivate 5 separate level 15 Daos without tearing your own soul apart? Wang He echoed the sentiment with a harsh, cold snort. He is right. Mastering the absolute limit of even a single Dao is a task that humbles giants. Attempting 5 at once is not ambition. It is a bottomless, suicidal greed. You are a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. This is nothing more than the wishful thinking of a dreamer. Duan Yifeng simply nodded again, his eyes dark. Exactly. Wishful thinking. Is it truly just greed? The elderly Duan Yifeng continued to echo, his voice a low rumble of caution. The triumphant smile on Lu Sheng's face began to fade slightly, replaced by a quiet, contemplative stillness. He turned back to gaze at the stable, 5-directional divine realm he had just spent so much effort building, his eyes reflecting the shimmering lights of his creation. Lu Sheng lapsed into a deep, internal ponderance for a long time, the silence of the void hanging heavy around him. Then, without warning, he reached out his hands. Instead of nurturing the balance, he began to physically seize all 5 forces within the vast starfield, forcibly dragging the stars, the planets, and the divine creatures toward the absolute center of the void chessboard. In the earlier battles, the collision of the solar and crystal realms had created a land of annihilation, a zone of dead energy that acted as a fatal poison to all life. Planets caught in such a zone would rot and die, their inhabitants suffering a miserable fate. These creatures were Lu Sheng's own spiritual children, born of his focus and inspiration. Yet, with an expression that had turned as cold and unmoved as polished marble, he personally pushed them into the encroaching abyss of total destruction. Lu Sheng's gaze remained calm and detached, watching the very things he had given life to be consumed. He watched with an unwavering eye as his vibrant starfield was dismantled and destroyed bit by bit, the energy returning to the void from whence it came. This shocking turn of events caused even Wang He and Duan Yifeng to frown in confusion and alarm. Why would he work so hard to create a masterpiece of harmony only to throw it away? To them, Lu Sheng's actions seemed like those of a mad painter who, after completing his life's most cherished work, immediately hurled it into a pit of fire to be reduced to ash. Amidst the confusion of the two masters, only Yang Yizhou remained composed. He stood facing Lu Sheng, his eyes locked onto the young man's profile with an intensity that suggested he was seeing something the others were not. He was deep in thought, his mind racing through the implications of this sudden destruction. Slowly, the smile on Yang Yizhou's face began to return, growing brighter and more profound with every passing second of the starfield's collapse. A look of realization dawned in his eyes. Could it be, he whispered to himself, that your potential is even greater than I dared to hope? Are you truly that good? Lu Sheng turned his gaze toward Yang Yizhou, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar, searching intensity, as if trying to peer through the man's very soul. He spoke with a tone of quiet hesitation, a vulnerability rarely seen in him, as he asked tentatively, "Honored teacher, is this meant to be the true solution? Have I finally grasped the core of the lesson?" The words, "honored teacher," which had been echoing in the silent corridors of his heart for so long, finally found their way to the surface in a moment of genuine reverence. Yang Yizhou did not shy away from the weight of the title. Instead, he accepted it with a serene dignity and a slight, knowing smile. "Your direction is sound, Lu Sheng," he replied with an encouraging nod. "You have indeed found the path. Do not falter. Simply maintain your internal focus and continue forging straight ahead on this newly discovered path," Yang Yizhou advised with paternal warmth. As the vast, complex starfield that Lu Sheng had painstakingly manifested began to crumble and dissolve into shimmering dust, the once crowded void chessboard was stripped bare, leaving behind nothing but an abyssal, silent darkness. Wang Yi's brow furrowed into a deep V of frustration, his confusion palpable as he struggled to parse the logic behind Lu Sheng's sudden act of total destruction. What is the meaning of this move? Are you merely throwing in the towel? Have you decided to resign yourself to a predetermined fate? He demanded, his voice echoing in the void. Beside him, Duan Yifeng watched Lu Sheng with narrowing eyes, his sharp features clouded with a thick shroud of suspicion and doubt. Wang Yi opened his mouth, clearly intending to press Lu Sheng for a more detailed explanation of his seemingly self-destructive strategy, but Yang Yizhou raised a hand in a swift, commanding gesture, cutting him off before a single word could escape. "There is no need to interrogate him, old Wang. The answer he has unearthed is effectively meaningless to you at your current stage of existence," Yang Yizhou said, his voice carrying a weight of absolute, cosmic finality. "To seek the answer now would only sow the seeds of a deep, bitter unwillingness within your spirit, a burden you are not yet prepared to carry." This cryptic warning left Duan Yifeng utterly bewildered, the gears of his mind grinding as he tried to fathom what profound truth could possibly lie beyond the reach of a level 15 master. At that precise moment, the thick cloud of confusion and incomprehension on Duan Yifeng's face seemed to intensify, morphing into a look of sheer disbelief. He stared at the young man as if seeing him for the first time, a terrifying thought beginning to take root in his mind. "This kid, it cannot be. Lu Sheng, could it be that you have actually managed to perceive the boundary that we ourselves have only ever glimpsed in our dreams?" Lu Sheng felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him, his mind as still as a mountain lake, and his heart finally finding a lasting peace amidst the chaos. This singular game of Go had offered him more than just tactical knowledge. It had provided a lens through which to view the very fabric of reality. It was no exaggeration to claim that from this moment forward, Lu Sheng's martial path and his ultimate fate would undergo an earth-shattering metamorphosis. The confirmation of his final answer with Yang Yizhou acted as a seal, locking in a destiny that transcended the limitations of his previous self. He realized with a start that he had stumbled upon a revelation that Wang He and Duan Yifeng, despite their immense power, had never truly sought to uncover. "This is likely the gateway to the elusive level 16, Lu Sheng mused silently, the thought sending a thrill of adrenaline through his system. There were so many intricacies to this new realization that defied simple explanation or verbal translation. It was a journey he would have to undertake in solitude, moving forward one step at a time and relying solely on his own intuition to confirm the truths hidden within the darkness. Otherwise, even if the grand performance of this dreamscape is brought to a halt, it would remain nothing more than a fleeting dream, an exercise in utter futility and a waste of cosmic potential, Lu Sheng whispered to himself. Suddenly, a new thought occurred to him. He lowered his head in a formal bow, showing his utmost respect, and addressed Yang Yizhou once more. "May I ask of you, esteemed teacher, in all this time, What is the nature of your own Tao? Having witnessed the magnificent and domineering paths of Wang He and Duan Yifeng, he found himself consumed by a burning curiosity and a lingering doubt regarding the quiet, transcendent power of the man before him. Yang Yizhou let out a hearty, booming laugh that seemed to resonate through the very floorboards of the void. He stood up with an effortless grace, his movements as fluid as running water, and looked down at his new disciple with an expression of immense amusement. The elder master waved his hand in a wide, sweeping arc, and in response, a strange and vibrant green light erupted from his palm with terrifying power. It was not a light of destruction, but one of overwhelming vitality and creation, pulsing with the heartbeat of an entire universe. In an instant, the entire sensory landscape surrounding Lu Sheng underwent a violent and total transformation. The tranquil small courtyards, the shimmering lakes, and the ancient, gnarled trees that had defined their environment for so long vanished as if they had never been. Then, just as quickly, the world began to reconstruct itself, reappearing in a new, more crystalline form that defied the laws of traditional physics. Yang Yizhou gestured toward a glossy, obsidian go board that had manifested out of thin air before Lu Sheng. The surface of the board seemed to contain a miniature galaxy, its lines glowing with a faint, ethereal light. Lu Sheng leaned in, his face a mask of curious wonder and deep-seated puzzlement as he tried to understand the significance of this new display. "Look closely now," Yang Yizhou said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He reached out and pinched a shimmering, translucent ghost stone between two fingers, holding it up against the backdrop of the changing void. "Everything you have witnessed up to this point, every star, every blade of grass, and every breath taken in this realm, is a manifestation of my Tao." With a deliberate and heavy motion, Yang Yizhou placed the stone onto the center of the board. The moment it made contact, the Go board began to transform once again, its surface rippling like water. A dazzling, blinding light erupted from the point of impact, expanding outward in waves that threatened to consume everything in their path. Lu Sheng recoiled in shock, the sudden realization hitting him with the force of a physical blow. The Taos of these three masters had never been hidden. They had been displayed in plain sight since the very moment he entered the dreamscape. At this realization, Wang He and Duan Yifeng both stood up from their seats, their forms shimmering with a newfound intensity. Lu Sheng followed suit, rising hurriedly as an inexplicable premonition took hold of his heart. He felt that the ultimate truth of the dreamscape, the secret behind this 10,000-year-old illusion, was finally about to be revealed. He was struck by a sense of profound astonishment. Could such a magnificent, sprawling world really be nothing more than the projection of Yang Yizhou's singular will? Yang Yizhou's long sleeves fluttered in a non-existent breeze, giving him the ethereal appearance of an ancient Taoist immortal who had descended from the highest heavens. His calm, steady gaze fell upon Lu Sheng, and he spoke with a clarity that cut through the remaining fog in the young man's mind. "Now that we have concluded our game and discussed the fundamental nature of the Tao, there are certain truths that must finally be shared with you." Lu Sheng's expression flickered with anticipation, and he pricked up his ears, focusing every ounce of his attention on the elder's words. "Follow me. The time for games has passed, and the time for seeing has begun," Yang Yizhou declared, stepping out into the shifting void. Wang He and Duan Yifeng moved in perfect unison behind him, and Lu Sheng did not hesitate, hurrying to keep pace with the three legendary figures as they moved toward the edge of the world. Yang Yizhou did not utter another word, maintaining a steady, purposeful stride as he walked straight ahead into the unknown. Lu Sheng, Wang He, and Duan Yifeng followed in a silent procession, their footsteps echoing against the void. They passed by the familiar landmarks of the dreamscape, the small pond, the neatly kept vegetable garden, and the quaint courtyard, leaving them all behind as they reached the true surface of this small, isolated planet. What greeted Lu Sheng's eyes was a desolate and hauntingly silent starry sky. Shattered remnants of dead planets hung suspended in the distance, all shrouded in a thick, suffocating gray-black mist that seemed to swallow the light. Yang Yizhou, Wang He, and Duan Yifeng came to a synchronized halt at the precipice of a great cliff, their gazes fixed firmly on the horizon of the dead universe. They stood like three ancient pillars of strength against the encroaching darkness, their silhouettes etched in sharp relief against the misty void. After a long, weighted silence, Yang Ijo stopped and slowly waved his hand over the vista. In response to his gesture, the gray mist began to part, revealing the hidden horrors that lay beneath the surface of the silence. Distant, necrotic planets began to appear one after another before Lu Sheng's widening eyes, stretching out into the infinite distance. He looked on with a mixture of morbid curiosity and growing dread. So many dark, lifeless worlds, he whispered. What happened to them? What are these planets, truly? Yang Ijo stared at the graveyard of worlds for a long moment, his eyes filled with a weary, ancient sorrow. He eventually turned around to face Lu Sheng, speaking in a tone that was chillingly calm and devoid of all artifice. This, Lu Sheng, is the true face of our universe. This is what remains after the light has been extinguished. These worlds died in the great calamity, and even now, the universe you call home is beginning to suffer under the weight of a nearly identical catastrophe, Yang Ijo explained. These opening words struck Lu Sheng like a thunderbolt, shaking his very foundation. He blurted out, "Are the extraterrestrial beasts from the void really so terrifying? Is their power so absolute that even a powerhouse of your caliber, esteemed teacher, is unable to stop their advance?" Lu Sheng found it impossible to reconcile the image of the man who could create worlds with the idea of such total defeat. "I cannot stop it. None of us could," Yang Ijo said, slowly shaking his head as he looked back at the ruins. "The invasion of the alien beasts is not the simple, physical conquest you imagine it to be. The source from which they originate is not an ordinary world, nor do they follow the laws of any material reality we understand." Yang Ijo continued to wave his hand, further clearing the mist to reveal a swirling, chaotic vortex of darkness that seemed to pulse with a malevolent, hungry life of its own. It was a sight that defied description, a hole in the fabric of existence itself. What is that monstrosity?" Lu Sheng asked, his voice trembling with an instinctive, primal fear. Yang Ijo replied solemnly, "That is the dark side of countless material universes, the primordial origin of extreme evil and the concentrated accumulation of all negative energy. The alien beasts you have encountered are merely the most superficial manifestation of this encroaching power, the scouts of a much deeper rot. The dark side of countless material universes, the origin of extreme evil, the combination of all negative energies." Lu Sheng murmured the words under his breath, the terrifying implications beginning to sink in. He understood now that this was not a war against a specific enemy, but a struggle against the collective decay of existence. The negative energy of innumerable universes was now being funneled into a single point, and his own universe was the unfortunate target that had to endure it. Yang Ijo continued his grim explanation, his voice steady despite the horror of his words. "Most importantly, Lu Sheng, you must understand that once this power begins to manifest in your universe, it serves as the ultimate proof that the universe you inhabit is no longer far from total and irrevocable destruction." "What? Destruction?" Lu Sheng was violently shaken by the revelation, a look of pure disbelief and mounting panic contorting his features. He stepped forward, his voice cracking as he blurted out, "Why? How can that be? If we know it is coming, why can it not be stopped? Look here and see for yourself." Yang Ijo turned back to Lu Sheng and stretched out his right hand. Resting in his palm was a vibrant, rosy apple that looked enticingly sweet and ripe. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Sheng noticed a few small, grayish mold spots marring its surface, imperfections that looked glaringly out of place on such a beautiful fruit. With a swift, surgical motion, Yang Ijo swiped his fingers across the air, and the apple was instantly split in two. The halves fell away to reveal the truth. The entire core was a blackened, slimy mess of putrefaction and rot. Lu Sheng's eyes went wide as the metaphor took hold. "I understand," he whispered. "Once a universe is corroded by this negative force, it is no longer just an external threat. it is an internal sickness. The decay has already reached the heart of the system. No matter what heroic measures are taken or what powers are brought to bear, they can only hope to slow the rate of decay. They cannot cure the rot. Lu Sheng turned to Yang Yizhou, his voice urgent and desperate. Is that what you are telling me? That our struggle is already a lost cause? Yang Yizhou's face was a mask of complex, conflicting emotions, sorrow, regret, and a faint, flickering hope. He slowly and solemnly nodded his head in confirmation, the silence that followed his gesture feeling heavier than the void itself. Then what is the meaning of everything I am doing now? Why am I even here? Lu Sheng suddenly asked, a hollow look of confusion appearing in his eyes. He looked at Yang Yizhou, then at the silent figures of Wang He and Duan Yifeng standing beside him, and murmured, if even you, who are level 15 or perhaps even level 16 powerhouses, cannot end this calamity, what hope is there for anyone else? If the ending is predetermined and the decay cannot be reversed, then every effort is just a delay of the inevitable. In that moment, Lu Sheng's mood plummeted into a dark abyss of despair. He did not underestimate his own potential, but he was a realist. The three people standing before him were already thousands of times stronger than his current self. Even if his future achievements were to equal theirs, he was forced to ask the crushing question. If these three titans together could not save their own universe, how could he, Lu Sheng, ever hope to succeed where they had failed? The truth is, I am just an ordinary man at heart, Lu Sheng said, his voice barely a whisper. If I knew my world would be destroyed in 10,000 years, I could still find the strength to strive and build a legacy. But the destruction of the entire universe, that is a weight too heavy for any single soul to bear. It is too big for me to even comprehend. What can I possibly do against such a fate? He continued, his eyes welling with frustration. Especially after you have shown me the magnificence of the level 15 and level 16 Daos. You showed me how splendid the peak of martial arts can be, only to tell me that all these pursuits are ultimately a dead end, that everything we build will eventually come to nothing. Yang Yizhou read the deep, paralyzing confusion in Lu Sheng's eyes and asked softly, his voice lacking all judgment. Are you afraid, Lu Sheng? Does the scale of the disaster finally make you want to turn away? Lu Sheng shook his head slowly, his gaze lost in the misty graveyard of planets. I don't know if fear is the right word. It's just, everything is too big. It's too far away for me to reach. Yang Yizhou offered a thin smile and flipped his palm, the rotten apple vanishing back into the ether. Think back to when you first arrived in this dreamscape, he said. You initially thought of yourself as a seeker of life and death, believing with all your heart that you were the singular fire seed capable of turning the world upside down and restoring the light. Why is it that you choose to feel fear now, my little fire seed? Has the fire in your heart already begun to flicker out before the real battle has even started? Yang Yizhou's words were a gentle challenge, a reminder of the spirit that had brought Lu Sheng to this point. Hearing those two words, fire seed, Lu Sheng was visibly startled. He jerked his head up, his expression one of profound surprise. Those events, the narrative of the future, were they all intentionally arranged and orchestrated by you? He asked. Yang Yizhou simply smiled without speaking, his enigmatic expression providing all the confirmation Lu Sheng needed. A jagged bolt of lightning seemed to flash through Lu Sheng's mind as he finally understood why the dreamscape had woven such an elaborate lie for him, leading him to believe he was saving a civilization 10,000 years in the future. He realized now that it was all necessary groundwork, a cosmic rehearsal designed to test his resolve. In a sense, it wasn't even a lie, for Lu Sheng's universe was indeed facing a genuine calamity. Everything he had been doing in the dreamscape was training him for the reality of saving the future of human civilization and the very existence of his universe from the encroaching rot of the dark side. Yang Yizhou continued to press Lu Sheng, his voice growing firmer. Back then, you were nothing more than an ordinary high school student, a boy who hadn't even been fully initiated into the true path of martial arts. Yet, even then, you possessed such a fierce, uncompromising determination that you dared to single-handedly question the heavens. Now, you are 1,000 times stronger, a master in your own right. So why is it that you consider retreating now, when the great calamity is finally at your door. Yang Yizhou looked at Lu Sheng with a gentle, fatherly pride, a warm smile spreading across his face as he added softly, "And never forget, young man, even if the task seems impossible, you do not have to face it alone. You still have the full support of those who came before you." As Yang Yizhou spoke, a faint spark of starlight began to shine deep within Lu Sheng's eyes. Initially, it was just a tiny, flickering point of light, but it rapidly intensified, growing into a brilliant, radiant glow that seemed to push back the gray mist of the graveyard planets. Lu Sheng felt a sudden, violent awakening of his spirit. "That's right. Yang Yizhou is absolutely right," he whispered, his voice gaining strength. "Initially, I was just a piece of trash with nothing to lose, yet I dared to challenge anything that stood in my way. Now, I am an invincible existence, a recognized master of martial arts. Everything about me is 1,000 times better than it was back then. So why would the present Lu Sheng ever want to retreat? Does possessing greater strength really mean I have less courage?" Lu Sheng asked himself, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. His resolve hardened into an unbreakable diamond. Damn it all, what is there to be afraid of? If the universe is destined to be destroyed, then we'll just fight until the end and die together in the blaze. A raging, defiant fire instantly ignited in Lu Sheng's heart, burning brighter and hotter with every passing second. "Have you finally figured it out?" Yang Yizhou asked with a wide, satisfied smile. "Have you found your confidence once again?" Lu Sheng let out a short, self-deprecating laugh and scratched the back of his head. "I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm confident, teacher, but I think that with so much help from legends like you, it would be a disgrace if I didn't at least try to go a few steps further than you ever did." Lu Sheng looked back at Yang Yizhou, then turned his gaze to Wang He and Duan Yifeng. His eyes were no longer filled with doubt, but were cold, hard, and utterly resolute. "I want to see for myself if this calamity is truly as unsalvageable as you say. I want to see what happens when the rot meets a fire that refuses to go out." Upon hearing this bold, defiant declaration, all three of the ancient masters were briefly startled. They stared at the young man, seeing the same fire that had once burned in their own hearts, before erupting into a synchronized fit of laughter. "Huh!" The three of them laughed heartily, their voices ringing with an extreme, unadulterated joy that seemed to echo across the graveyard of worlds. "Good. Truly good." Their laughter boomed, shaking the very foundations of the starry sky and bringing a vibrant, defiant flavor to a scene that had been defined by silence and death. It was the laughter of those who had found a worthy successor to their impossible dream. "I have stood as the sovereign of this vast domain for an eternity, a sentinel over time itself. Throughout my long life, I have guided thousands of disciples across the stars, yet among that sea of faces, these two were the pupils who filled my heart with the greatest sense of accomplishment and pride. But now, the mantle of the greatest has likely shifted to you," Yang Yizhou remarked, his gaze narrowing as he pointed a weathered finger toward Lu Sheng. A faint, knowing smile played upon his lips as he finally, unequivocally, acknowledged Lu Sheng as his true and final disciple. Upon hearing those words, Lu Sheng's face broke into a radiant smile, one that mirrored the pure, unadulterated joy of a teenager seeing his mother return home after a long journey. The weight of expectation was momentarily replaced by a sense of profound, heartfelt belonging. "So, you are finally ready to grant him your full recognition?" Wang He and Duan Yifeng stepped forward, their expressions resolute. "Very well. Since you are determined to take these final, monumental steps forward, we shall naturally provide our unstinting support." It was clear they had prepared for this inevitable moment long ago. Yang Yizhou turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Lu Sheng, Wang He, and Duan Yifeng. The three figures converged around Lu Sheng, forming a triangle of immense power that left the young man standing in a state of stunned bewilderment. He looked at Wang He, wondering exactly what kind of esoteric ritual they were about to initiate. Wang He took a measured step toward Lu Sheng, his entire physical form beginning to pulsate with a mysterious, ethereal flame that radiated an ancient heat. Despite the intensity of the aura, his expression remained unervingly calm as he spoke. "My Tao is the Tao of the constant star, a path of eternal burning. Now, I shall bequeath its entire essence to you. As the final syllable left his lips, the raging, incandescent flames erupted from Wang He's form, leaping across the space with a fierce roar to dive headlong into Lu Sheng's body, seeking a new vessel for their celestial heat. Boom! The impact was visceral. Lu Sheng's entire frame was struck by a monumental force that felt like a falling mountain, leaving him paralyzed and rooted to the spot as the raw energy surged through his nervous system. Lu Sheng's mind reeled in absolute shock as he was engulfed by endless waves of conceptual fire. This experience was fundamentally different from the fragmented knowledge he had surreptitiously gleaned from the star chessboard. In this moment, Wang He was purging his own soul to gift Lu Sheng every shred of his level 15 martial arts insights without a single reservation. Lu Sheng's comprehension of the constant star began to accelerate at a staggering rate, processing information billions of times faster than humanly possible. Once Wang He had finished his sacrifice, Duan Yifeng moved into position. My junior brother has emptied his soul to teach you. I, as your senior brother, cannot afford to be less generous. Duan Yifeng's handsome face remained stoic, his eyes shimmering with the sharpness of heavenly blades. Ignoring whether Lu Sheng could even perceive him through the mental storm, he declared, My Tao is the Tao of the divine star. Witness its brilliance, for I pass it to you now. With a sudden, graceful movement, Duan Yifeng leaped into the air, his physical form dissolving into a blinding sphere of azure light that burrowed deep into Lu Sheng's consciousness. This was the ultimate edge, the pure light of divinity. The entirety of Duan Yifeng's level 15 martial insights merged seamlessly into Lu Sheng's mind, creating an unprecedented confluence of two level 15 Tao inheritances. This staggering fortune was being pushed to its absolute limit. As the master, Yang Yizhou knew he could not offer any less than his two senior disciples had given. He watched the process with a solemn gravity, stroking his long beard as he reflected on his own power. As for my personal Tao, he murmured softly, its weight might seem almost too light in comparison to theirs. Yang Yizhou looked up at the suspended figure of Lu Sheng, who was currently drowning in a sea of inherited memories and power. With a gentle yet firm motion, the old master reached out and pressed his finger against the space between Lu Sheng's eyebrows, the nexus of his spiritual sea. However, since I am your master, I shall not give you a mere technique. I shall give you a whole universe. Lu Sheng's mind, already at its breaking point, was utterly stunned by the magnitude of the claim. Yang Yizhou spoke with a voice that echoed through the void. May you possess the power to achieve everything your heart desires, and may your will reshape reality itself. The chronicles of the Star Path have reached a pivotal nexus, as the legend of Lu Sheng is recorded for all posterity. As these sacred scrolls are updated, let the followers of this path continue to offer their milk tea and support to keep the fires of motivation burning bright. After Yang Yizhou finished his final prayer for his disciple, his physical form dissolved into shimmering motes of light that spiraled into Lu Sheng. The youth felt these ancient, titanic powers fully integrate into his marrow, becoming an inseparable part of his being. Suddenly, through the haze of the inheritance, Lu Sheng perceived the fading silhouettes of his mentors. He let out a strangled cry of pure anguish. Master, senior brothers, please do not go. A heart-wrenching wail tore from Lu Sheng's throat, lost and echoing in the infinite void of his mind. Before his eyes, the figures of his greatest benefactor, Yang Yizhou, and his steadfast companions, Wang He and Duan Yifeng, grew increasingly translucent, like morning mist burned away by the sun. Every familiar line of their faces dissolved into wisps of thin white smoke, scattering into the cold vacuum, leaving behind only the fading echo of Yang Yizhou's parting words. From this moment forward, the path is yours alone to walk. You must rely solely on your own strength. If the wheels of fate allow, perhaps we shall cross paths once more. Lu Sheng's rigid body began to tremble violently, his eyes clamped shut as hot, clear tears carved paths down his cheeks, marking his grief in the silence. Deep within the recesses of Lu Sheng's subconscious, the gray compass, the symbol of his omnipotent martial arts, began to expand at a rate that defied all laws of physics and imagination, growing to encompass his entire inner world. I can feel it. A literal ocean of Tao is flooding my veins, filling every cell of my body with the weight of centuries. The sheer volume of information and insights is boundless. I hold 2 level 15 Daos, a supreme level 16 Dao, and a countless array of level 7, 8, and 10 Daos. My martial foundation has been fortified to a degree that is billions of times stronger than it was mere moments ago. This level of foundational strength was not just rare. It could be described as entirely unprecedented in the annals of martial history. This is a foundation that remains unmatched throughout the corridors of time. Finally, I possess the necessary qualifications to attempt the impossible, to forge a path that belongs entirely and exclusively to me. The Tao of Omnipotence. Without this supreme, multifaceted foundation as a bedrock, how could such a singular, all-encompassing Tao ever hope to be achieved? My internal strength is currently surging like a tidal wave. Once I have fully digested this feast of knowledge and returned to the waking world, I will undoubtedly shatter my limits and achieve a successful breakthrough. As the gray compass eventually shattered into a million fragments, a singular, brilliant star ignited in the dark night sky of his mind, representing a new martial will. But this was merely the prelude. A second star flared to life, then a third, and a fourth. One by one, stars began to populate the darkness in a rapid-fire sequence until tens of thousands of them adorned the firmament, turning the night into a brilliant, dense, starry expanse. Simultaneously, at the Liu family residence, the atmosphere was thick with dread as the family sat gathered before the television, their eyes glued to the grim images on the screen. The television screen displayed a horrifying sight. A gargantuan giant, towering over 8,000 meters in height, was methodically laying waste to the city of Manhwa. Steel and glass skyscrapers buckled like fragile wooden blocks under the giant's massive palms, and the horizon was a wall of flame. Below, desperate crowds of people looked like scurrying ants as they screamed and fled in every direction. Liu Hai gripped the television remote, his knuckles white with tension as he spoke in a voice heavy with worry. An invasion from an advanced alien civilization. It seems the world we knew is truly about to descend into total, irredeemable chaos. Zheng Yufan sat beside him, her face pale as she shook her head in disbelief. Could this really be happening? It looks so much like a movie set. Perhaps it's just a high-budget science fiction film being shot on location? Channel 1 would never broadcast a joke of this magnitude, Liu Hai replied, shaking his head solemnly. Besides, have you seen the market? Prices have spiraled out of control overnight. A single caddy of rice has already hit 30 yuan. Do you still think it's fake under those circumstances? Lu Qinghe chimed in from the side, her voice trembling. It's all over the internet, Mom. All the schools in the city have been suspended indefinitely. Everyone online is sharing videos that prove this is a genuine extraterrestrial incursion. There are so many perspectives. Here, let me find one of the raw clips for you to see. Lu Qinghe pulled out her smartphone and began tapping rapidly on the screen. The footage she found was far more visceral and terrifying than the sanitized versions being shown on the national news. In the video, the 8,000-meter giant casually swept his arm across the landscape. The military divisions below, equipped with tanks and heavy artillery, were tossed aside like insects, suffering catastrophic casualties in a matter of seconds. The camera zoomed in momentarily on the invader's cruel, malicious face. He grinned with a sinister delight, his voice booming like thunder over the audio. Do not even entertain the thought of escape, you pathetic creatures. This world is already ours. After watching several more clips, a heavy silence fell over the Liu family. Their faces were etched with deep gravity and burgeoning fear. The enemy was truly invincible. They weren't even on the same tier of combat existence. It was clear that this was a power far beyond the current civilization of planet Azure, the absolute, crushing force of a higher-order civilization against a lower one. Then, what are we supposed to do now? Zheng Yufan asked, her voice small and filled with dread. Is the apocalypse really coming for us? Is this the end of everything? Even if it is the end of the world, the front lines are still far away from our doorstep, Liu Hai said. attempting to comfort Zheng Yufan despite his own fear. Don't overthink it. Besides, if the sky truly falls, there are plenty of powerful figures and experts to hold it up. It isn't the place of ordinary people like us to carry that burden. That is exactly why I am terrified, Zheng Yufan sobbed, her eyes welling with tears. Isn't Lu Sheng's status incredibly high now? What if they send him to fight these monsters? As a mother, she couldn't fathom why the universe had suddenly turned so hostile. She had hoped her son's success meant peace and prosperity for the family, but now it seemed he would be the first one swept into the maw of this catastrophe. Was a simple, peaceful life truly too much to ask for? Lu Hai remained silent for a long moment, his jaw set in a firm line. Stop filling your head with such nonsense. I refuse to believe that if all the experts in the world unite, they can't take down a single alien invader. Our duty now is to trust in our country, look after ourselves, and ensure we don't become a distraction for the authorities or for Lu Sheng. I'm going out to secure more supplies and find a team to reinforce our basement into a proper shelter. We'll go together. Lu Qinghe and Zheng Yufan wiped their tears and stood up to follow him, driven by a new, frantic purpose. Meanwhile, in a high-security conference room within a Dragon Country villa, Yu Fei walked in with an anxious stride. A sentry at the door snapped into a sharp salute, inviting the Super Martial Saint inside to join the emergency summit. She offered a curt nod and stepped into the room where Tin Zhongyu was already waiting. "You've finally arrived," Tin Zhongyu noted. Yu Fei didn't waste time on pleasantries, asking urgently, "What is the current status? Give me the briefing." This emergency session was being jointly presided over by the two of them to coordinate a global response. Tan Zhongyu handed Yu Fei a tablet displaying a fresh intelligence report. This footage was just relayed from Eagle Country. 3 of their level 9 martial saints were defeated in minutes, and over 50 level 8 Grand Masters have been captured or killed. As of this hour, the total number of level 9 martial saints Planet Azure has lost has risen to 5. This includes the president of the World Martial Artists Association, Cumberland, who was at the very peak of level 9, and the Rose Martial Saint of Yang Country. Tan Zhongyu's tone was funereal, reflecting the sheer scale of the loss. Yu Fei looked at the data and mused darkly. "I suspect this invader's vessel is equipped with highly advanced biodetection arrays. They are capable of pinpointing the exact coordinates of high-energy signatures, effectively hunting our top-tier martial artists. I believe everyone in this room has felt the weight of this crisis," Yu Fei continued, addressing the gathered elites. "In this hour of darkness, when the lips are gone and the teeth feel the cold, we have no choice but to unite. We must face this extinction-level event as a single entity." The martial saints in attendance all bore complex, grim expressions, nodding in silent agreement. Having reached the pinnacle of human cultivation, their intuition for danger was far more acute than any civilians. They understood the logic, yet they also knew that slogans couldn't bridge the gap in power. They had survived this long by being cautious, but this was a threat they couldn't run from. The attendees had analyzed the footage countless times. Where ordinary people saw a spectacle of destruction, they saw a terrifying reality. The invader was a genuine level 10 combatant. He was on par with the Lord Guide himself. Even if Cumberland and the others hadn't been neutralized, their combined might wouldn't be enough to occupy one of the invader's hands. "We are outmatched," a martial saint from Lang Country stated bluntly. "Where is Lord Lu Sheng? We need his strength. Why isn't he here?" The question hung heavy in the air. Tan Zhongyu sighed. "Lord Lu Sheng is currently in deep, secluded cultivation, attempting his breakthrough to level 9. He is submerged in a hidden underwater location. We cannot reach him, and disturbing him now could be fatal to his progress. He likely has no idea the world is burning." A voice rose from the back of the room. "In that case, we have no other choice but to seek intervention from the Lord Guide. I recall that Lu Sheng's wife, Dong Qingxue, possesses a specialized communication device to contact him directly. We must reach her immediately." Dong Qingxue stepped through the heavy doors, her voice cutting through the tension as she made the announcement. "I have already anticipated this necessity and dispatched a high-priority distress signal 3 days ago. However, the vast distances of space mean it will take considerable time for the Lord Guide to arrive. His instructions were explicit. We must find a way to stall for time at any cost. Upon hearing Dong Qingshue's confirmation, the gathered martial saints felt a sudden surge of renewed vigor. The knowledge that contact had been established with the Lord Guide, Lan Shun, provided a flickering beacon of hope in their darkest hour. If we can simply hold the line until the guide arrives, there is still a chance to avert this apocalypse, one martial saint remarked, his eyes gleaming with desperate determination. With Lord Lu Sheng at our side, our chances would be exponentially higher, but the burning question remains. When exactly will he emerge from his deep seclusion? This uncertainty cast a shadow over the room once more, leaving everyone with expressions of helpless frustration, a question even Dong Qingxue could not yet answer. Yu Fei brought her hand down hard against the surface of the mahogany conference table, the sharp crack echoing like a gunshot to restore order and focus among the bickering elites. The room fell into an uneasy quiet, for every master knew that disturbing a warrior during secluded cultivation was the ultimate taboo, especially when that warrior was an invincible being like Lu Sheng undergoing a critical level 9 breakthrough. The spiritual backlash from a forced awakening could be more catastrophic for the world than the alien invader itself. Consequently, a somber realization took hold. They had to act as the shield, resisting the damned invader with everything they had while awaiting the moment Lu Sheng finally stepped back into the light. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the assembly of martial saints as they grappled with their limited options. Finally, a lone figure at the back of the hall spoke up, voicing the grim consensus of the group. There are no more cards to play. We can only wait and pray that time is on our side. Far away, in the desolate reaches of the white-boned starfield within Star Battlefield 2484, a sleek, light blue spacecraft tore through the dimensional barriers. It plummeted into the atmosphere of a nearby sector, its engines humming with the urgency of a rescue mission. The holographic display flickered to life as Jojo's image was transmitted to the cockpit. Lan Shun, I've managed to close the distance, and I'm nearly at your coordinates, she reported with a sharp focus. Let us make the jump to planet Azure together. The situation there is deteriorating faster than anticipated. The adversaries we are about to face are far from ordinary, Jojo continued, her expression clouded with concern. I fear that if you attempt to engage them alone, you will be nothing more than cannon fodder in their path. Lan Shun offered a grim nod of agreement. Understood. If we manage to successfully extract Lu Sheng this time, I will ensure you receive a significant portion of the immense favor he will owe me for this intervention. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, the humanoid crystal figure representing Lu Sheng's consciousness began to emit a series of strange, rhythmic fluctuations. The vibrant purple hue that had once characterized the crystal entity began to recede rapidly, replaced by a pristine, translucent white light. The entirety of the humanoid crystal transitioned into a blindingly pure white, which was immediately followed by another profound round of spiritual molting, as if the soul itself were shedding its skin to reveal a more potent form beneath. During this transformation, the white figure gradually darkened until it became an ink-black void. This was the pinnacle of Level 11 crystal meditation, the Ebony Void Star Humanoid. This form possessed a structural hardness that surpassed the standard crystal humanoid and the wave-charged shock star by 1,000-fold, imbued with lethally sharp fluctuation properties. This final evolution of the meditative technique was the spiritual characteristic that perfectly synchronized with the Shuro Wishing Will Saber and served as the foundational prerequisite for Duan Yifeng's Level 15 Divine Star Dao. The metamorphosis continued until roughly 2/3 of the white humanoid had been converted into the dense black curtain of the Ebony Void Star, at which point the energy stabilized and the process halted. Phew! Lu Sheng slowly exhaled, releasing a long-held breath of stale, spent air into the pressurized depths. To leap from Level 8 to Level 11 in a single session is a terrifying pace of growth, Lu Sheng mused, assessing his new limits. My spiritual power has reached the threshold of Level 11, yet I feel a barrier preventing further comprehension. Is it because my physical realm is currently too shallow to anchor such vast mental energy? It appears I must elevate my entire being, body and soul, to unlock the next tier of the technique. Next, I must address the external martial region. I see now that my previous understanding of the constellation Tao was laughably superficial, Lu Sheng admitted, clenching his fists. My old star chart had potential, but compared to these new insights, it is riddled with intolerable flaws. Rather than attempting a tedious repair, it is far more efficient to tear the entire structure down and rebuild from the vacuum. Since the chart is tied to the immortal star body, I must reconstruct the body itself. It's just another cycle of destruction and rebirth, simple enough. His entire physical form began to shimmer with an internal radiance as the immortal cells within him manifested one after another, glowing like miniature suns beneath his skin. Under 20,000 meters of crushing seawater, a violent fluctuation suddenly erupted from the cross-legged figure of Lu Sheng. Without warning, his body exploded, shattering from the inside out with surgical precision. Inch by inch, his flesh, bone, and organs were pulverized into a fine mist of biological fragments. In the dim, lightless abyss of the seabed, a silent, blood-colored firework of gore expanded, within which 365 distinct spots of brilliant light floated serenely. These were Lu Sheng's immortal cells. For any other being, such a total physical dissolution would have meant instant and absolute death. However, because Lu Sheng's ebony void star humanoid was already mostly complete and his spiritual power had scaled to level 11, he had achieved a state of existence beyond the purely physical. By channeling Duan Yifeng's divine star Tao, he could maintain his consciousness and intent even without a vessel. This profound mastery was the reason he dared to initiate such a radical destruction of his martial body. The blood foam and bone shards did not scatter. Instead, they began to condense and vibrate, driven by a frantic, regenerative impulse from his external martial region. Hundreds of kilograms of rare energy crystals shattered simultaneously under the pressure of his will, releasing a tide of boundless energy that surged into the vacuum of his form. The ebony void star humanoid within him snapped its eyes open, projecting two beams of starlight that acted as the blueprint for his reconstruction. Every fiber of muscle and every millimeter of bone began to knit together once more, but this time, the immortal cells rearranged themselves with a radiant golden bloom. Previously, his immortal star body only held a faint golden tint, but now, every inch of his emerging physique shone with the brilliance of refined dragon gold, etched with ornate, mysterious patterns. These intricate, glowing lines were the sacred patterns of the constellation Great Success, marking his ascension to a higher state of martial existence. From this moment on, these shall be known as the Supreme Bones. If anyone has a grievance with that, they can keep it to themselves, Lu Sheng declared internally. The name Immortal Star Body is no longer sufficient for what I have become. Moving forward, my physique shall be known as the Immortal Star Supreme Body. In this vast universe, from the highest heavens to the deepest earths, I alone stand supreme. Now let it burn. Every cell, every atom, burn with all your might. Lu Sheng's laughter echoed in his mind, his heart thumping with the raw, primal excitement of a god being born. In the crushing silence of the abyss, the youth Lu Sheng stood tall, his eyes blazing like twin white stars. He clenched his fists so tightly that the space around them seemed to warp, his chest heaving with the intensity of his breakthrough. A proud, defiant smile played on his lips as he proclaimed his new reality to the void. Above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am supreme. A moment later, a look of slight embarrassment crossed his face as he realized he was grandstanding to an audience of none. Good grief, that was incredibly childish of me, he muttered, his face heating up. It's a good thing I'm thousands of meters under the sea. If I had shouted that in front of a crowd, I'd probably die of sheer mortification before the aliens could even get to me. Despite the brief moment of levity, Lu Sheng's instincts suddenly flared, and his expression sharpened into one of intense seriousness. Wait, something isn't right here. The reaction is continuing beyond my calculations. He could feel the undying cells within his marrow multiplying at a frantic, uncontrollable pace. The hundreds of kilograms of energy essence he had gathered were being drained, as if by a vacuum, fueling the rapid generation of new cells. The count instantly bypassed 500, then surged past 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000, the numbers ticking upward with dizzying speed. It's like an insatiable child, he noted, watching his energy reserves dwindle as the cells gnawed at his foundation. The transformation from the eternal star body to the paramount star body has shattered all previous limiters. The shackles are gone, and the maximum capacity for my undying cells has been pushed into a completely new dimension. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng snapped his fingers, and another massive, glowing block of high-grade energy essence materialized from his storage space to satisfy the hunger of his cells. If the body demands more, then I shall provide it, he resolved. This represents 10 years' worth of the total energy supply for planet Azure, but for this breakthrough, no price is too high. During the last Great Sect Assembly, Lu Sheng had managed to secure nearly 500 kilograms of this precious energy essence. He had originally estimated that using a small portion to reach 365 undying cells would leave him with a surplus that would last for years of steady cultivation. He never imagined his appetite for power would consume the entire horde in a single sitting. Lu Sheng reached out, his hand sinking into the dense block of energy essence. With a surge of will, he seized the power and began the arduous process of refining it into his system at a speed that would have detonated any lesser martial artist. The massive, raw energy was siphoned directly into his bloodstream, acting as high-octane fuel that drove the proliferation of his undying cells to even greater heights. I can feel the threshold shifting. The number of undying cells has instantly surged to 3,650, and they show no signs of slowing down. They are beginning to align themselves, using my very biology to construct a mysterious and breathtakingly complex celestial solar divine realm star map, Lu Sheng observed. At this very moment, my raw power and foundational strength have surpassed my former self by 100-fold. No, nearly 1,000-fold. The human body is composed of roughly 60 trillion cells. Imagine if I were to eventually transform every single one of those 60 trillion into undying cells, he mused, his mind spinning with the cosmic possibilities. What if they each became true stars, gestating 60 trillion three-legged golden crows, creating a galaxy of supernovas or even 60 trillion black holes within a single frame? The sheer terror of such a realm is something even Wang he never dared to imagine. And that's only the beginning. Once those cells become stars, and those stars bring forth golden crows, there is still the potential of the crystalline divine realm to integrate. The layers of power are nearly infinite. In that moment, a surge of sky-high ambition erupted in Lu Sheng's heart. For the first time, he felt that he might actually possess the potential to challenge and overcome the looming cosmic tribulation that threatened his entire world. That's right, I almost overlooked this detail. The path of cell mutation is a dangerous one, but it cannot be abandoned, he reminded himself. Who knows? This mutation might be the only way to truly comprehend the information regarding the dark side of the universe, serving as the hidden key to breaking the deadlock in the future. Lu Sheng extended his palm, observing the singular, haunting eye that existed within his skin. It was a remnant of a mutated cell he had once experimented with, nearly forgotten in his quest for orthodox power. Now that my body has been perfectly reshaped, I see that this mutation is a vital asset. I can use it to peek into the void and understand the darkness. Perhaps this I will see the path to victory when all other lights fail, he thought, slowly closing his hand. At this juncture, his physical form, his mental fortitude, and his martial Tao had all reached a temporary pinnacle of perfection. Within him lay a treasure trove of untapped potential, Yang Ezhou's truth of the natural Tao, the mysterious seeds of the universe, and an endless library of martial memories. The foundation is set. Next, I must manifest my own martial Tao imprint, my unique martial Tao Dharma form. While I successfully deduced 5 separate level 15 martial Taos during the debate with my master, and even glimpsed the direction of level 16, those were merely intellectual exercises, Lu Sheng noted. Theoretical deduction is like building castles in the air. It lacks the weight of reality. I must return to the basics and ascend properly from level 9. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, beginning to sketch the intricate image of his Dharma form in his mind's eye. Mortals look to the heavens for gods, but a martial artist seeks only himself. My Dharma form must be rooted in my own identity. Its face shall be my face, for in my world, I am the only deity that matters. The structure of the Dharma body will utilize the divine crystal Tao as its primary architecture, a body made of indestructible, shimmering crystals. As for its essence, I will take the eternal star Tao as its eyes, and the natural Tao bestowed by Master Yang Yijo as its protective raiment. The four primal elements, earth, wind, water, and fire, will form the fabric of its garments. Lu Sheng's vast accumulation of knowledge was no longer a jumbled pile. It was a cohesive whole. He no longer needed to worry about cramming different powers into a single vessel. His foundation was finally large enough to hold them all. The construction was surprisingly smooth, as if the various Daos were eager to be unified. Soon, the vision was complete. A body of crystal, eyes of three-legged golden crows, a cloak woven from the four symbols, and the myriad other Daos supporting the limbs. It was a masterpiece of martial design. My martial Dao Dharma form shall be known as uniqueness. Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, a satisfied smile crossing his face as he spoke the name he had pondered for so long. Its full title shall be the Celestial True Martial Divine Flame, for Extreme's Dharma form. As he spoke the words, his mind surged with power. The final step of his breakthrough was as natural as water flowing into a river. Immediately, the sea around the Dragon Kingdom began to churn, silently generating a colossal, invincible whirlpool that stretched for miles. Simultaneously, back on the mainland of the Dragon Kingdom, the 8,000-meter-tall AG was continuing his wanton destruction of a major metropolis. Under his irresistible, mountain-sized strikes, the prosperous first-tier city was collapsing into mud and sand. Heart-wrenching screams rose from the burning ruins as the panicked masses trampled one another in a desperate, futile attempt to flee from the nightmare. AG surveyed the carnage he had wrought, his hideous features twisted into a mask of pure, sadistic pleasure as he watched the humans scurry like insects. Heh, come on out, you little vermin. Where are your so-called heroes now? Witnessing the slaughter through the live command feeds, Yu Fei could no longer contain her rage. Damn that monster to hell, she hissed through clenched teeth. The military's sustained firepower was relentless, but against a giant of that scale and the advanced technology of his ship, it appeared pathetically small and insignificant. This was the third major city to be systematically erased from the map. Yu Fei's face was pale with grief and fury as she looked at the monitors. If he isn't stopped immediately, the entire Dragon Kingdom will be reduced to a graveyard of ash and rubble. Tan Zhongyu, standing with rigid posture beside her, fixed his gaze forward with an icy, piercing intensity. His voice was a low, chilling rasp as he spoke. He is fully aware of our presence. This is a calculated provocation, a deliberate display of cruelty designed to force our hand and smoke us out. We can no longer lurk in the shadows. There is nowhere left for us to hide. Since we have ascended to the status of martial saints, the self-proclaimed gods of this mortal realm, then we are bound by blood and honor to fulfill the sacred duties that such a title demands. We cannot turn our backs when the world bleeds. Even if my strength is only sufficient to delay AG's advance for a fleeting heartbeat, I shall face the end with no regrets in my soul. As the final syllable left her lips, Tan Zhongyu's hand moved in a blur of motion, unsheathing her blade with a sharp, metallic ring that echoed her resolve. At that precise moment of unbearable tension, a tremulous voice drifted from the rear, cutting through the heavy silence. Where is the supreme martial saint? Lord Lu Sheng? Has he still not emerged from his deep seclusion? Upon hearing this query, Lin Zhengyue felt a surge of icy dread, a cold sweat drenching her back as she replied with a hollow, helpless tone, "Not yet." Around her, the other martial saints remained paralyzed in a shroud of silence, their hearts ravaged by agonizing hesitation and internal discord. Without the presence of Lu Sheng, they lacked the courage to confront the staggering, alien might of that extraterrestrial predator. Yet, the sight of countless innocent civilians perishing in this cataclysmic disaster was a weight they could scarcely endure. They stood at a crossroads where the concepts of life, duty, and justice swayed precariously in the balance. In that heavy atmosphere, a voice like a winter wind echoed across the assembly. If your hearts are so consumed by fear that you wish only to wait for Lu Sheng, then by all means, stay here and continue your vigil of cowardice. I, Tan Zhongyu, am more than capable of confronting this formidable adversary with the same spirit Lu Sheng would possess. Even if it necessitates dying 1,000 agonizing deaths, I shall not falter or regret my choice. Having declared her intent, Tan Zhongyu ignited her essence and charged headlong toward the gargantuan, 8,000-meter-tall titan looming like a mountain of death in the distance. Her physical form underwent a violent metamorphosis, condensing into a radiant golden blade stretching 1,000 meters in length. Although the surface of the blade was etched with fine cracks from the strain, it radiated an unparalleled, lethal sharpness that the world had never before witnessed. With a fire of absolute determination burning in her eyes, Tan Zhongyu, now the living embodiment of a sword, struck out with world-shattering force. Tan Zhongyu, Lin Zhengyue cried out instinctively, her voice filled with alarm, only to see the golden streak already closing the distance to the malevolent impact. Lin Zhengyue's eyes flickered with a sudden, desperate clarity as a resolute expression hardened her features. She retrieved her communication device, her fingers flying across the screen as she dispatched several urgent messages before turning to the gathered martial saints. Everyone, Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu has already committed herself to the fray. As one of the national guardian martial saints of the Dragon Country, I refuse to stand idly by while my comrade falls. I have already contacted instructor Dong Qingxue, urging her to do whatever is necessary to hasten Lord Lu Sheng's emergence from his seclusion. While you all serve as martial saints for your respective nations across the globe, I will not coerce you into this suicide mission. The choice to face this cosmic horror lies with you alone. I only pray that you grasp the gravity of our situation. When the lips are gone, the teeth are left to the mercy of the biting cold. If we do not stand together now, there will be nothing left to protect. Finishing her grim warning, Lin Jingyue's silhouette flickered and expanded, her power surging as she manifested a martial Tao Dharma form nearly 1,000 meters tall. With a thunderous boom, she launched herself into the sky following Tan Zhongyu. The Jidao martial saint, Lord Zhao Ji, spoke next, his voice carrying the weight of ancient stone. He recognized with grim certainty that this conflict had transcended the petty boundaries of individual national interests and political posturing. It was now a struggle for the survival of the species. With Lord Zhao Ji taking the lead, the remaining martial saints cast aside their hesitations and ignited their auras, charging forward in a dazzling display of power. A roar went up from the vanguard. For the blue planet. And the sentiment was quickly taken up by the others, a defiant chorus echoing across the battlefield as they staked their lives for their world. The grand, solemn sound of their combined battle cries resembled a haunting ancient war song, a melody of sacrifice led by the charging Tan Zhongyu. At this pivotal moment in time, the remaining dozen or so martial saints of the world launched a unified, desperate assault against the 8,000-meter-tall avatar of destruction. This was a clash of such magnitude that it would undoubtedly be etched into the eternal annals of human history, provided anyone survived to write it. The simultaneous appearance of more than 10 colossal Dharma forms, each radiating a different celestial hue, immediately captured the desperate attention of the citizens cowering below. They pointed toward the sky with trembling hands, their voices rising in a frantic cheer. Look, the martial saints. The great martial saints have arrived to deliver us from this nightmare. Many wept tears of unadulterated joy, unable to suppress the surge of hope that flooded their hearts. With so many legendary martial saints gathered, we might actually be saved. However, the fragile cheers and newfound excitement were brutally extinguished by a thunderous, chilling laugh that shook the very foundations of the city. The 8,000-meter-tall AG slowly rotated his massive head to gaze upon the dozen martial saints approaching him, a savage, predatory smile spreading across his monstrous visage. He halted his mindless destruction of the cityscape, nodding with a mock air of appreciation. Oh, you insects have finally summoned the courage to reveal yourselves. What a touching collection of self-sacrificing heroes. Truly, I am almost moved to tears by your futile display of bravado. Therefore, allow me to grant you the death you so clearly crave. Ha! Following his mocking peals of laughter, Ag violently extended his arm. The Dharma form's colossal hand, several thousand meters in length, swept through the air like a celestial dragon cleaving the heavens, its massive fingers clawing fiercely toward the group of approaching warriors. The strike targeted the dozen martial saints with overwhelming momentum. At that very moment, on a modest fishing vessel drifting off the coast of Ninghai, a husband and wife stood with their young child. They watched the live broadcast of the martial saints' desperate struggle against the alien invader on their small television screen, their skin glistening with the cold sweat of pure terror. The man let out a heavy, ragged sigh, his brow furrowed into deep lines of despair. Is it possible that even the combined might of the world's martial saints is no match for this thing? If they fall, who is left to save us? The screen flickered, replaying the horrifying footage of the elite warriors being swatted away with effortless disdain. Beside him, his wife remained paralyzed in silence, her face a mask of mounting agitation, a raw reflection of the fear and confusion regarding their uncertain future. The young boy, however, did not share his parents' paralysis. He tightly gripped a crude iron trident, his teeth grinding together in a fit of youthful defiance. Damn it all, just you watch me. I won't just stand here. The father, startled by the sudden shift in his son's demeanor, looked down and stammered, "Huh? What are you doing?" Before the words had even fully left his father's mouth, the boy tightened his hold on the trident and sprinted toward the bow of the boat with reckless abandon. The father immediately gave chase, his voice rising in a panicked scold. "You little rascal! Get back here! If a level 9, Martial Saint can't even scratch that monster, what do you think you're going to do? You've only been practicing basic martial arts for a few years. Do you honestly believe you're some kind of chosen savior? If you keep running around like a fool, I'll beat you within an inch of your life." But just as the man reached for his son, the boy halted abruptly. He stared out at the horizon, his pupils contracting sharply as if witnessing the impossible unfolding before his very eyes. The boy's voice was a high-pitched tremor of sheer horror and awe. "Dad, Dad, quickly, you have to turn around. Just look over there." The father continued to hurl frustrated scoldings, but his eyes instinctively followed the direction of his son's trembling finger. The moment his gaze met the horizon, his entire body froze in place, his breath hitching in his throat. Across the vast, obsidian expanse of the Ninghai Sea, his eyes widened at a sight of impossible scale. An immense, terrifying vortex was manifesting with violent speed, its circumference so grand that it seemed to swallow the entirety of the Ninghai waters. This celestial upheaval was not confined to the deep. Above, the heavens themselves were being purged, leaving the sky clear for tens of thousands of miles. High-altitude clouds were seized by invisible hands, churning and twisting into spectral strands that mirrored the churning sea below. These twin cyclopean vortices, one of water, one of air, synchronized their rotation, creating a howling corridor of wind that bridged the world. The atmosphere thickened with an inexplicable, suffocating aura of primordial power, as if the very fabric of reality were gestating something magnificent and terrifying beyond description. The sheer majesty of the phenomenon struck a primal chord of terror and reverence in the man's heart. He immediately collapsed to his knees on the wooden deck, kowtowing repeatedly with frantic devotion. The Sea Dragon King. The Sea Dragon King has been provoked to wrath. Oh, great Sea Dragon King, please, we beg of you, calm your divine anger. Have mercy upon us. Noticing his son still standing there like a statue, he hissed urgently. "You foolish brat, why are you still standing? Kneel down and show your respect to the Sea Dragon King this instant." The boy, his eyes as bright and sharp as a mountain hawk's, ignored the command, squinting into the distance. "Dad, look closer. It doesn't look like a dragon. It looks like there's a person standing over there." The father, convinced his son was speaking nonsensical blasphemy, continued his frantic scolding. "What utter rubbish are you spouting now? How could the Sea Dragon King possibly be a mere person? You're talking absolute garbage. Now shut up and kowtow before we are all destroyed." At that exact moment, a series of cataclysmic rumbles, rumble, 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 erupted from the heart of the ocean. Something of colossal proportions burst forth from the center of the enormous seafloor vortex, accompanied by a blinding, five-colored radiance that illuminated the entire region like a second sun. A gargantuan leg, defined by muscles like mountain ridges, was seen stepping out from the swirling mass of dark clouds and sea spray. The father wiped the stinging salt spray and sweat from his face repeatedly, his heart hammering against his ribs as he watched the impossible manifest. The youth, Lu Sheng, appeared amidst the chaos like a primordial demon king, his gaze filled with an eerie, transcendent light. The father, his voice reduced to a stuttering whisper, could only wonder in absolute shock. Is that a god appearing before us? Lu Sheng had transformed into the likeness of an ancient deity, a titan walking upon the soil of the dragon country. His head pierced through the stratosphere, rising more than 50,000 meters above the ground, with thick, billowing clouds clinging to his cheeks like tufts of cotton. Lu Sheng had finally taken that monumental step, successfully breaking through the bottleneck to reach level 9. The divine flame 4 extremes Dharma body of the celestial true martial realm had manifested in its full glory, reaching a staggering height of over 50 kilometers. Furthermore, Lu Sheng could feel within his core that this was not yet the true ceiling of his potential. I must stop here. I cannot continue to condense more power, he mused internally. If I allow this growth to persist, I will inadvertently drain the atmospheric essence and natural energy of this entire planet just to sustain my form. To go further would damage the very foundation of the world, leaving the blue planet a silent, dead husk. A soft murmur escaped Lu Sheng's lips, carrying the weight of a god's realization. This small blue planet can no longer serve as a vessel to contain my existence. From this moment forward, the vast universe and the endless starry sky shall be my only stage. Lu Sheng tilted his head upward, his gaze effortlessly piercing through the thick layers of the atmosphere to behold the boundless, shimmering cosmos. The sun appeared to hang just above his brow, so close that he felt he could reach out and grasp its fire with his bare hand. A strange, inexplicable surge of emotion welled up from the depths of Lu Sheng's heart. In this moment of transcendence, he truly understood the ancient myths of giants who could pluck stars from the heavens. When one's physical form becomes so immensely great, there seems to be nothing left within the confines of a single world worth pursuing. Only the infinite vacuum of space beckons. Could I shatter a celestial body with a single punch now? The thought drifted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it with a slow shake of his massive head. No, likely not yet. Planets are not as fragile as bird eggs. The internal core of a planet was a density of matter far beyond simple rock and soil. Moreover, despite Lu Sheng standing over 50,000 meters tall, he was still a mere speck when compared to the total mass of the planet itself. Lu Sheng allowed a self-deprecating smile to touch his lips. I am getting ahead of myself, becoming complacent. I have only just stepped into level 9, and already I am fantasizing about shattering stars. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's heightened perceptions caught a cacophony of desperate signals. Thousands upon thousands of silent cries for help. God, please save us. Someone, anyone, save us from this. The young man's focus shifted, his expression turning to one of stunned realization. Huh? What is this? Why are there so many voices crying out in agony? The weeping and desperate, mournful wails of the inhabitants of the blue planet continued to ring out in his mind, a tidal wave of human misery. Even the martial saints, the very guardian gods of our nations, have been broken and defeated. Hope is dead. Who is left to step into the light and save us? Where has the salvation gone? Damn these alien monsters. Gods, if you exist, save us. Save us all. This overwhelming scene of global despair caused Lu Sheng to freeze in place, his heart heavy with the weight of his people's suffering. Without a moment's delay, the young man closed his eyes and unleashed the full, terrifying potential of his mental power. Lu Sheng's mental energy surged outward like a tidal wave of pure consciousness, expanding across tens of kilometers, then hundreds, then thousands, and finally tens of thousands. In a mere instant, His spiritual perception had completely enveloped the entire blue planet. At this stage, Lu Sheng's mental power had evolved into something truly monstrous, officially reaching the pinnacle of level 11. In terms of raw psychic authority alone, Lu Sheng was now a genuine level 11 powerhouse, standing amidst the ruins of a broken city. Meanwhile, amidst the devastation, Ag was suspended in the air, his massive hand clutching the head of a battered Lin Zhenghua. He looked down at the trembling survivors below like a titan mocking ants. He let out an arrogant, booming laugh. Ha ha! Do you see this? These are the guardian gods you worshipped so fervently. Look at your saviors now. Ag's voice was more deafening than a thunderclap in the heart of a storm, reverberating through the city streets. Countless people were paralyzed by the sheer volume of his malice. Their faces drained of color as they collapsed in panic or fled aimlessly through the rubble. As Ag's laughter intensified, the sheer sonic pressure caused the glass panes of every remaining high-rise building to shatter simultaneously, raining jagged shards down upon the streets. Ag's mood was one of sadistic relaxation. This sensation, no matter how many worlds I burn, I never grow tired of it. It is exquisite. He relished every second of this dominance. He lived for the process of plundering a world and watching the natives of a low-level civilization be utterly suppressed by his overwhelming might. Watching these primitives tremble beneath the shadow of my power, their pathetic faces twisted in masks of pure terror. It is the ultimate nectar. How utterly delightful, he sneered, continuing his triumphant mockery. So incredibly weak, yet you cling to your stubborn pride like little bugs in the dirt. Ag basked in the feeling of absolute control, of being a high deity who held the strings of every life on this planet. Ag let out a small, bored sigh. If I weren't locked into that tedious bet with those other two, I could have finished playing with these ants and harvested this world over a month ago. 1745.ECB 197 Senchu. Suddenly, Ag's expression shifted, turning into a mask of cold, professional cruelty. He projected his voice so that it echoed across the globe. All right, I am finished with these games. I will repeat my demand one final time. You will immediately surrender all of this planet's resources to me without exception. Then Ag's expression turned cold, and he said loudly, All right, I'll repeat it one last time. Now you immediately bring all the resources on this planet to me. Should you refuse, I will proceed to systematic annihilation. I will destroy your civilization city by city, at the rate of 1 per hour, until every single one of you is dead. There will be no mercy. Ag finished speaking with an air of cold indifference, his gaze sweeping over the terrified masses. He was well aware that thousands of cameras were capturing his every word, broadcasting his ultimatum to every corner of the globe. And now, I shall wait. I suggest you do not test my patience for long. While I enjoy the destruction, the process of dismantling cities one by one is, frankly, a bit cumbersome and repetitive. As he finished his threat, Ag callously released his grip on Lin Zhenghua, tossing her broken body into the empty void. She fell like a withered leaf caught in a gale, plummeting toward the unforgiving, frozen ground below. A sickening, dry thud echoed as she struck the earth, the impact tearing at her remaining strength and sending violent spasms through her muscles. Yet, through the haze of dizzying agony and the darkness encroaching on her vision, her mind remained anchored to a single image. Her cracked, purple-tinged lips trembled as she let out a final, desperate whisper. Lord, Lu Sheng. At that exact moment, the people cowering in the streets noticed a sudden, dramatic change in the atmosphere. They looked up toward the heavens, their eyes widening as they pointed frantically at the sky. Look, over there. What is that? What is happening to the sky? The gathered martial saints stood transfixed, their faces slick with a cold, visceral sweat that mirrored their internal dread. In that suspended heartbeat, Ag suddenly perceived a shift, a frantic commotion, and a wave of breathless exclamations erupted from the ruined city sprawling beneath his feet. Look, over there. By the gods, what is that? Ag lowered his head, his predatory gaze narrowing as he focused on the mortals below. To his bewilderment, the very people he had just paralyzed with terror, whose complexions were ashen with the fear of death, were now staring upward with an expression that transcended mere fright. They were looking past him, their faces contorted in a state of absolute, staggering disbelief. They were pointing toward the heavens, but their trembling fingers were not aimed at his own 8,000-meter stature. A deep scowl creased Agee's monstrous brow as a ripple of doubt began to take root in the core of his consciousness. He couldn't fathom the shift in their demeanor. The atmosphere had changed in a way that defied his expectations. What is the meaning of this? Every single one of them is staring directly toward my position, yet their eyes seem to pierce right through me. Have they truly lost their primal fear of annihilation? At that precise moment, Agee suddenly registered a chilling phenomenon. The sky was hemorrhaging light, as if a colossal, light-devouring shadow was rapidly expanding across the zenith of his head. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. The terrified gestures of the natives were not directed at him, but at an entity descending from the heavens above his crown. Agee violently jerked his head skyward, and in an instant, his pupils constricted to pinpricks as his entire frame froze in a state of sudden paralysis. No, they aren't looking at me. They are staring at the space above my head. What? Reflected in Agee's widened eyes was a sight so transcendent and terrifying that it would be burned into his memory for the remainder of his existence. It appeared as a sprawling expanse of white light, glittering with the crystalline brilliance of 1 billion diamonds, pressing down with inexorable force from the high atmosphere. This celestial construct, hovering tens of thousands of meters above, was far from a smooth surface. It was intricately etched with gorgeous, mysterious patterns that resembled the unique whorls of a fingerprint on a cosmic scale. Surrounding this central mass of white light were 5 unevenly long columns, monstrously thick pillars of power that created an overall silhouette both alien and profoundly eerie. What in the name of the void is that monstrosity? Why are there 5 distinct pillars descending through the clouds? Agee's thoughts raced, his bravado crumbling. The sheer scale of it, the presence. Why does it feel so unnervingly familiar, yet so utterly bone-chilling? The alien invader stood frozen for a fractured second, his mind struggling to process the visual data, before he was suddenly jolted back to a sharp, horrifying reality. No, this can't be. What the hell am I looking at? That isn't a structure or a phenomenon. That is a hand. It was a hand of such impossible, world-spanning proportions that even a single fingertip loomed significantly larger than Agee's own 8,000-meter Martial Dao avatar. The magnitude of the discrepancy in their sizes caused Agee to burst into a flurry of bewildered, panicked curses. What the actual? How is this even possible? Where could such a gargantuan existence have hidden itself within this low-level civilization? But before he could formulate a defense or attempt to flee, the titanic hand, suffused with a blinding white light that blotted out the entire sky, descended upon him. It did not strike with a fist, but simply suppressed him with the weight of a single, descending finger. Agee roared in a futile attempt to resist, his strength feeling like a leaf against a hurricane. This power, this shouldn't exist. There is no way. Who the hell are you? Show yourself. Agee's mouth hung agape as he glared upward, his roar echoing with the bitter sting of total helplessness. He felt his essence being ground into nothingness, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. His heart filled with a burning rage at the prospect of being erased without even knowing the identity of his executioner. I refuse to accept this. I resent this. Agee's 8,000-meter Martial Dao avatar didn't even have the opportunity to utter another syllable before it was utterly pulverized by that celestial hand of radiant white light. The concentrated energy of his form shattered, and the endless power of the heavens and earth that he had manipulated scattered like dust, turning into countless shimmering specks of light that dissipated into the atmosphere. In that moment, a profound silence fell over the world. Whether they were ordinary citizens huddled in bunkers, soldiers on the front lines, on-site reporters broadcasting the apocalypse, or the dozen or so battered martial saints who had just been rescued from the brink, everyone was utterly paralyzed. Their minds were hazy, their expressions blank with shock as they struggled to comprehend the impossible. They could not wrap their logic around how the 8,000-meter alien invader, whose ferocity had blotted out the sun and brought the entire planet to the precipice of doom, had been crushed to death in the blink of an eye by a hand descending from the stars. The entire execution was as effortless and casual as a person swatting a troublesome mosquito. An unstoppable cosmic predator had been squashed like a common bug. What just happened? Are there truly gods watching over us? The thought rippled through the global consciousness. It must be divine intervention. Even the heavens couldn't stand his arrogance any longer. We are saved. People began to doubt the very fabric of reality, wondering if the entire nightmare had been a dream. Then, as the initial shock began to thaw, a thunderous roar of jubilation erupted from the crowds. He's dead. The monster is dead. Though they had no inkling of the identity of their savior or the mechanics behind the white hand, the singular fact remained. The invader had finally kicked the bucket, and the shadow over the world had lifted. Lin Zhengyue, her body battered and covered in a network of bleeding wounds, slowly tilted her head back to look at the clear sky where the Titan once stood. A faint, trembling sigh escaped her lips. Ah, it's truly over. The nightmare has ended. Just like that, so suddenly and so decisively. She murmured to herself, her eyes searching the clouds. Who could it have been? Who possessed the power to make a move of such staggering magnitude? At that precise moment of quiet wonder, a singular, majestic figure began to descend, emerging slowly from the veil of white clouds like a legend coming to life. A massive, godlike giant suddenly materialized within the sight of everyone looking toward the city sky. His figure was so colossal that it was impossible for the human eye to encompass his entire form. One could not see even half of his total stature at once. He stood countless thousands of meters tall, his entire body radiating a brilliant, crystalline light as if his very flesh were composed of polished diamond. Beside him, a three-legged golden crow, even more enormous and brimming with a primal mythological aura, circled his shoulders, casting a warm, celestial glow over the world below. This indescribably majestic divine giant directly shattered every known understanding of martial arts and physics. Even the most cynical observers felt a trace of spiritual doubt flickering in their hearts. Could there truly be divine beings walking among them? Lin Zhengyue watched the descent, her voice a mere whisper of recognition. Could it really be a god? But that silhouette, that aura, it's so familiar. It's Lu Sheng. Lord Lu Sheng has returned. As the world watched in hushed reverence, the divine giant began to rapidly contract, his massive form folding inward as he descended toward the ruined streets. You have all suffered greatly in my absence. Lu Sheng stepped forward with a graceful, steady gait, his hand reaching out to support the trembling frame of Lin Zhengyue. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with relief. My lord, you've come. The other martial saints standing nearby could scarcely believe their own senses as they gathered around him. It truly is Lord Lu Sheng. The rumors of his seclusion were true. The realization rippled through them. The one who had effortlessly annihilated the planet-threatening invader with a single gesture was none other than Lu Sheng himself. Has he truly achieved the impossible and broken through to the legendary rank 9? Meanwhile, in the Haifu residential area of Bay City, within the quiet living room of the Lu family villa, the entire family sat huddled in front of the television. Stunned, Lu Qinghe pointed a trembling finger at the screen, turning to Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan with an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. Mom, Dad, look. Isn't that my brother on the screen? That is our son. Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan stared intently at the glowing TV screen, their breaths hitching. The handsome, majestic face displayed there looked like that of a god, yet it remained the familiar face of the child they had loved. For a fleeting moment, they were lost in a daze, unable to reconcile the son they had raised for over 20 years with the transcendent being who had just saved the world. At the research center, He Ling Su, who had been frantically concocting medicinal supplements, stopped mid-motion. She watched the broadcast in a state of utter disbelief, the vials nearly slipping from her fingers as she realized the scale of Lu Sheng's ascension. By the heavens, it really is Lu Sheng. The bald old man, Xiao Yuhe, chairman of the Martial Artist Association, felt a jolt of shock race through his aged bones. That young man. He has reached a height that we could only dream of in our wildest fantasies. Similarly, within the sprawling military camp of the Eastern Military Region, a robust young man with dark skin, Yang Ijo, stared in paralyzed shock at the large tactical screen. Lu Sheng, he truly is the war god of our era. Amidst the global silence, Lu Sheng walked toward the gathered crowd and began to speak, his voice calm and resonant. I must offer my sincerest apologies to everyone. It seems I have arrived a little later than I intended. I have only just emerged from the depths of my seclusion. Lin Zhengyue and the others quickly composed themselves, their faces reflecting a profound, reverent respect toward Lu Sheng, though their hearts were still being tossed by turbulent waves of shock. The extraterrestrial powerhouse that an entire coalition of martial saints could not defeat had been crushed to death by him before he even showed his face. It was unreasonable, completely beyond the bounds of logic. AG hadn't even known the name of his killer. Is this what a human can become? They wondered. Reaching rank 9 and already possessing the capacity to slaughter a peak rank M predator? Does the world even make sense anymore? At this moment, Lin Zhengyue couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Her own hard-won achievement of rank 9 martial saint suddenly felt somewhat perfunctory. Compared to the rank 9 that Lu Sheng now occupied, their levels were fundamentally different. While pseudo-rank 9 martial saints possessed avatars thousands of meters tall and could manipulate the elements, they were merely gods among men. Lu Sheng, a true rank 9 with a dharma body tens of thousands of meters tall and eyes containing the mythical golden crow, was something else entirely. Killing a rank M alien was as trivial to him as killing a chicken. Driven by a burning curiosity, Lin Zhengyue finally found her voice and asked, "My lord, if I may be so bold, exactly how tall is your martial Dao avatar now?" The young man replied with a calm, almost detached composure. "To be honest, I do not know the exact measurement myself. I haven't dared to fully deploy it yet, for the simple reason that the energy required to sustain its full form is too immense. It would likely drain the atmospheric essence and destroy the very foundation of planet Azure. To find out my true limit, I would need to travel to a higher-level resource zone or a more resilient star system." As Lu Sheng and Lin Zhengyue spoke, a high-ranking general in the military forces gathered below recognized the young man's features. His dazed expression instantly shifted into one of indescribable worship and feverish excitement. With a trembling voice, he bellowed into his command channel, "War God. This is the legendary war god of our dragon region. The war god has appeared to save us all." The veteran officers nearby were equally moved, their eyes misty. We old bones have lived long enough to truly witness the birth of a new era of history. What a magnificent and powerful war god he is. The war god, such a handsome and remarkably young man, is the new martial saint of our dragon country. The collective sound of these exclamations was like a great bell, ringing out to awaken the populace from their daze. Countless thousands of people were jolted out of their confusion and lingering doubt. In an instant, the fragmented voices of the crowd merged into a single, unified roar. Tens of thousands of citizens raised their heads with eyes full of reverence, their chests heaving as they roared in unison. The two words, "War God," coalesced into a resounding thunderclap that echoed through the clear, post-battle sky. Amidst the deafening, rhythmic cheers that rolled over the city like a storm, Lu Sheng, the man who had just been canonized as the war god by tens of thousands of souls, stood remarkably still, his expression as unreadable and poised as a marble statue. Aside from the inner circle who knew the Night Watcher god's true identity, many had spent weeks speculating whether the mysterious savior was male or female. During the earlier global coalition's struggle against AG, many feared the Night Watcher god had already been defeated and captured in secret. But now, as they gazed upon Lu Sheng's gargantuan, diamond-like form and the sun-crowned golden crow, the truth was undeniable. He was the legendary Night Watcher god. He was the one who had single-handedly stemmed the tide of the apocalypse, and at this revelation, the crowd exploded with an even greater fervor of emotion. Turning his attention back to the present task, Lu Sheng addressed Lin Zhengyue and the gathered saints with a focused intensity. "Lan Shun, he isn't dead, is he? Tell me he survived the encounter." That is correct. Lan Xun should still be among the living. Lin Zhengyue and her team pointed toward the monolithic black spaceship that AG had left hovering like a tombstone nearby. The invader beat the other martial saints within an inch of their lives before imprisoning them within that vessel. We've tried to intervene, but we lack the power to breach the ship's advanced defensive hull. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with a sharp, cold light. His figure blurred as he flickered toward the massive spacecraft in an instant. If I recall correctly, the main access hatch should be located in this general vicinity. Lin Jingyue pointed to a specific reinforced section on the underside of the black hull. Lu Xing nodded slightly, extending a hand as his Dharma idol's palm, radiant as a cut diamond, began to emit strange, oscillating ripples of energy. These luminous waves carried a devastatingly sharp, cutting attribute, causing the very air surrounding the ship to splinter into glowing red cracks. As Lu Sheng's immense spiritual force began to systematically penetrate the spaceship's armor, the resulting shockwaves were so potent they startled the martial saints standing hundreds of meters away. With practiced, surgical precision, Lu Sheng effectively dismantled the exterior of the spaceship. The youth stood back, dusting his hands off with a faint, satisfied smile, even smacking his lips in a bit of mock admiration for the alien technology. I have to admit, it was a bit tougher than expected, felt almost like trying to shell a particularly stubborn walnut by hand. Lu Sheng turned back to Lin Jingyue's group, his expression becoming serious once more. Go inside and save them immediately. I have several other matters that require my personal attention elsewhere. Yes, my lord. They responded in unison. Having given his orders, Lu Sheng tilted his head to scan the blue sky, his eyes narrowing slightly before his figure simply vanished into thin air. Farewell, Lord Lu Sheng, Lin Jingyue whispered, and the group did not dare break their respectful bowing posture until long after he had disappeared. Behind them, the roar of the crowds at his feet slowly faded into a distant, muffled hum. Lu Sheng ascended into the high heavens with incredible velocity, shattering layer after layer of the atmosphere as he climbed. Within his body, the 3,650 undying cells began to thrum with a faint, rhythmic warning. The source of this biological intuition was not local. It was emanating from the cold, vast starry sky hanging directly above his head. With a resounding sonic boom that echoed through the upper ionosphere, Lu Sheng finally breached the edge of the atmosphere. His entire body shot out of the planet's protective cocoon, propelled by pure will into the silent, airless expanse of the starry universe. Lu Sheng felt a surge of genuine surprise as he realized his physical capabilities had ascended to an entirely new paradigm. So, I am truly capable of existing in this environment now. My calculations suggest that the mastermind behind AG is likely at level 10, or at the very most, level 11. It is mathematically improbable for them to exceed that threshold. Lu Sheng calculated his combat potential silently as he drifted further from the planet. It's manageable. The surge in my strength since breaking through is almost exaggerated. To be perfectly honest, even I am not entirely certain of the limits of my power right now. There are far too many facets of my current state that I haven't had the luxury of testing. I had originally intended to remain in seclusion to stabilize my rank 9 form, but Planet Azure was in such dire straits that I had no choice but to rush out early. If the one behind AG is indeed level 11, then that would be an excellent test. Lu Sheng took a deep, instinctive breath, but not a single molecule of oxygen entered his lungs. It was only then that he truly remembered the fundamental reality of the cosmos. There is no air in the vacuum of the universe. It seems breathing is no longer a biological necessity for me. At this stage, the act of drawing breath is merely a lingering habit of the flesh. And habits can be broken and discarded, much like one might quit smoking or drinking. While an ordinary person would perish in moments without air, Lu Sheng could now set aside the need for respiration with casual ease. The 3,650 undying cells that comprised his supreme physique had constructed a self-sustaining solar divine domain within his body. In every sense, he had completely diverged from the category of ordinary humanity, stepping firmly into the realm of a transcendent life that Lan Xun had once spoken of with such reverence. Out here, in the heart of the void, I can finally absorb the raw, unfiltered energy of the cosmos and manifest the full, unbridled glory of my Dharma idol without fear of hurting the world. Lu Sheng stood suspended amidst the silent stars, and with a single focused thought, he beckoned to the universe. Immediately, the general trend of heaven and earth and the inexhaustible, ancient energies of the starry sky began to converge upon his form, flowing into him with a concentration many times more potent than anything he could have found on the surface of his home planet. Planet Azure, witness my final ascent. Lu Sheng's voice thundered through the vacuum of space, a majestic proclamation of his newfound sovereignty over the elements. With a roar of focused intent, he unleashed the full, terrifying majesty of his all-heavens true martial god flame, four extremes Dharma idol, without a single shred of restraint. His spiritual silhouette began a meteoric expansion, surging past 10,000 meters, 20,000, and then 50,000 in a blur of blinding golden radiance. He had already shattered the atmospheric constraints that had previously limited his form on the planet below, yet the staggering rate of his growth showed absolutely no signs of plateauing. The colossal growth continued unabated, sweeping through 70,000, 80,000, and then 90,000 meters like the relentless rise of a celestial sun. Finally, as the figure crested a monumental height of 100,000 meters, the expansion culminated in a state of absolute, awe-inspiring stability, dominating the local sector of space. Standing upright within the silent, infinite expanse of the starry sky, a titan of mythic proportions radiated a light so intense it rivaled the distant stars. Lu Sheng's Dharma idol stood a full 100,000 meters high, his body shimmering with the crystalline hardness and clarity of a celestial diamond. Within the depths of his eyes, the silhouettes of three-legged golden crows flickered with ancient, primordial fire, marking the true, unbridled state of the all-heavens true martial god flame, four extremes Dharma idol, a manifestation of absolute martial power. Now that Lu Sheng loomed over the entirety of planet Azure, the world below no longer seemed so impossibly vast. In fact, he no longer felt like a mere speck in its presence. Law, heaven, and earth, the primary divine manifestation of my rank 9 breakthrough. He mused, indifferent to whether the visual spectacle was cool or not. He was solely focused on the devastating reality of its utility. The sheer mechanical effect of his strikes in this form would be nothing short of apocalyptic for any foe. Consider the sheer, soul-crushing terror of a hand as vast as a planet descending from the heavens to deliver judgment. There is no escape from such a strike. Lu Sheng's thoughts momentarily drifted back to a cinematic image he had witnessed in his previous life, the legendary Buddha's palm that had suppressed the rebellious Sun Wukong. Perhaps, as I continue this path, I will truly stand on equal footing with the gods and Buddhas of legend, or perhaps even transcend them entirely. Lu Sheng shook his head, clearing the stray thoughts as he scanned the horizon. And what of these space pirates? Have they not arrived to witness their end yet? Come quickly, little rats. I sincerely hope your leaders are at least level 11. Otherwise, it would be far too tedious to crush you without a proper challenge. Would an ordinary man truly feel a sense of accomplishment if he spent his day crushing a single, insignificant mosquito? Of course not. It is a hollow victory at best. He let out a low, contemplative hum that vibrated through the void. Well, since they are taking their time, I should seize this opportunity to sort through my recent gains and internalize the massive influx of power. There is much to categorize within my soul. Lu Sheng had not forgotten the supreme treasure hidden within the core of his being, the gift bestowed upon him by his benefactor, Yang Yizhou. It was the seed of a material universe, a fragment of infinite potential waiting to be fully cultivated and understood. At the same time, across the cold expanse of the sector, another civilization existed upon a dark red planet where the temperature remained a stable, blistering 50 degrees Celsius. Gravity here was 3 times that of planet Azure, and the scorched earth was devoid of vegetation, replaced by vast, shifting dunes of crimson sand. Giant dark red pyramids, pulsating with the cold glow of advanced technology, stood silently across the landscape. Countless dark-skinned natives were currently huddled on the ground, their frames trembling with terror as they dared not raise their eyes to the sky. Hovering above this sea of suffering was a man who seemed entirely out of place, casually holding a greasy chicken leg in one hand and a glass of fine wine in the other. He ate and drank in large, boisterous gulps, completely indifferent to the misery below. This man, the obese Fal Arland, lazily kicked the native king who knelt beside him on the floating platform. Fal Arland looked down with a greasy smirk and asked, "Is this truly everything your pathetic world has to offer?" The native king, his body racked with tremors, replied in a choked whisper, "Esteemed lord, this represents the entirety of the treasures our royal family has accumulated over generations. We have bled our people dry to produce this much for you. You have led us for 10 years and collect this tribute once every decade. Surely, you know this is our absolute limit." As the native king finished his desperate plea, Fal Arland's expression darkened. He reached out with a lightning-fast grip, squeezing the king's throat until the old man began to cough up blood, his eyes bulging with silent agony. Fal Arland lifted the gasping native king into the air with one hand, letting out a booming, boisterous laugh. Now, don't you dare lie to my face. You know me, old man. I absolutely detest having to resort to violence. It ruins my appetite." With a dismissive grunt, Fal Arland dropped the king back onto the platform and turned his gaze toward the infinite starry sky, muttering to himself, "Forget it. My time on this dust ball is almost up. I need to depart immediately. If I drag this out any longer, I might lose the wager to those other two." Just then, a young girl dressed in splendid, ornate robes with a strikingly beautiful face ran onto the platform, ignoring the guards. "Father, are you all right? What has he done to you?" The native king's eyes widened in horror, and he yelled with the last of his strength, "You idiot girl! What are you doing here? Get back to the palace immediately." The girl froze, her eyes brimming with tears as she witnessed her father's humiliation. But it was already too late. In that fleeting moment of distraction, two devilish, meaty hands reached out and grabbed her waist with a vice-like grip, pinning her in place. Fal Arland's eyes lit up with a predatory gleam, and his mouth began to drool as he inspected the girl. "Well now, old man, it seems you were hiding the best piece of merchandise for yourself. She's quite the looker, isn't she? She will fetch a handsome price as a high-value beauty. Say goodbye to this garbage planet, little princess." With a flick of his wrist, a tractor beam from the orbiting spaceship descended upon Fal Arland and the girl, sucking them both into the air. The girl let out a piercing cry of fear. "No! Father, save me!" While the native king wailed in helpless despair. "Give my daughter back. Take everything else, but give her back." The spaceship's engines ignited with a roar, and it quickly accelerated away into the void. Inside the vessel, the girl floated in the gravity well, her cries of grief echoing incessantly through the cold, metal corridors. "Wagga, that's far too much noise for one little bird," Fal Arland grumbled, picking his teeth. As Fal Arland conducted his final cleanup of the ship's cargo, the communicator on his wrist began to flicker with an urgent light. He glanced at the display, his expression shifting from amusement to a grim seriousness as he answered. "Chao Qian, what's the status on your end?" A slightly unsteady, static-filled voice crackled back. "Everything is proceeding as planned, and we are preparing to rendezvous for the return trip, but we need to detour to the Akihabara coordinates first." Fal Arland was slightly stunned by the request, instinctively asking, "What's the reason for the detour? Why the change in plans?" The voice of Chao Qian in the communicator turned icy cold as he delivered the news. AG's life signal has completely vanished from the network. It's gone. However, his spaceship is still showing as parked at its original coordinates without any signs of damage. Meanwhile, within the depths of his consciousness, Lu Sheng explored the dreamscape. So that's the truth of it. The dreamscape itself is contained within that material seed. The scenery here remains largely unchanged from my memories, but there is a profound difference at base 1359, where it all began. Everything on the planet has vanished, leaving behind only these floating fragments of memory. All those people and structures that once existed were shattered by my master and transformed into raw materials to be integrated into my own martial path. Lu Sheng struggled to process the complicated surge of emotions. This place was the crucible of his power, the starting point for his journey, and its sudden disappearance left him with a lingering sense of melancholy. However, the Fireseed resource vault still exists within this void. In fact, it has become even more potent because it no longer needs to waste energy maintaining false scenarios, deducing low-level techniques, or predicting mundane futures. This is the true, uninhibited power of the resource vault within the dreamscape. Predicting the future. That is the true power of the universe's origin at work. I realize now that I was wrong before simply because the sliver of origin power I could mobilize was too minuscule. My exploration was shallow, which inevitably led to fragmented and incomplete information. But now, I possess the complete power of origin for this entire planet. Although it only accounts for a fraction so small, it would require countless zeros before a single one to represent the entire universe's origin. It is a start. How much of this power I can mobilize is the exact level of authority I have been striving for. The power of origin is far too significant to ignore. While resource exploration and future prediction are useful, I value the ability to deduce cultivation techniques above all else. If I want to transform the 3 types of Dao simulated on Master's Void chessboard into reality, I must rely on this power. After all, the Dao chess is just a game of simulation. Many details are simplified. If I want to create a Tier 15 martial path on par with Wang He and Duan Feng, without the help of origin power, I would be walking into a dragon's pool. To reach Tier 16, 17, and 18 to save this universe, the power of origin is my only hope. Lu Sheng saw his path clearly now. He would continue to carry the burden of the dreamscape and the long road ahead. Before, I was a grandmaster rescuing a single street or a base before moving to the next. But now, my responsibility has expanded to rescuing a planet, then a starfield, and finally the universe itself. It isn't a bad thing. It simply means my all-encompassing martial path requires a massive amount of accumulation to reach perfection. By absorbing the entire martial civilization of the planet, Lu Sheng's all-encompassing martial path was directly compacted and expanded to an unprecedented degree. The sheer number of martial skills he now possessed was more than 1,000 times greater than before. This was the crystallization of 10,000 years of planetary evolution, where countless unique and chaotic talents had been born. Many disciplines were things Lu Sheng had never even heard of beyond his wildest imagination. And this was only one planet. If he extended this to an entire universe, the prospect of such magnificent power was fundamentally staggering to contemplate. Lu Sheng took a deep, steadying breath, forcing himself to think with cold, analytical calm. If there ever comes a day when I have fully unified all these paths, then I, Lu Sheng, can truly become the living representative of the 2 words, martial Dao. Lu Sheng looked into the distance at the several planets revolving in their eternal, silent dance. Suddenly, the young man's eyes blazed with a renewed fire. Right now, my spiritual power has solidified at level 11. I wonder what level my current constellation physique is truly equivalent to in the wider cosmos. Divine flames suddenly erupted, blazing all over the young man's crystalline body. Lu Sheng was genuinely curious. After merging with his master's Dao, his techniques had evolved so greatly that standard layers of definition no longer applied. Regarding my combat arts, I wonder how my fist techniques will change before I enter the state of a true martial god. My Grandmaster technique, Shattering the Void, needs refinement. I have so many ideas for new weapons and experiments. As for the natural Dao bestowed upon him by Yang Yizhou, Lu Sheng pondered it for a moment, realizing that the time investment required to master it made even his scalp tingle. He had gained an overwhelmingly massive harvest this time, and completely transforming it into his own personal power would be a long, arduous process. I can sweep through my enemies and sort my internal gains simultaneously. While I experience the thrill of battle, I will use the power of origin to probe the void for the location of the next civilization. I cannot remain stagnant. Lu Sheng raised his head to gaze into the desolate, beautiful starry sky before him. Just then, Lu Sheng's expression shifted slightly, his senses picking up a ripple in the fabric of space. The young man's lips curled into a smirk. It seems more guests have arrived from the outer reaches. He blinked, his consciousness beginning to withdraw from the dreamscape. Perfect timing, really. I'll simply use these newcomers as live experiments to test my new strength. In a patch of space tens of thousands of kilometers away from planet Azure, two black spaceships suddenly jumped out of the void, their hulls shimmering with exotic energy. They hovered silently in the dark. The occupants of the two vessels were in active communication. Chao Qian, also known as Ghost 7, opened a simulated information panel. Two figures appeared. One was the large Fal Arland gnawing on his chicken leg, with a beautiful, captured girl weeping beside him. Chao Qian asked Fal Arland, "You received the boss's priority message as well, right? What's the plan? What do we do now that AG is dark?" The fatty, Fal Arland, spoke between breaths as he devoured the meat. "TCH, we don't have much of a choice. We go straight to the coordinates where AG went missing and investigate. Honestly, the guy probably ran into a high-level space police patrol team and got taken out before he could signal." Chao Qian, visible on the opposite screen, didn't seem to care about AG's fate at all. He let out a sharp laugh. "Wouldn't that actually be better for us? With him gone, there's one less person to split the final payout with." Hearing this cold logic, Monroe also happily nodded in agreement from his own station. "Yeah, you're right. But we still have to go through the motions to see what happened so we can report back to the boss. Let's move in together." Chao Qian said nothing more as the ships began their final approach. The two operatives expertly manipulated their flight controls, bringing their predatory vessels into a coordinated formation. With the target coordinates already locked into their navigational arrays, the twin spaceships ignited their high-output thrusters, carving brilliant, comet-like trails of incandescent plasma through the velvet darkness of the void. They traversed the vast, silent expanse of tens of thousands of kilometers in a mere heartbeat, closing the distance with terrifying efficiency. As they decelerated from their high-speed transit, a breathtakingly beautiful azure sphere materialized before them, hanging like a sapphire jewel against the infinite black tapestry of the universe. It was planet Azure, seemingly peaceful and unaware of the vultures circling its orbit. Chao Qian scanned the horizon of the planet, a predatory glint in his eyes. "This blue planet is remarkably aesthetic, isn't it? A shame we have to pick it clean," he remarked coldly. "Let us initiate the wide-spectrum energy sweep immediately. I want to know exactly what we're walking into." Beside him on the comms, the portly Fal Arland grunted in lazy agreement, his mind already calculating the potential loot. The two mercenaries brought their ships to a stationary hover in the upper orbital plane, initiating the high-precision energy scanning arrays. Almost instantly, twin beams of piercing blue light lanced out from the hulls of the ships, sweeping across the planetary surface like divine searchlights. Inside their respective cockpits, Fal Arland and the green-haired brute monitored the flickering simulated displays, which began relaying a constant stream of high-fidelity data. The progress bar crawled forward, 32%. Energy signatures exceeding level 6 detected. Signatures exceeding level 7 identified. The sensors soon pinged for level 8 and level 9 power sources, painting a picture of the planet's latent martial strength. The initial results seemed consistent with a low-level civilization until the progress bar finally flashed a bright green, indicating 100% completion. The final analytical summary appeared on the HUD. The highest readings were level 9, consisting of exactly 24 distinct strands of planetary origin power. Curiously, the sensors failed to detect even a single trace of energy corresponding to level 10 or above. Fal Arland's brow furrowed as he stared at the data, his meaty fingers stroking his chin as a heavy sigh escaped his lips, his face masked in a cloud of genuine suspicion. "This is beyond strange," Fal Arland muttered, his voice echoing in the metallic cabin. AG's personal vessel is clearly docked on the surface of this planet, yet the global sweep indicates a complete absence of any energy signatures above level 10. Is it possible that the coward AG abandoned his ship and fled the sector on foot to hide from us? Chao Qian, however, cared little for AG's fate, his expression shifting to one of chilling indifference. "Whether that fool AG is breathing or rotting in a ditch is irrelevant to me. As long as there isn't a star-level expert lurking in the shadows, our priority remains the same: retrieve the abandoned spaceship." Once that is secured, we return to the fleet and report our findings to the boss, Gray. Haha, you make a valid point. Why overcomplicate a simple retrieval mission? Fal Arland chuckled, nodding his head in course agreement. Chao Qian's logic was sound. If the planet was as weak as the sensors suggested, there was no reason to hesitate. And while we're descending, we might as well help ourselves to whatever premium resources this world has left, Chao Qian added, his voice dripping with greed. As high-ranking members of the infamous Crimson Star gang that terrorized several star sectors, these men were devoid of empathy, their hearts hardened by a lifetime of cosmic piracy and ruthless exploitation. To them, the bond of comradeship was a flimsy concept, far less substantial than the weight of cold, hard currency. The life or death of their fellow gang members was a minor inconvenience at best, completely overshadowed by the pursuit of personal profit. So long as their own skins were safe and their pockets were full, any outcome was considered a success. Chao Qian adjusted his flight harness, his fingers dancing over the descent controls. Enough talk. Let's head down and see what this sapphire rock has to offer us. With a coordinated roar of their secondary engines, the two mercenaries pushed their control yokes forward. The spaceships tilted their noses toward the horizon, accelerating rapidly as they began their aggressive descent toward the unsuspecting atmosphere of planet Azure. However, just as their hulls were about to breach the ionosphere of planet Azure, the laws of physics seemed to warp around them. The velocity of both ships plummeted instantly, as if they had suddenly flown into an invisible, hyperviscous swamp of condensed space. Movement became an agonizing struggle until their forward momentum died entirely, leaving them dead in the void. Suddenly, the scanning systems, which had been left running, erupted into a frenzy of red alerts. A distorted, urgent automated announcement began to blare through the speakers. New high-intensity energy source detected. Current scanning parameters invalid. Error in classification. Rescanning initiated. Emergency recalibration in progress. Chao Qian felt a sudden prickle of cold sweat on his brow as he watched the frantic scrolling of error codes on his display. He was utterly bewildered, his mind racing to find an explanation for the sudden atmospheric wall. Then, a series of harrowing notifications replaced the errors. Energy signature exceeding level 10 detected. Rescanning. Energy signature exceeding level 11 confirmed. The system's logic seemed to be collapsing under the strain of the data it was receiving. Rescanning. Energy source above level 10 identified. Rescanning. Level 11 signature localized. The alerts became a rhythmic, terrifying mantra of impending doom. The simulated panel before Chao Qian was now a chaotic blur of searching data, with level 10 and level 11 power readings flickering wildly like a strobe light. The entire ship's computer was behaving as if it were suffering from a violent seizure, the synthesized broadcast voice turning into a garbled, terrifying mess of overlapping warnings. Chao Qian, gripped by a mixture of shock and growing suspicion, slammed his fist hard against the control console. What the hell is this? Is this junk heap ship's system finally broken? Explain these readings. Terrified, Chao Qian immediately opened a high-priority channel to Fal Arland. Hey Fal, my sensors are going haywire. They're flagging a level M, a rank 9 or higher martial saint, right in our path. On the other end, the fat man's initial reaction was one of pure, stubborn disbelief. Huh? What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? My sensors aren't showing anything but empty sky. Fal Arland continued to ridicule his partner's panic through the comms. Chao Qian, use your head for once. How could a dilapidated, backwater rock like this produce an expert at the martial saint level? It's clearly a mechanical malfunction in your scanning array. Don't be such a coward. Just as the mocking laughter left Fal Arland's throat, his eyes caught a flicker of something on his own HUD, and his pupils contracted into tiny, sharp pinpricks of absolute terror. He witnessed a sight that made his heart nearly stop in his chest. The seemingly tranquil planet before them didn't just change. It appeared to ignite from within, suddenly bursting into a sea of primordial, all-consuming flames. The scorching heat of this sudden phenomenon radiated outward into the vacuum, spreading with the intensity of a newborn sun. It was a localized nova, incinerating the very fabric of the surrounding space, and turning the orbital path into a furnace of divine fire. The mouths of both Fal Arland and Chao Qian fell open in perfect, horrified unison, their minds struggling to process the visual evidence of the impossible unfolding right before their cockpits. A paralyzing chill raced down their spines, a primal instinct of prey in the presence of an apex predator, as their blood seemed to turn to ice despite the radiant heat outside. What is that? Is that a second sun? Chao Qian's voice was a thin, bewildered rasp. This makes no sense. How can a star be manifesting so close to a living planet? Everything should be vaporized. Fal Arland, possessing slightly more combat experience, seemed to sense the underlying nature of the phenomenon and blurted out in a voice thick with dread. To the void with the sun. That's not a planet, and it's not a star. It's a manifestation, some kind of incomprehensible martial arts divine power. It's a law form. And look closer at the core of the fire. There's a figure. There is someone standing in the heart of that blaze. At that precise moment, a colossal, incredibly handsome figure, towering over 100,000 meters in height, emerged silently and majestically from the shimmering layers of planet Azure's atmosphere, as if stepping out of a curtain of light. The eyes of this celestial giant were like twin supernovas, blazing with a fierce, divine light where three-legged golden crows danced amidst the solar fire. The giant head tilted upward, fixing a cold, dispassionate gaze upon the two tiny spaceships. When he spoke, he opened a mouth that seemed vast enough to swallow the moon, emitting a wave of pure consciousness that shook the very foundations of the void. Ahead lies the sanctuary of planet Azure. No space trash is permitted entry into this domain. Lu Sheng's voice was not a sound, but a physical force that pierced through every reinforced layer of the spaceship's electromagnetic and physical shielding. It converged in the ears of Chao Qian and Fal Arland as a majestic, booming roar like the thunder of a dying galaxy. Paralyzed with a fear so deep it felt like death, Fal Arland finally broke his stupor and screamed into the comms. Chao Qian, turn the ship. Run. Run for your life instantly. Without needing another word, both spaceships slammed their engines into an emergency reverse, their hulls groaning under the strain as they attempted to flee the vicinity of the sun-eyed Titan. Fal Arland gritted his teeth, his face slick with terror. Curse it all. Now I finally understand how AG died. That's no human. That's a monster. A level 11 monster disguised as a native. That being is at the very least a level 11 powerhouse. I need to initiate a blind space jump immediately before we are caught in his gravity well. We have to report this catastrophe to the boss right now. Lu Sheng, however, made no move to chase them physically. He remained in his gargantuan state, hands casually tucked into his pockets, observing the frantic maneuvers of the two mosquitoes with a sense of detached, leisurely curiosity. A second later, he focused his intent and activated his vast mental power. The young man's diamond-like eyes flashed with a cold, lethal light as his voice echoed through their minds once more. Since you have dared to intrude upon this world, do not even entertain the delusion that you will be permitted to leave. Chao Qian and Fal Arland felt a momentary surge of hope as their speed increased, believing they were escaping the giant's reach. But at that exact moment, an invisible, hyper-compressed wave of mental energy pierced through their ship's outer shells as if they were made of paper, slamming into their consciousnesses with the weight of a falling mountain. The ships continued their momentum, but the pilots' bodies swayed violently in their harnesses. The desperate smiles of hope on their faces froze into masks of emptiness, their eyes dimming instantly as the light of life was snuffed out. In the very next breath, their forms went completely limp in their command seats, their internal organs and brains rupturing simultaneously, causing dark red fluids to splatter across the high-tech consoles. In their final moments of flickering awareness, they could only think in horror. What kind of mental power is this? This is the crushing weight of level 11. Their hearts continued to beat with a residual, mechanical rhythm for a few seconds, but their martial souls, their very essence, had been shattered like fragile glass. To die at the hands of someone with such overwhelming mental strength was to be erased. The two pirates were now nothing more than cooling corpses drifting in steel coffins. With a silent flash of movement that defied the vacuum, Lu Sheng appeared instantly within the cockpit of the fat man's ship, standing over Foul Arlen's corpse. The young man gazed at the body with a cold, detached air. Level 11. At this level, killing these so-called experts is truly no different from cutting grass in a field. I merely grazed their souls with my intent, and they were extinguished. I hadn't truly realized I had grown to such a terrifying extent, Lu Sheng thought, a small, somber sigh escaping him. Not long ago, the height of level 11 was a distant, mountainous goal he had been desperately pursuing with every fiber of his being. Now, he already had 1 foot firmly planted across that threshold. To be perfectly honest, Lu Sheng was losing track of his own true strength. His physical martial arts realm was level 9, but his mental capacity was at level 11, and his Dharma avatar far exceeded anything known at the M level. Simultaneously, far across the sector on the bridge of the Devil Claw, the flagship of a notorious Star Path mercenary fleet, a man of magnificent build sat in silent contemplation. He was draped in exquisite silks, possessing the noble bearing and refined grace of a high-ranking space aristocrat. This was Gray, the leader of the gang. Suddenly, he glared forward with his distinctive, blood-red eyes, his voice low and dangerous. Chao Qian and Foul Arlen. Their life signals have just flatlined. We have lost contact with both investigation units simultaneously. Standing beside him was Trinus, a woman dressed in striking brown leather with a lithe, powerful figure. She stepped forward immediately, her face hardening into an expression of grim seriousness. She was stunned by the sequence of events. First, AG goes missing without a trace, and now the 2 seasoned veterans sent to uncover the truth have vanished as well. In their line of work, losing connection meant only 2 things. Either they were dead, or they had betrayed the gang and cut the signal. Both possibilities were equally shocking and dangerous. How fascinating, Gray remarked, a dark curiosity blooming in his mind. Sitting at the long, obsidian conference table, he casually manipulated a virtual star map, zooming in until he locked onto a seemingly insignificant blue planet. To think that a minor, level 1 resource star could cause 3 of my M-level martial artists to sink like stones into the depths of the sea. Ha ha. Gray stared intently at the glowing hologram of planet Azure, his eyes narrowing into slits as a frigid, lethal light flashed within his crimson irises. Trinus leaned in, whispering, "My lord, is it possible we've stumbled upon a hidden cell of star enforcement?" "It is highly unlikely," Gray replied, shaking his head with a calm, practiced certainty. Even if the most elite enforcers of the Star Enforcement Agency were lying in wait, they wouldn't have been able to prevent those 3 from sending out a distress signal or a final status report. Their silence was too absolute. Trinus questioned him further, her voice trembling slightly. "Then you believe they were eliminated instantaneously?" "There is only one way to be certain. We shall go and see for ourselves." Gray stood up, his gaze fixed on planet Azure as he spoke with a slow, deliberate cadence. "I have lost 3 valuable assets without any explanation. I demand to know the truth behind their disappearance, whether they are dead or simply hiding." Trinus opened her mouth to warn him of a potential trap or a confrontation with high-level guardians, but Gray merely smiled with an eerie, supreme confidence. "Do not worry. I have several trump cards held in reserve. Even if a peak level 11 powerhouse were to manifest and attempt to capture me, I possess the means to escape completely unscathed. We have suffered an unprecedented loss without cause, and this cannot stand. I must uncover the secret of that blue planet, no matter the cost." Meanwhile, back in the orbital silence, Lu Sheng pondered his next move for a moment. With a sudden shift in space, he materialized directly in front of the second pirate spaceship. True to his desire to test his physical limits, he refrained from using his mental powers, choosing instead to rely solely on his raw muscular strength. He reached out, his 5 fingers plunging deeply into the reinforced alloy of the main hatch door as if it were soft clay. The heavy, black hatch door, forged from rare shattered ink star iron, was peeled back and tossed aside by Lu Sheng with effortless ease. He ran a hand along the jagged edge of the metal, musing to himself. "It was only a few months ago that I was desperately searching for a piece of shattered ink star iron just to forge a decent weapon. Now, it seems that such a goal is beneath me. This material is fine for a ship's hull, I suppose, but for a weapon of my level, it simply isn't sturdy enough. Lu Sheng peered into the cargo hold, and his eyes widened in genuine astonishment. The entire interior was stacked to the ceiling with high-grade energy crystals. Incredible, Lu Sheng exclaimed, a rare look of amazement crossing his face. It seems these star bandits are even wealthier than I imagined. By a rough estimate, there must be hundreds of tons of refined energy here. I only required a few hundred kilograms to fuel my breakthrough to level 9. With hundreds of tons at my disposal, I will have more than enough resources to refine tens of thousands of additional undying cells and solidify my foundation. Lu Sheng began the arduous process of relocating the colossal prize, his concentration absolute, as he conducted a silent inventory of the spoils. He was painfully aware of his own limitations regarding interstellar technology. He lacked even the most rudimentary knowledge of how to pilot such a complex vessel. Left with no alternative, he resorted to a crude yet effective method, his breathing growing rhythmic and hurried as he exerted his will. He channeled his immense mental power into a focused telekinetic tether, physically dragging the massive spacecraft through the void. With a rumbling vibration that resonated through the very atmosphere, he guided the ship toward the shimmering horizon of planet Azure. The sheer absurdity of the situation was not lost on him. A being capable of shattering mountains was forced to act as a celestial tugboat because he hadn't learned to navigate a cockpit. This primitive, brute force approach was his only recourse in the absence of a qualified pilot. With surprising speed and precision, the young man descended through the upper reaches of the atmosphere, targeting a remote, designated landing zone on the planet's surface. Lu Sheng carefully settled the gargantuan weight of the spaceship onto the solid Earth, the ground groaning beneath the impact. He stepped away, casually dusting the metallic residue from his hands and offering a sharp, satisfied nod at the successful, albeit unconventional, transport. The task was finally complete, the immediate threat neutralized, and the spoils secured. Just as the silence of the wilderness began to settle back around him, a sharp, rhythmic chime echoed from his pocket, a high-priority message alert cutting through the stillness. Lu Sheng retrieved his mobile device, his brow furrowing as he noticed the sender. It was an urgent communication from his family home, a digital tether to the life he was rapidly outgrowing. Lu Sheng, your father and I just saw those terrifying broadcasts on the television. We saw you. The text from Zheng Yufan was heavy with a mother's instinctual dread. Lu Sheng hesitated, his thumb hovering over the screen as he contemplated the weight of his response. It's nothing to worry about, he finally typed, his fingers moving with practiced evasion. I'll explain everything clearly when I return home. His father, Lu Hai, followed up with a worried query, asking if he was still buried in work. Lu Sheng sighed, replying with a simple, I've got it under control. Take care of yourselves. As he tucked the phone away, a dull headache began to throb behind his temples. He was utterly at a loss for how to reconcile his domestic life with the cosmic reality that he had just inadvertently revealed to the entire world. How could he possibly sit across the dinner table and explain that their son had become the legendary god of war, the undisputed apex powerhouse of planet Azure? He doubted their ordinary, peaceful hearts could withstand the sheer magnitude of such a revelation. He decided then that he would have to find a way to ease them into the truth, peeling back the layers of his identity slowly and carefully. Pushing aside his domestic anxieties, the young man ventured deeper into the shadowed cavern of the spaceship's primary hold. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed with a cold, appreciative light as he surveyed the interior. Today's venture had yielded a harvest that defied his initial expectations. Based on his preliminary assessment, the total volume of energy crystal resources stored within this hull likely exceeded a staggering 700 tons. The vast majority of the hoard consisted of high-purity, refined energy crystals, shimmering with a stable, inner radiance. Only a small fraction appeared to be raw, unrefined, or recently extracted from some distant star system. However, as he moved further into the vault, he discovered a specialized compartment containing a much more potent variety of crystal. He reached out and plucked a single specimen from the high-security rack, the crystal pulsing with a rhythmic, subharmonic vibration in his palm. Its crystalline surface was intricately engraved with exquisite, glowing patterns and a series of complex, ancient cosmic characters that seemed to shift under his gaze. What manner of resource is this? Lu Sheng wondered, feeling the violent, raw potential radiating from the object. This specific grade was easily hundreds of times more concentrated than the standard energy crystals he had encountered. Even with his current, ascended strength, he realized he couldn't simply refine and absorb this energy instantaneously without risking internal collapse. It would require a slow, meticulous process of assimilation. Curiously, he noted that this elite stock was limited, totaling less than 50 tons in the entire shipment. Leaving the vault, Lu Sheng made his way toward the ship's armory and changing quarters. As he scanned the racks, he realized the vessel was a veritable treasure trove of advanced technology, housing a variety of specialized combat suits and cold weapons, including sleek alloy battle blades. The design of the tactical gear bore a striking resemblance to the equipment utilized by the Azure God operatives, though these pieces felt significantly more advanced. This blade, it possesses an exceptional quality, he noted, drawing an alloy battle blade from its sheath. The weapon brought a rare spark of joy to Lu Sheng's eyes. The material composition was remarkably similar to the legendary shattered Inkstar iron, yet it was refined to a level far beyond his previous experiences. This was a genuine level 10 cold weapon, a tool capable of cutting through the very fabric of standard defenses. Lu Sheng gently ran his thumb along the edge of the alloy battle blade, testing the tension of the metal. The blade was so unnaturally sharp that it bypassed his passive defenses effortlessly, drawing a thin line of crimson across his skin before he could even register the sensation. Lu Sheng examined the shallow cut on his palm, watching as the wound knit itself back together in a matter of seconds. "It is capable of leaving a mark on my current form," he murmured to the empty room. "But my regenerative capacity is still superior." Excellent. This simple test confirmed his suspicions. The defensive threshold of his martial domain had finally stabilized at a level equivalent to the M rank. Deeper within the bowels of the ship, he found holding cells where members of various alien races remained in terrified confinement. He decided to wait for Lan Chen's arrival to determine their fate and to inquire about the logistics of traveling to distant star systems. While he could now survive the vacuum of space through sheer physical durability, moving between star systems separated by 5 light-years would be an exercise in futility at his current speed. He was no faster than a turtle crawling across a desert. He required the sophisticated propulsion technology of a spaceship to truly traverse the cosmos. However, before he abandoned the gravity well of planet Azure, he was determined to settle a singular, haunting issue. He needed to identify the exact origin of the earth-shattering crisis the dreamscape had predicted for 8 years in the future. He refused to venture into the stars only to return and find his home transformed into a silent, irradiated wasteland. With a focused thought, Lu Sheng plunged back into the depths of the dreamscape. As soon as his consciousness stabilized within that desolate, silent star space, he projected his voice toward the central AI, seeking answers from the void. Lu Sheng watched as the swirling cluster of light representing the universe's origin power descended to envelop him in a warm, ethereal embrace. The familiar ruins of his mental landscape had vanished, replaced by this singular, divine manifestation of raw information. "Prove to me," he whispered into the light, "that all of this power and potential isn't merely some elaborate, cruel hallucination." Stealing his resolve, he issued a direct, uncompromising command to the system. "Show me the path of my own future." The deduction system whirred to life, and the results of the trajectory began to manifest in his mind's eye. Name: Lu Sheng. Future trajectory: designated as Planet Azure's martial ancestor. At age 21, he departs his home world, recognized as the most formidable genius the White Mist Star region has produced in 10 millennia. The following year, he dominates the heavenly chosen battle of the Heavenly Fate Academy across the 5 great star regions, securing the top rank. By 40, he attains level 11 and places in the top 100 of the Heavenly Serpent martial performance. At 100,000 years old, he breaks through to level 15 and is crowned Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Star System. Finally, at 300,000 years of age, he perishes alongside the inevitable heat death of the universe. Lu Xing stared at the glowing prediction of the origin power, his emotions swirling in a complex vortex of triumph and existential dread. He was destined to become a Tier 15 lord of an entire star system, yet the ultimate conclusion remained unchanged: total annihilation at the 300,000-year mark. 300,000 years, he echoed, a bitter taste in his mouth. In the grand design of the cosmos, it is but a fleeting moment. If I follow this current trajectory, I will reach my zenith at level 15, never even touching the threshold of level 16 before the end. This pressure, it is as unexpected as it is immense. He let out a sharp, defiant huff. The system can only deduce based on known variables. With the myriad inheritances I possess, I refuse to accept such a limited ceiling. Lu Xing stared at those final 2 lines of data for an eternity before shaking his head and issuing a new, more urgent command. Deduce the collective future of planet Azure, he commanded. The system processed the request, but the resulting vision remained stubbornly grim and unchanged. Total destruction in 8 years' time, necessitated by a violent invasion from the dark side of the universe. Lu Xing's eyes flickered with a cold, analytical light. Despite his exponential growth and strength, the timeline for the apocalypse had not shifted by a single day. However, he now possessed the key piece of the puzzle: the invasion from the dark side. The catastrophic vulnerability was undoubtedly linked to the deepening rifts within the Earth's crust. Over the next 8 years, planet Azure would be forcibly transformed from a simple resource world into a meat grinder battlefield, eventually being consumed by the alien beasts that dwelled in the cosmic shadows. This was an entropic erosion that even Lu Xing, with all his power, could not halt through combat alone. He realized with a sinking heart that even a Tier 16 powerhouse like his master, Yang Ezhou, had been unable to stop this encroaching darkness on a larger scale. If a being of that magnitude had failed, how could Lu Xing, who had yet to even reach Tier 15 in this timeline, hope to prevent the inevitable? The only viable path, he reasoned, his voice low and determined, is to utilize these 8 years to secure a new, habitable planet for my people. I must find a sanctuary elsewhere in the stars and orchestrate a mass evacuation, moving everyone to a safe zone before the rifts fully open. This is the only way to resolve the crisis without total extinction. So my primary objective is clear. Lu Xing's eyes hardened as he muttered his new goal to the silence of the dreamscape. I must acquire a life-sustaining planet of sufficient scale to house an entire civilization. Lu Xing withdrew from the dreamscape, his perspective fundamentally altered. The mountain of energy crystals he had just looted no longer seemed like a fortune. They were merely a down payment. He had no concept of the market value of a habitable planet, but he knew with absolute certainty that it couldn't be purchased simply by liquidating a few captured pirate ships. While he was lost in thought, the remaining martial saints, led by Lin Zhengyue, arrived at the landing site. They immediately bowed their heads in a deep, reverent salute, their voices unified in their respect. Lord Lu. To the survivors of planet Azure, Lu Xing had ascended to a height that defied comprehension, far surpassing even the legendary guide. They had seen how the Ravagers, AG and his kin, had toyed with the martial saints like cruel adults playing with helpless children, yet Lu Xing had swatted those same monsters aside like bothersome insects. Though they were technically all level 9, they understood that in Lu Xing's presence, they were less than ants. The sheer scale of the power gap was terrifying to behold. Lu Xing turned to Lin Zhengyue, his tone casual yet tinged with a hint of genuine frustration. Regarding that AG, I apologize. I was a bit too heavy-handed during the execution. He was far more fragile than I anticipated, and I suspect nothing of value remains of him. He felt a pang of regret. If he had been more surgical, he might have recovered AG's spatial storage bracelet and its contents. Instead, his raw power had vaporized both the man and his treasures instantly. A significant missed opportunity, he noted, before gesturing toward the massive pile of looted energy crystals. You and your teams have endured great hardship during this incursion. I want you to take several tons of these crystals as compensation for your losses. They are, after all, merely the discarded supplies of common star thieves. Lin Zhengyue stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. My lord, did I hear you correctly? You are offering us hundreds of tons of high-grade energy crystals. Before she could even begin to process the magnitude of the gift, Lu Sheng continued to pile on the rewards with a wave of his hand. Furthermore, the energy crystal quotas I previously ordered you to collect are no longer necessary. Keep what you have found, divide these new spoils among your ranks, and focus entirely on elevating your collective strength. I have more than enough for my own needs. Lin Zhengyue immediately dropped to her knees, her voice trembling. My lord, such a vast quantity of resources. It is unprecedented in our history. Since the first discovery of energy crystals, our entire world has never seen such a concentrated hoard. We simply cannot accept. Lu Sheng cut her off with a sharp gesture. Vision, Lin Zhengyue, do you understand what I'm telling you? I am bestowing this upon you, so accept it without further argument. You must expand your perspective beyond this one world. If you cannot handle a few tons of crystals now, how do you expect to survive when we eventually interface with the wider stellar universe? Lin Zhengyue remained in her kneeling position, her expression a mask of dazed confusion. In that moment, she realized she truly could not fathom the scope of the reality Lu Sheng was describing, or the terrifying height he now occupied. Far above the atmosphere, a new shadow began to fall across the stars. A colossal spacecraft, spanning hundreds of square kilometers, jumped into the local sector near planet Asura. The vessel was a grim, obsidian construct, its hull jagged and shaped like a hideous, outstretched monstrous claw reaching for the light of the world below. Deep within the flagship, Gray, the man with the blood-red eyes and the aura of a stellar aristocrat, narrowed his gaze as he studied the holographic projection of planet Asura. His voice was a cold, melodic rasp as he addressed his bridge crew. Can you provide a definitive confirmation on the status and location of the 3 subvessels commanded by AG and the others? Trinis, standing at his side, consulted her data slate before reporting back. My lord, we have confirmed that all 3 ships are currently grounded on the planetary surface. However, the results of our high-intensity energy scan are perplexing. We detect a total of 24 energy signatures at or slightly above level 9. But there is absolutely no trace of any power source reaching level 10 or beyond. Could there be a localized interference masking their true fluctuations? Trinis hesitated for a fraction of a second before answering. Our Devilclaw is a level 11 dreadnought, equipped with the finest sensor arrays the Crimson Star Gang possesses. To bypass its detection, an individual would need to possess a concealment technique at level 12 or higher. The existence of such a master on a nameless, backwater resource planet is statistically impossible, Gray muttered, his analytical mind searching for a logical thread. The ships remain stationary, yet the crews have vanished from our network, and the planet lacks any powerhouse capable of defeating a level 11 operative. Is it possible they have staged a mutiny and actively severed their comms? AG, Chao Qian, what could possibly possess you to abandon me so resolutely? Gray's brow furrowed slightly as he struggled to find a satisfactory answer to the silence. After a moment of cold deliberation, he issued a casual command. If the mystery cannot be solved from here, we will simply force the issue. Initiate a mandatory remote recall of all subvessels. This orbital distance is well within our command range. Trinis immediately moved to the console. Since AG and the others piloted subvessels of the Devilclaw, the mothership could override their internal systems in an emergency. Within seconds, the recall signal was transmitted. Trinis watched the control panel intently before letting out a small sigh of relief. My lord, the override was successful. The 3 subships are responding and are being pulled back to the mothership. Gray nodded almost imperceptibly, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared through the massive viewing port at the sapphire planet below, his face a mask of unreadable aristocratic calm. Back on the surface, within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the scale of the devastation caused by the pirate incursion was finally being calculated. The death toll from this singular disaster in our kingdom alone has already reached. Lin Zhengyue was mid-sentence when a sudden, violent boom echoed through the landing zone. The black spaceship directly in front of them groaned as its engines flared with a sudden, unauthorized surge of energy. Intense plumes of blue plasma erupted from the ship's thrusters, and the massive hull began to levitate off the ground, rapidly accelerating toward the heavens as if pulled by an invisible tether. Lu Sheng was momentarily startled, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. He hadn't authorized a departure, and the ship should have been dormant. Lu Sheng's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing as his mental power surged out like an invisible titan's grip, wrapping around the ascending spaceship to halt its flight. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, turning a sharp gaze toward Lin Zhengyue and the other martial saints. "Is there anyone left inside that ship who could be activating a manual override?" Lin Songyu's features contorted into a mask of pure bewilderment as she slowly shook her head, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "No, my lord, that is impossible. To this day, not a single soul has managed to set foot inside that sanctuary. Have you perhaps forgotten the absolute nature of its defenses? We ourselves have found them utterly impenetrable, as if the very laws of space are woven to keep us at bay." "Allow me to see for myself," Lu Sheng murmured, his eyelids fluttering shut as he focused his formidable consciousness. His mental prowess surged outward with the force of an invisible tidal wave, piercing through the planetary atmosphere and erupting into the cold, silent vacuum of the cosmos. There, silhouetted against the distant glare of dying stars, he perceived a gargantuan black spaceship, a silent monolith drifting in the void. One look at its predatory, jagged architecture was enough. Lu Sheng recognized its origins and purpose with chilling clarity. Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, fixed upon the distant coordinates where the massive vessel lurked beyond the reach of the sky, his pupils shimmering with a cold, brilliant radiance. "So, they are attempting a remote retrieval," he whispered, a sharp edge to his voice. "Do they truly believe they can simply reach out and snatch back what has already been claimed by me? To take what is already resting in my pocket is a grave miscalculation. They can keep dreaming," Lu Sheng thought, his resolve hardening. High above in the void, at the Scarlet Emissary's command, his female subordinate moved with practiced precision to the central control dais. Her slender fingers danced across the holographic touch interface with rhythmic grace, and a scrolling line of neon green text flickered across the primary bridge screen. "Initiating spaceship retrieval protocol." Deep within the bowels of the Devil's Claw, the Scarlet Emissary and the woman known as Poison Scorpion stood in heavy silence, waiting for the massive vessel to respond to their call. However, the flicker of a satisfied smile had barely begun to form on her lips before it froze into a grimace of disbelief. Her gaze became paralyzed by a single, abnormally flashing red indicator on the console, her initial surprise rapidly curdling into deep confusion. A single bead of cold sweat began to trickle down her temple, tracing a path through her focused expression as the reality of the malfunction set in. What is happening? This shouldn't be possible. Why is the mechanism stuck?" she murmured frantically, her hands beginning to tremble as she attempted to bypass the error with a flurry of manual overrides. But in response to her desperate efforts, the system offered no salvation. Instead, it poured cold water on her hope. The control screen flared with a glaring, crimson warning. "Critical error. Retrieval process stalled. External resistance detected." Utter bewilderment clouded her eyes as the system continued to fail her commands. Noticing his subordinate's unusually frantic demeanor and the flickering of the warning lights, the Scarlet Emissary, who had been observing the proceedings in silence, lowered his voice to a dangerous, low rumble. "Report. What has gone wrong?" The subordinate turned, her voice tight with anxiety. "Sir, the telemetry is clear. It appears that someone, or something, is physically preventing the spaceship from returning to our docking bay." The woman quickly tapped a sequence onto the control panel, causing the image on the main viewer to focus on the hindered shuttle and zoom in with terrifying speed. She narrowed her eyes in deep thought, analyzing the sensor data before voicing her professional judgment. "It must be one of those level 9 natives from the planet below. I would wager he discovered the shuttle left behind by the vicious strike squad and is now guarding it like some primitive treasure, unaware of the power he is trifling with." Unwilling to let his prize slip away, The scarlet emissary's face twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with a cruel, predatory light. Ants from a low-level civilization, they actually dare to obstruct my path? If they wish to hold on to it so badly, then send them to the afterlife along with their treasure. Prepare to fire. Immediately engage the gamma particle cannon and erase the obstacle. Understood, my lord. Poison Scorpion replied, her voice turning as cold as the void itself. She reached out, her hand steady once more as she hovered over the primary red ignition button, preparing to initiate the orbital strike that would vaporize anything standing in the way of their recovery. At that exact moment, the image on the external view screens reached maximum magnification, revealing the true nature of the obstruction holding the shuttle in place. Both the Scarlet Emissary and Poison Scorpion were suddenly jolted by a shock so profound they momentarily forgot to breathe. The visual data before them defied every law of physics they understood. Filling the massive display screen was Lu Sheng's spectral, gigantic hand, manifested through sheer willpower and energy. Within his physical frame, the complex stellar charts of the solar divine realm pulsed with a rhythmic, ethereal glow, releasing a torrent of endless, celestial power that gripped the 10-kilometer-long spaceship with an iron tenacity. The powerful gravitational suction of the black spaceship was completely neutralized. It was unable to move even a fraction of an inch. Instead, its massive thrusters spewed tail flames that expanded continuously, blooming in the starry sky like brilliant, violent flowers. This blinding light illuminated Lu Sheng's form, his arms bulging with defined muscles, making him appear like a primordial demon god of legend. The Scarlet Emissary stood agape, his composure shattered as he shouted at the screen in disbelief. Whose astral projection is this? Who possesses the sheer mental fortitude to physically restrain a ship of that magnitude with their bare hands? The singular source of this impossible stalemate was visible at the very end of the spaceship's hull, a tall, imposing figure that radiated a terrifying aura. Standing amidst the chaos of space, the figure loomed like a demon god, a pillar of absolute strength against the backdrop of the infinite universe. It was him, Lu Sheng, a young man with sharp, extremely handsome features that remained undisturbed by the cosmic scale of the battle. His hands were tucked casually into his pockets, an air of nonchalance surrounding him despite the exertion. His eyes, resolute and steady, burned with the intensity of stars as he channeled his mental power with surgical precision to hold the vessel captive. Lu Sheng glared toward the horizon with cold, piercing eyes, as if he were engaged in a simple game of tug-of-war. With a subtle shift in his stance, he began to physically pull the massive spaceship backward through the void, defying the roaring engines of the high-tech vessel with his own raw, transcendent strength. The Scarlet Emissary's eyes were glued to the screen, his hands flying across the control panel to zoom in further, desperate to capture every detail of this anomaly. This power. How can a level 9 being rival the propulsion of a level 10 interstellar vessel? His physical durability and output are already comparable to a level 10 entity. With every word the emissary spoke, the light of greed and wonder in his eyes grew increasingly brighter. In the end, his pupils shone with a radiant, crimson luster like the finest rubies, and his face broke into a grin of unparalleled, manic joy. There is no longer any room for doubt. This is the manifestation of a transcendent life form physique, a rare specimen that defies the natural evolution of his species. The Scarlet Emissary suddenly clenched his fist, the metal of his glove creaking under the pressure as he turned to the woman beside him. This is a top-tier, transcendent life form physique. Poison Scorpion, do you have even the slightest inkling of what a slave possessing such a physique would fetch in Dark Star coins? Poison Scorpion, overwhelmed by the technicalities and the sheer scale of the revelation, could only remain silent, her mind reeling at the potential value. The Scarlet Emissary's eyes glowed with an inner fire as he laughed heartily, a sound of pure triumph echoing through the bridge. The premier auction house in the AMU Star region once sold a genius with a god-tiered transcendent life form physique, and the final hammer price reached a staggering 1 billion. And this boy, he might be even rarer. 1 billion. Poison Scorpion whispered, the number echoing in her mind. She was visibly shocked by the Scarlet Emissary's words, her reaction slightly delayed as she struggled to comprehend a sum of wealth that could buy entire star systems. Just imagine, by capturing him and putting him on the auction block, I could easily purchase several low-level life-bearing planets and retire in absolute luxury. Huh. The Scarlet Emissary was no longer the calm, calculating commander he had been moments ago. His entire body hummed with an electric excitement, his ambition set ablaze. Look at the sheer scale of the abilities he is currently displaying. Chiang continued, his eyes scanning the energy readings. A physique that can anchor a spaceship of that class. It is highly likely that his bloodline is at least god tier. He is a walking miracle. The Scarlet Emissary, Chiang, was now extremely anxious, his fingers twitching and reaching out toward the monitor as if he could physically pluck Lu Sheng directly from the display and claim him as his own right then and there. This single individual is worth more than the systematic plundering of 100 low-level civilization planets. We must ensure his capture at all costs, Chiang declared, his voice trembling with greed. I am on the verge of becoming unimaginably wealthy. This is the turning point of my life. While the Scarlet Emissary was lost in his visions of grandeur and gold, the woman beside him leaned in, her voice a worried whisper. But sir, what about the disappearance of the vicious strike squad? If he is this powerful, we must consider the risk. Do you think their fate was caused by this person? She asked tentatively. Chiang let out a boisterous laugh, cutting her off with a dismissive wave of his hand. Haha, that is of no consequence now. Whatever happened to those fools is irrelevant compared to the prize standing before us. Think about it, Chiang continued, his eyes narrowing. He possesses a god-tiered transcendent life form physique, yet his current energy signature is only at level 9. In this primitive star region, there are no existences above level 10 to protect him or teach him. He is a masterless treasure. Chiang gazed at Lu Sheng's perfect physique on the screen, a body that looked like a divine creation of the heavens themselves, and offered Poison Scorpion a predatory smile. Do you know what his kind are called in the deeper parts of the galaxy? They are called gifts from the stars. He is an opportunity, a masterpiece of creation, and a tremendous stroke of luck for whoever finds him first. If we fail to seize him now, we will be cursed with bad luck for the rest of our lives, Chiang stated firmly. Immediately deploy the Silver Demon Guardians. Have them surround the coordinates and prepare the containment field. Suddenly pausing to reconsider, Chiang's expression shifted, and he immediately changed his mind. Ah no. The Silver Demon Guardians are too clumsy. They might accidentally damage the merchandise or allow him a window to escape. I should take action personally. He turned to leave, tossing a casual instruction over his shoulder. Keep the spaceship in position to support me during the capture. Be absolutely careful with the auxiliary beams. Whatever you do, do not injure our living gold mine, he warned. Before he had even finished his sentence, the hydraulic doors hissed open, and Chiang vanished from the control room, heading toward the deployment bay with predatory speed. After the Scarlet Emissary exited the bridge, Poison Scorpion remained behind, still immersed in the overwhelming flood of information he had shared. A god-tier, transcendent life form physique. She repeated quietly to herself, the words feeling heavy and dangerous on her tongue. For some inexplicable reason, a persistent knot of unease tightened in her chest. Was it simply the mysterious and total disappearance of the vicious strike squad that haunted her, or was it something more primal, a warning from her own instincts? The depth of his power is truly unfathomable, she mused, her thoughts spinning in circles without finding a satisfying answer. Forget it. I must stop overthinking. The black-haired woman shook her head, trying to dispel the anxiety. With Sir's strength approaching level 11, combined with the offensive capabilities of a level 11 vessel like the Devil's Claw, the idea that a level 9 native could pose a real threat was the biggest joke in the universe. Reassured by her own logic, the black-haired woman turned her attention back to the monitors, her gaze intense. At that moment, the sensors tracked Lu Sheng moving with incredible velocity through the starry expanse. He was no longer just waiting. He had begun to make his move. Lu Sheng's mental perception immediately detected a powerful signature emerging from the black spaceship. He sensed an 11th-level powerhouse, an individual whose raw strength was many times greater than that of the warrior ache. A faint smile touched Lu Sheng's lips. He hadn't expected the plan to proceed this smoothly. "Hurry now. Keep coming toward me," the young man muttered, a wide, eager grin spreading across his face. He was already impatient to test himself, desperate to feel the true weight of a power that neared the 11th level of existence. At the same time, Chiang's personal scarlet bronze craft detached from the mothership and began its rapid approach toward Lu Sheng. Chiang was equally exhilarated, his heart pounding with the thrill of the hunt. A thick, greedy smile was plastered across Chiang's face as he closed the distance. "A genius with a god-tier superstellar life form physique. You are my ticket to the high life. At least 1 billion black star coins at the final call. 1 billion black star coins are beckoning me forward," he whispered. "Do you realize what that buys? Limitless resources, absolute power, the highest status, and most importantly, my total freedom from this pirate's life. With that wealth, not only can I guarantee my advancement to level 11, but I can also pay to have my criminal record expunged. I can stand before those Star Realm experts with a smile, watching them gnash their teeth in envy while they remain powerless against me. I will move to a high-level civilized planet and transform from a notorious space pirate into a genuine interstellar noble." These dreams were now within arm's reach, waiting for him to simply extend his hand. He felt he could already embrace his new future. As for whether he could successfully capture this level 9 genius, to Chiang, that wasn't even a question worth considering. Even with a god-tier physique, he is still just a level 9 brat. What waves can he possibly make against me? I have already stepped over the threshold of level 11 and have a matching ship for support. If I let him escape, I might as well find a star and fly into it. Chiang flew calmly toward the small shuttle where his prize waited. He approached the target step by step, his expression one of relaxed, predatory joy. 1,000 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 300 kilometers. Finally, as he entered the immediate engagement range, a series of urgent danger warnings suddenly flared across his HUD. Chiang's heart gave a fierce, sudden leap of alarm. What? The sensors on a level 11 ship are actually issuing a high-threat danger warning against a level 9 native. A dark thrill ran through him. This level 9 superstellar physique is actually so potent that it triggers the ship's threat sensors? Excellent. The stronger the potential, the more valuable he becomes. The more rebellious the genius, the more satisfying it will be to break him and bring him to heel. "Ha!" Chiang shouted as he looked toward the small craft. There stood the tall figure of Lu Sheng, hands still in his pockets, looking back at him with a chilling, cool gaze. A flicker of surprise crossed Chiang's eyes at the boy's composure, but the thought of the billion coins reignited the fire in his red eyes, and he accelerated his approach. He came to a halt directly in front of Lu Sheng, his voice booming through the comlink. "Little brat, you actually have the guts to wait for me here? Are you truly not afraid of a gruesome death? It's unbelievable. You actually make me feel the same tension I'd feel facing a life-or-death battle with a master of my own level. It truly makes me happy to see such spirit," Chiang sneered. "Tell me, what is your name before I cage you?" The young man, Lu Sheng, replied with a voice that was icy, concise, and utterly devoid of respect. "My name is Lu Sheng. Now, hurry up and make your move. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense." Hearing this, Chiang's face contorted with a mix of amusement and rage. Good. Very good. You want to be beaten into submission that quickly? I shall oblige." Immediately, bizarre and powerful streams of distorted air began to gather around Chiang, coalescing into a terrifying vortex of energy that caused Lu Sheng to let out a small, interested snort of surprise. Chiang smiled triumphantly as he finished gathering his vast reserves of energy, the space around him warping under the pressure. "You should feel honored, boy. You are truly worthy of me using this specific power just to entertain you before the end." Lu Sheng watched the unfolding spectacle with a flicker of genuine curiosity dancing in his eyes, his expression calm and analytical. He tilted his head slightly, observing the chaotic energies beginning to coalesce in the void. "Is this it?" he mused, his voice smooth and untroubled. "The culmination of your strength, the ultimate technique you've been refining for this very moment." Chiang continued his grandstanding, his voice dripping with a mix of arrogance and forced bravado, though a seed of doubt began to fester. "What's the matter, boy?" Finally starting to feel the cold touch of fear, he sneered, puffing out his chest. "You are a mere level 9, an insect compared to the cosmic power I wield. Don't worry, I'll make sure it doesn't hurt for too long. It will all be over in a fleeting heartbeat," Chiong roared as he unleashed a world-shattering catastrophe of a technique. In the mid-air of the void, a gigantic energy vortex erupted, swirling like the recursive depths of a fiery, infernal hell. At the absolute center of this roiling firestorm sat a pitch-black gravity well, a synthetic black hole hungry to swallow, crush, and erase every atom in its path. A light sheen of perspiration appeared on Lu Sheng's brow as he bore witness to the sheer scale of the ultimate move with his own eyes. The young man gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing as he processed the incoming threat. "This power, it truly approaches the threshold of level 11, he whispered, but then his expression shifted into a look of sharp disappointment. "Wait, no? Upon closer inspection, this near level 11 power is actually quite pathetic, isn't it?" Lu Sheng exhaled a long, heavy sigh, the weight of his preparations finally ready to be unleashed upon the cosmos. Within his frame, 3,650 undying cells ignited simultaneously, fueling a divine fire that surged through his marrow. The Taiyang Divine Domain star chart materialized, a complex, ancient, and mysterious lattice of celestial light that radiated with a blinding, holy effervescence. As he curled his fingers into a fist, the limb became a piece of translucent, molten gold. Every vein, every bone, and every shimmering golden pattern was visible through the radiant skin. This was a magnificent, unparalleled strike, Lu Sheng's first full-force punch since his reconstruction and breakthrough to level 9. As the blow connected, the absolute darkness of the void seemed to be physically erased by the radiance of the strike. Visible fragments of shadows danced and skittered around his golden fist, trailing a heavy, suffocating aura of pure destruction. The fabric of the void beneath this darkness was torn asunder as easily as wet waste paper. This single punch had shattered a fundamental limit of reality, reaching a height of power that Lu Sheng had never before set foot upon. The domain of destruction had finally, irrevocably taken its true shape. Chiong's blood-red pupils contracted violently as his primitive survival instincts screamed at him to flee. He desperately raised his arm in a futile attempt to block the incoming doom. "This is impossible. He's a level 9. It defies all logic," he shrieked internally. But in that moment, time seemed to stretch into an infinite, agonizing crawl. His movements were sluggish and heavy, leaving him to watch helplessly as the darkness and the diamond-hard fist collided with his form. The world went silent for a fraction of a second, the sheer impossibility of the event paralyzing the mind. Chiong stared down at his side, his brain failing to register the physical data. Where was his arm? In a single, seamless motion, his entire limb had simply ceased to exist, erased from the timeline by the golden impact. Then came the roar. A massive boom echoed through the psychic medium of the void as the space surrounding Chiong suffered a violent, large-scale collapse. The reality around him buckled and folded in on itself, crushed by the residual pressure of Lu Sheng's devastating strike. Beep, beep, beep. The persistent, shrill alarm of the spaceship's life-monitoring system shattered the silence of the bridge. The woman known as Viper lowered her head, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the console. The communication signal tethered to Chiong had vanished into a flat line of static. "My lord," she screamed, her voice cracking. In that instant, her mind flashed back to the 3 warriors, including Ake, who had vanished just as inexplicably. The horrifying truth finally emerged from the shadows of her denial, leaving her mind a desolate, white noise wasteland. A single, hysterical realization echoed through the hollow chambers of her psyche. Chiong was dead. Chiong, a titan at the peak of level 10, had been snuffed out like a guttering candle by a mere level 9 youth, and it had only taken a single, casual blow to end his legend. Even Lu Sheng stood momentarily stunned by the result, looking at his own golden fist with a degree of confused wonder. Beyond the drifting particles of the pirate leader, The moon itself had been caught in the shockwave. The celestial body was currently fracturing, its silvery surface shattered by the sheer peripheral pressure of the young man's punch. The young man reached up to scratch the back of his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face as he surveyed the cosmic damage. He realized, with a start, that he had gone a bit further than intended. "Crap," he muttered under his breath. "I didn't mean to actually shatter the moon. That might be a problem. What am I supposed to do for the Mid-Autumn Festival now? Everyone's going to notice if the moon is missing." Lu Sheng sighed, his eyes drifting over to where Qiong had been. There was nothing left, not even a trace of his martial Dao spirit. It had been buried under the weight of that single strike, leaving Lu Sheng in a state of mild bewilderment at how quickly the battle had ended. "What exactly just happened here?" he asked the empty void, feeling a strange sense of anticlimax. "I was told he was a powerhouse at least 20 times more formidable than myself. Why was he so utterly defenseless? I only threw one serious punch, and he's already gone. A light tap, and he's simply evaporated." Lu Sheng had truly underestimated the terrifying scale of his current evolution. His martial body had been completely reshaped, and his enduring star body had ascended into the enduring star supreme body. With 3,650 undying cells igniting the divine spark, he had constructed an entirely new power system, the Solar Divine Domain Star Map, a technique belonging to the 15th level of Wanji's martial Dao. Even without tapping into his mental energy, his raw physical presence now held absolute dominion over the 10th level, far exceeding his capabilities before he received the inheritance. Back when I was only at the 8th level, I could already hold my own against the 10th level Azure God, Lu Sheng reasoned, his confidence returning. Now that I have officially broken through to the 9th level and rebuilt my foundations, there is no logical reason why I shouldn't be able to kill a 10th level opponent with a single strike. It seems that regardless of their level, one punch is all I need to obliterate them. As I suspected, it's not that my opponents are particularly weak, Lu Sheng murmured, letting out a soft, contemplative sigh as he flexed his fingers. It's simply that I have become far too strong for this level of conflict. Lu Sheng had undergone a total metamorphosis, shedding his mortal limitations to ascend towards saintship in a single, miraculous leap. If he still lacked the power to seize the stars or capture the moon after such an evolution, it would have been an inexcusable failure of his path. He looked back at the fractured lunar surface, the cracks glowing with residual energy. Lu Sheng came to a quick decision. I suppose I should fix this mess before I head back. It wouldn't do to have the Mid-Autumn Festival ruined because the moon fell apart on my watch. He began to gather his thoughts, focusing his intent on the celestial debris. After channeling a precise, focused stream of mental energy toward the floating lunar fragments, the young man watched as they slowly gravitated back together. He gave a satisfied nod as the pieces clicked into place, held together by his sheer force of will. That should do the trick, he remarked, stepping back to admire his handiwork. The moon, now patched up and stabilized by the young man's intervention, looked decent enough to pass casual inspection from the planet's surface. Suddenly, a sharp prickle of intuition warned Lu Sheng of an incoming threat. From the darkness of the far-off spacecraft, an enormous, concentrated beam of violent purple light erupted, tearing through the vacuum and heading directly for his heart with lethal intent. It was a terrifying, high-output blast of pure thermal energy launched from the primary batteries of the Devil Claw spacecraft, designed to incinerate entire cities in a single salvo. Back inside the high-tech confines of the control room, Viper had maxed out every attack system the spacecraft possessed. Her eyes were bloodshot and wide, focused with a manic intensity on the target screen as she tracked Lu Sheng's silhouette. Viper gritted her teeth so hard they began to ache, her fingers slamming down on the manual fire command. She was using the violence of the ship's weaponry to vent the cold, indescribable fear that had taken root in her soul. "This is a level 11 energy cannon at maximum output," she hissed through her teeth. "I refuse to believe you can survive this." When that blindingly terrifying beam of crimson-edged light accurately engulfed the approaching figure of the young man, Viper finally allowed herself a ragged sigh of relief. This was a weapon of mass destruction, legendary for its ability to instantly vaporize anything below level 11. Even true level 11 powerhouses would never dare to tank such a shot head-on. It's finally over. It has to be, she whispered, a desperate, fragile glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes as she stared at the explosion of light on the view screen. However, as the blinding glare began to fade into a cloud of glowing smoke and cosmic dust, Lu Sheng remained standing. He was perfectly calm, drifting in the silence of space without a hint of panic. On the bridge's control screen, the automated cameras zoomed in to show Lu Sheng in a seemingly tragic state. The scorching energy had indeed made contact, carving through a portion of his torso and arm. A large, blackened area on his chest and nearly half of his bicep had been corroded away, revealing the stark, pristine white of his bone beneath the scorched flesh. Witnessing Lu Sheng's mangled condition through the high-definition display, Viper's fear was momentarily replaced by a surge of cruel smugness. "Haha, serves you right, you monster," she cackled. "Go and be buried in the void along with my lord." But before her laughter could even reach its crescendo, Lu Sheng began the recovery process. Every single spot of light on his body erupted with a blinding, sun-like radiance, and his biology began to aggressively and rapidly generate new flesh and blood from nothingness. Viper's triumphant laughter died in her throat as a scene of pure biological horror unfolded before her eyes. From the ragged edges of the open wounds, countless strands of bright red muscle fiber began to sprout at a speed that was clearly visible to the naked eye. They lashed out like living snakes, intertwining and coiling around the exposed bone, regenerating the arm and chest with an unimaginable, divine speed. The cruel smile on Viper's face froze, cracked, and then shattered into a mask of pure terror. Her eyes threatened to pop from their sockets as she watched the impossible regeneration. Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and her voice became a panicked, stuttering mess. How? How is this even possible? No life form should be able to recover from that. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng's entire body had returned to a state of perfect wholeness, without so much as a single scar or blemish to mark where the energy had struck. The golden spots of light on his skin projected intricate, shimmering patterns into the void, giving him an aura of untouchable, divine grandeur. Viper pressed her face against the cold glass of the display screen, her breath fogging the surface as she cried out in absolute disbelief. What kind of monster are you?" The young Lu Sheng flexed his newly restored arm, testing the tension in his muscles as he recovered. "A level 11 attack truly is different," he muttered to himself, his eyes flickering as he recalled the sensation. "It carries a small portion of the power of universal rules. Even my enduring Star Supreme body can't completely nullify a direct hit of that magnitude." "Interesting. Very interesting," he continued, a small smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, the fine hairs on the back of Viper's neck stood on end. "He's only a level 9, she screamed at the empty bridge. "How can a level 9 native possess this kind of godlike regenerative ability?" A second before the spacecraft had launched its salvo, Lu Sheng had already sensed it coming. But because the threat felt manageable, he chose a different path. Relying on the fact that his undying cells could revive him from a single drop of blood, he had deliberately allowed the beam to strike him. He wanted to test the upper limits of his enduring Star Supreme body's durability. The result was enlightening, if not entirely satisfying. His physical form had been blown apart down to the skeleton, showing him exactly where his current limits lay. Viper unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, her hand trembling as she lunged for the controls again. She slammed her palm onto the red button with frantic desperation. "Damn it! I don't believe you're immortal. I'll turn you into ash. Maximum power. Fire everything," she shrieked. In response, the distant Devil Claw spacecraft began to hum with a violent vibration as it prepared for a second, even larger attack. A cannon barrel several kilometers in diameter beneath the hull began to glow with a terrifying heat, converging massive amounts of energy. Seeing the glowing red aperture, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up with a hint of predatory eagerness. "Here it comes again. Let's see if I can do better this time." Boom. A second beam of crimson energy, even larger and more concentrated than the first, roared toward him. "How annoying," Lu Sheng remarked, his tone shifting from curiosity to slight irritation. I have no desire to get hit by that thing a second time. This time, he had no intention of playing the victim. As the crimson beam reflected in his pupils, he stepped forward into the vacuum and threw a punch of his own. Inside Lu Sheng's body, the 3,650 undying cells bloomed with a blinding celestial radiance. The Taiyang Divine Domain star map blazed with such brilliance that it seemed to outshine the nearby sun. Golden patterns erupted from his flesh, forming ornate, glowing tattoos that wrapped around his torso and limbs. This punch carried a vast, primordial power that didn't just tear the void, it shattered it. It was an even more devastating strike than the one that had ended Qiang's life. This was because this specific strike represented the absolute peak of the five realms. As he threw the punch, Lu Sheng felt the profound shift in his understanding of the universe. If the five realms once allowed him to grasp and follow the heavenly veins of reality, then now, his fist was the very trajectory that defined those veins. He was no longer merely obeying or utilizing the rules. He was controlling them. His will had become the rule itself. At the moment of impact between the fist and the energy beam, the entire sector of space was instantly shrouded in a hazy, shimmering cloud of golden dust and pulverized light. Moments earlier, inside the heart of the Devil Claw, Viper had just initiated the second firing sequence and collapsed back into her command chair, exhausted by her own terror. She gazed at the screen, expecting to see a void where the boy once stood, but her expression quickly dissolved into complete, catatonic bewilderment. She sat there, paralyzed, thinking, how is this humanly possible? Utterly dumbfounded, Viper watched as a single human body successfully fought back against a dedicated space weapon. Is he really only level 9? She whispered to the shadows. Human strength against a planetary-grade annihilation cannon. Is he even of the same species? After the initial shock, a wave of unprecedented terror erupted from the depths of her heart like an unstoppable geyser. What had Viper just witnessed? She had seen that tall, godlike young man unleash a punch that physically and forcefully shattered the incoming attack from a level 11 energy annihilation cannon. This display of raw, unfiltered power was 10 times more terrifying than the strike that had killed Qiang. On the bridge's main screen, Lu Sheng, handsome, tall, and maintaining an impossibly leisurely demeanor, was now slowly flying toward the ship. His gaze was unwavering and piercing, seemingly looking through the thick, armored hull of the Devil Claw and locking eyes with Viper directly. She saw a fiery, yearning desire in his eyes, like a predator that had finally locked onto its designated prey. The massive, level 11 spacecraft, despite its thick layers of advanced alloy defense, suddenly offered Viper no sense of security whatsoever. She scrambled at the console, desperately seeking a way to stop this demon god from reaching the ship. Sadly, before her fingers could find a solution, a colossal wave of mental energy penetrated the hull like it was made of paper and surged into the cabin. It cut through her very being like an invisible blade, and the last thing she saw was the world turning crimson as blood began to ooze from her eyes and mouth. A mere heartbeat later, the light vanished from Poison Scorpion's eyes as she transformed into a cold, discarded corpse, her body collapsing limply onto the metallic floor of the bridge. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the hum of the dying ship's life support systems. And so, she departed to sell salt, in the eternal hereafter, drifting into the void of the afterlife with an expression of lingering disbelief. In her final moments, she could not fathom the sheer, overwhelming power that had snuffed out her existence so effortlessly. Half a minute passed in eerie stillness before the spacecraft's primary hatch hissed open automatically, and Lu Sheng stepped inside with a calm, unbothered expression. His stride was slow and unhurried, his demeanor so casual it seemed as if he were simply returning to his own private residence rather than a captured enemy vessel. His thirst for battle had been momentarily quenched, and he saw no reason to prolong the farce. It was time to bring this game to its definitive conclusion. Upon entering the bridge of the Devil Claw, the first order of business for Lu Sheng was locating Poison Scorpion's spatial storage bracelet. He retrieved the artifact and conducted a swift inventory of its contents, finding the haul to be exceptionally satisfying. My gratitude for the spoils, He murmured to the empty room, noting that the quantity of energy crystals was nearly double the combined hordes of the previous two adversaries. She had clearly been a woman of pragmatic foresight and economical discipline. So, this is what a high-end interstellar vessel looks like. Lu Sheng mused, surveying the vast cargo holds filled with over 11,800 tons of energy crystals. He was particularly impressed to find that rare black energy crystals accounted for a full third of the total mass, an incredible fortune. Given that the energy density of a single black crystal was 100-fold that of its white counterpart, a careful calculation revealed that his actual energy gains had just increased by several orders of magnitude. Lu Sheng lowered himself into the primary pilot's seat of the Devil Claw and stretched his limbs, a wave of profound contentment washing over him. As he looked out through the reinforced viewport at the massive, pristine hull of his new acquisition, an ancient proverb surfaced in his mind: diligent hands create wealth. It felt like the perfect, irony-tinged description of his current circumstances. Even as a native from a low-level martial civilization, his hard work was finally bearing fruit. If he continued to dedicate his efforts with such sincerity, a prosperous life was surely within reach. He decided it was time to establish contact with Zhao Ji, the Jidao martial saint. These intruders were clearly nothing more than predatory space pirates, and since Zhao Ji acted as the regional leader who collected protection fees every decade, he held the sovereign responsibility to safeguard the planets under his aegis. I've exerted so much effort solving his problems for him, the young man thought, stroking his chin with a smug grin. Surely he owes me a significant reward for my services. In his mind's eye, Lu Sheng could already see Zhao Ji bowing in gratitude, his voice filled with admiration. Lu Sheng, this entire victory is thanks to your peerless intervention. Please, I insist, feel free to choose any legendary treasure from my private vault as a token of my esteem. Just as he was lost in his daydream of rewards, a piercing, high-frequency alarm suddenly tore through the silence of the cockpit. Warning! Warning! The vessel has been hard-locked by an unidentified high-energy signature. Lu Sheng snapped out of his reverie, blinking in confusion as he looked at the blinking consoles. What the hell is going on now? He couldn't decipher a single word of the alien script flashing across the screens, but the frantic crimson pulsing of the warning lights told him everything he needed to know. A new threat had arrived. At that precise moment, a sharp tingle of intuition prickled Lu Sheng's forehead, accompanied by a rhythmic vibration deep within his chest. An instant later, a brilliant, cerulean beam of light cut through the dark void, reminiscent of the crimson fire-poison scorpion had unleashed earlier, but this blue energy was infinitely more concentrated and terrifying. Before Lu Sheng could even attempt a maneuver, his vision was swallowed by a blinding white flash. The beam struck the Devil Claw with surgical precision, incinerating the massive hull in an explosion of sparks and molten metal. Caught in the heart of the explosion, Lu Sheng's physical form was instantly stripped of its flesh, leaving only a gleaming white skeleton floating amidst the wreckage. Damn it all, his consciousness hissed through the pain. I just finished regenerating, and now they pull this stunt on me? This is becoming a tedious habit. As his skeletal eyes scanned the surrounding vacuum, Lu Sheng glimpsed something in the distance that caused his focus to sharpen with renewed intensity. For distinct silhouettes materialized from the darkness of space, drifting toward the debris. At their head stood a towering figure, 3 meters tall with a physique as robust as a mountain, clad in a suit of exquisite, shimmering combat armor. He gazed upon the burning remains of the Devil Claw with an expression of icy detachment before issuing a calm, ruthless command. Seal off this entire starfield immediately. Every member of Chiang's gang is to be purged without exception. Leave no one alive to tell the tale. The 3 subordinates behind him bowed their heads in unison. As you command, Your Excellency, Enforcer Falarland. As soon as the orders were given, the 3 warriors began to sift through the shattered remains of the Devil Claw, like vultures picking at a carcass. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's scorched white skeleton continued to drift silently through the debris, largely ignored by the new arrivals. The young man immediately initiated his recovery sequence, his bones beginning to hum with regenerative power. This is truly miserable, he grumbled internally. I work myself to the bone just to secure a bit of wealth, and this is the thanks I get. Lu Sheng was genuinely baffled by the sudden escalation. He had been so meticulous in securing the ship without causing a single scratch, even going as far as to lure Qiang into a trap to ensure the vessel remained intact. All that meticulous planning and hard work had finally gifted him a complete, high-tier spacecraft as his hard-earned spoils of war. And then, out of nowhere, a silver interloper appeared and reduced his new prize to scrap metal with a single, unprovoked shot. He had been reduced to a mere skeleton in the blink of an eye. As Lu Sheng's body rapidly knitted itself back together, he clenched his trembling, newly formed hands into tight fists. Did these arrogant newcomers truly have no idea that this ship had already legally changed ownership to him? Do they have any concept of the blood, sweat, and effort I poured into securing that vessel? The young man roared in his mind, his anger boiling over. Don't they realize I'm trying to save up enough capital to purchase a life star for my people? A searing spark of pure, unadulterated fury ignited in the deepest recesses of Lu Sheng's heart. Lu Sheng fixed his gaze on the man in the exquisite armor, his voice ringing out across the mental plane with the weight of lava flowing beneath a sheet of ice. Hey, this matter isn't over yet. You people just destroyed my property, and you're going to compensate me for every single crystal lost. The man in the distance paused, momentarily stunned by the audacity of the floating survivor. The handsome, middle-aged man in the silver combat armor blinked in surprise, his sharp eyes narrowing as he focused on Lu Sheng. He reached up and lightly tapped the frame of his transparent tactical glasses, activating a high-speed scan to analyze the data of the strange youth before him. A space combat value of only 150, and his cultivation is a mere level 9. Fal Arland frowned slightly, his mind racing through possibilities. Since when did Qiang's gang start recruiting level 9 bottom feeders? Is he some sort of new recruit they picked up locally? He was utterly perplexed, regardless of the demands the boy was shouting. The enforcer's confusion only deepened as the aura emanating from Lu Sheng began to change. It started as a flicker but soon transformed into a raging inferno, expanding outward with a violent, unstoppable momentum that seemed to push back the very darkness of the void. Wait, his stellar combat rating just ticked up to 153, yet he remains at the 9-star rank, the handsome middle-aged man muttered, his brow furrowing. I've reviewed the dossiers on the Scarlet Emissaries organization multiple times. They never mentioned a 9-star member with this kind of presence. Could he have truly joined them only tonight? Suddenly, within the middle-aged man's tactical HUD, the silhouette of the young man blurred. His speed increased with such explosive force that he transformed into a brilliant streak of golden light, closing the distance in a fraction of a heartbeat. At this moment, Lu Sheng's aura no longer resembled a simple flame. It was a full-scale cosmic conflagration, a raging sun burning with the fury of a slighted deity. Through his tactical glasses, Fal Arland watched in horror as the combat rating associated with that golden streak began to soar at a frantic, impossible pace. From 153, the numbers blurred as they bypassed 1,000 and continued to climb. What? The middle-aged man gasped, his composure slipping. A 9-star who can generate a combat rating over 1,000? That's unprecedented. No wonder he caught the attention of the Scarlet Emissary. His initial surprise rapidly curdled into genuine shock as the numbers continued their mad ascent. Within a few short seconds, the stellar combat rating of the Golden Streak surpassed several thousand and leaped past the 10,000 mark without showing any signs of slowing down. It exceeded 10,000? This is impossible for someone of his cultivation level. Fal Arland shouted, his eyes darting to the scrolling data. The closer Lu Sheng drew, the higher the statistics spiked, as if his very presence was overriding the ship's sensors. Combat rating, 40,000. The sensors screamed the update, the numbers flickering with an unstable intensity as the golden light drew nearer. The climb showed no end. Combat rating 50,000, 90,000. As the stellar combat rating rapidly converged toward the 99,999 threshold, the golden streak became so dazzling it was almost painful to look upon, radiating a heat that began to warp the surrounding space. Finally, The numerical value displayed in Fal Arland's glasses surged past the 1 million mark for a fraction of a second, before the entire display suddenly flickered and reset. The rating plummeted to 0 as a series of system-wide alerts blared in the enforcer's ears. System error. Data overflow. The golden streak came to an abrupt halt directly before him, revealing a majestic young man covered in divine patterns, his aura resembling a primordial god as he raised his hand to deliver a crushing punch. At this moment, Fal Arland was completely shaken, his eyes wide with a deep, paralyzing shock. A combat rating exceeding 10,000 is one thing, but breaking the limit entirely? All while his cultivation is stuck at 9-star. He was flustered, his voice cracking as he blurted out, "A 9-star who can achieve a limit-breaking rating in a single burst? Are you kidding me?" The punch Lu Sheng unleashed caused the void itself to collapse into a singularity, manifesting countless tiny bolts of black lightning. Simultaneously, 28 scorching golden suns materialized around Fal Arland, forming a massive, celestial furnace that emitted a heat capable of melting stars. This was the ancient 5/4 heaven and earth divine furnace, a level 11 technique that invoked mythical evolutions. While it originally had a limit of 10 suns, Lu Sheng's acquisition of Wang He's level 15 constant star inheritance had shattered those boundaries, allowing the technique to transcend ancient limits and evolve into something far more terrifying. Lu Sheng's voice was a guttural roar, his eyes burning with a crimson, vengeful light. "You destroyed my spaceship. That was my hard-earned wealth you just turned into space dust. Now, you're going to pay for it with everything you have." The technique had evolved to the point of conjuring the essence of billions of stars, accompanied by the ethereal screeching of golden crows and a heat sufficient to incinerate an entire starfield. Right now, I can only manifest 28 suns, but that is only the beginning. Soon, there will be 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Lu Sheng threw his punch with the authority of the Lord of Light, the 28 suns rotating around Fal Arland with incinerating force. Bang! The 28 suns spun frantically, unleashing a torrent of heat that turned the void into a molten soup. In the center of this firestorm was Lu Sheng's fist. Fal Arland, gripped by a mixture of terror and fury, managed to raise his long blade, slashing downward with a force that seemed to sever the very aurora of the starfield. Following the complex rules of the universe, the blade's light cleaved through 3 of the golden suns and barely deflected Lu Sheng's fist, resulting in a deafening explosion that rippled through the sector. The enforcer stood his ground, blade in hand, his entire body radiating a terrifying aura that caused the vacuum to buckle. Every movement he made, every lift of his hand or placement of his foot, seemed to perfectly synchronize with the fundamental laws of the natural universe. While Lu Sheng hovered in a state of silent, focused transformation, Fal Arland was experiencing a violent storm of doubt and fear within his heart. "I have to use my absolute maximum strength just to halt this boy's advance," he realized with horror. Since when did the Scarlet Emissary have such a monstrously powerful member in their ranks? The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth in a fit of righteous anger, his pride wounded by the fact that he was being forced onto the defensive by a mere youth. "You damned stellar vermin." Fal Arland spat. Although he had successfully parried Lu Sheng's punch with a single slash, his internal alarm only intensified. He could confirm with absolute certainty that the handsome young man before him possessed only a 9-star cultivation, as there wasn't a single trace of the rules of heaven and earth integrated into his body. This lack of internal rules proved that Lu Sheng had not even taken the first rudimentary step of dermic form assimilation, the hallmark of true high-level powerhouses. Yet, despite this technical inferiority, the youth was able to use his mortal frame to stubbornly engage a level 11 master in head-on combat. Unable to restrain his desperation any longer, Fal Arland prepared his ultimate move, drawing upon stellar energy and the massive environmental power of heaven and earth to shroud his body. Lu Sheng, witnessing the massive gathering of energy, felt a cold sweat break out across his brow, but he did not retreat. Instead, the two of them turned into streaks of light and charged at each other with world-shaking momentum. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collisions between their powers transformed the entire starfield into a chaotic sea of fire and fragmented rules, the light of their battle visible from parsecs away. When the light finally dimmed, Lu Sheng stood with his clothes in tatters, retracting his smoking fist as he studied the armored man. So this is the true strength of level 11, he mused. A genuine level 11 martial arts powerhouse is leagues beyond the stellar bandits I was killing with a single punch. You are easily the most formidable opponent I have encountered to date, you silver-armored vermin. But so what? Lu Sheng said calmly, his voice cold. Even if you are a level 11 powerhouse, that doesn't give you the right to damage someone else's property for no reason. You still owe me for that ship. As soon as he finished speaking, the brilliant gold in Lu Sheng's eyes receded, replaced by a haunting, abyssal layer of gray. After his breakthrough to the 9-star rank, this was the first time he was fully entering his transcendent martial god state. Fal Arland unleashed a desperate slash infused with level 11 rules, but to his horror, it could only penetrate half a meter into Lu Sheng's defensive aura. The young man's physical body now rivaled a level 10 stellar weapon in density, reaching a standard that nearly matched level 11. The middle-aged man was certain now. This wasn't just training. The boy possessed an extraordinary, high-level life form physique that defied all logic. Engulfed in a halo of gray flames and divine fury, Lu Sheng launched himself forward in his martial god form. Damn stellar pirates! Fal Arland roared madly in his heart, his world narrowing down to the terrifying youth who was about to strike him again. Fal Arland found himself paralyzed by a logic-defying reality that threatened to shatter his professional composure. He simply could not fathom how a mere Tier 9 entity was capable of using bare hands to intercept a Tier 11 rule-infused slash, let alone retaliate with a limit-shattering punch in the same breath. Had he not been the one physically enduring the bone-shaking impact, he would have dismissed such a claim as the delusional ramblings of a madman, likely greeting the storyteller with a dismissive sneer and a sharp rebuke. Upon Lu Sheng's clenched fist, 30 miniature celestial bodies underwent a violent contraction, their rotating orbits weaving together into the ethereal, shimmering silhouette of a three-legged golden crow. This was the true manifestation of the heaven and earth divine furnace, now refined into the herald of the sun, its destructive potential having multiplied many times over as it sheared through the fabric of the void. Fal Arland's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he realized with mounting dread that the boy's fist technique wasn't just flirting with the high-level rules, it was actively manifesting them with a terrifying, primal authority. Simultaneously, amidst the flickering remnants of the recent orbital debris, a spatial wormhole tore itself open within the silent starfield, its edges shimmering with distorted gravitational waves and leaking a pale, ultraviolet light into the vacuum. A weathered exploration vessel glided out from the mouth of the wormhole, its thrusters firing in short, controlled bursts to stabilize its trajectory. Inside the cramped cockpit, Lan Xun and Zhou Lin stood anchored before the glowing control panel, their eyes widening as they took in the cataclysmic battle unfolding before them. Lan Xun let out a long, shuddering breath of relief, checking the star map coordinates. Dead or alive, we finally reached the target range, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. I swear, once we survive this trip, I am finally upgrading to a high-end spaceship. That dealer, Wei Xin from planet Z34, 548, still owes me a massive favor from 82 years ago. It's about time I cashed that in. Perhaps he'll finally offer us a decent discount for once, Zhou Lin replied, though his attention remained fixed on his handheld communicator, ignoring Lan Xin's characteristic rambling. He rapidly cross-referenced the local sector signals before looking up with a grimace. Our White Feather sector's primary law enforcers haven't arrived to secure the perimeter yet, but it looks like a high-ranking official from the AMU sector has already intercepted the threat. Lan Xin's face lit up with a look of pure, unadulterated joy, his voice rising in pitch. Truly? That's fantastic news. If an enforcer is already on the scene, then Lu Sheng is as good as saved from those pirates. With renewed vigor, Lan Xun urged the spaceship forward, pushing the sublight engines to their absolute limit. After a tense 10 minutes of navigating through drifting metallic wreckage, The silhouette of a truly gargantuan vessel began to loom over them, dwarfing the surrounding stars. This colossal dreadnought was easily 100 times larger than Lan Chen's modest craft, a floating fortress of polished alloy and bristling weaponry. Lan Chen immediately spotted the distinctive insignia emblazoned across the hull, the intricate maple leaf emblem of the AMU Sector Law Enforcement Department. He recognized the design instantly, his heart skipping a beat at the sight of such overwhelming authority. Lan Chen stared at the majestic vessel, his jaw dropping as he slowly shook his head in a mixture of awe and envy. A Tier 12 administrative battleship. I could probably work for 3 lifetimes and exhaust every last one of my underground connections, and I still wouldn't be able to afford even a single landing gear on that beast. Zhou Lin couldn't help but offer a dry, mocking chuckle at his partner's expense. Well, if you finally managed to break through to Tier 11 and applied for an enforcer position, the department might actually issue you one. It might even be more luxurious than that model. Lan Chen gave a bitter, wry smile, huffing in mock annoyance. That's even less likely than me hitting the grand jackpot at the Galactic Checkpost Lottery. Let's stay grounded in reality, shall we? As the two continued their banter, the banter was suddenly silenced by a terrifying surge of energy that rippled through the sector, visible even to the naked eye as a distortion in the stellar backdrop. The sheer scale of the collision was staggering. They couldn't precisely calculate how many thousands of kilometers away the source was, but even at this extreme distance, the shockwaves were powerful enough to seize their small vessel. The exploration ship groaned under the pressure, its internal gravity compensators whining as it was tossed about like a leaf in a gale. This magnitude of energy, this isn't just a skirmish. This is a full-scale deathmatch between Tier 11 powerhouses, Lan Chen shouted over the alarms, desperately maneuvering the ship toward the epicenter of the fluctuations. As they drew closer, they scrambled to initialize the long-range scanners, desperately trying to pull data from the chaotic energy field. System is analyzing the wreckage signatures, Zhou Lin reported, his fingers flying across the keys. The results flashed on the screen, causing both men to cry out in simultaneous shock. Wait, what? The scans confirm this is the wreckage of the Devil Claw, the flagship of the Scarlet Citadel gang. Zhou Lin's voice trembled. The ship hasn't just been disabled, it's been pulverized into subatomic debris. It looks like the Scarlet Citadel has finally met a force they couldn't run from. Seconds later, the two of them arrived at a scene of absolute cinematic carnage. 2 titanic figures were locked in a ferocious, high-speed exchange. One was radiating a brilliance as blinding and oppressive as a newborn sun, while the other moved with a cold, silvery glow reminiscent of distant starlight. Each collision of their power caused the void to buckle and collapse in localized patches, spawning transient black holes that devoured the surrounding stardust. The energy waves they had felt earlier were merely the ripples from this monumental clash. Zhou Lin squinted at the monitor, his breath hitching. The one clad in the silver combat armor, wielding the rule blade. That must be the enforcer from the AMU sector. But who on earth is he fighting? He leaned in closer, his expression a mask of stunned disbelief. Who could possibly possess the strength to fight an enforcer to a standstill like this? The combatants were a study in contrasts. The enforcer's law enforcement insignia shone with a prestigious, holy light, confirming his rank and authority. His opponent, however, was a young man of striking handsomeness, his pale gray eyes as cold and indifferent as cooling ashes, yet his entire frame pulsed with a solar radiance that seemed to challenge the very stars. Lu Sheng's fists were propelled by a tyrannical, overbearing power that seemed to admit no equal in the galaxy. Yet, within those brutal strikes lay a miraculous, intricate structure. His movements mimicked the majestic, gravitational rotation of planets, beautiful and mysterious in their execution. While his raw energy reserve seemed technically inferior to the Tier 11 enforcer, his sheer skill and physical tenacity were forcing the blade-wielding official into a humiliating retreat. Fal Arland was dodging frantically, his movements increasingly flustered as he struggled to find an opening against the boy's bare-fisted assault. Zhou Lin could only watch in slack-jawed amazement, his voice a mere whisper. That golden figure. He clearly isn't one of the Scarlet Citadel bandits. but he is terrifyingly strong. His combat prowess isn't just matching a Tier 11 law enforcer. He's actually dominating the exchange. Could someone like this really be associated with space pirates? It doesn't make any sense. Clinging to his pride, Fal Arland gripped his blade with white-knuckled intensity, his silver armor sparking with defensive wards. Enough of this insolence. Try this on for size, he roared, preparing to unleash a sector-cleaving strike. But the enforcer was too slow. Before he could even begin his sword's trajectory, Lu Sheng's massive hand shot forward like a golden vice, clamping firmly onto Fal Arland's helmeted head and arresting his momentum instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng unleashed a relentless barrage of explosive, short-range punches. Each strike carried the weight of a mountain, rhythmically pounding against the enforcer's silver battlesuit until the impacts began to pierce through the reinforced alloy and resonate within the man's very organs. In a matter of seconds, the prestigious Tier 11 enforcer had been subjected to a brutal, one-sided thrashing. He hung limp in Lu Sheng's grip, unable to draw a proper breath as a thick, crimson liquid began to ooze from his mouth and seep through the cracks in his visor. Lu Sheng let out a single, dismissive snort, a sound filled with cold contempt, before he released his grip and turned his face away with an air of frigid indifference, as if the battle had been nothing more than a minor chore. Lan Shen watched the playback on the screen, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at the corners of his mind. He stared intently at the young, handsome silhouette, racking his brain to identify the warrior, yet the sheer impossibility of the power level made him doubt his own memories. Zhou Lin turned to ask Lan Shen if he recognized the Golden Warrior, only to find his partner standing frozen in a complete daze, staring at the screen with glazed eyes. Lan Shen's face was contorted into a bizarre expression that defied linguistic description, a mix of horror, awe, and total cognitive dissonance. It's him, Lan Shen stammered, his voice barely audible. Then, without warning, he wound up and delivered a stinging slap to his own face. Zhou Lin jumped back in confusion, shouting, "What in the world are you doing? Have you finally lost your mind?" Lan Shen lunged forward and grabbed Zhou Lin's hands with desperate strength. "You need to hit me, too. Hit me as hard as you possibly can. I'm convinced I've fallen into some sort of hyper-realistic fever dream." Zhou Lin blinked, utterly stunned by the request. "Are you serious? Have the energy waves scrambled your brain? I can't understand a word of what you're doing right now." Lan Shen's eyes darted around in a panic as he muttered to himself, his voice trembling. "Maybe I have. I feel like my sanity is slipping away. There's no way what I'm seeing is real." Zhou Lin's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to grant his partner's request with brutal efficiency. He coiled his muscles and delivered a forceful backhand toward Lan Shen. The sheer speed of the slap tore physical cracks in the pressurized air of the cabin, creating a localized gale that sent loose debris and diagnostic pads flying across the control room. Lan Shen was caught completely off guard by the sheer violence of the strike, his eyes wide with shock for the briefest moment before impact. Bop! The slap connected squarely with his face, the force sending him spiraling backward. He flew across the bridge and crashed through the interior hull plating with a thunderous metallic bang, disappearing into the subcorridor. Silence reigned for several seconds before Lan Shen crawled back into the bridge, one hand clutching his swollen cheek. "Zhou Lin," he wheezed, his voice dripping with somber, murderous intent as he glared at his friend, his eyes practically smoldering with suppressed rage. Zhou Lin adjusted his cuffs with an air of supreme calm, his expression entirely unrepentant. "You were the one who explicitly begged me to strike you. In all my years of space travel, I have honestly never heard a more peculiar or insistent request." Lan Shen's face twisted into a mask of agony as he hissed through gritted teeth. "Damn you. I told you to hit me to wake me up, not to use every ounce of your physical strength. You used your Tier 10 martial arts techniques on a defenseless man. You absolute bastard. You were clearly waiting for an excuse to do that." Zhou Lin's expression turned solemn as he waved away the complaint. "Stop whining about the details of your bruises. Quickly, tell me what on earth caused you to act like a lunatic just now." Lan Shen's anger cooled into a complex, brooding intensity as he pointed a trembling finger toward the golden figure in the distance. Lan Shun turned to Zhou Lin, his voice taking on a hollow, incomprehensible tone. Forget the slap. If I were to tell you that the monster currently dismantling the AMU sector enforcer is actually Lu Shang, would you even be able to process that information without your brain melting? Zhou Lin recoiled as if he had been struck by a physical bolt of lightning, his brow furrowing in deep skepticism. Who did you say? He demanded. Lan Shin remained silent, letting the name hang in the air. Slowly, Zhou Lin realized who he was referring to, the very reason they had rushed to this dangerous sector. Are you insane? He shouted. Are you actually suggesting that the warrior holding a Tier 11 law enforcer at bay is the same prodigy from that Tier 1 resource planet you mentioned? The one who was barely a child? Lan Shin stared blankly at the battle, muttering, That's why I needed the slap. Last time I saw Lu Shang, he was barely Tier 8. Even with a miracle, he should only be Tier 9 now. But how can a Tier 9 humiliate a Tier 11 like this? Zhou Lin wanted to laugh, but as he watched Lan Shin's unwavering gaze, the shock on his own face grew until it consumed him. Tier 9? You're telling me that sun-like entity is truly just a Tier 9? The magnificent figure before them, radiating like a localized star, continued his assault on the enforcer. Upon closer inspection of his energy signature, his martial Dao cultivation was indeed only at Tier 9. His physical form showed almost no integration with the grand Dao of heaven and earth. It was purely a body of transcendent flesh and bone, housing a power that felt as heavy as a planetary core. It was the raw, unadulterated power of a transcendent life form. Lan Shun recognized the fist techniques. They were familiar, yet compared to the last time he had seen them, they had been refined into something infinitely more profound and lethal. Dreaming or not, Lan Shun whispered, that is undeniably Lu Shang. Having expanded his comprehensive martial Dao 1,000-fold, Lu Shang had fully immersed himself in a state of martial divinity, a completely novel sensory experience. He flexed his fingers. Around his knuckles, 30 miniature stars rotated in a perfect, stable orbit like prayer beads on a cosmic necklace. His fist had become a living furnace, nurturing a golden crow that far surpassed his initial 5/4 fist in both heat and pressure. He now held a clear, undeniable upper hand in the exchange. Fal Arland, having been knocked back once more, gnashed his teeth in a fury of desperation. Damn this brat. He's actually forcing me to show my true hand. A surge of violet light erupted in the depths of Fal Arland's eyes like the trail of an enraged shooting star. He let out an earth-shattering roar, his chest heaving with the effort of channeling his core energy. His words boomed through the vacuum like a peal of thunder, carrying a final, murderous resolve. Enough games. This entire sector of the starry sky shall serve as your burial ground. The grand Tao principles of heaven and earth converged instantly, pouring into the enforcer's body as he became a conduit for planetary-scale destruction. An aura of pure annihilation spread outward from his form, causing the very atoms of the nearby wreckage to tremble in resonance. His voice, amplified by his armor, reverberated through the galaxy like a tolling bell of doom. Die, you arrogant brat, the enforcer screamed. Lu Sheng's eyes shimmered with the cold light of his mental power as he calmly analyzed the incoming technique. He offered a small, indifferent smile. Finally, it looks like I can actually have a little bit more fun before this ends. Just as the two were about to collide in a final, devastating explosion of power, two smaller streaks of light rushed into the combat zone. Lan Shun and Zhou Lin were frantically waving their hands, their ship's comms broadcasting on all frequencies. Stop. Desist. Everyone stop fighting immediately. This is all a massive misunderstanding. Lan Shun screamed, his ship darting dangerously close to Lu Shang. He gestured wildly through the viewport, his voice cracking with urgency. It's a mistake. A complete misunderstanding. Lu Shang paused, his face contorting in a look of mild annoyance as he recognized the interlopers. What do you think you're doing? Lan Shun whispered as Zhou Lin addressed the enforcer via a priority hailing channel. Lord Enforcer. Sir, please stay your hand. This young man is not a member of the Scarlet Citadel Pirates. He is a primary native of the Azure planet located directly within your current scanner range. At that moment, a crisp, automated voice rang out from Fal Arland's internal communication array. Sir, biometrics and signal origins have been cross-referenced. We have confirmed his identity. He is indeed the designated champion of the Azure Timberstar region. Fal Arland lowered his blade slightly, his breathing ragged. Are you absolutely certain? He demanded, his voice tight, with lingering combat adrenaline. Are you telling me that this young man named Lu Sheng is a registered native resident of the blue planet categorized as A28462? For what was strictly the 13th time, the ship's computer provided the same affirmative confirmation. Fal Arland nodded slowly, his teeth gritted in a mixture of pain and disbelief. A native born on a low-tier resource planet. Yet he possesses a top-tier, transcendent life form physique? Fal Arland muttered, the implications of what he was saying starting to sink in. He is matching a Tier 11 master while at Tier 9, and he has clearly mastered at least 2 distinct Tao principles. This is absolute madness. The enforcer's icy composure was gone, replaced by a look of sheer, unadulterated shock. Within his heart, the psychological impact was so profound it felt as if 100 stars were detonating simultaneously, leaving him staring at Lu Sheng with a new, terrified respect. The internal explosion of 100 stars within Fal Arland's heart was not a release of destructive heat, but a surge of boundless, jubilant euphoria. This profound joy rippled through his soul, overwhelming his professional detachment and sweeping across his mental horizon like a stellar tide. He shifted his intense gaze toward Lu Sheng, a thin, calculating smile playing upon his lips as his mind raced down a path far removed from mere military duty. To Fal Arland, this youth had ceased to be a mere person. He was an untapped super-celestial treasure trove, a biological marvel the likes of which the galaxy had never seen. In his eyes, Lu Sheng's potential was far more precious than hundreds of resource-rich life planets combined. The Enforcer's singular mission was now clear. He had to secure total jurisdiction over this treasure before any rival factions caught wind of it, ensuring that Lu Sheng remained firmly within his grasp, never to be snatched away by others. Hardening his resolve, Fal Arland composed his features and stepped forward to address the young man with newfound gravity. Greetings. Since the heat of battle has cooled, allow me to formally introduce myself as a representative of the law, he stated, his voice echoing in the silence of the void. Assuming a posture of professional equality, a rare gesture for an enforcer of his rank, he spoke clearly to Lu Sheng. I am Fal Arland, a high-ranking law enforcer from the AMU Star Region's Specialized Enforcement Department. It is a genuine honor to make your acquaintance, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng offered a curt nod in return, his voice steady. The pleasure is mine, Enforcer Fal Arland. It isn't every day I meet someone of your station. Despite the polite exchange, Lu Sheng's thoughts immediately drifted back to the shattered remains of his hard-earned loot. He wasn't about to let the destruction of his prize go unaddressed. With a look of dry, slightly pointed humor, he added, Now, Fal Arland, don't go thinking that a pleasant introduction means you're off the hook for damages. You still owe me for the destruction of that ship. I worked quite hard to secure it. By this point, Lu Sheng had pieced together the situation. The sleek, silver-white vessel was not a pirate ship, but a cruiser sent to dismantle the Crimson Pirates. They were effectively the interstellar police, and Fal Arland was their chief. Viewed through that lens, the ship's decision to vaporize the Devil Claw was technically a standard operating procedure, while Lu Sheng's own retaliation looked suspiciously like resisting arrest or assaulting an officer. However, Lu Sheng remained largely unbothered by these legal technicalities. How was he supposed to know the nuances of galactic law? He had no idea what the Starry Sky Law Enforcement Department was, nor was he fluent in the common galactic tongue. In his heart, he was still just a diligent Starry Sky farmer, a man protecting his homestead from pests and hoping to turn a modest profit through his own labor. If he was ignorant of their complicated statutes, surely he couldn't be held liable for a bit of defensive violence. A wave of mild melancholy washed over him as the reality of his isolation sank in. He had spent his life striving for the peak of martial arts on his home planet, only to realize that in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, he was little more than an uneducated rural bumpkin. It was a humbling, somewhat sentimental realization that he was a foreigner in his own universe. Fal Arland spoke again, his tone encouraging and strategically warm. Your contribution to the AMU Star region's successful operation against the Crimson Pirates cannot be overstated. I fully intend to file a comprehensive report with the Federation to ensure you receive the highest possible commendation and reward. However, to process such a significant grant, you must personally accompany us to the administrative capital of the AMU Star Region Federation. The prospect of visiting the Federation's main star gave Lu Xing pause. He wasn't sure if he wanted to leave his home for such a long duration. And exactly how far is this administrative capital from my current position? He asked, his tone cautious as he weighed the pros and cons of such an interstellar journey. Fal Arland replied with practiced enthusiasm. If we depart immediately, the journey to the heart of the AMU Star region spans approximately 500 light-years. In a Silver-White class cruiser such as mine, the transit will take roughly 1 to 2 months, closer to 2 months, if we encounter sector traffic or celestial debris. Lu Sheng's face clouded with hesitation as he calculated the time away from his family and his training. Must I really go in person? My schedule is quite packed with responsibilities back home. Fal Arland simply smiled, leaning in as if sharing a secret. I should mention that the government reward for this level of service is easily worth 10 times the value of that scrap-heap Devilclaw ship you were so fond of. Upon hearing that the compensation was tenfold his lost loot, Lu Sheng's attitude underwent a violent 180-degree shift. His eyes sparkled with renewed financial fervor. Well, why didn't you say so? I'll go. In fact, I'm ready right now. When do we lift off? Fal Arland's smile widened, satisfied. As long as you are willing, we can depart for the capital at any moment. Fal Arland was eager to move. He wanted to usher Lu Sheng into his territory immediately, sequestering him from any potential influence from rival star regions before they realized what they were losing. Every second spent in this neutral zone was a risk he wasn't willing to take, for a treasure like Lu Sheng was a once-in-a-civilization find. A short distance away, Zhou Lin and Lan Shun watched the diplomacy unfold with bated breath. Lan Shun let out an excited huff, his tension bleeding away. See? They've stopped trying to kill each other. We can finally approach. Once we bring Lu Sheng back to our jurisdiction, his monstrous talent is going to send shockwaves through the entire star region. He's going to be the biggest thing to happen to our sector in centuries. And as the ones who discovered him, we'll be set for life. Lan Shun continued, his voice rising in pitch as he spiraled into a joyous fantasy. Zhou Lin, do you think there's a chance we'll be granted a private audience with the Star Region chairman himself? Just imagine the medals, the prestige, and the funding. He was completely lost in a vivid daydream of a golden future. His reverie was abruptly shattered by a low, gravelly whisper from his companion. Lan Shun, stop it. You're being far too optimistic about this situation. Lan Shun blinked, snapping out of his hallucination to look at Zhou Lin's grim expression with genuine surprise and confusion. Too optimistic? Lan Shun retorted, his brow furrowing as he defended his excitement. Are you saying you don't think Lu Sheng is as monstrous as we imagine? Excuse me, bro, but the man just used level 9 strength to humiliate a level 11 enforcer. What more proof do you need? No, I have zero doubts about the boy's talent, Zhou Lin said, slowly shaking his head as he watched the two figures in the distance. What I doubt is our ability to actually bring Lu Sheng back home smoothly. The logistics and the politics of this are becoming a nightmare I don't think we can wake up from. Lan Shun blinked, his excitement cooling. Why? What exactly are you getting at? Zhou Lin pointed toward Fal Arland, who was currently chatting with Lu Sheng with suspicious warmth. We can clearly see that Lu Sheng is outstanding and extraordinary. Do you really think an executive like Fal Arland of the AMU Star region is blind to that? He isn't just being polite, he's poaching. Do you think he'll let Lu Sheng come with us so easily? Why would he stop us? Lan Shun barked, his face reddening with indignation. Even if he's a high-level executive, he can't just forcibly kidnap a citizen from another jurisdiction. Lu Sheng belongs to the Bayou Star region, plain and simple. Galactic law protects our claim. Zhou Lin looked at his friend with a look of profound, weary pity, his eyes almost moist with the weight of their impending failure. He isn't a citizen yet, Lan Shun. You were so busy being excited that you forgot the mission-critical step. You never actually registered Lu Sheng. Lan Shen froze, the blood draining from his face. Damn it, you're right. He hasn't registered for legal citizenship yet. Exactly. Zhou Lin continued relentlessly. While planet Azure A28462 technically belongs to the Bayou Star region, Lu Sheng is not a legal citizen of our sector. He has always been a homeless person in the eyes of the stars. As long as Executive Fal Arland takes him to the AMU Star region first and helps him register there, Lu Sheng will naturally and legally become a citizen of the AMU Star region. The realization hit Lan Shen like a physical blow. The beautiful future that was so close seemed to be moving away with terminal velocity, and his face became very ugly. What do we do now? Is there any way to register him for the Bayou Star region before Fal Arland acts? Zhou Lin calculated quickly. Registration must be done in person, but for someone like him, the chief executive can make exceptions. If we report this to our superior immediately, his ability can easily fix this. Contact him now, Lan Shen urged. Zhou Lin sighed helplessly. I'm just a small Star Realm constable. I can't just call the executive whenever I want. But don't worry, he should be arriving soon. As if on cue, several blue lights appeared in the distance. However, the newcomers weren't their allies. A group of people clad in dark blue combat uniforms appeared, their expressions cold and professional. They surrounded Lan Shen and Zhou Lin, their leader speaking with a chilling calm. Congratulations to both of you for answering all the questions correctly. Executive Fal Arland has ordered that you cooperate with us and proceed to the AMU Star Region Enforcement Department to provide reports on the Scarlet Dawn Star Bandit pursuit. Lan Shen's expression changed, and he quickly tried to find an escape. But can we contact the executive of our Bayou Star region first? We have a high-priority situation to discuss with our own leadership. One of the AMU enforcers stepped forward, his hand resting ominously on his sidearm. What do you two think you're doing? He asked, his voice dropping an octave as a warning. This isn't a suggestion, but a command. Immediately, the enforcers behind them lunged forward, ambushing Lan Shen and Zhou Lin with coordinated precision. Both of them felt a massive surge of electricity course through their bodies, leaving them paralyzed and unable to resist as their nervous systems overloaded. The leader of the AMU squad turned to his subordinates, gesturing toward the incapacitated pair. Strip them of all communication devices and signal beacons immediately. Transfer them to the Silver-White Cruiser's high-security hold and lock them down. This is an order personally given by Executive Fal Arland. Yes, sir, the subordinates replied. Zhou Lin, struggling against the paralysis, managed to speak with a hint of desperate unwillingness. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Once this matter spreads, it could lead to total war between our two major star regions. The squad leader simply curled his lip in a dismissive, arrogant sneer. War? Perhaps, he replied smoothly. But even if it comes to that, Executive Fal Arland has decided that the prize is well worth the risk. It was an extremely wise decision. Take him away, he commanded. Zhou Lin and Lan Shen were hoisted up and dragged toward the massive silver-white cruiser, their protests muffled as they were ushered into the depths of the vessel. As the blue spaceship of the Bayou Star region prepared to depart, Zhou Lin turned his head to look back, his heart full of helplessness. He really couldn't imagine what kind of expressions the high-level figures of the Bayou Star region would have if they found out that a super genius capable of reaching the supernal sun level was being snatched away from under their noses. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious command vessel, Executive Siller of the Bayou Star region was sitting comfortably in a large armchair, enjoying a glass of fine wine from a high-end star garden. Not bad, he mused, savoring the bouquet. The quality is exceptional today. The wine is delicious, and the news is even better, Siller continued, basking in his success. All 4 malignant leaders of the Scarlet Dawn Star Bandits have finally paid for their crimes. This resolves a major concern for the enforcement department, and I finally have something of substance to report to my superiors. More importantly, Siller added, his smile widening, Executive Fal Arland even took the initiative to grant us 1/3 of the credit for the kill. All he asked in return was to send 2 enforcement officers back with him to make a formal report. Is that even a condition? I've made a massive profit without lifting a finger. Siller paused, a moment of doubt crossing his mind. Did Fal Arland change his personality? I didn't expect him to be so generous. I still remember when he once drew his sword and fought with the Black Tower Star region for a single piece of merit. He tasted the wine again and quickly forgot about it. Regardless, isn't it good to have a piece of the credit? Siller had always been a person who didn't care about small details as long as the bottom line looked good. At this time, a series of crisp footsteps entered the lounge, echoing against the polished floors. It was an extremely attractive female officer from the Bayou Star Region Department. She bowed and spoke softly. "My lord, the AMU Star Region has messaged us. They say the recording of this operation will take a short time to deliver to us." Not even a partial stream. Siller frowned slightly, wondering what kind of trick Fal Arland was playing. All members of the Scarlet Dawn bandits had supposedly paid for their crimes, a result told to him by Fal Arland that he hadn't seen with his own eyes. As a participant in the joint operation, checking the tactical recording was standard procedure. But now, the AMU Star region was claiming that it would take time to deliver the recording, which was a bit strange. However, Siller only questioned the matter for a few seconds before giving up on the pursuit. All right. Anyway, Fal Arland is the one who concluded the operation. If anything goes wrong, he is fully responsible. My lord, a mid-level constable named Zhou Lin is requesting to see you regarding a report. Oh, and where is he now? Siller asked, swirling his wine. He was one of the men invited by Executive Fal Arland to make a report, and we can't contact him or his partner Lan Shin now. Then we'll talk about it after he returns from his assignment, Siller said dismissively. My lord, one more thing. Counselor Lu Qiming invites you to attend his child's first birthday party tonight. Siller's eyes lit up. Now that is a big deal. Order the blue spaceship to maximum speed. We can't be late. Yes, sir. Immediately, the blue command ship surged forward at maximum speed to ensure Siller made it to the gala. Siller once again lay down comfortably in his chair, feeling that today was indeed an exceptionally good day for his career. The cleanup of the battlefield will take a few more days. You should return to Planet Azure first, Fal Arland suggested, handing Lu Sheng a mouse-shaped communicator. It was far more advanced than the junk Lan Shun had provided last time, boasting a 500 light-year range and near-instant synchronization. Unlike Lan Shen's device, which took days to process a message, this was top-tier tech. Lu Sheng mentally spat on Lan Shen's incompetence. How could that guy be relied on? If anything really happened, I'd be dead before he even received the text. With a final nod to Fal Arland, he headed back home. Lu Sheng needed to return to Earth to settle his personal affairs and say his goodbyes before following Fal Arland to the Alamore Nebula, 500 light-years away. Fal Arland stood on the deck of his ancient silver cruiser, beautiful as a swan, watching Lu Sheng's figure descend until it was completely out of visual range. A subordinate approached, and Fal Arland's expression immediately turned cold and professional. Activate the entire ship's surveillance system. Closely monitor Lu Sheng on Planet Azure, designation A28462. Track his movements 24/7 without interruption. Do not let him out of our sight for even a single second. Fal Arland continued with a calculating look in his eyes. We've managed to temporarily deceive those fools in the White Mist Star sector, but we still can't afford to lower our guard. A treasure like him is worth a sector-wide war. Then he seriously ordered his subordinates with a final warning. Also, report any unusual activity in the White Mist Star sector immediately. Those two prisoners must be closely guarded. They are the only loose ends in my plan. Maintain total vigilance, everyone. Fal Arland commanded, his fingers curling into a tight, trembling fist as an irrepressible surge of adrenaline coursed through him. If we can successfully escort Lu Sheng back and finalize his formal identity registration within the Almori Star sector, the rewards will be astronomical. This isn't just another mission. It's a career-defining triumph that will echo through the Federation. Moments later, Lu Sheng descended upon the familiar, verdant landscapes of the Flower Mansion residential district in Baya City. He touched down with the weightless grace of a falling leaf directly before the entrance of his family home, his shimmering aura fading as his physical form materialized clearly against the afternoon backdrop. Lu Sheng did not immediately cross the threshold into his residence. Instead, he paused on the walkway, casting a discerning and sharp gaze across the surrounding neighborhood. A short, audible huff of genuine astonishment escaped his lips as he processed the subtle yet profound changes in the local environment. The young man's eyes first landed on a trio of elderly men who appeared deeply engrossed in a quiet game of chess nearby. Lu Sheng extended his vast, ethereal spiritual consciousness, letting it sweep through every corner of the residential area like a silent, invisible tide. To his utter disbelief, his heightened senses revealed the presence of no fewer than 40 Grandmaster-level martial artists blending seamlessly into the local population. His sharp gaze then shifted to a sanitation worker nearby, a man who appeared to be in his 50s, diligently collecting refuse with a humble and unassuming air. Yet, Lu Sheng's perception pierced the facade, identifying the surging internal power of a grandmaster hidden within that ordinary frame. He realized that among the residents, there were over 20 grandmasters, and even 2 hidden martial saints disguised as simple industrial park security guards and janitors. Exquisite, he mused silently. This was undoubtedly the most heavily fortified and powerful neighborhood in the entirety of Azure Star City. He felt a wave of gratitude that the authorities had proactively stationed such elites to safeguard his family. With a newfound sense of ease, Lu Sheng pushed open the door to his home and called out with a resonant, happy voice, "I'm home. I'm back, brother." His younger sister, Lu Qinghe, came sprinting toward the entrance immediately, her expression a chaotic mix of shock and desperation. She looked completely flustered as she grabbed his arm. "Brother, is it really you? Is everything they are saying true? Are you truly the legendary war god?" "I had a feeling." Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan emerged from the living room, their faces etched with a profound and complex array of emotions that mirrored their daughters. "Lu Sheng, are you truly unharmed?" Zheng Yufan asked, her voice trembling with maternal concern. "It's a blessing that you've returned to us safely, but we need the truth. Please, tell your parents exactly what has been going on. Whatever the trouble is, we can handle it together," Lu Hai added, the 3 members of the Lu family standing in a silent, expectant semicircle around Lu Sheng. They were waiting for him to finally unveil the myriad secrets he had kept shrouded in mystery for so long. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Lu Sheng's temple. His face contorted slightly as he struggled with where to even begin. This moment was inevitable, he thought to himself, knowing there was no further room for evasion. After a tense moment of internal deliberation, he gave a slow, deliberate nod and forced a bright, enthusiastic smile onto his face. "Fine, I suppose the time for secrets is over, and I won't keep you in the dark any longer," he declared, bracing himself to launch into a most unexpected explanation. "Here is the absolute truth of the matter." With a perfectly straight face and a serious tone, the young man began a masterful display of deadpan smooth-talking. "The truth is," he began, his voice dropping an octave for dramatic effect, "I am actually the exiled Super Saiyan Prince, hailing from the distant and legendary planet Vegeta. When I was merely 3 years old, my royal lineage suffered a catastrophic disaster. We were invaded by ruthless external enemies, leading to the total destruction of our civilization. To escape the purge, I rode a high-tech spaceship to this planet and chose you as my new family. Now, my latent martial arts talent has completely awakened, and I must soon return to the stars to rebuild planet Vegeta and reclaim the glory that belongs to the Super Saiyans. However, constructing a new interstellar vessel still requires a significant injection of capital," he continued with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "If each of you could kindly transfer 5,000 yuan to my account immediately, I promise that once my vengeance is complete and I have reclaimed my throne, I shall officially appoint you as the supreme planetary chiefs of this entire world." As Lu Sheng's absurd monologue finally trailed off, a heavy, bewildered silence descended upon the foyer. The 3 members of the Lu family were filled with absolute confusion, staring at him as if he had finally lost his mind after all the pressure of his training. "I'm only kidding with you, obviously." Lu Sheng let out a helpless chuckle, shaking his head at their stunned reactions. His tone softened, becoming earnest and warm as he looked at his parents. "Mom, Dad, does it truly matter if the world calls me a war god or not? At the end of the day, I am still your son, and I'm standing right here in front of you, just as I've always been." Later, gathered around the warmth of the dinner table, Lu Sheng provided a more detailed account of his various experiences and growth over the past few years. The expressions on Lu Hai and Zheng Yufin's faces shifted from sheer bewilderment to complex contemplation before finally relaxing. "Lu Sheng is right," Lu Hai said, nodding firmly as he looked at his wife. "Regardless of whether he is the war god or just an ordinary martial artist, he remains our son, through and through. He's the pride of the Lu family, isn't he?" Lu Hai added with a gruff, proud affection. Lu Sheng then cautiously broached the subject of his upcoming departure, mentioning that he would soon be venturing into the depths of space for a duration. He kept these details intentionally vague, not wanting to burden them with the weight of the cosmic unknown. Young Lu Qinghe, however, couldn't contain her burgeoning excitement and began to flatter and praise him profusely. "Oh my God, big brother! Are you truly my real brother? To think that my own sibling is actually the war god, the undisputed #1 martial artist in the world, a figure even more legendary and powerful than a 9th-level martial saint." After absorbing the reality of the situation for a while longer, Lu Hai finally felt the weight of the truth settle in, and the old man let out a booming, joyous laugh. "Haha, my son is actually the war god. The Lu family's ancestral graves aren't just smoking, they are rocketing into the sky." His face flushed a deep red with soaring pride and excitement. "Wife, quickly, fetch me a glass. I must toast to this glorious day with 2 helpings of my finest wine." Zheng Yufin was extremely happy, nodding vigorously as she moved to help her husband. All right," she chirped, though she didn't forget to turn back and sternly remind her darling son to prioritize his safety above all else. Lu Sheng replied with a dutiful and obedient smile. "I know, Mom. I'll be careful." 3 days later, standing before the steps of the Civil Affairs Bureau of the city, emerging from the municipal building and into the bustling streets of the city, Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue walked out hand in hand, their fingers tightly interlaced as they navigated the crowd. Lu Sheng turned to her, his face radiating a profound sense of contentment. "Today," he declared happily, "is destined to be a milestone and a time truly worth remembering and celebrating for the rest of our lives." Dong Qingxue looked up at him, a playful, radiant smile dancing on her lips as she gently squeezed his hand. "And why? Pray tell. Do you say that with such absolute confidence?" she asked, her eyes twinkling. Lu Sheng, looking more invigorated and spirited than ever before, triumphantly held up their brand-new marriage certificate and declared with unshakable confidence, "You already know the answer, so why even ask? Today is officially the day that the strongest man on this entire planet gets married." Dong Qingxue let out a light, melodic giggle, looking every bit the happy bride. For a moment, they both gazed down at the vibrant red certificate in their hands, grinning with the simple joy of any newly married couple. Lu Sheng pulled her into a tender embrace, his smugness replaced by a quiet, mature composure. "Also," he whispered softly, "today is the day I must officially set foot into the vast cosmos. It might be months or even a year, but I will return to you as soon as I can. And when I return, we shall have our official, grand wedding." Lu Sheng held Dong Qingxue close, feeling the warmth of her presence as she rested her head gently against his shoulder. She closed her eyes, breathing in the moment, and replied with a soft, unwavering whisper, "Okay, I'll be waiting." "Take this," Lu Sheng said, handing Dong Qingxue a sleek, high-tech communicator. "It's a specialized communication device that the higher-ups gave to me. I've been told the battery and signal are designed to last for years across immense distances. From now on, we will use this to stay in touch, no matter where I am." "I'm off now," he said, his gaze lingering on her for one last heartbeat. Without another word, Lu Sheng's form blurred, and he ignited his power, soaring upward with incredible speed until he breached the atmosphere and vanished into the cold expanse of space. Standing alone and watching Lu Sheng's silhouette diminish until it dissipated like a shimmering bubble in the thin air, Dong Qingxue clasped her hands together and murmured, "Please, you must return safely." Simultaneously, far above the planet's surface aboard the colossal Silverbird spacecraft, Fal Arland stood tall. Clad in a suit of intricately crafted, shimmering silver armor, he remained at the observation deck of the Silver Bird, his eyes fixed on the horizon as he awaited the arrival of the young prodigy. Lu Sheng, you have finally arrived. Fal Arland greeted him with a nod of approval. As he began to lead Lu Sheng through the massive, high-tech vessel, he gestured toward the sprawling corridors. Allow me to introduce you. This is the fully functional city contained within the hull of the Silverbird spacecraft. Lu Sheng had spent hours imagining what the interior of such a legendary vessel might look like, but the reality was staggering. He was profoundly shaken by the sight. It was as if science fiction had been manifested into physical reality. If I were to post a video of this on social media, the entire internet would surely explode from the shock, he thought. Despite being deep within the spacecraft, he didn't feel any sense of confinement. On the contrary, the air felt incredibly crisp and refreshing, as if he were wandering through a primeval forest. The atmosphere was revitalizing, carrying the scent of rich earth and oxygen. Fal Arland suddenly snapped his fingers with a sharp crack, and in a blur of motion, the two of them were instantly transported to a massive, opulent room located in the heart of the Silverbird. Fal Arland gestured toward a table set with 2 crystal glasses of wine. Please sit and try this. It is a renowned specialty from my home world, a vintage so exquisite that even the most stoic ladies would find themselves singing its praises. Seeing your wonder reminds me of my own youth, the day I first left my home planet. This suite will cater to your every need, but should you have any unique requests, do not hesitate to contact me at any time. Lu Sheng accepted the glass, the liquid swirling like liquid gold. As he raised it to his lips, he asked with genuine curiosity, "Are you an elite enforcer of the Federation, also originally from a low-resource planet similar to mine?" Fal Arland let out a deep, hearty chuckle as he took a long sip of his wine. In truth, it was significantly worse than a mere resource planet. He replied with a touch of melancholy. My home was a 4th-tier world, ravaged by unending war, until it finally crumbled into cosmic dust amidst the flames of conflict over 3,000 years ago. Lu Sheng felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a deeply painful memory for the enforcer. I'm deeply sorry, he said, his voice lowering in respect. Fal Arland waved a hand dismissively, as if he were recounting an unrelated historical event. It is the inevitable outcome for planets that become battlefields. I was among the fortunate few. Before the final downfall, the Almori Star region government helped initiate a large-scale citizen relocation program. A citizen relocation program? Lu Sheng's interest was instantly piqued by Fal's words. It sounded like a structured plan to evacuate people from doomed worlds and resettle them on suitable planets elsewhere in the galaxy. His eyes sparked with hope. Wasn't this the very solution he had been seeking? If the Star Region Federation already had a dedicated program for this, perhaps he wouldn't even need to spend money to purchase a planet for his people. Fal Arland seemed to read the hopeful gears turning in Lu Sheng's mind. He set his glass down and clarified. However, you must understand that such benefits are strictly reserved for those who have successfully registered as official citizens of the Star Region Federation. It is not something the common masses can enjoy. Ordinary people are not entitled to such benefits, Fal Arland continued. Lu Sheng looked at him with a furrowed brow, his surprise evident. I don't follow. What exactly are the requirements for registering for galactic citizenship? Fal Arland began to elaborate on the complexities of galactic law. The Star Region Federation adheres to very strict statutes for its citizens. The criteria are that an individual must have a pristine record with no crimes, their combat strength must have reached the 9th level or higher, and they must demonstrate significant development potential. Only after meeting these benchmarks are they qualified to register as cosmic citizens. Lu Sheng's frown deepened as he processed the information. Level 9 or above? He echoed, his voice laced with concern. Those conditions are incredibly stringent. If the program is out of reach, is it at least permitted for a population to undergo self-relocation independently? It is possible, yes, but every habitable life-bearing planet in this entire nebula zone has been meticulously catalogued for eons, Fal Arland explained grimly. Moving 1 or 2 people is overlooked. but any large-scale relocation of 5,000 people or more requires explicit permission from the Federation. Without it, they will be arrested. Our enforcement department captures and sends over 10 billion unauthorized space drifters to labor camps on resource worlds every single year. Lu Sheng was taken aback. Isn't that excessively domineering? He asked. Fal Arland shook his head slowly. It is a necessary measure to maintain the orderly reproduction of life throughout the universe. Without these laws, civilizations would simply plunder one another until the cosmos descended into absolute, chaotic madness. Lu Sheng fell into a contemplative silence. After thinking for a while, the young man inquired, "Then, what is the actual cost to purchase a life star or a habitable planet?" Fal Arland looked at Lu Sheng with genuine surprise. "Is your home world truly in such dire straits that it is already considered a mere resource planet?" he asked. "The alien beast invasion has only just begun. It seems premature to be planning a total relocation. Regardless, a low-tier life planet costs several hundred million black stellar coins, while the more hospitable ones can easily exceed 1 billion. Only high-tier life planets possess the energy density required to support level 9 martial artists," Fal Arland added. "Barren environments simply cannot sustain that level of evolution, and a race that cannot produce elites is a race destined for extinction." Fal Arland was right. In the past, humanity could have survived through technology alone, but the current invasion of alien beasts had poisoned the very fabric of the universe. Without sufficient individual strength, his people would be annihilated in the first wave of any serious cosmic threat, making the question of leaving or staying irrelevant. Sensing Lu Sheng's growing apprehension, Fal Arland decided to offer a more promising piece of information. "Actually, for a person of your caliber, this goal might be very simple to accomplish." Lu Sheng's eyes lit up with renewed hope. "Tell me," he urged. "Your latent potential is incredibly strong," Fal Arland continued. "As long as you manage to ascend to the 11th level, you will be eligible for the rank of a space noble," the enforcer explained. "At that rank, the Federation would grant you ownership of an entire planetary fiefdom of your own. You wouldn't need to spend a single coin to purchase it. While there are annual tax requirements, for someone of that power level, the amount is virtually negligible." Hearing this, a clear path finally began to materialize in Lu Sheng's mind. The young man raised his wine glass toward Fal Arland in a gesture of sincere gratitude. "I see. So that is the standard of the wider universe. Thank you for your invaluable guidance, enforcer." Internally, however, he thought, "It seems my vision was still far too narrow and confined to my home world." Lu Sheng realized that he needed to cultivate a strong friendship with Fal Arland. The man's vast wealth of experience and encyclopedic knowledge of the cosmos would be instrumental in helping him navigate the complexities and answer his many doubts about the interstellar universe. Taking a slow, thoughtful sip of the exotic wine, the young man's mind drifted toward the future. "Once I am granted my own celestial land," he imagined with a faint smile, "I'll ensure my family has an entire planet to themselves. I'll distribute the population of my homeland across multiple worlds, perhaps assigning each province its own lush planet, while consolidating the others into a grand, unified world of their own. Would that not be a magnificent outcome?" Fal Arland remarked, casting a glance toward Lu Sheng. "With your staggering natural aptitude, ascending to the prestigious rank of a stellar noble is no longer a matter of if, but merely a question of when." He studied the young man with a look that was laced with deep complexity and awe. "Though you are currently but a level 9 martial artist, you have already begun to grasp the profound nature of universal rules. You possess a peak-tier transcendent physique, and you have even shattered the absolute limits of combat power once before." Fal Arland paused, letting out a long, weary sigh of admiration. "I state this without a hint of hyperbole. Lu Sheng, you are the most peerless genius I have encountered in my 4,000 years of existence. Only the legends emerging from the Serpentine Star system whisper of talents comparable to your own." During the prolonged wait for their arrival at the sector capital, Lu Sheng dedicated himself entirely to his training. He sought refuge within the spiritual sanctuary of the cosmic seed, the enigmatic realm he had long known as his dreamscape. to continue refining his formidable abilities in the quiet void of his mind. The conditions here were vastly superior to his previous sessions. The Silverbird spacecraft was equipped with a nearly inexhaustible supply of high-density crystal energy to facilitate his growth. Immersed in this rich environment, Lu Sheng's progress was meteoric. He soon reached the significant milestone of 10,000 immortal cells within his body, a transformation that caused his internal vital energy and blood chi to double in potency. Fal Arland stood before the observation monitors, watching the steady fluctuations of energy emanating from Lu Sheng's quarters. In just a single month, this boy has consumed tens of millions of black stellar coins worth of resources, he muttered to himself, a mix of shock and anticipation in his voice. He is truly the most extraordinary martial artist I've seen in 4 millennia. I find myself genuinely restless with excitement to see the heights he will eventually reach. Turning to his bridge officers, Fal Arland gave a firm, unwavering command. Continue the supply of high-density energy and black stellar coins to his training suite. Do not concern yourselves with the expense. We will provide for his cultivation regardless of the cost to our reserves. Deep within the recesses of Lu Sheng's dreamscape, a cataclysmic shift occurred. Beneath a swirling, oppressive canopy of gray dust that obscured the ancient martial base, a peerlessly powerful aura suddenly detonated from the ground. This surge of energy pierced toward the heavens like the edge of a cosmic blade, instantly cleaving through the vast expanse of the dust clouds from the inside out. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed to sharp slits as he braced himself against the sudden pressure. A fraction of a second later, he witnessed a colossal figure erupt from the crater below, hurtling into the sky. Gripped firmly in the figure's hands was a massive battle axe, which unleashed a terrifying orange crescent of light that stretched for tens of thousands of meters across the horizon. The shadowy titan did not hesitate for even a heartbeat, driven by a primal, singular focus. Its bloodshot eyes flared with a manic, murderous intent, and a guttural, savage roar tore from its chest, vibrating through the very fabric of the spiritual realm. With a violent heave, the gargantuan battle axe was swung in a wide arc, tearing through the air as it descended in a strike that threatened to shatter the world itself. How can this be? Before Lu Sheng could even attempt a defensive maneuver, he watched in horror as his 4 symbols spiritual armament manual was sliced into fragments by that immense, orange light. The axe light's momentum remained unyielding. It carved through the spiritual atmosphere and vanished into the distant reaches of stellar space, leaving only a trail of destruction. Lu Sheng drew a sharp, cold breath. Is this the true power of a level 12 powerhouse? As he spoke, his massive Dharma idol form began to dissolve into mist. Against an enemy of such concentrated speed and lethal precision, a giant, lumbering body was more of a hindrance than a shield. After sundering Lu Sheng's 4 symbols spiritual realm manual with that single, effortless swing, the figure halted its assault. Lu Sheng hovered in midair, observing the scene with clinical intensity. The opponent was a burly warrior standing 5 meters tall, a stature that would dwarf anyone from planet Azure. His physique was a masterpiece of raw power, with a skeletal structure so massive he resembled a miniature giant. Yet, despite his size and the heavy steel he carried, he moved with an ethereal grace, appearing more nimble and light than any master Lu Sheng had ever dueled. This was no ordinary warrior. He was a sovereign who ruled over the elements of speed and wind. A trace of genuine confusion and intrigue flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes as he spoke the name etched into the origin records of the base, Samijina. The name, Samijina, in the ancient tongue, translated to Sovereign of the Gales. He was clearly a master of absolute velocity, yet the sheer, crushing weight of his physical strength seemed to defy the laws of nature. Lu Sheng whispered the name aloud, testing the weight of the entity he was facing. The hollow, dark eyes of the colossal Wind King seemed to flicker with a ghostly recognition at the sound of his name. This was the manifestation of origin power, informing Lu Sheng of the legend in the native tongue of this world. Level 12, Lu Sheng murmured, taking a slow, steadying breath. This was the most formidable adversary he had ever stood against. While a level 11 expert could merely touch and borrow the power of universal rules. A level 12 master had mastered those rules to forge an indestructible rule body. His immediate goal was now set. He had to defeat Samijina before the Silver Bird reached the Aomori Star sector. Without a moment's delay, Lu Sheng threw himself back into his training. His resolve hardened like tempered steel. He spent the following days in a state of perpetual, grueling cultivation, pushing his spirit to the absolute breaking point in his quest to overcome the Wind King. On the very final day before the Silver Bird was scheduled to drop out of warp into the Aomori Star cluster, Lu Sheng finally delivered the finishing blow to Samijina. As the figure dissolved, Lu Sheng absorbed the potent origin power of the fallen world, feeling his own strength swell and solidify until he was at least 3 times more powerful than when he had first entered the ship. With his newfound strength coursing through his veins, the Silver Bird finally reached its destination. They arrived at the central concentration point and administrative hub of the Aomori Star Cluster Federation, a sprawling station of light and steel. As Lu Sheng walked down the docking ramp and stepped off the spacecraft, he found Fal Arland already waiting for him on the shimmering platform, a faint smile of welcome on his weathered face. "Welcome, Lu Sheng, to the heart of the Aomori Federation. You are about to take your first true steps upon the galactic stage." Lu Sheng stretched his limbs, the long journey finally over. He turned to Fal Arland and asked, "So, now that we've finally arrived, what is the first order of business?" Fal Arland gestured toward the massive spires of the city. "First, I must take you to register as a legal stellar citizen. Without proper registration, you are effectively a black household here, a ghost in the system. You wouldn't even be able to purchase a basic nutrient meal, and your movements would be restricted at every turn." Lu Sheng recognized the practical necessity of Fal Arland's advice and gave a concise nod of agreement. "Understood. I'll leave the arrangements in your hands, and I appreciate the assistance." In truth, Fal Arland was the one most anxious to finalize the registration. If the White Mist Star Cluster came to reclaim Lu Sheng before his status was cemented, it would be a diplomatic disaster of the highest order. "Think nothing of it," Fal Arland replied smoothly. "It is a simple enough task." Fal Arland looked at Lu Sheng with a calculating, almost paternal glint in his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips. "After all," he added warmly, "I am the one who had the honor of bringing you out from your world and into the embrace of the stars." Lu Sheng sensed a deeper meaning behind Fal Arland's pleasantries, a look that suggested the enforcer had achieved a significant personal goal. However, he detected no underlying hostility or malice. He remained unconcerned. His mastery of the cosmic shattering technique was nearing completion, and after defeating Samijina, he could now unleash a third tier of limit-breaking combat power. He knew, with cold certainty, that he could end Fal Arland's life with a mere thought if the need ever arose. Content with this reality, he simply followed the enforcer into the city. Under Fal Arland's expert guidance, Lu Sheng navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the Sector City Hall, eventually entering the administrative wing to begin the formal procedures for his stellar identity and citizenship. Lu Sheng waited patiently in a plush, high-tech lounge for only a few minutes before a uniformed staff member approached him, bowing respectfully and presenting a sleek black card. "Mr. Lu Sheng, I am pleased to inform you that your citizenship registration has been fully processed and authenticated." Lu Sheng accepted the card, his eyes scanning the holographic data that shimmered on its surface. Name, Lu Sheng. Race, standard human. Home planet, number 22-488-488, planet Azure, White Mist Star region. Citizenship status, grade 3, Aomori Star Zone. Strength classification, level 9. As his gaze fell upon the citizenship grade, Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback and instinctively looked up at the clerk. "I recall Fal Arland mentioning that new citizens typically begin at grade 1. Why is my status already listed as grade 3? The City Hall staff member offered a polite, professional smile. "Mr. Lu Sheng, you were personally introduced and sponsored by Enforcer Fal Arland, so your standing is naturally quite different from that of an ordinary applicant. A citizen's grade is a holistic measure involving strength, latent talent, personal wealth, and, crucially, their influential connections. Lu Sheng reflected on this quietly. Not bad at all, he thought. A single recommendation was enough to jump me to grade 3. It seems I'm officially considered a man of standing here. He realized then that reaching level 11 and becoming a space noble was merely the next logical step in this hierarchy. The staff member continued, gesturing to the card. Additionally, there is an initial balance of 10 million black stellar coins preloaded into your identity card, a personal gift from Lord Falarland. This currency is universally accepted across all Federation residences. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with surprise. He checked the asset display and saw the staggering figure of 10 million. This was far beyond his expectations. The total wealth of the entire Crimson Gang had only amounted to a few 100,000. Falarland's generosity was immense. Wait, something isn't right, Lu Sheng realized suddenly, his brow furrowing in thought. The assets he had seized from the Crimson Gang leaders earlier couldn't have been their entire fortune. No criminal would keep their life savings in a physical pocket. The majority of their wealth was likely encrypted within their own identity cards, hidden from casual looters. The clerk led Lu Sheng to a sleek, circular table in a quiet corner of the lounge. Please wait here for a moment, sir. Lord Falarland is currently engaged in a formal discussion with Lord. I have provided some local refreshments for you to enjoy while you wait. Driven by his naturally high metabolism and constant need for energy, Lu Sheng didn't hesitate. As soon as he sat down, he reached for an intricately crafted pastry that gave off a faint, sweet aroma. After taking a single, experimental bite, the young man's eyes widened in genuine delight. The texture was perfect, and the flavor was unlike anything he had tasted on planet Azure. "This is delicious," he exclaimed softly, his mood lightening considerably. While he continued to sample the snacks, Lu Sheng began to surreptitiously search through the interspatial bracelet he had taken from the Crimson Gang. He sifted through the pile of miscellaneous loot and high-tech trinkets, casually stuffing more pastries into his mouth as he worked. The young man devoured the treats with gusto. It had to be admitted that the culinary standards of the City Hall were exceptional, offering a variety of complex flavors and textures that Lu Sheng had never before experienced in his life. Suddenly, crunch, Lu Sheng took a forceful bite and felt his teeth collide with something incredibly hard and resilient. The impact was so sudden and jarring that he felt a sharp pain shoot through his jaw, nearly cracking a tooth. With a startled gasp, the young man spat the contents of his mouth out onto a napkin, coughing violently as he tried to clear his throat. Cough, cough. What in the world was that? What the hell was in that pastry? I nearly broke my jaw. Lu Sheng stared down at the table and saw a mangled, cyan-colored creature twitching among the crumbs. He broke out in a cold sweat, swearing under his breath. Damn it, it's a space cockroach. He realized with a sinking feeling of nausea that the upper half of the creature was missing, because it was already settling in his stomach. He felt a sudden, violent urge to gag. He desperately wanted to vomit, but before he could, a strange sensation erupted within his body. His heart began to hammer against his ribs with incredible speed, and a sudden, potent surge of raw energy began to course through his meridians. What's happening? My 10,001st undying cell. It's being born right now. Lu Sheng felt a jolt of pure astonishment as his body began to rapidly assimilate the unexpected energy source. Good heavens, he muttered to himself, his nausea quickly replaced by martial pragmatism. It turns out this little space cockroach is incredibly high in bioavailable protein and concentrated energy. Lu Sheng considered the remaining half of the cyan beetle for a moment before decisively popping it into his mouth as well. He chewed a few times with a thoughtful expression, nodding to himself. Surprisingly, it actually tastes quite a bit like extra crispy fried chicken. Bobby, where are you? Where did you go? At that exact moment, the peaceful atmosphere of the lounge was shattered by a loud commotion and a frantic voice drifting in from the hallway. A harried City Hall staff member was desperately trying to block the path of a fiery, red-haired girl who was charging toward the lounge. Miss Jojo, please. This is our high-end VIP restricted area. You cannot enter without prior authorization. You're going to get us all in a great deal of trouble. The red-haired girl turned on him, her eyes flashing with anger. Am I not a VIP? I saw my Bobby fly in here. He has to be inside. Move out of my way, Jojo shouted, her temper flaring. Lu Sheng was immediately distracted by the escalating argument outside the door. He could hear the two staff members constantly apologizing and trying to restrain the headstrong young woman. Miss Jojo, you really cannot just barge in like this. Despite their height and training, the two city hall guards were unable to stop the momentum of the furious young lady. Lu Sheng frowned slightly and glanced back just as the woman burst into his private room. She was clad in high-end, custom combat attire that emphasized her curvy, athletic figure. She had a strikingly beautiful face, and her skin was so luminous and fair it put the finest porcelain to shame. Upon seeing the girl, the young man was momentarily startled, his entire body stiffening as if he were being roasted over a fire. Lu Sheng was a warrior who feared nothing on the battlefield, yet when faced with a beautiful, high-strung woman, he instinctively felt a sense of awkwardness and wanted to retreat. Jojo's long, crimson hair and piercing eyes gave her an air of noble, elegant authority, though her current arrogant and condescending attitude added a sharp edge to her presence. As soon as she entered the room, her gaze locked onto Lu Sheng. She pointed a finger directly at him. It's him. He must have stolen my Bobby. I can smell Bobby's scent all over him. This hot-tempered girl's instincts were unfortunately accurate. The young man had literally just swallowed her beloved pet, so the lingering essence was unmistakable. After getting a clear look at Lu Sheng's face, Jojo was momentarily stunned, her anger faltering for a split second as if she were struck by the young man's sharp, handsome features. However, she quickly recovered her fury and pointed accusingly at his face again. It's definitely you. You reek of my Bobby. Hearing this accusation, Lu Sheng's brow twitched, and he felt a bead of cold sweat form on his neck. Adopting a mask of perfect, wide-eyed innocence, the young man feigned ignorance and asked calmly, I'm sorry, what exactly is a Bobby? Jojo paused, a flicker of sudden realization crossing her vibrant features as she processed the conversation. Oh, wait a minute, she said, her voice dropping into a stern, authoritative register. I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? You wouldn't even know what to look for in a creature like that, would you? Immediately afterward, she slammed her palms onto the polished table with a resounding thud that echoed through the quiet lounge, leaning forward into a sharp, dignified pose that radiated highborn intensity and noble pressure. Jojo's eyes locked onto Lu Sheng, narrow and piercing with a sense of maternal concern for her missing companion. Bobby is no mere common insect. He is a star-devouring bug of exceptionally noble lineage, a precious pet that I've personally raised and nurtured with the finest care for more than a decade. A star-devouring bug. The name echoed in Lu Sheng's mind, and he suddenly felt a cold, sinking sensation in his gut as he pictured the crunchy, golden-hued, beetle-like, little strong he had just finished masticating and swallowing only moments prior. Lu Sheng quickly composed his features, adopting a mask of helpful recognition as he described the creature to Jojo. Wait, was it a small insect? About this size, perhaps? Round carapace, with quite a few frantic little legs. Lu Sheng meticulously recounted the anatomy of the disgusting beetle he had just consumed. Yes, exactly. The red-haired girl nodded repeatedly, her eyes practically igniting with urgent hope. Are you talking about Bobby? Where is he? Tell me where he went. The young man swallowed hard, a thick lump forming in his throat as his internal temperature skyrocketed. He could feel a cold sweat beginning to drench his back under the weight of her intense, desperate gaze. With a steady but internally reluctant hand, Lu Sheng extended his arm and pointed toward a distant, high-ceilinged corridor that led toward the municipal gardens. He buzzed right past my face just a moment ago, Lu Sheng lied, his voice sounding remarkably steady despite the chaotic circumstances. I honestly thought he was just some stray interstellar pest, so I reflexively swatted him away to clear my personal space. I'm not entirely sure where he landed, but he definitely soared off in that general direction. Even as the deceptive words left his mouth, Lu Sheng offered a silent, desperate prayer to whatever cosmic forces might be listening in the void. Please, let her buy this story. If she discovers the truth of what happened to her Bobby, I'm as good as dead. To his utter shock, Jojo lunged forward, her beautiful eyes squeezed shut as she pulled Lu Sheng's head into a crushing, emotional embrace against her chest. Thank you. Thank you so much. This sudden, visceral display of gratitude was as bewildering to Lu Sheng as it was overwhelming. Smothered by the sudden, intense contact, the young Lu Sheng felt a wave of genuine, suffocating panic. Is she trying to asphyxiate me? 1,000 frantic questions raced through his mind in the darkness of the embrace. Does she know? Is this some kind of high-level interrogation technique designed to break me? Gasping for air, Lu Sheng managed to gently but firmly pry himself from Jojo's grip, waving his hands defensively as he regained his personal space. Wait, what are you doing? Is that some kind of bizarre orbital attack? Jojo, however, seemed entirely unfazed, her expression calming into a friendly curiosity. I simply wanted to show my appreciation. My name is Jojo. Would you like to get to know one another properly? My name is Jojo. The young man's mind reeled as he stared at her, still worried about the fallout of his earlier snack. He wondered to himself, is this actually happening? Are the social etiquette and customs of the people in the Almoristar sector really this uninhibited and forward? Remembering his long-term objectives and the need to blend in, the young man took the initiative and offered a firm handshake. Hello, I'm Lu Sheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. I must say, your method of introducing yourself is quite memorable. You have a very distinct and pleasant scent as well. Jojo didn't linger a second longer. She immediately spun around and began sprinting in the direction Lu Sheng had falsely pointed. Wait for me to find Bobby. Once he's safe, I'm coming back to take you out for a proper celebratory meal. Goodbye, she called out. As she vanished from sight, Lu Sheng realized with horror that a single, stray leg of the star-devouring bug was still snagged at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, feeling a wave of helpless guilt. I suppose I can only say I'm sorry. You're looking for him, but I've already processed him into energy. I doubt we'll be having that meal anytime soon, he muttered, watching her departing back. This girl would never, even in her wildest and most vivid fantasies, suspect that the beloved Bobby she was so obsessed with had been converted into two powerful immortal cells within Lu Sheng's body. He had digested the creature so thoroughly that not even a trace of residue remained. The irony of the situation was not lost on him. The exoskeleton of a star-devouring bug was famously indestructible. Ordinarily, it was considered physically impossible for anyone below level 11 to even scratch their outer defense, let alone masticate them. His deception hadn't been born out of a lack of integrity, but out of sheer social survival. How could he possibly explain that her decade-old companion had been consumed like a mid-afternoon snack? The truth was simply too outrageous to grasp, so he silently renewed his mental apology to the red-haired noble girl. I am profoundly sorry for the disturbance, sir. I hope she didn't bother you too much. A female City Hall official rushed into the room from the corridor, bowing repeatedly and offering a string of breathless apologies for Jojo's chaotic intrusion. It's quite all right, really. Lu Sheng casually waved off the official's concerns with a flick of his wrist. He leaned back in the plush chair, asking casually, Tell me, what is that girl's actual identity? She carries herself with an air that suggests she is someone of immense importance here. She looks incredibly arrogant and self-assured, doesn't she? The City Hall official wiped a bead of nervous perspiration from her forehead and sighed with a weary, wry smile. She is Jojo, the only daughter of Milton Zeiss. In the entirety of the Almoristar sector, her father is a legendary figure, a high-ranking Star Earl of immense influence and power. A Star Earl. Lu Sheng blinked, the title carrying significant weight in his mind. That meant Jojo's father was a level 11 powerhouse. Fal Arland was merely a Star Baron. A Star Earl outranked him by 2 full tiers of interstellar nobility. It made perfect sense why she treated the government City Hall as her personal playground. Lu Sheng shook his head, feeling that his decision to lie was a stroke of wisdom. That pet was a gift from a level 11 noble to his only child. Its value was likely astronomical. Even the 10 million coins Fal Arland had gifted him wouldn't have been enough to cover the reparations for such a loss. After exchanging a few more words with the staff, the familiar, imposing figure of Fal Arland appeared at the entrance of the lounge, looking refreshed and ready to depart. Fal Arland offered a knowing smile to Lu Sheng as he approached. I take it all your paperwork and administrative procedures have been successfully finalized, right? Let's depart, Lu Sheng replied, standing up and nodding toward Fal Arland. Thank you, Lord Fal Arland. He was specifically acknowledging the grade 3 citizenship status and the massive sum of coins. Fal Arland dismissed the gratitude with a wave. There's no need for such formalities. Let's move. As they stepped outside, the distant, frantic shouts of Jojo searching for her pet still echoed through the halls. As they walked through the grand plaza outside City Hall, Lu Sheng struck up a casual conversation. By the way, do you happen to know much about the nature of a star-devouring bug? Fal Arland raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise and grunted. You've only just set foot in the stars. How have you already heard of such magical creatures? They are extraordinary life forms, Fal Arland explained, known for their magical properties and relatively docile temperaments. Upon reaching maturity, their raw power level is comparable to a level 10 or even a level 11 martial artist. They are highly sought-after status symbols among the interstellar elite, often given as extravagant gifts to daughters or spouses. Lu Sheng pressed further, his voice carefully neutral. Are they particularly expensive to acquire? Fal Arland snorted. Expensive? The lowliest specimen starts at hundreds of millions of coins. The ones with pure, rare bloodlines? You could trade one for several entire life-bearing planets. But why the sudden interest? Fal Arland asked curiously. Why are you suddenly asking about such rare pets? Huh. Lu Sheng forced a light, dismissive laugh, shaking his head. Oh, no reason. I just overheard someone mentioning them back in the lobby and was curious. He didn't dare admit that he had just consumed a fortune that could buy a small solar system. Internally, Lu Sheng wanted to scream at the top of his lungs. Heavens above, a random bug is worth more than a dozen life planets? In other words, those 2 quick bites I took were worth hundreds of millions of Black Star coins. He found himself regretting how quickly he'd eaten it. If he'd known the price tag, he would have savored those golden morsels with much more care and attention. He truly didn't understand alien pricing. Still, if word ever got out, he knew that red-haired girl, Jojo, would stop at nothing to tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the White Mist Star Region's Law Enforcement Bureau, a level 11 officer named Sal stood at attention. He was the liaison tasked with cooperating with the Almori sector to hunt the Crimson Blood Pirates. He was currently providing a situational update to a dark, cyan-skinned elder clad in a formidable battle uniform. The elder looked up, his voice cold. You are telling me there is not a single recorded image of the pirate execution? The written report consists of only a few paltry, vague sentences. The elder continued, his eyes narrowing. Are you implying that our forces didn't even set foot on the battlefield? And yet, Fal Arland of the Almori sector has proactively credited 1/3 of the success to our command. Sal nodded in response, his expression tight. The documentation provided by the AMU Star sector is exceptionally thin. I have repeatedly requested the full data set, but they continue to stall, promising that supplemental reports are forthcoming. It is highly unusual, though I speculated they might be attempting to mend fences and improve diplomatic relations with our bureau. Mending fences? Preposterous. The dark, purple-skinned elder, Lien Jibei, countered with a sneer. He was not a man to be easily fooled by such diplomatic platitudes or hollow gestures of cooperation. Where is the actual operation log, you old fox? Lien Jibei growled, referring to Fal Arland's evasiveness. Fal Arland wouldn't hand out free credit without a motive. There is something clandestine happening here. Contact the Almori Bureau right now. I want to see the unredacted files immediately, and I want them to know I'm personally watching. As you wish, sir. Sal raised his arm and tapped a quick sequence into his communication device, initiating a priority link to Fal Arland. Hello, Fal Arland. Please respond. After a brief delay, Fal Arland's visage appeared on the screen. If it is an Officer Sal of the White Mist Bureau, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call? Lien Jibei stepped into the frame, his voice like grinding stones. You seem remarkably cheerful today, Fal Arland. Hearing that voice, Fal Arland was visibly startled, and he immediately adjusted his posture to offer a formal and respectful bow. My humblest greetings, esteemed Chief Enforcer Lien Jibei of the White Mist Star region. I was not expecting your presence on this call. Lien Jibei offered no pleasantries in return. Sal spoke up again, urging Fal Arland. I am currently briefing the Chief Enforcer on the Crimson Blood operation. We require the immediate transmission of all missing tactical reports and the full visual logs of the final confrontation. Fal Arland hesitated for a long moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face that didn't go unnoticed by the veteran enforcers on the other end of the line. Very well, Fal Arland finally replied, a strange, unreadable look in his eyes. I will transmit the data packet to your terminal now. Without another word of farewell, the holographic transmission cut out abruptly, and the image vanished. This blunt termination left both Sal and Lian Jibei stunned. Sal stared at the empty space where the projection had been, unable to believe his eyes. Fal Arland had unilaterally ended the call, a breach of etiquette that was unheard of. It was at this moment that a cold realization dawned on Sal. Something was terribly wrong. Fal Arland was clearly concealing a significant detail, something the White Mist Bureau was never meant to discover. The purple-skinned Chief Enforcer Lian Jibei slammed his fist onto the mahogany table. Fool, you only realize it now? The bureaucrats of the Aomori sector have always been masters of deception. He's hiding something massive. Because you failed to investigate the scene personally, you may have just overseen a monumental disaster. Sal, knowing he had made a catastrophic error of judgment, bowed his head in shame. He felt a wave of profound regret and mounting anger toward his counterpart. I knew it, he thought bitterly. Fal Arland, you treacherous scoundrel. You played us all. Exactly 1 minute after the call was severed, an encrypted data stream from the Aomori Law Enforcement Bureau began to populate the terminal. This was the promised material from Fal Arland. Sal looked toward the Chief Enforcer, waiting for his final command. The green-tinted, stern-faced old man gave the order without a change in his icy expression. Open the files. Sal nodded solemnly, reaching out to initiate the decryption and reveal the truth hidden within the documents. The files within the transmission were partitioned into several cryptic subdirectories, devoid of any identifying labels. Sal had no choice but to initiate the decryption process for each one sequentially, his fingers dancing across the terminal. As the first data packet unspooled, a high-resolution holographic video flared to life. The footage depicted a terrifying humanoid figure, towering over 8,000 meters in height, manifesting as a primal god of destruction. The giant was wreaking havoc within a sprawling metropolis, crushing skyscrapers underfoot with a total lack of restraint. From the architectural aesthetics and the primitive infrastructure, both Sal and Chief Enforcer Lian Jibei immediately recognized the setting as a low-level civilization planet, the kind of backwater world where such archaic stone and steel structures still define the skyline. This is AG, a notorious high-ranking lieutenant of the Crimson Bloodstar Bandits, Sal reported, his voice tight as he read the biometric data streaming alongside the footage. He made sure to highlight the critical details so that Chief Enforcer Lian Jibei could fully grasp the magnitude of the threat. His confirmed power level is at the threshold of level 10. In a primitive planetary environment, he is effectively an unstoppable force of nature. However, just as Sal finished his brief, the video reached a sudden, violent climax. The atmospheric clouds above the city were abruptly parted by a colossal Dharma hand, tens of thousands of meters in length, which descended from the heavens like the wrath of a creator. With a swift, singular motion, the luminous hand snatched the 8,000-meter giant out of the air. In a display of horrifying physical dominance, the celestial limb closed its grip, crushing AG into a spray of crimson energy as effortlessly as a human might dispatch an annoying insect. To possess the raw power required to instantly execute a level 10 combatant, is it possible this individual is a level 11 powerhouse? Sal stared at the screen, his expression a mask of profound astonishment as the camera finally focused on the perpetrator. He looked upon the handsome young man featured in the frame, his mind racing through the databases of known elites. Is this a rising star within the Aomori Star Sector's enforcement department? I have monitored their recruitment for decades, yet I have absolutely no record of a talent this young and this lethal. The video continued, providing a clearer view of the youth with the sharp, handsome features, the very person who had just obliterated AG. The scene then shifted to another confrontation, where the youth stood opposite a tall man with piercing, blood-red pupils. That is Crimson Blood himself, Sal pointed out, identifying the infamous leader of the Crimson Bloodstar Bandits. He is a veteran at the absolute peak of level 10 strength. As if to mock that status, the handsome young man in the video launched a sudden, explosive strike. With a single, devastating punch that seemed to ripple the fabric of space, he ended the life of the notorious pirate lord instantly. He neutralized Gray and Trinus using nothing but the sheer pressure of his spiritual consciousness. And then he ended Crimson Blood with a single physical blow that clearly shattered the standard limits of combat power, Sal blurted out, his voice trembling as the implications settled in. In his heart, the assessment was already solidified. Level 11. This individual is undeniably a level 11 powerhouse, possessing a combat efficiency that borders on the divine. The recording then displayed the handsome youth launching an audacious solo assault against the Crimson Bloodstar Bandits' flagship, the Demonic Claw. Facing the concentrated energy beams of a level 11 rated spacecraft, the young man didn't dodge. He met the thermal onslaught with his bare body, absorbing the impact before shattering the ship's hull with a solitary punch. Sal watched, mesmerized and deeply confused. He clearly wields level 11 strength, but his tactical execution is bizarre. He struggled to find the right words before settling on a description. It is an awkwardness, born of raw instinct. He chooses to physically tank starship batteries and uses a massive Dharma image for close-quarters brawling. It is strange, hauntingly so. The style was reminiscent of those historical dramas about backward civilizations where warriors, ignorant of space-age technology, mistake a starship for a legendary beast. Yet, Sal couldn't find the humor in it. He felt as though he was on the verge of a revelation that was just out of reach. Who exactly is this person? As Sal navigated deeper into the file directory, he quickly discovered a supplementary recording, a personal log left behind by Fal Arland. Chief Enforcer Lien Jibei, his curiosity now burning with an intense, icy fire, loomed over Sal. The old man was so eager to uncover the secret that his presence felt like a crushing weight. "Don't just stand there. Open the recording," he roared. Startled by the sudden outburst, Sal jumped, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Ah, yes. Immediately, sir," he responded with the frantic obedience of a frightened puppy, not daring to delay the playback for even a fraction of a second. With trembling fingers, Sal tapped the interface, and the next video file expanded to fill the room with holographic light. In this new segment, the handsome youth remained the focal point of the footage. However, this time he was engaged in a high-intensity sparring match. Sal's eyes widened as he recognized the opponent. The movements, the aura, and the technique were unmistakable. It was Fal Arland, the renowned level 11 enforcer representing the Almori Star sector. Both Sal and Lien Jibei stared intently at the display, watching the rhythmic violence of the intense duel. A hint of genuine astonishment flickered in the old man's eyes as he realized the gravity of what he was witnessing. This wasn't just a simple drill. It was a record of Fal Arland testing his absolute limits against this mysterious young man. "Even Fal Arland is struggling to maintain the upper hand," Sal whispered, his voice full of disbelief. In the recording, the handsome youth stood with a poise that was both elegant and terrifying, wielding his blades and fists with equal, lethal proficiency. He was systematically placing Fal Arland at a tactical disadvantage. How is this possible? The shock deepened as they realized the most jarring detail. This youth wore no insignia. He wasn't part of the Almori Star sector's enforcement department. If he isn't one of them, then who is he? And why would a freelancer of this caliber interfere with the Crimson Bloodstar Bandits? What possible motive could he have for assisting the Federation in the systematic elimination of the Crimson Bloodstar Bandits? The mountain of doubts in Sal and Lien Jibei's minds grew higher by the second. When combined with Fal Arland's previous evasive maneuvers and erratic behavior, a thick, metaphorical fog seemed to engulf the two men. Each step they took toward the center of the mystery made their skin crawl with an inexplicable sense of horror, as if they were approaching a truth that would change everything they knew about the balance of power in the sector. After several minutes of silent analysis, the elder Lien Jibei finally spoke, his voice low and heavy with realization. "The picture is becoming clear. That young man has no formal ties to the Almori Star Sector's enforcement department whatsoever. The old man leaned closer to the holographic display, his eyes narrowing. I would go so far as to hypothesize that he doesn't even originate from our star domain. He is an outlier, a variable we never accounted for. Sal turned his head, looking toward Chief Enforcer Lien Jibei with a mixture of apprehension and grim curiosity, waiting for the Elder's final judgment. There is one final document remaining in the encrypted queue, Sal noted. Lien Jibei, his face now a mask of cold, emotionless stone, gave a sharp, frigid command. Open it without delay. If my intuition is correct, this is where the curtain finally falls. Nodding silently, Sal reached out and tapped the final icon, gently unsealing the last piece of the puzzle. This time, the file didn't contain a video stream, but a formal text dossier. At the very top was a single line of explanatory text that felt like a physical blow. This operation was successfully concluded with the primary assistance of a native from planet Azure A28462, located within the White Mist Star region. Sal froze, the image of the handsome youth flashing through his mind. A native of planet Azure? He instinctively wanted to reject the notion. Impossible. How could a Tier 1 resource planet, a low-level civilization, possibly produce a level 11 monster? However, as he read further, the words died in his throat. Real name, Lu Sheng. Age, 21. Cultivation, rank 9. Identity, native of planet Azure A28462, White Mist Star region. Current status, third-class citizen of the Almori Star Sector. Note, combat power confirmed to be comparable to a level 11 expert. Subject possesses an extremely powerful transcendent life form physique. Grade, Radiant Sun level or higher. Potential, SSS. Lien Jibei, upon absorbing the data, appeared like a man possessed by a vengeful spirit. His hands began to tremble violently, and he started muttering to himself in a broken, hollow tone. As I feared, he is a native of that backwater world. He was right under our noses the entire time. As Sal finished reading the entire file, his pupils contracted with fierce intensity, and he felt as though he had been struck by a physical hammer. A wave of tremors shook his body, followed by a cold, petrified stiffness. A martial artist at rank 9 with the combat power of a level 11, only 21 years of age, originating from a Tier 1 resource planet, and possessing an SSS potential Radiant Sun physique. These concepts shouldn't exist in the same person. Each piece of information was like a jagged sword piercing through his pride and his heart. Sal, you absolute, blithering idiot. The elder Lien Jibei finally snapped, his hand slamming onto the terminal with enough force to crack the casing as he cursed loudly. You were blinded by a few measly scraps of credit. You didn't even think to conduct a thorough investigation into the origin of this help. The reason Falarland was so hesitant to release the data, the reason he used the bureaucratic excuse of taking statements to whisk away our 2 local enforcers, was purely to stall for time. He needed to ensure that by the time we discovered the truth, he had already successfully spirited this genius native named Lu Sheng back into the Almori Star Sector's jurisdiction. At that moment, the fog in Sal's mind finally burned away, revealing a devastating reality. No wonder that youth helped the Almori enforcers. He wasn't serving a department, he was defending his own home. He was a native of the very resource planet the bandits had dared to invade. He had never even left his atmosphere before this incident. Falarland had played them like instruments, being intentionally negligent and slow with the action reports while forcibly removing the only witnesses from the White Mist Star region. He was deliberately delaying so that Lu Sheng could be registered as an Almori citizen. As Sal looked at the words Radiant Sun level or higher on the document, his eyes practically spat fire. Falarland had shared the credit so willingly because he was stealing a treasure worth more than 1,000 star systems. He was guilty, and he was hiding it. This person, this miracle, was originally their citizen. The old man then spotted a piece of information that was even more agonizing to behold. It clearly stated that Lu Sheng was originally a native of Resource Planet 1 A28462 in the White Mist Star region, but was now a third-class citizen of the Almori Star Sector. As Lien Jibei and Sal read those 2 words, originally and now, They practically gnashed their teeth into powder. A rank 9 genius who could slay level 11s was a monster, a transcendent being comparable to a cosmic treasure. A rough gem of this magnitude might only appear once every 10,000 years. And yet, he had brushed right past the white mist star region, ignored by their own incompetence, and had been claimed by their rivals. The pressure of the burgeoning rage in Lin Jibei's chest reached a breaking point, making him feel as though he might literally spit out a mouthful of old blood. He had finally obtained the truth he sought, but it was a truth he found utterly impossible to accept. Look at what your efficiency has wrought. The old man could no longer restrain his fury. He swung his arm in a wide arc, his hand striking Sal across the face with the force of a falling sky. The physical and spiritual tremors from the old man's roar rippled through the office, causing the air to vibrate with his killing intent. Under the weight of that immense pressure, Sal collapsed, his knees striking the floor with a heavy thud. 2 streams of hot tears began to flow down Sal's face as he wept openly, his pride shattered. "Sir, I was wrong. I was blind." The elder Lin Jibei, still burning with a white-hot anger, continued to shout his lamentations. A super genius at rank 9 who can fight level 11s. A top-tier elite talent that is effectively a living space treasure. A rough gem that only surfaces once in tens of thousands of years. And he was right there. He practically brushed against the borders of our white mist star region, and we let him be snatched away right before our very eyes. We allowed him to become an asset of the Aomori star sector. The old man gnashed his teeth so hard that a faint creaking sound echoed in the room. Sal was paralyzed by a cold, soul-deep fear, knowing that he had committed a crime against the future of his entire region. He began to kowtow repeatedly, his forehead striking the floor with rhythmic, desperate thuds. "Sir, I am beyond sorry. My incompetence has cost us everything." He continued to kowtow until his forehead was bruised and bleeding, his voice cracking as he begged for mercy. "Sir, please, give me one more chance to rectify this. I will bring him back, or I will die trying." Sal raised his bloodied face to meet Lin Jibei's gaze, but the chief enforcer's eyes were like shards of sub-zero ice, void of any warmth or mercy. "Sal," Lin Jibei said, his voice eerily calm. This stillness was more terrifying than his rage, like the slow crawl of magma before a cataclysmic eruption. He didn't even look at the kneeling man as he spoke. "It is all too late. I have decided that you are no longer suitable for the responsibilities of an enforcer. Perhaps it is time for you to take a very long, permanent break." Sal opened his mouth, desperate to utter some form of defense or plea, but his throat felt as though it had been filled with lead. Not a single sound emerged from his lips. It felt as though the very essence of his life had been drained in an instant. Dejected and broken, he lowered his head, a bitter, hollow expression on his face. "I understand, and I obey your command, honorable law enforcement chief." At the same time, within the opulent confines of a luxury hotel in the heart of the Aomori star sector, Fal Arland turned to Lu Sheng with a reassuring smile. "For the next few days, I want you to simply stay here and focus on your recovery." Fal Arland's smile grew even brighter, radiating a sense of genuine triumph. "You truly have been blessed by fortune, Lu Sheng. It just so happens that our Aomori star sector's prestigious Heavenly Favor Academy is currently in the middle of a recruitment cycle. When the time is right, I will personally escort you there to test and accurately measure the unfathomable potential of your transcendent life-form physique." Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, but he couldn't help but notice the sheer radiance of the enforcer's expression. He tilted his head slightly, asking, "Master Fal Arland, you seem to be in an exceptionally good mood. Has something happened? Is it that obvious?" Fal Arland let out a hearty, satisfied laugh and nodded. "Haha. Well, let's just say that several very good things have finally fallen into place. Oh, and by the way, Lu Sheng, I have submitted a comprehensive report detailing your heroic performance during the Crimson Bloodstar Path operation. The rewards and compensation due to you will be distributed very soon, and I can promise you, they will not disappoint. Now, go and get some well-deserved rest. I shall return to collect you when the preparations are complete." Lu Sheng offered a respectful bow in return. "Many thanks, Master Fal Arland." I appreciate everything you've done. With that, the young man turned and entered the grand lobby of the hotel, an establishment elegantly named the Aurora Galaxy. Fal Arland lingered for a moment, secretly watching Lu Sheng walk away, the grin on his face expanding until it was practically beaming. He felt a profound sense of happiness and professional satisfaction, knowing he had secured the greatest talent the sector had seen in generations. Suddenly, a sharp beep 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 emanated from the communicator strapped to his wrist, interrupting his thoughts. Fal Arland glanced down at the holographic caller ID. It was his superior, the high-ranking Flash law enforcer who oversaw the entire department. When the connection opened, the female enforcer on the screen was also wearing a rare, satisfied smile. Fal Arland, you have exceeded all expectations this time. I must say, your handling of the recent native situation has left me extremely impressed. Report to my central office immediately for a formal briefing, she commanded. Understood, ma'am. Fal Arland terminated the call, the joy in his heart soaring even higher as the screen went dark. Heh, today truly is a magnificent day, he mused. To have the notoriously strict and demanding chief enforcer use the words very well to praise him was a rare honor indeed. It confirmed that his decision to secure Lu Sheng at any cost was an act of extraordinary wisdom. As he walked toward his transport, he couldn't help but hum a cheerful, ancient folk song from his distant home planet. The hotel Fal Arland had reserved for Lu Sheng was undoubtedly one of the premier establishments on the 9th planet of the sector. As Lu Sheng made his way through the lobby, he encountered representatives of a dozen strange and exotic alien races, all bustling through the grand hall. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice called out to him. Esteemed Mr. Lu Sheng, your executive suite is prepared and ready for your arrival. I shall escort you there personally and immediately. Please, follow me this way. The female receptionist who approached him was strikingly attractive, possessing a smoldering intensity and a sharp, fashionable aesthetic that was almost scorching to the eyes. As the words left her lips, she elegantly glided from behind the marble reception counter. The moment she turned, Lu Sheng's vision was dominated by her exceptionally bountiful curves, a silhouette so lush and perfectly rounded it could only be described as a masterpiece of biological symmetry. Lu Sheng's gaze was momentarily anchored to her swaying form, but he soon noticed a sleek, velvet-smooth tail extending from the base of her spine. It flicked rhythmically, drawing even more attention to the soft, peach-like contours of her lower half as she moved. The sight was so unexpectedly captivating that the young Lu Sheng stood rooted to the spot, his mind momentarily blank as he processed the exotic charm of this non-human beauty. That tail, it danced and wound through the air with a hypnotic grace, appearing and disappearing behind her legs until Lu Sheng felt a primitive, undeniable urge to reach out and catch it. He had always harbored a secret, uncontrollable weakness for anything soft and fluffy. Noting his intense, fixated stare, the girl's eyes glimmered with realization. She assumed this prestigious guest was in pursuit of the hotel's more exclusive VIP offerings. She spun back toward him, her lips curling into a radiant and suggestive smile that reached her bright eyes. I should mention, sir, that our establishment pridefully offers a variety of specialized personal services for our most esteemed guests, she purred. Would you be interested in experiencing them immediately? She asked, leaning in slightly. Lu Sheng remained silent for a heartbeat, his expression unreadable, before he finally cleared his throat to speak. Actually, yes. I do have a specific request. The receptionist's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch, her posture shifting as she prepared to offer her full attention and hospitality to Lu Sheng without reservation. Please, do not hesitate to speak your mind, she urged, her fluffy tail beginning to wag with a frantic, happy energy that betrayed her excitement. I want. Lu Sheng began, completely oblivious to her mounting fervor as he stepped forward and gave her shoulder a practical, grounding pat. I want to exchange some of my credit for physical cash. Specifically, he was referring to black stellar coins. The receptionist froze, her smile turning into a petrified mask of disappointment. After a long, awkward silence, she stammered, Oh, I see. And how much would you like to withdraw from your account, sir? Let's start with 5 million, Lu Sheng replied after a moment of calculation. Fal Arland had provided him with a card containing 10 million black stellar coins, and he figured that dedicating half of that sum to purchasing cultivation resources was a sensible initial investment. As you wish, sir. The receptionist dutifully recorded his transaction, though her voice lacked its previous honeyed tone. Is there truly nothing else? I am prepared to serve you from A to Z, in any capacity you might require. As she spoke, her wide eyes held a trace of genuine urgency and an inexplicable, desperate yearning. Unfortunately for her, Lu Sheng was the most disciplined and single-minded man to ever hail from planet Azure. Without even a parting glance, the young man bolted toward his room with such precipitous haste that he nearly left his own shadow behind, leaving the stunned receptionist staring at the empty air. Disappointed and confused, she eventually retreated, while Lu Sheng safely secured himself inside his suite to begin a careful observation of his new surroundings. As he paced the floor, he noted that the room was remarkably well appointed, featuring a sophisticated layout that far surpassed the luxury standards he was accustomed to back home. Reaching into his pocket, the young man withdrew several sleek citizenship cards, spoils of war he had collected from the fallen members of the Crimson Copper Star Bandits during their previous encounter. They were functionally identical to the official card he had just received at the City Hall, yet as he examined them, his brow furrowed. These identity cards are completely encrypted. I can't access a single byte of data, he muttered in frustration. Does this mean that if the owner is deceased, the funds are permanently locked? If so, this system is an absolute ripoff. Lu Sheng felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped the Crimson Copper Gang's wealth would be his for the taking, but the cards seemed utterly useless. I still have a mountain of miscellaneous loot stored within the spatial bracelet, he reasoned. My best course of action is to liquidate everything and exchange the proceeds for essential gear. I'm going to need a reliable spaceship and a high-grade combat suit if I'm to survive the deeper reaches of space. I shouldn't waste another moment. I'll head out tonight to survey the local markets and get a feel for the pricing here, he decided. For all I know, with the sheer volume of treasure I'm carrying, I might actually be a hidden tycoon in this sector. Lu Sheng maintained a calm, detached expression as he strolled through the bustling alien streets. After visiting several back-alley shops, he quickly realized that most of these cosmic merchants were cutthroats engaged in predatory dealings. Despite having a ring full of premium materials and at least 6 sets of level 10 cold weapons, the highest offer he received was a measly 12 million dark stellar coins. I'll hold on to these for now, he thought, deciding to consult Fal Arland later for a more reputable broker. Abandoning his plans to sell, he turned his attention toward a particularly majestic building in the distance. A massive holographic logo of a starship shimmered above the entrance, labeled Super Dark Interstellar Universe, in the common cosmic script. Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened as he made a direct line for the grand facility. The interior was cavernous, a vast, open hall bathed in radiant, multicolored lights that illuminated various starship models. Although the displays were only car-sized miniatures, the craftsmanship was breathtaking. However, as Lu Sheng glanced at the actual price tags, a cold sweat broke out on his neck. A basic M-class civilian spaceship was listed at 80 million dark stellar coins, an absolutely astronomical price. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. I knew interstellar travel was expensive, but I didn't expect to be so poor that I couldn't even cover a down payment. Am I really going to have to resort to a monthly installment plan, even out here in the stars? The young man clutched his forehead in sheer frustration, his mind racing. I should have known that the most valuable assets the Crimson Tide Pirates possessed were their ships. If the reward Fal Arland promised isn't at least several hundred million, I'm going to have a very serious conversation with him. Just as Lu Sheng was mentally agonizing over his lack of funds, a crisp, feminine voice rang out from directly behind him. Oh, is that really you? What an unexpected surprise. Lu Sheng felt the vibration of the voice and knew instantly it was directed at him. He spun around to find Jojo standing there, her delicate, red-haired features lit up with genuine shock and curiosity as she looked him up and down. What on earth are you doing in a place like this? Lu Sheng asked, his heart skipping a beat as he recognized the daughter of the Milton family. This was Miss Jojo, the same girl he had encountered at the City Hall. The memory of the star-devouring bug he had accidentally consumed flashed through his mind, and a chill ran down his spine. Does she know? He wondered frantically. Has she come to settle the score for her pet? Fortunately, Jojo's impression of Lu Sheng was purely positive, driven by his striking appearance and calm, enigmatic temperament. Even in the vast cosmos where diverse and beautiful races were common, Lu Sheng possessed a one-in-a-million presence that made him difficult to forget. What a remarkable coincidence, Jojo replied cheerfully. I've come here with my older brother. He's looking to acquire a new ship for the family. It looks like you're in the market for one as well, she noted. Lu Sheng gave a stiff nod. Something like that, though I find the prices here to be quite staggering. By the way, have you had any luck finding your pet Poppy? Seeing her relaxed expression, Lu Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was clear she still had no idea he was the one who had made a meal of her beloved bug. Poppy, not yet, she sighed. Lu Sheng continued to engage in casual, polite conversation with Jojo for a while, carefully masking his lingering guilt with a mask of friendly concern. As they spoke, a sophisticated blonde man flanked by two imposing guards approached them. They were being escorted toward the exclusive VIP section by a bowing female manager. The blonde youth was dressed in ostentatious, high-born attire, carrying himself with the unmistakable air of a noble heir. The guards trailing him had eyes like predatory hawks and auras that felt deep and dangerous. The manager stopped before a sleek, high-end vessel and began her pitch with practiced reverence. This particular model is a level 11 interceptor, currently priced at 700 million coins. The blonde youth, Milton's eyes, listened with a bored, casual expression, nodding slowly as she spoke. Fine, this one will suffice, Milton's eyes stated dismissively. The manager's face instantly transformed, glowing with a sycophantic radiance. Yes, of course. Thank you, young Master Milton, for your continued patronage of the Super Dark Company. We shall have the vessel delivered to your family's estate within the hour. Milton's eyes waved his hand in a grand, careless gesture. There's no need for a home delivery. Just hand over the activation key. I intend to gift this ship to someone else, and they will likely arrange for its transport themselves. The declaration hit the surrounding staff like a physical shockwave. A collective breath was held as the gravity of his words settled in. To give away a 700 million coin starship as a mere gift was a level of extravagance only the son of the Milton Baron could achieve. It also sparked a deeper fear. If Milton's eyes was treating such a ship as a trinket, the status of the intended recipient was truly beyond their comprehension. Despite the shock, the sales staff and managers knew better than to pry into the affairs of the high aristocracy. The female manager bowed her head even lower. Understood, sir. I shall finalize the paperwork and transfer the ownership protocols immediately. Milton's eyes gazed at the starship model with a look of smug satisfaction. I've heard that person has a particular passion for collecting the latest aeronautical marvels, he thought to himself. This black hole predator should be the perfect tribute. Since he's made a rare visit to the Almori sector, I must capitalize on this chance. Building a rapport with him would be an immeasurable boon for my father and the entire Milton family legacy. Suddenly, Milton's eyes remembered his sister's presence and glanced around the crowded hall, his brow furrowing. Where has Jojo wandered off to? He demanded. One of his guards stepped forward, leaning in to whisper a few quiet words into his ear. Young master, the lady is over there. Milton's eyes narrowed as he followed the guard's pointing finger. Who is that she's talking to? He muttered, his tone hardening. Fine, lead the way. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was doing his best to offer some empty, cliched comfort to the red-haired girl. Try not to worry too much. Perhaps Poppy was just feeling restless and decided to explore the city on his own. He might very well come buzzing back in a day or two. I certainly hope so, Jojo pouted, her lower lip trembling slightly as she remained clearly despondent. Lu Sheng, feeling the weight of his secret, was at a total loss for what else to say to console her. Jojo suddenly shook off her gloom and looked at him with renewed curiosity. By the way, are you a new arrival to the sector? I've been around the high circles my whole life, and I'm certain I've never seen a face like yours before. Lu Sheng looked at the girl, his mind searching for a polite way to terminate the conversation and make his escape. However, Jojo seemed intent on keeping the dialogue alive, launching into a new topic before he could even open his mouth. It struck him then that she must be incredibly lonely. Despite her noble status, she probably lacked any true friends, causing her to cling to a stranger who would actually listen to her. The young man was reminded of Fiona. Both were like delicate, beautiful flowers kept in a climate-controlled greenhouse, shielded from the harsh winds and biting rains of the real world. Yet Jojo's pedigree was clearly of a much higher order. He knew that the more exquisitely such a flower bloomed, the more ferocious the gardener protecting it would be toward any pests that dared to get too close. Jojo, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the ambient noise of the hall. Lu Sheng turned his head to see a group of people descending the grand staircase from the third floor. At the center of the entourage was a young man radiating an aura of haughty nobility, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Jojo's own. Lu Sheng let out a soft, weary sigh. Here we go, he thought. Jojo's face brightened as she called out to the newcomer. Then she turned back to Lu Sheng with a beaming smile. Oh, look, my brother is here. Allow me to introduce you, she chirped. Milton's eyes, moving like a moon surrounded by a constellation of stars, quickly closed the distance. Jojo skipped over to him and made the introductions. Brother, this is young Master Milton's eyes. And brother, this is Lu Sheng, a very interesting friend I've just made. Milton's eyes didn't even acknowledge Lu Sheng's presence with a glance. He turned immediately to Jojo, his voice urgent. Jojo, I just caught wind of a rumor on the third floor regarding a golden, star-devouring bug. Could it be Poppy? Jojo's eyes instantly ignited with hope. Milton's eyes offered a thin, practiced smile. Who can say for sure? Where? Where did they see it? Take me there this instant. The moment news of her pet reached her ears, Jojo's anxiety returned in full force. Milton's eyes gestured to one of his elite guards. Escort the young lady to the upper levels immediately. The guard nodded. As you command. My lady, please follow me. As Jojo was led away with eager haste, she suddenly realized she was leaving without a proper farewell. She spun around, calling out, Lu Sheng, don't leave yet. Wait here for a moment while I go check on this. Talk with my brother for a bit. I'll be right back. Lu Sheng watched Jojo disappear into the upper levels, but as he turned back, he was met with the glacial, predatory stare of Milton's eyes. The friendly mask the noble had worn for his sister had completely vanished. Milton's eyes looked Lu Sheng up and down with visceral disdain. You're nothing but a country bumpkin from some bottom-tier resource planet, he spat. You think that because you've crawled out of the dirt and cozied up to a level 11 enforcer, you're suddenly worthy of entertaining ideas about the Milton family? Upon hearing the familiar, arrogant drivel, the young Lu Sheng didn't feel anger, only a profound, exhausted sense of boredom. He let out a long, weary sigh. Here we go again with this tiresome, cliched narrative, he thought. Milton's eyes stepped closer, his voice dropping to a cold, venomous warning. Let me be clear. Do not let me see your lowly, primitive life form near my sister again. If I find you associating with Jojo, whether it's by your own intent or a freak accident, I will ensure that your enforcer, backer, and your pathetic, miserable home planet both vanish from the annals of this universe forever. Having delivered his haughty ultimatum, the young Milton's eyes turned on his heel and departed with an air of cold, aristocratic disdain. He vanished into the corridors of the elite establishment, leaving Lu Sheng standing in the wake of his arrogance without so much as a single moment to offer a rebuttal or a word in his own defense. The suddenness of the departure left Lu Sheng momentarily paralyzed, his intended response dying in his throat. Before he could even begin to process the encounter, a female floor manager from the Superdark Starship Corporation, a prestigious firm specializing in the sale of high-end, luxury interstellar vessels, approached him with clinical efficiency. Adjusting her crisp uniform, she fixed him with a frigid, dismissive gaze and spoke with a voice devoid of warmth. My apologies, sir, but your presence has caused significant displeasure to one of our most valued patrons. Under the circumstances, you are no longer welcome within these premises. The manager's dismissal was final and absolute. Without another word of explanation or a chance to collect himself, Lu Sheng was swiftly and unceremoniously escorted toward the exit by the facility's security detail, physically barred from the opulent interior of the super dark starship showroom. Standing outside on the bustling concourse after being so abruptly cast out, Lu Sheng could only mutter to himself in a state of bewildered disbelief. From the moment the arrogant Milton's eyes had appeared to the second the superdark staff had given him the boot, barely a few minutes had elapsed. He had mentally prepared himself for the gardener, guarding the delicate Jojo flower in her metaphorical greenhouse, to be stern, perhaps even intimidating or violent. But he had never anticipated someone so utterly devoid of reason or basic civility. And to top it all off, the man actually had the audacity to threaten me, Lu Sheng mused, a dry, incredulous smile touching his lips. He searched his memory, trying to recall the last time someone had been foolish or powerful enough to level a direct threat against his life and well-being. It had been quite some time indeed. He sighed, attempting to rationalize the situation with a sense of weary pragmatism. I suppose he has spent far too much time dealing with vultures and opportunists harboring ulterior motives toward Jojo. His hostility is likely a defense mechanism, an overzealous attempt to shield her from the perceived corruption of the world. In that light, his behavior is almost forgivable. Almost. At the end of the day, he is a scion of a prominent starry sky aristocratic lineage, Lu Sheng reminded himself, his expression growing serious. As a newcomer to this vast, competitive stage, I cannot afford to act impulsively or indulge in petty retaliation. If I were to strike back recklessly, as that young master warned, the consequences could spiral out of control, bringing unnecessary trouble to both First and the fragile peace of planet Azure. What does a momentary humiliation matter in the grand scheme of things? I carry the weight of a supreme mission, the salvation of an entire universe, upon my shoulders. If I cannot endure a minor blow to my pride or a moment of frustration, how can I hope to succeed? He forced a hollow laugh, trying to brush off the lingering sting of the insult as if it were nothing more than a passing cloud in a vast sky. Reassuring himself with these thoughts, Lu Sheng began to walk away from the imposing superdark building. However, the young man's steps slowed after only a few meters, his momentum faltering until he came to a complete and sudden halt in the middle of the walkway. He stood perfectly still, his posture rigid. His facial features remained a mask of unnatural calm, and his eyes, though fixed on the horizon, were as tranquil and unreadable as the surface of a frozen lake. He remained there in total silence for several long seconds, his mind clearly locked in a fierce internal struggle. Suddenly, the silence was shattered as Lu Sheng let out a visceral, full-throated roar that startled the nearby pedestrians. To hell with it. Damn it. I've changed my mind. I absolutely cannot let this stand. With a surge of renewed fury, he spun around and began stomping back toward the superdark starship building with predatory intent. Meanwhile, unaware of the storm brewing outside, Milton's eyes had already made his way up to the plush corridors of the building's third floor, his expression returning to its usual state of bored superiority. The moment he stepped into the private lounge, Jojo rushed toward him, her eyes bright with a mixture of hope and anxiety. "Brother?" she asked eagerly, searching his face for any news of the guest. The subject of Poppy never even came up during our brief interaction, Milton's eyes stated with measured, slow deliberation, his tone smooth and deceptive. "Is that so? Perhaps I simply misheard the name in the chaos. You must remember, Jojo, that eavesdropping on the private conversations of others is a remarkably impolite habit for a lady of your standing." Noticing that Lu Sheng had not followed his brother into the room, Jojo's excitement flickered into confusion. She peered past Milton's eyes into the empty hallway and asked, "Wait, where is Lu Sheng? Why didn't he come up here with you, brother?" "Did Lu Sheng leave already?" she pressed, her voice rising with concern. Milton's eyes remained silent for a heartbeat, his gaze unwavering. "Ah, yes," he finally replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. He seemed to have been struck by a sudden realization of urgent business elsewhere, so he departed in quite a hurry. Upon hearing this obviously fabricated excuse, Jojo's face crumpled into a pout. She fixed her brother with a sharp, suspicious glare, her intuition sensing the manipulation behind his calm exterior. It was clear that she was far too familiar with her brother's habitual schemes and controlling nature. She clenched her small fists at her sides, her body trembling with a burgeoning anger. It's always the same with you. Don't think for a second that I don't know exactly what you've done, brother. At that moment, she was so consumed by rage that her head felt as though it were practically steaming. Seeing the genuine distress on her face, Milton's eyes attempted to switch tactics, offering a placating tone to coax her back into compliance. Now, there's no need for such a temper. The next time I happen to run into that friend of yours, I shall personally invite him to an exquisite meal as an apology. Fine, whatever, Jojo snapped, turning her face away from him in a sharp gesture of rejection before moving toward the exit. Milton's eyes called after her, his voice echoing in the lounge. Wait, aren't you going to stay and finish our business here? Jojo didn't even look back as she replied sharply, No, I'm going home. Jojo's petite figure receded down the hallway, her every step radiating frustration. Her small frame shook with suppressed sobs of anger, and her knuckles were white from how tightly she clenched her fists. Her chest heaved violently as she fought the urge to scream her fury to the heavens, eventually resorting to stomping her feet heavily against the floor to vent her pent-up emotions. Behind her, Milton's eyes stood in absolute silence, his deep, cold eyes tracking her retreating form with an unsettling intensity. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the shadows of the room playing across his sharp features. Without turning his head, he issued a low, authoritative command to the subordinate who stood bowing submissively in the shadows behind him. Send a detail to escort the young Miss home immediately. Ensure she reaches the threshold of the manor safely and is seen inside. The subordinate lowered his head even further in a gesture of absolute obedience. It shall be done as you command, sir. Standing tall and imposing behind the floor-to-ceiling glass wall of the uppermost level, Milton's eyes looked like a silent, carved statue of stone. His piercing gaze cut through the vast expanse of the atrium below, locking onto the small, vulnerable figure of his younger sister. His vision remained fixed upon her, tracking her every movement with an unwavering focus that bordered on the possessive. He did not look away until he saw her small frame disappear into the safety of the luxury vehicle waiting at the curb. Shaking his head slowly, Milton's eyes sighed. Jojo is too young to comprehend the complexities of the world right now, but sooner or later, she will realize that every action I take, no matter how harsh, is strictly for her own protection and benefit. After a moment of quiet reflection, Milton's eyes turned back to the room and addressed one of his elite guards. Tell me, do you have the updated intelligence on when the celestial guest, Lan Shun, is scheduled to arrive? The guard, a formidable level 11 combatant, stepped forward and replied with crisp professionalism. Reporting, sir. His vessel is scheduled to make landfall at Docking Bay 001 at precisely 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Good. Ensure that I am reminded of the time. I intend to welcome him personally, Milton's eyes commanded. He paused, a calculating glint appearing in his eyes before he continued. And see to it that Jojo accompanies me to the docking bay. A flicker of hesitation crossed the guard's disciplined features. With all due respect, sir, the young miss is currently in a state of significant distress. Do you truly believe she will cooperate with such a request? The guard asked cautiously. Milton's eyes responded with a voice as cold as absolute zero. Simply inform her that it is a direct mandate from our father. We have indulged her whims and her sheltered lifestyle for far too long. She cannot be allowed to remain a child forever. As the noble daughter of a starry sky earl, she has lived her entire life within the confines of a gilded greenhouse for over 20 years. It is high time she matured, he continued. Jojo's current fixation on that commoner is merely a symptom of her lack of exposure to the galaxy's true elite. Once she is introduced to a high-level life form of Lan Shen's caliber, she will quickly realize the vast gulf between true excellence and the dross she currently finds interesting. As he finished his sentence, the memory of Lu Sheng's face seemed to trigger a fresh wave of resentment. Milton's eyes clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles popping in the silent room as his anger flared anew. That pathetic country bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere earlier. He truly believes that by relying on a passably handsome face, he can climb the heights of the Zai's family tree. Milton spat, his voice dripping with venom. He thinks he can manufacture coincidental encounters and manipulate his way into our world. Does he honestly believe that everyone in this family is as naive and easily deceived as JoJo?